You want to build crazy apps like LinkedIn, Gmail, real-time chat apps like Slack, or incredible apps like Snapchat? Check this out. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the React 101 crash course. Are you ready to build 4 incredible React applications like LinkedIn, Gmail, Slack, and Snapchat? You're going to be learning things like React, Redux, Authentication, Firebase, React Router, hooks such as useEffect and useState, functional component, material UI, Flexbox, styled components, responsive websites, CSS variables, authentication, so email and password sign-in, or maybe you want Google sign-in. We got you covered. And to connect all of these crazy powerful things together, we're going to be supporting today's build with Firebase, a real-time Firestore database, Firebase storage. We're also going to go ahead and show you how to deploy your application using Firebase hosting. I've timestamped everything in the description below. So if you want to go ahead and skip ahead to a specific build, then you can feel free to do so. Or if you want to go ahead and take a break, you can go ahead and take your break at an appropriate timestamp, come back and then carry on. Now, these videos have been trimmed. They have been completely cleaned up. These videos are going to be a lot easier for you to follow. All I want you to do is go ahead and smash the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, because there is over 50% of you who have not already subscribed. What? I'm going to be dropping more and more content. And if you're enjoying the content that you're seeing and you want to go ahead and take it a step further, our flagship course, Zero to Full Stack Hero, is now open. The link is in the description, and we have weekly coaching calls. We go through all of the fundamentals. We have over 15 different modules inside that course. We cover things like JavaScript, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, GraphQL, all of these incredible technologies. Top of that, we have success coaches. You have direct access to me, and we have a weekly coaching course. I have 2 coaching calls I run weekly, as well as the success coaches inside the community who are going to go ahead and run even more every single week. We're constantly updating, we're constantly growing. This is what the Pop Fam is about. Without further ado, smash the thumbs up button. Let's get this video started. And guys, let's go ahead and jump into the LinkedIn clone. Let's kick it. Here we go, guys. Let's see what we're gonna build today. Okay, check this out, guys. Boom. Look at that. The LinkedIn clone has so many things to look forward to. We got Redux, we got Firebase Firestore, we got authentication, we've got Firebase hosting, material UI, loads of stuff happening here. Okay, so if you're excited for this, all I need from you guys, all I need right now is to smash that thumbs up. Right? Smash that thumbs up, get excited, because it's all going up from here. Okay, so here we've got the actual LinkedIn build, right? And then what I did is I implemented everything on our own accord. So now check out this, guys. This is all built using Redux, React and Redux. Sorry, we've got everything powered up here. We've got Elon Musk in the house. We got Tim Cook throwing back, firing shots, and then we got me sending a message out. And guess what? We got animations. We got loads of stuff happening here, right? So let's go ahead and do a test. Say, yo, what's up, YouTube? And if I hit enter, boom, yo, what's up, YouTube? Right? This is insane. Let's go ahead and jump into the build today. Let's do this. Okay. So first step, open up a terminal, right? We're going to be doing a few things right now. Okay, we're going to be setting up our project with Redux. Okay, so in order to do that, we're going to say npx create, let me make this super big, right? Create React app, and then I'm going to go ahead and say LinkedIn. Actually, you know what? Firstly, I'm going to go into a directory. I don't want to build this anywhere. Let's just say go into my desktop, go into Sunny Sanga, and then here I'm doing all my apps. So we can say npx create React app, right? We all know and love Create React app. It's basically built by the guys over at Facebook. It allows us to go ahead and start an app really easily. Okay, it gives us a template to start. We're going to go ahead and use Create React app to start the app. So we're going to say LinkedIn clone. Oh, oops, LinkedIn clone, and I just add a YT because it's the YouTube one, right? And then usually we go ahead. Okay, someone said lower the music a little bit. There we go. So usually what we go ahead and do is we start at this point, right? But I'm going to say dash template, right? Dash template. And now here, what we're going to do is go ahead and say Redux. Okay. Now Redux is basically going to go ahead and give us, it's going to do create React app, create our app from a template starter, but Then let's go ahead and add on the Redux template. So it's actually going to give us a nice starting point for Redux. So we're going to hit enter on that. Go ahead and let that get set up, okay? The next step that we're going to do is go over to Firebase. So I'm going to pull over Firebase right now, and I'm going to go to firebase.google.com, okay? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the console over here, and then we are going to go ahead and do something pretty simple. We're just going to go ahead and create a new one. So we're going to say LinkedIn clone, add project, LinkedIn. Oh, this is dangerous. You're 3 projects away from your project limit. I need to go ahead and do that. We need to get rid of some. We're almost overruling on Firebase's limits. So I'm going to say LinkedIn clone YouTube. Boom. And then enable Google One. Can if you want. I'm not going to do it for this one. Create the project, okay? And our app is still initializing over on this side. So we're going to leave that to do its thing. Go over back to Firebase. Now, Firebase, if you guys don't know what Firebase is, it essentially is a suite of tools provided by Google, and it's going to basically allow us to have a backend. It's going to allow us to host the app. It's going to allow us to have a real-time backend, by the way. Bear that in mind. It's going to allow us to do authentication. So we're going to have email, passwords, all of that good stuff, logging in and all that nice stuff. And then we're going to combine all of that with Redux and Material UI to get the really nice, finished product, okay? So heading back over to the app now. So here you can see LinkedIn clone. I'll just make that a little bit bigger right now. And you can see your new project is ready. Okay. So let's go ahead and pop that up. And the first thing we're going to do is go over to Cloud Firestore, because we're going to be using the database in today's build, right? So I can see you guys networking in the chat. I love that, right? So we're going to go ahead and create the database. Start in test mode, because right now we don't really care about the rules, okay? This is just to get a nice build up and running. So we're going to click next. The location doesn't really matter at this point. So we're going to go ahead and click on enable, okay? So while this goes ahead and gets set up, we're going to go ahead and here we go. This is set up, right? So over here now, we're going to go ahead and say CD into our LinkedIn clone, YouTube, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say code dot, but if you have VS Code installed, this will work. But you need to actually add this, right? But I'm using the insiders edition. So I'm going to change it to code insiders dot, right? And that will open up the our VS Code with all the folders and everything that we need. So first thing we're going to do is open up our terminal with Command J. And then you should get this terminal, which hopefully yours is faster than mine. And here we say yarn start. So I'm using yarn today. If you're not using yarn, go ahead and do npm start, right? But I'm going to start using yarn because yarn is quite clean, okay? Now here we're going to click enter to go ahead and spin up our app, right? Now I'm actually running this on a local server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel that for a sec. I'm going to cancel my other one that I was running, and I'm going to start the app up again. There we go. So you shouldn't get that issue. Now, while that's working, I'm going to go back over to Firestore. And so some of you have typically said to me that, okay, you get an email or something like that where it basically says Firebase rules are complaining and something is going to expire soon. So the way to get around that is simple, okay? You go over here to rules, okay? So you go to the rules section, and all you want to do is you see over here where it says allow read and write. At this point, just for the demonstration of what we're doing today, I'm going to go ahead and change this to a colon and allow read and write for everyone. So this is not something you want to do in production, but it's fine for now because this is just for our portfolio. We haven't got any sensitive data on here, okay? We're going to click publish. Awesome. And then it's warning you saying, hey, it's all public. Why would you do that? But right now it's okay, right? It's all right for now. We're only doing this as a sort of tutorial, okay? So this is our database setup. Now the next thing we're going to do is go over to the authentication tab. So we're going to click into authentication, this tab over here, and then we click on get started. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we've got this sign in method button over here. So you're going to click on sign in method, then you're going to go over to email and password. Click that, enable it, save. That's it. Literally simple as that. Now we have some authentication. Okay. And now what we're going to do is click this cog at the top. Okay. Click this cog, project settings. And then at the bottom, you guys can see over here, we've got this. So I'm going to click this icon and click on register app. So here I'm going to say LinkedIn, clone, mine's YouTube. This is just a nickname, so it really doesn't matter at this point what you name it. It's going to be completely fine. And then we're going to say also set up Firebase hosting for this app. Yep. Register the app. And that's going to allow you to deploy the app afterwards. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and we don't need to do this step because we're using React and JavaScript modules. Next, you're going to want to do this, right? So I've already done this, so I'm not going to do this again. But over here, what you would do is you'd say sudo to give permissions and then paste npm install -g Firebase tools. Now -g means that you're basically going to install this as if it was a program on your computer. So it's not project specific. But basically, if you install this, now you have access to the Firebase Tools CLI, which means that if I go ahead and type in Firebase inside the command line, I should have access to Firebase Tools. So if I go ahead and do this, you should see something like this. So you see a bunch of gibberish. That just means that, okay, things are good. Okay, so you can test with that. But you're going to need to go ahead and do that. So next, you want to click on next and then over here. So deploy to Firebase hosting. We can skip this step. I'm going to show you guys how to deploy at the end. Continue to console. Nice. I'm going to click on config and then you see this Firebase config right here. Okay. I'm going to copy this, right? I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go ahead and show you. So Dixon says, Sonny, it's a good idea that you used the email and password, a teacher indeed, respect. Yes, I was going to use Google Authentication, but I thought there'll be a bit more learning curve here if we use the email and password. And I show you a bunch of like things you can do, how you can manipulate certain things with a user and how that works. So I think it's going to be a bit more insightful for you guys. Okay. So that'll be pretty fun. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over and copy this config. Okay. So we've copied it. I'm going to go back to my LinkedIn clone and you can see it's running on localhost 3000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another terminal over here and you should see this, right? You should see this. Now what we see here is a Redux template. So this is actually using Redux to manipulate the data store here, right? So I'm not going to go into detail of all that yet. I'm going to make it very simple for you guys to follow. And even here, you can add different amounts. If I added 20, you can see it adds 20 to that number, and you can even add an asynchronously, right? So it's a cool little template that it sets you up with. So this is a little bit different from the from what you would have seen before. So Felipe says, Sonny, we add more functionalities to the clones. All the clones feel kind of the same. Yes. So my goal here is to go ahead and firstly, it's pattern recognition. My goal is to get you a job, right? So it's going to be basically like decking out your portfolio with a bunch of stuff. Now, bear in mind, I'm going to be covering a lot more topics, TypeScript, React Native, a few things to come. So yes, we will be doing that. But right now I'm trying to get you the most bang for your buck in terms of like, if you watch this video, add it to your portfolio, that's going to be really good for you. Okay, so it's going to allow you to sort of get a job easier. And I've helped so many people get a job. So trust me, it does work. Okay. So thanks for that question, dude. Right. So jumping back over to our setup, right? So over here, now what we're going to do. So now we're going to say source and I'm going to go into app.js. So this right here is where all of that sort of stuff that we saw earlier was, right? So I'm going to do the cleanup process. Okay. So the cleanup process, I'm going to delete the app.test.js file. Boom, it's out. Get rid of it. The next one we're going to do is logo.svg. I don't really want the logo in there. And I'm going to also delete setuptests.js. Okay. So my computer is always weird when this happens, right? It always has like an issue deleting files. I don't know. Does anyone else experience that? It's a bit annoying, but you know, setuptest.js and then Uber clone. Yeah. So I'm going to work on that one. That's going to be a bigger build. Also Snapchat clone, I think would be pretty cool, right? We can even use the web camera and things like that. That would be pretty cool. So let me know in the comments what you'd like to see next as we build this build out. Okay. But guys, focus on the build, right? So Imar says, Sonny, you're king. Thank you so much, dude, for the kind words. So now we're going to go app.js and here I'm going to go ahead and remove everything inside the header tag. Okay, so here I'm going to say H1, let's build a LinkedIn clone. Save it. Now you see these two lines at the top. You just want to go ahead and delete them. Okay, so we've got a clean slate. Don't worry about anything just yet. We will be using the BEM naming convention. Okay, so the BEM naming convention is how we name our classes in React. It's just a good convention to follow. It makes your code a little bit more easier to maintain and that sort of stuff. Okay. So jumping back over here, now what we're going to do is the Wanderer says in most of the interviews, they also ask about unit testing. Would you do something about that? Yes, dude. I would do a video on that. So the start of the cleanup process, app.css. Here we're going to go ahead and remove all of the code inside app.css. And I'm also going to go ahead. And by the way, you can see now, like this is how it looks, right? So before I remove that, you guys can see it was actually, oh, I've changed the name to, if this was originally the uppercase, you can see it was centered in the middle of the screen. Okay, so now you can actually remove import React from React. So that's actually now not part of, you don't actually have to do that, which is interesting. It's part of the new sort of stuff. But here what we're going to do is change this to lowercase a, go to our app.css, delete everything like that, go to index.css, and here, because what you're going to have is this invisible issue over here. You get this invisible rubbish over here. We don't want that. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, okay, target everything, make sure there's margin of 0, which means that don't give any hidden special spacing anywhere. Okay. So what I'll do to make this a bit easier, I know some of you guys like to see me coding side by side. So what I'll do is boom, boom. How's that? I think that's a little bit easier to see. So now if I remove the margin 0, you see that it gets rid of that. Okay. It gets rid of that. That should be better now as well. So see, that's a really annoying margin, right? That's just a sneaky little thing that they don't tell you about, right? Simon says, Sunny, keep the fire glowing. You're an inspiration to many. Thank you so much, guys. Really, really appreciate everything and all of you guys watching. If you do want to support the channel, feel free to check out the links in the description. And yeah, thank you so much, guys, for always trusting in me to deliver fire value and stuff like that. Okay, let's jump in. Now, what we're going to go ahead and do is go to app.js, right, over here. And let's just start building it, right? So I'm going to mark everything out first. So firstly, let's go ahead and build the most visual thing. So that way you guys can get some fun content to go ahead and see, right? So what I'm going to do first is actually go ahead and mark everything out. So you can see inside of LinkedIn, right, we have a few things happening. We have like this header, right? Then we have this left sidebar, a feed, and a right widgets, right? So it's all good. Everything works pretty good, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show the one that we built so we can have a direct comparison. So let me go ahead and open up that one, in fact, and see how this one's doing. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go ahead and log out. There we go. And I'm just going to quickly log into that previous app so I can go ahead and show you guys a demonstration of what we're doing over this side. Okay, just bear with me, guys, one sec. All right. Ooh. Having a little bit of a weird glitch at the moment. And okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say Elon Musk, and I'll say here, just give me 1 second, guys. I'm just checking something for you so that way I can demo the app out for you. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll rerun the old one on a different port so you guys can see it in action. I think that might be handy. Okay, but what we can see here is that we typically have inside of the old React. Oh, nice. My girlfriend's in the chat. What's up? She goes, oh my God, so many people are here. She's been amazing supporting me. Yeah, so this is awesome. Honestly, this is really cool. We have loads of people that turned out today. All right. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to show you the official LinkedIn. We're just going to build against that. Let's do it that way. Priyanshu always gets a shout out. She goes, guys, I love you all genuinely. And so do I, guys. You guys are damn amazing, right? Mama React is in the house. Exactly, right. So now you can see on the typical LinkedIn, right, we have this setup where we have the left, we have the middle, and we have the right. And then what we have is this header at the top, right? So let's start with the header because that's the most visual element of this on the screen, right? So that's going to help us the most in terms of figuring out what's going on. So let's go ahead and jump straight into that part. So you can see this is how we have ours. So I'm going to open up our local host. Right. Awesome. And then I'm going to go and check. Right. So here what we're going to do is we're eventually going to have a header. Okay. And then we're going to have the app body. And then inside the app body, we're actually going to have a few things. So imagine we had a container. It's going to have the sidebar in it, the feed. So imagine we're looking at this. Right. So we're going to have the, ooh, God, what have I done? Yeah. We've got the sidebar, which is the left stuff. We've got the feed. And then we've got the right side, which I'm going to call widgets, right? Because it just makes sense. So now what we're going to do is header, app body, sidebar, feed, widgets. Cool. Right. So now what we're going to do is go to our app And let's start building it out. So the header. So let's build the header first. So we're going to go ahead and create a new file. So I'm going to go here, say header.js. And let's get into our flow state right now, okay? And then here, we're going to go ahead and say, right. So RFCE. So I love this snippets. If you don't know it already, go ahead and download them from the VS Code extensions store. So this is so cool. ES7 React Redux snippets. They are amazing. They're literally game changer, okay? And then here, you want to go ahead and do RFCE. Say class name equals header. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and create a CSS file for this, okay? Make it a little bit bigger for you guys. So here, I'm going to say header.css, Command B to open up the side panel. Create a new file called header.css. Right. It's going to be fairly responsive. Remember, I'm trying to go ahead and like make as much functionality as possible and do it that way, okay? Right. So here we're going to now say just like a little H1 say this is the header just to test that it renders out. And then here we can actually go ahead and render it. So we say the header component. Now what I like in VS Code right now is if you press Command spacebar, you can go ahead and say auto import. So boom, you see that? We import it at the top, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and hit save. So now we should have a header up on the screen. So this is the header, awesome. So now what I can do is I can get rid of the H1 over here. And now we can see this is the header, should just be present on the screen. Cool, right? So now what we're gonna do on the header is we've got a few sections of the header, right? So on this one, we've got a left section and a right section. So I'm gonna build that out. Right, so we've got this left section over here. So I'll just draw it for you. So hopefully that should make it a little bit easier. Okay, oops, my drawing's on the screen. We've got a left section over here, and then we've got the right section over here. So I'm going to create two containers for that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So inside the header, I'm going to say two containers. I'm going to say header, and I'm using Emmet right now. So if you don't know about Emmet, make sure you learn about Emmet because it is so damn useful. So I'm going to say the header left, and I'm going to say the header right. Okay. And then here on header left, we're going to go ahead and say, so we've got a few things on the header left, right? We've got an image, we've got a search. So we've got an image. I'm building this part right now. Okay. So this bit right over here. So this exact sort of LinkedIn icon with the search bar. So obviously the search bar is a bit custom, and we should be able to go ahead and do that. Okay. And boom. So now we're going to go ahead and say header left, and here we're going to have an image. So we've got an image. We're going to have I'm going to create that. So for a custom search field, right, we tend to go ahead and surround it inside of a div. So I'm going to say header search like so. Right, and inside of here, we're going to have an icon. So I'm going to show you guys how to install Material UI icons in just a sec. So this is the header. So now on top of the header, what we're going to say, we've got an input field, okay? And then I'm going to have some kind of Material UI icon for the search. You know that sort of search glass, hourglass thing, this thing? I want a similar thing. So I'm going to say search icon, okay, something like that. But how do we get the search icon? Okay, so Muaz says something is probably like I should have started this earlier. Dude, I'm gonna, no matter what, positivity, we're gonna kill it. We're gonna keep on carrying this on, okay? So now what we're gonna say is I'm gonna install Material UI. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. So we head over to materialui.com, this beautiful website. And then what we want to do is go over, firstly, we need to install it. So here it says yarn npm install Material UI core. So I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to use yarn. So I'll show you how to go ahead and use yarn, okay? Let me go ahead and try this one instead. Do you guys remember this song? If some of the real fans would know this song, okay? So here, we're going to go ahead and say Command J to pull up this. And I like to always add a second terminal, okay? So we could do it this way, or I like to split the terminal, but let's go ahead and do the second one. Okay. So why use yarn over npm? Honestly, it's just a bit cleaner. But whatever you decide to use, just stick to one. Okay. Yarn add Material UI like so. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Material UI core. That will go ahead and install Material UI to our project. Okay. And then go ahead and we've installed Material UI. So I'm going to go back to the top to the search and say icons, because now I also need the icons inside of Material UI. Material UI is a really nice design library. Okay, it's going to help you with a ton of stuff. Okay, we're going to go here and say Material UI icons. So I'm going to grab this. Ooh. Oh, so you see it's got the command here. I don't know why they don't have that on the home screen. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add material UI icons like so. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that's amazing. We've got that happening. Material UI is free. Yes, it's free. Papa React, can I get a shout out? Yes, you can. Vishakan Pillai. Exactly. There you go. Okay, so everything's working. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this down. So now we have Material UI in our project. So the one thing I want you to notice is where it says this. You can search the full list of these icons. So I'm gonna click that, and this is how I go ahead and find the icons. So here I'm gonna go ahead and say search like this, and then I'm gonna grab the search icon. So import search icon over here. And now at the top, I'm going to say import search icon from Material UI. So this is really cool because what we can do is whenever you guys see me sort of have this code over here where it's like import blah, blah, blah from somewhere else, this is how I get it, right? This is how I find that code and do what I do, okay? So I'm going to click close. And then, yeah. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use the search icon. So to use it, it's very simple. We literally go ahead, remove that, and literally just render it like that. Boom, we're done. So if I go back to the app, we should see in just a sec. There you go. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a finished LinkedIn. I'm just kidding. It's not finished yet. We got quite a while. Now we're going to start this out. Okay. So the first thing I want to do also is I want the Material UI icon, right? So I found the source earlier. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to paste it in here. So this is just literally an image of LinkedIn. So it should literally fly into my app right now and be huge. There we go. That's LinkedIn, guys. So that's the entire app pretty much done at that point. I'm also going to change this song because this one's kind of getting repetitive. So do this one over here. This is pretty cool. Okay, cool. Vibe Lover, let me know if you have any difficulties with that, but appreciate the gesture, dude. Right. So next what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up a second. Oops, what's happening? What's happening? Header. Right, so now I'm going to style it a bit. Okay, so I want to make this look a bit pretty rather than what it's looking at right now. Okay, so in order to get this done, what I'm going to do is I'm first going to go ahead and target the header. So we created a header style sheet right over here. So I can say Command P to pull up this, and then I'm going to go ahead and say header.css. Now here, what I'm going to do is target header like this. And then I'm going to say, firstly, I want it to stick, right? So you notice how LinkedIn, when you drop down, I mean, their header doesn't even do it. Oh, it does do it, yeah. So it sticks. You see that? It sticks to the top. I want the same functionality, okay? I want the exact same functionality on mine. So what I'm going to do right now is go back over here. And Sidecat says, appreciate what you're doing for the community. Thanks much. Also, how can we expect Angular? So I'm only focusing on React right now, dude. But really, really appreciate the kind words. Okay, so over here, I'm going to say position sticky. But firstly, let's fix that damn... that huge thing, right? Because it's just so hard to figure out what's going on. So here inside of header left, I'm going to target it. I'm going to say header left, oops, header left, target the image. And then in here, what I'm going to say is pretty simply, I'm going to say object fit contain to keep the aspect ratio. So this is a little trick if you didn't know it, right? Contain keeps it. So when I resize the image, it will actually keep the aspect ratio. So it's a very nice little trick you can do. And then what I'm going to say is height of 40 pixels. Right, save it, and there you go. Very nice little fix. Right, so now you can see we have the little LinkedIn logo over there. Right, now I'm going to get rid of this is the header text because that's not helping anyone. Let's be real. And there we go. Okay, perfect. So now what I'm going to say in the header is I'm going to say display flex because I want everything to be in a row. So by default, when you do display flex, everything goes into a line. Right. I'll use grid in a different build. I will definitely go ahead and show you that, how to do that, okay? So as soon as I do that, we should see, not yet actually, because we're inside the header left. So for header left, I need to go ahead and say display flex. So header, display flex. For header left, sorry, header left. Save it. And now you should be able to see, there we go, it pops into a line, okay? Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and say, we want to sort of style this out and make it a little bit nicer than how this looks right now, okay? So the search field. So remember the search field, I've encapsulated the search icon and an input. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say header search like so. And I'm going to say padding of 10 pixels. Oops, pixels like this. I'm going to say display flex because I want them two things to be in line. Okay, you can see it change as I do it. Oops. And then I'm going to say align item center. Align item center. Boom. There's a bit of flash in the bottom. Yeah, dude, I'm going to get rid of that little thing. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, that's just a kind of a glitchy thing. So I'm slowly getting the stream set up in the correct way and just ironing out a few of those quirks. Apologies for that. I don't want to mess with the stream while we're live though. Okay. So now what we're going to do on top is we're going to go ahead and say, oh, for me, what does that mean? Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, I know. It's at the bottom of the screen. I know what you're talking about. That little ticker, right? The little ticker, right? Yeah, I see that. Right. So now what we're going to do is for this search field, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go align item center, give it a border radius of 5 pixels. There you go. Save. And then I'm going to say a height of 22 pixels. I've already figured this out. I've already kind of spent some time, some sweet time. I was up until 3 o'clock last night coding. Mebom said goodnight and I just carried on coding. I just, I did my thing, carried on. Header search. Then I'm going to go ahead and say input. I'm not going to focus too much on responsive build today, guys, but I will go ahead and make an entire build in responsive design. I think that'll be handy, okay? But here I'm saying an outline of none, a border of none, and a background of none. And I'll show you why. We do this in a sec. This will go ahead and make this completely sort of clear. You'll see in a sec. There we go. It's clear. But notice how, look, when I type in, it's all good. Right? Awesome. So now what you can see is also a little trick, outline over here. Notice how when I type with outline, it gets rid of that little blue box. So that's a really nice little thing to go ahead and do when you're using this stuff. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go to the actual container over here. So header search. Okay. Now for header search, we're going to give it a background color because this doesn't look very nice right now. And the background color I'm going to give it has a special code. And I've got this color from LinkedIn itself. So you can see it's very similar to the color they're using, right? And then what I want to do is for the left image, right? So over here, I'm going to target the image itself. And you can see right here, it's touching, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say header left, target the image. Love that accent, Sonny. It's funny though. Brits, proper English, proper. So now we're going to go ahead and say here, oh, oops, I've already targeted that. So here I can just say margin. Ooh, what am I doing? Margin right. I always find it interesting with accents because obviously you can't hear your own accent, but I'd love to. I think people really dramatize the British accent. It doesn't sound as intense as people make it sound, right? Box is very handy while using Material UI. Yes, I'm going to go into those stuff at one point as well. That's really cool, that stuff. Okay, cool. So we've pretty much got this bit set for now, okay? So I know, right? The beat is fire, right? He is the Sunny, the only the great Papa React. Thank you, dude. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move over to header right. Okay, so header right is more sort of focused towards these icons, right? Now, obviously right now, these icons look a bit sort of spaced out, but what they should have is home, my network, jobs, messaging, and things like that. So we're going to do the same thing on the right-hand side of our build, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close my CSS file temporarily. And you can see header right. So this is going to account for this right section, okay? Now inside of the header right, I'm going to have loads of different options, right? I'm going to have loads of these different things. Now mine's not going to be, it's just going to say home, my network. It's not going to expand and shorten, but you can feel free to do that and extend on it if you want to do that. Okay. So what we're going to do is these are going to be, I'm going to create a reusable component and I'm going to call this header option. Okay. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the header right. Now we've got header option. So I'm going to go here. Oops, I made a new file. So I'm going to go here, create a new component. I'm going to call this one header option. We're at 333 likes. Thank you so much, guys. Header option, RFCE. And here I'm going to go ahead and set my component up. So this is something that you should get used to, like I do this every single time. I just like to do header option, BAM naming convention. I'm going to say header option.css. Save it. And then I'm going to go ahead and create the CSS file. Header option.css. Like this. Right. Now I've got that open. Cool. Everything looks pretty good. Now for the header option, right, we've got a few things. So it's going to obviously have an icon that we pass to it. Okay. So it's going to have an icon. And then it's got some text underneath. So these are the things that we need to consider when we get working on these kind of apps, right? When we're going to build out a reusable component. So in this case, what I'm going to do is, if you haven't ever used props before, they come through here. And basically they stand for properties, right? Properties, thank you so much for the kind words, Jimmy. Properties are essentially all they essentially do is go ahead and we can customize, we can reuse this header option. So imagine if I had header option here, header option again, and I just kept on reusing the thing. It allows me to customize certain parts of that component again and again. So it's really, really powerful, okay? What I'm gonna do is use ES6, right? It would be great if you make your own React and Firebase crash course. I am. So get excited for that. So here, what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna go ahead and say, the props, right? So in ES6, we can actually break apart an object. So this comes through as an object. So imagine if I pass through something like this. So if I said something like, let me go ahead and check out my header. So imagine we had something like the title, okay? So I could say title equals home, for example. Then inside of header option, what you'll see is I could then go ahead and say props.title, right? But instead of doing that, what I can do is I can simplify my code and I can destructure and I can break apart the object at this point and just say title, get rid of props. So that's pretty cool, right? That's a very little handy trick that you can do. And it's going to make your life a little bit easier, right? So there's a few other things I want to pass through as props. I want to pass in an icon. That's going to be capital I because it's going to be a component that I pass in, which is going to be a material UI icon, right? And then, yeah, that's pretty good for now, I guess. So what I can do inside of header option, I'm going to have a few things happening inside of it. So I don't want to just render a random title. That's going to be a bit silly. So here I'm going to go ahead and say, if I pass in an icon, only then should I render the icon itself as a component, right? So I'm protecting myself and I'm going to give it a class name. Okay, so I'm going to give it a class name. When Sunny releases a course, I will be the first to buy it. Bishesh Codes, thank you so much. Please sign up to the Papa React newsletter. First link in the description to be sure to find out when I drop that course. I love you guys, man. We are using Redux here, okay? Header option, and then here I'm gonna say icon, okay? So I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger so we can see. And this will render out the icon if we pass in the icon. That's what the and syntax is for, right? The next thing I'm going to do is make a H3 here, right? Now the H3, I'm going to go ahead and say title. I'm going to pass in the title inside of there. So this is called JSX. It means it's essentially mixing HTML and JavaScript together. Anytime we see the squiggly curly braces, we pretty much go ahead and have, so we've got H3 over here, right? So I'm going to hit save. And now let's go ahead and check out our app, right? So this definitely doesn't look like LinkedIn right now, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So we've got this. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller so it fits on one line. That's going to help me out a little bit. And then over here for the H3, I'm going to give it a class name. So I'm going to say class name of header option title, save, and then we should be able to style this stuff, right? So let's go to header and let's actually render this out. So I'm going to give two titles right now to show you that it actually renders something out on the screen. And then what we want to do is go ahead and test it, okay? So the second one would say my network. Okay, so now you can see it comes through home and my network. Okay, everything comes through over there. So what we want to do now is this looks like crap, right? This doesn't look like LinkedIn. So we're going to upgrade this and pass through icons. Okay, so the first icon I'm going to pass through is this one, home icon. Okay, so at the top, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say import home icon from material UI icons home. So remember, like I said, guys, whenever we have this, we kind of are getting this code from Material UI, that icon search tool that I showed you before. That's freaking out because we don't have that. There we go. So now if I save it, and if I go icon equals, and over here, the second icon I'm going to use is going to be called the supervisor account icon. Don't ask why they called this. Honestly, it's quite strange actually. But I'll show you this in a sec. Okay. David Jonathan, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream, man. See the house on fire. Hashtag Proper Farm is on fire. Amen, dude. We're killing it today. Right. So JSX attributes must have been assigned. Okay, I mean, whenever that happens, refresh. Sometimes it gets a bit stuck. So top of the header right. Okay, header.css. Let's go ahead and style some more. And I like to make it very clear for you guys when I'm styling, so you can see very, very clearly. Okay, so header option. Actually, we're going to style the header option instead. So header option over here. Now for the header option, right, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So each of the header options, right, has some stuff inside of it. So if we jump into that, you can see we've got two things. We've got the icon and the H3. Okay, that's cool. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say target the header option, BEM naming convention. Let's reach 1K. Hell yeah, dude. I think we can do it. Right. Here I'm going to say display flex. And then I'm going to say flex direction column. And then I'm going to say align item center. Whoa, we got loads of new subscribers. What's up, guys? Welcome. Holy crap. Honestly, damn, the support is insane. 20 pixels, margin right 20 pixels, like this. And I'm going to say the color is gray. And then I'm also going to say cursor pointer, because what I want is right now when I hover over it, you see it's not changing to a pointer, which is pretty crap, right? I want it to be a pointer. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say cursor pointer, like that. Save it. And now when I hover it, you see that? We get that little finger icon, okay? 178, wow. Thank you guys. Whoa, that is insane. Thank you so much. Okay, and then what we're gonna do now is let's make it 200. I mean, if we can make it 200, that's crazy. If we can make it 500 likes, that's even better. Damn. And what I want is I want a hover effect. So whenever I hover over these, I want it to kind of hover over in black. Okay, so I'm gonna say header option, hover, and here, ooh, God, that's not how you spell hover. So hover like this. Oh, the song's back on. I like this song. Right, now I'm gonna say color black. And then, so you can see now we got the hover effect, which is cool, right? This is awesome. I will make a Discord community. You got that, dude. Definitely would do that. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do now is pretty much get this in a line because this does not look right. Okay, so we're gonna jump back over to header, back over to the header.css and header right. I'm gonna start styling this out. So I'm gonna target header right, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say display flex. Display flex by default puts things in a row, which means if I do that, you see that, boom, we get a row. That's pretty cool. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is for the overall header itself, I'm actually gonna go ahead and say justify content space evenly, because I want to sort of justify the two containers, header left and header right, evenly. If I do that, we get pushed into the middle. Okay, that's really nice. It's really clean. Everything looks pretty good. Right, now I'm going to add a border bottom to the header as well. So I'm going to go here and say header border bottom 0.1 pixels, very tiny one with a light gray. And then I'm also going to give this a little bit of padding on the top and bottom. So yeah, there are shorthand rules, but I'm going to just show you guys very explicit rules. Padding top, padding bottom, boom, looks already pretty good. And you can see, guys, this is coming together pretty good, right? I'm going to say width of 100%. Right, and then I'm gonna say top. Okay, now this is where the cool part comes in. So to get the sticky functionality, right? So you see when it sticks at the top, right? To get that, the way we got to do it is pop right. Am I good to go if I know a little bit of JavaScript? Yes, dude. Just start. Honestly, should I add class name to every single component? Yeah, I would recommend it, dude. Just so you can start. You can target the things that you need. Okay. So here I'm going to say, I've already done that. Oops. Yeah, so to make it stick to the top like that, what we do is we add a rule called position sticky, and then we say top 0, which means it sticks to the top. And then when you get past that point, it will go ahead and stay on the top. And then what we say is Z index 999. Okay. Right. So what we're going to do is the spanner icon means that it's a moderator. Right. Papa Fam is on fire, dude. Hell yeah. Gonna save it. Nice, cool. So we can't actually obviously see that yet, that it's actually working until afterwards. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys how we do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I've actually sort of pre-prepared some of the extra sort of header options. So there's a few more that we need. Okay, So I'm going to pretty much grab them right now and sort of paste them out. Okay, so the first one is this one. It is header option and it's got a title of jobs, and this is the icon we need. And then I'm also going to grab the rest of the others. Okay, so I'm going to grab these two as well. Header option, chat icon, notification icon, and I'll show you what I do to import them. Okay, so we need these icons as following. So I'm going to go to the top of my code, and I'm going to go ahead and say this notification icon. There we go. Guys, please stop spamming the same messages. Otherwise, I'm going to have to put you in a timeout. There we go. Right. So there you go. Look at that, guys. Looking pretty good. Okay. So you see it spaces evenly. That's what we call responsive, right? So it's actually pretty responsive at this point. This video will be on YouTube afterwards, so feel free to watch it whenever you feel is comfortable for you. Okay. Now header option. Let's go back there and kind of tweak things. Okay. So inside of here, the title. Okay. So over here, the header option title. I want to go ahead and make that a little bit more visible to the eye. So I'm going to go ahead and add on header option title, font size 12, font weight 400. So you see it's a lot more clean at the top, right? Then what I'm going to do is target the header option, the icon itself, right? So each of these icons has a bit of a style to it and it looks pretty clean. We don't actually need to touch it at this point just yet, so we can leave that. But I want to add something else. I want to add an avatar to the right at the end. An avatar meaning, you see this little thing over here where it's got my picture, a little circle image with a picture, that one there. I want to add that, right? So, oh nice, Said says I built the WhatsApp clone and added dark mode function. That's cool, man. Make sure you have your water. Holy crap. Is anyone there besides Sunny could save his time in reading comments? Nobody's here, guys. It's just me. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the final one, which is an avatar. Okay. So inside of the header, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upgrade the header option. So I'm actually going to pass in now something called a avatar. So I'm going to extend the props and pass in an avatar, right? And that should be good for now. So basically the avatar is going to resemble the source of the user's profile image. Okay. So that's going to be really clean and work quite nicely. So what we're going to do is go back to our header.js. And then I'm going to go ahead and say header option, and I'm going to say, okay, this one I'm actually going to copy here and I'm going to say avatar, avatar is this, avatar equals this. Oh, I was wondering why it was code, not code, quiet. Let's check on something, yeah. Helps me focus a bit, gets away from that sort of, you know, say title here, I'm just going to say me. Okay, so it's a little bit generic, but it's going to work for now. And then what I need to do is I need to use it. Okay, so header option over here, Sunny React Army, hashtag Papa Fam growing strong, right? Now here, I'm gonna say rather than icon, I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. I'm gonna say, okay, if we get past an avatar, right? If we get past an avatar, then go ahead and render the following. So I'm gonna say, then go ahead and render out, and oh God, that's wrong. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do and like that. And then here I'm gonna say avatar, like this. I'm going to say class name equals here header option. Oh no, header option, and here underscore. I'm going to call this one just that. I'm going to give this one the same class as the other stuff that we gave. Okay. And what I'm going to say is the source of the avatar is going to be the avatar that we pass in. Amazing. Check that out, guys. So look at that. We've got the different tabs and then we've got the icon for me at the top. So that looks pretty cool, right? But everything is kind of out of line, right? So what we need to do now is kind of make it look clean at the top, right? We need to make it look clean. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to try a few things. So I'm going to go here and say header option, target the icon. I'll say header option underscore icon. And here what I'm going to say is object fit contain, because I want to keep the aspect ratio. And I'm going to say height of 25 pixels. 25 pixels, save it. And you see nothing happens, because what happens is Material UI gets quite an important precedent. So here, just in this one use case, I'm going to override Material UI styles. You can see it kind of squashed me up. So I'm going to say a width of 25 as well. And then that, and then you go. There we go. Clean. This is looking pretty cool. We got the header pretty much up and done, right? That's cool for now. Okay. So now this is done. We talked about a few things in the beginning. We said app Remember, we had the header, so I can remove that comment. Then we've got the app body, and inside the app body, we had sidebar, feed, widgets, right? So sidebar, feed, and widgets. Thank you so much, Owen. You have a new follower. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Right? So we're gonna have a left section over here, and then we're gonna have the feed in the middle, and then we're gonna have the widgets over on this side. And of course, we're gonna use Flexbox to go ahead and do that. Okay. Thank you so much, Anil, for the support, dude. All right. So here, the first thing let's do, I guess we could just go ahead and build the sidebar. That would make a lot of sense. Let's just jump into that. But firstly, what I'm going to do is obviously I'm going to have all of this in the container so I can style it a little bit easier. Okay. So here I'm going to say div app _ body. Boom. And then here I'm going to create a sidebar and just render it out. So save. And obviously I do want all of these inside of here. So obviously I'm going to put the sidebar in so I can get rid of that. It's freaking out right now because it's like sidebar is not defined. We will get the sidebar defined. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and click B. And then here, what I'm going to do is I am going to create a file called sidebar.js rfce. And you know how we do it. We just create a class name, do the typical thing, class name, sidebar. Guys, also what I was thinking, I was going to recreate the old builds, right? I was going to recreate some of the old builds, but do it with Redux. So that way you can improve what's on your portfolio. So let me know if that's something you're interested in. Create the corresponding CSS file as well, right? So let me know if that's something you're interested in, because I think that would be really good. Because imagine then everything in your portfolio will be jacked. It'll be really, really strong. The TikTok clone, the Tinder clone, all that good stuff. We're going to go ahead and keep pushing it, right? So here I'm going to go ahead and save it. And now what I'm going to do is import it inside, okay? So down here, I'm going to go ahead and say sidebar, boom, save. And now we get rid of this error that was bugging us. And over here, just to prove that it's a sidebar, I'm going to go here and say H1, I am a sidebar. I am a sidebar, right? And wait for it. There you go. I'm a sidebar. So I mean, it looks pretty good. I think we can leave it there. So what I'm going to do here is, I was joking, by the way. I know some people can't find British humor that funny. So I'll make it very explicit. All right. So now we have two things, right? We have like, I'm going to call this sidebar top over here. So this sort of thing at the top. So this thing over here, it's going to be sidebar top. And then I'm actually going to have this sort of bottom section over here. And I'm not going to bother too much with this other stuff. I just want to kind of show you, but this is going to be sidebar top. This is going to be sidebar bottom. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Sonny, please teach us to use TypeScript. Hell yeah, dude. I'll show you TypeScript. I love TypeScript. I used to do it loads in my coaching calls, so I can show you that. Okay. So we're going to have two sections over here. And we're also going to have stats. Okay. So stats is also going to be a section. This one over here is going to be stats. Right. So let's just start coding. So I'm going to get rid of this I am a sidebar because we know it's there. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and say sidebar _ top. Like this. We've got a top section. Okay. And we're just going to have an image inside of it because that's going to be the user's image. So this thing over here. Right. And then we're going to have an avatar. No, so actually, sorry, that's going to be the background image. So I'm going to make that a bit generic right now, but it'll work. And I'll show you how that works. So going back to yours, where is it? Yeah, cool. It's going to have an image at the top. And then we're going to have the avatar, which is for the user's image, that nice little circle image. Okay, cool. And then what we're going to have is a H2 with the user's display name and a H4 with the user's stuff. So here I'm actually going to have Sunny Sanga, and then underneath I'm just going to have the email rather than this, because we're doing it pretty close, but we're trying to not, you know, go ahead. Thank you guys. Right. So I'm going to make a Discord server for Papa Fam. I'll update the description, my team, and I will go ahead and do that straight away after this. So here, just imagine it's like Sunny Sanga, right? And then here, H4 is just going to be like sunny.sanga@gmail.com or something like that, right? Something like that. Cool. And then what we're going to do is refresh, and you can see, you should be able to see avatar is not defined. So we're going to import that. Control space bar, and you can see it allows us to get a quick import. That's a quick way of doing it. It helps it makes it a lot easier for you to import stuff. So you can see it looks pretty decent so far, right? So everything's looking okay. It's looking pretty good. The avatar, I'm going to give a class name of sidebar avatar, right? Sidebar avatar. Underneath, we're going to have the stats section. So the stats section is this bit over here, who's viewed your profile, views your post, all that good stuff. So I'm going to have another div underneath saying sidebar _ stats. Nice. save it. And then sidebar stats. I was up 3 o'clock last night, guys. 3 o'clock. And my girlfriend was like, you still awake? You know, like in the morning, she was like, wow, you went to sleep late. I was like, yep, we are always working, guys. Always working. All right, so sidebar stats. Inside of here, I'm going to create two of the same sidebar stat containers. Let's call it that. Yeah, we don't have distractions here. It's all cool, right? Papa's children. That's it. Nice. Fully functioning clone. Yes, I'll make like a sort of series where we can do that. So here I'm going to say sidebar underscore stat. Oop. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Sidebar stat. Why is my emmet? There we go. Nice. Yeah. And this is going to be two stats. Think of the stats as the containers for these two things. So one stat, this is another stat. So inside the sidebar stat, right, I'm going to have a p tag, two p tags, right? One's going to be the p, oops, not please. P, don't need to beg it, right? And say who viewed you, like this. I'm going to have another p tag. The p tag with the class name of sidebar underscore stat number, right? This will be the statistic number. So here I'm just gonna have a hard coded number. I'm not really gonna focus on this part of the build today. So like that, right? Now I'm gonna render this out. So we should see this in a sec over here. Cool, right? Same thing over here. I'm gonna copy this because remember, we're just gonna reuse this styling, okay? Sunny has 3.7 thousand subs, 600 plus subs. Whoa, holy crap, no way. How many subs are we at right now, guys? And then I'm going to go ahead and say 2,048. That was what I had. And then who viewed you? And then this figure is going to skyrocket soon, and mark my words. Thank you so much, guys. Honestly, if I can do this full time and just drop you guys this value, that is exactly what I want to do. Take a risk on that and just keep on helping you guys grow, right? 3.04K. That's what I'm talking about. I love that. Thank you so much, guys. All right. And the replay on this stuff is pretty cool too. You guys can just take your time, build this out. Right, so we've got the sidebar stats section over here. Okay, so I'm going to add in the final bit and then we're going to make it look pretty. Okay, so underneath I'm going to say div dot, oh no, we don't even need the div, sidebar underscore bottom, like this. Also, let me know if you think the quality is better with the new streaming platform I'm using. I think it is a lot better. I think you guys can actually read the code now, and I think there's not so much. I mean, I'll fix all the jittery weird sort of things flying around the screen. And then underneath I have recent. Cool. Nice. Aisha says, yes, it is. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to start styling this before it gets a bit carried away. So I'm going to go into sidebar.css. And then I'm going to drop this underneath so you guys can see what's going on. Right. Would love to be a part of the Papa React family. Dude, you are a part of the Papa React family, right? You are. Don't worry about that. 410 likes for this live. Thank you, guys. Amazing. Right, so sidebar.css. Now here we got a few bits that we want to sort of account for. Now I do a few cool things, right? So if you notice right now, when we scroll in LinkedIn, this bit snaps, right? But I kind of want all of it to snap. So it's a similar sticky behavior to the top, but it's pretty cool how that looks, right? See, it kind of sticks like that, right? So we're going to do the same functionality with what we have over here, right? And I'll show you how we do it. So I'm going to say sidebar, which is going to obviously tackle this one. And then I'm going to say top 80 pixels, not 0. The reason why I don't do 0 is because the top isn't 0. The top 0 would be over here at the top, right? That's not 0. 80 pixels down is around here. So that's when the mark that I want it to be, something like that. Right? I'm going to say position sticky. Right? Save it. And then I'm going to say flex 0.2. Now what I'm doing here with the flex rules is if we go back to app.js, remember I gave this app body, right? So if I go back into app.css, I'm going to target the app body and I'm going to say this is display flex, right? Now what's happening here, right, is what I want to do, my end goal here is to basically have it that we essentially have 20% of the screen is this sidebar. Then I want to have 30% of the screen. I think I did 30% of the screen and as the feed, and then the next 20% as this, right? So wait, 2.4, no, okay, well, you know what I mean. I've got 20% on the left, 20% on the right, 0.6 in the middle, okay? So I want the feed to be the biggest, okay? And then obviously this is going to be, so the way we do that, let me change the color of this. The way we do that is we say flex 0.2 on this one, and then here we say flex, I think it'll be 0.6 on this one, and then flex 0.2 on this one. Now the goal of these rules is they all have to add up to 1. So these all have to add up. Oops, sorry, excuse my arrows. I got told yesterday, I was like, you need to learn how to draw arrows. I was like, damn it. Okay, and this one. Right, now if my math is correct, that's 1. Right, so that adds up to 1, which means you get the full page width. But basically it's going to be responsive design and allows you to go ahead and sort of figure out how to flex set that, right? Cool. So now what we're going to do is display flex, and then you set the parent container to that, and then you go into your sidebar, the child, and then you set the flex number there. Okay, so that's how you do that. Now what I'm also going to do is say border radius. Your channel is underrated, bro. You need to have 1 million subscribers. Dude, that's why we're here. We have to start somewhere. We will get there. I'm not going to stop until we get there, okay? Like, we're going to keep on pushing. Text line center, and here we'll say height, fit content. Fit content. Oh, wait a sec. What's happening here? Oh, yeah. Semicolon. Cool. So this is looking somewhat better, right? But I'm going to keep on improving, right? So we got this avatar at the top. I'm going to go ahead and say the avatar should have a little margin underneath it. So sidebar, avatar. We're going to go ahead and say margin bottom of 10 pixels. Boom. And then that will kind of space it away from this a little bit, right? Right. So the top section, I'm going to add a few styles in. So I'm going to say display flex direction column, right? I'm aligning the item centrally. I'm going to give it a border 1 pixel light gray, border bottom of 0, because I don't want the border to have a bottom. And then the border top and left, I'm giving a radius of 10. And then I'm saying a background color of white and a padding bottom of 10. So we apply that, and you guys can see it kind of gave like a half kind of border effect. You see that, right? Now, what I do want to do is on LinkedIn, there's a background color, right? You see this little background color, it differentiates from the header and things like that. So I do want to give that color in effect. So to do that, how we do that is we go over to our app.css, and I'm going to target the app itself, which is the entire parent container app, like this, right? And inside of here, I'm going to just do a few things. I'm going to say background color, display flex, align item center. Boom, save. And then look at that. So don't worry about it being centered at the moment. As we push things in, it will center everything out. But right now, because it's only got one child, it's going to center it. But that actually makes it a little bit easier to see what's going on, right? So that looks pretty okay right now. We'll get there. Now the top section. So this top section over here, right? Let's go ahead and style that. We did that already. Sorry, we just styled that. But I do want to carry on. So I want to say the image at the top, right? So this image right here, I'm going to give this a background, right? So this is going to be a generic background right now. So I'm going to go here, and I've already found one from before. You can give it whatever you want at this point, but this is a sort of splash image. So we should see it pop in just a sec. There we go. Okay. At the top, we're going to basically go ahead and get this up. So I'm going to say sidebar top, target the image. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the margin bottom is going to be -10. Now you're wondering, why are you doing -10 for a margin, right? It's because I want to basically drop this into the image a bit. So you see it dropped into the image a bit when I did that, right? So I'm actually going to give it -20 to drop it a little bit further into it. There we go. That looks pretty good, right? I'm going to say width of 100 pixels, 100%, sorry. Then it won't kind of go crazy on the size. That looks a bit better. I'm going to limit the height as well. I'm going to say the height should be 60 pixels. Okay. Now we've got something a bit more maintainable, and you can see, like, look, this is the kind of effect that we're going for, right? So that kind of effect, right? Does anyone use Xcode here? I guess the native devs. I used it when I use React Native stuff. But you see the top right now isn't cornered off, but the behind it, I don't know if you can see that, but behind it, there is a tiny curvature to the container. So I want to apply the same thing. I'm just going to do a very explicit rule here. There are shorthands for this, but I want to do explicit rules to just teach you guys. There we go. Save it. And there you go. It curves around as well on ours. That's really cool. It looks really nice. Now, final thing is I'm just going to object fit cover. Save it. And there it scales quite nicely. It doesn't get so stretched. Bro, if you got courses, sad to see you left. Sidebar stats. Okay. So over here, let's go ahead and target this next bit. So for the next bit, we're going to go ahead and say sidebar stats. So sidebar __ stats like this. Dude, your website won't open. It shows an error. Which website are you referring to, dude? If it's the newsletter, it could be down, maybe. I don't know. But Priyanshu, one of the guys, feel free to go ahead and check out that and let me know if there's an issue with that. All right. Margin top. Here, I'm going to go ahead and apply margin top, and that will push it away for a little bit like that. And then what I'm going to say is display flex, justify content center between, space between. And that'll push everything on the same level playing field. Actually, sorry, this should be in stat, not inside of stats, right? Newsletter is up. Thank you, Jonathan, David, for checking that. Cool. Now we're going to target the P inside of it. So both P's, we're going to say sidebar, target the P, close that. And then here we can go ahead and say all links are up. Thank you guys. Please just retry the link, but thank you so much for checking. So we've got color gray, and then here I'm going to say font size of 13 pixels. Man, I love my team. You guys are dope. Thank you so much. Font size, font weight of 600, right? And then you see now it's a little bit smaller, starting to look a little bit more clean, right? Now for the stat number, I've got the LinkedIn color over here, and I'm basically going to go ahead and target this number, right? So I'm going to target it like so, and then I'm going to go ahead and say font weight is bold. So the font weight is bold. It's actually the same as 700, it's just shorthand. Why is this used? This is saying go into the sidebar stat, and the first child that's a p tag, or no, not sorry, the first child, any child which is a p tag inside of that parent, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and make this font weight bold, and then the color, I've got the LinkedIn color here. So I was going to do CSS variables, but I just drop in the colors right now. We can do that in another build. There you go. I'm making it important to override the material UI settings. Don't do that too much. It's a bad habit. Okay. Right. Now, what I'm going to say is I'm going to go into the sidebar itself. And we're going to go ahead and check out the bottom section, I guess. No, actually, no. Firstly, we're going to make this look a little bit more appealing, right? So I'm going to target the stats, which is the parent container, this one right here. So I'm going to go here and say sidebar stats. And over here, I'm going to say padding of 10 pixels, right? Because nobody likes something that doesn't have padding, right? And then we're going to say margin bottom of 10 pixels, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a border around it, a background color of white, right? And I'm actually going to curve the bottom left and bottom right. So the way we do that is we do the following. We say boom, and it works, okay? So you can see now that works pretty nicely, right? And then you can see now, look at that, guys. That looks pretty clean, right? I'm going to target the things at the top as well. I'm going to fix them. They don't look very, very nice just yet, right? So what I'm going to do is target the tops, so the H2s and that stuff at the top. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to say sidebar top, target the H4 firstly. Just go ahead and do that one. I'm going to say the color is gray. Oops, not white gray, gray. I don't even know what white gray is. And then I'm going to say font size equals 12 pixels. All right, sidebar top, I'm going to target the H2. And here what I'm going to do is go ahead and say font size of, right? So that looks pretty good. That looks pretty clean, right? Now we're going to attack the sidebar bottom, right? Now I'm going to show you guys a little trick in this one, right? So you know how Papa Rat does it. It shows you all these little tricks. So firstly, we're going to style the bottom, okay? So first thing I'm going to do is apply a few different styles to the bottom. So this is what I'm going to apply. So we're going to have a text line left, padding 10 pixels, background color white, border around it, border radius 10 pixels, margin top 10 pixels, okay? Now what we're going to do is you can see it's got this nice rounded effect, okay? But what we're going to do now is you see the recent projects, right? Or over here. So you've got this hashtags, right? I'm going to make this in a reusable fashion, but not in a component way. I'm going to do something that I haven't showed you before. We're going to create a function, right? Which takes in some arguments. So we're going to create a function called recent item. So it's going to be called recent item. So this is something new for you guys to go ahead and check out. And it's a pretty cool use case for it. And what we do here, Steven doing this, finally a Sunny Solar Live. Yep, dude, welcome to the channel. It's going to be me from now on. So excited for this stuff. So we're going to say div, And this is basically going to be a function which returns some JSX, which is pretty cool. We're going to say sidebar. Right, so we're going to do this. And then here I'm going to go ahead and firstly, I'm going to span a hashtag. So I'm going to span a hashtag, but I'm going to give this sidebar underscore hash like this. And then here I'm just going to pop in a hashtag. And then the P, I'm going to go ahead and say whatever the topic was passed in, it's going to be that. Okay. As Mal says, Sunny, you're awesome. Thank you so much. It's blocked. Maybe it's blocked in India. I'm not sure why. I'll check our provider afterwards. Recent item over here. So now what we can do is we've got a function. Okay. So in the bottom, what I can do now, this is pretty cool, by the way. I'll show you that. So we've got recent item, and I can just go ahead and say, okay, recent item ReactJS. Cool. Just pop it out a few times. Programming. Software engineering. And then I'm going to say software, or let's just say design. And then here we'll say developer. Cool. Save it. Now check this out. This is quite cool. Boom. So you just rendered out some JSX from functions, which is kind of cool, right? That's a very handy way of doing it. Pretty cool way of doing that. Okay. So now what you can do is we can go ahead and style that stuff. So sidebar recent item, right? That's pretty cool, right? Saeed says, yo, nice. Exactly. Yeah. Really, really cool little trick for you guys. And it means that you don't always have to have a component, but you can just have a function which renders out some stuff based on the argument that you passed in. Now for this, I'm going to say display flex, font size of 13 pixels, save it. And I'm going to give it a color gray, font weight border, cursor pointer, right? Because I want these to be a bit more interactive. So when I hover over them, I get the pointer. That's cool. Marius, hello, dude. Welcome to the stream. Margin bottom 5 pixels, padding 5 pixels. I'm going to go ahead and do that as well over here. And there you go. That looks pretty cool, right? NG David said, great teaching technique. Your teaching really makes me feel confident. You are welcome, dude. And I'm glad it works for you, because that means everything to me. That means what I'm doing has an effect on someone in a positive way, right? We're going to target the div now, and I'm going to say hover. And then here, what I'm going to say is change the background color to white smoke. It's a new color I found. This color is pretty cool. Honestly, it's like a nice little kind of, because light gray in CSS, if you just use the default colors, isn't that light. So this is going to be pretty cool. Can my portfolio be only React? I would literally recommend build a portfolio which says this was built with React. That's pretty cool. What better way to show your skills? Okay. So here I'm going to go ahead and say background color white smoke. I'm going to give a border radius on the hover effect. And then I'm going to say cursor pointer color black. And look at that. Now we get a nice little hover effect. Pretty cool, right? That's really nice. Looks really good. Okay. Now what we're going to do is that looks already pretty clean, right? So I'm going to target the hashtag next. I'm going to give it a margin right, margin left, so it's not touching. There we go. Give it a hashtag. There we go. Now we've got a nice little recent section. That's pretty cool. Right. Now we need to target the recent bit, right? So the recent bit doesn't, I mean, I don't know if I have actually started that one. I did start that one. So the way we're going to do that is I'm going to say sidebar bottom. And then I'm going to say target the P tag, font size 13, padding bottom 10 pixels. Okay. And then you can see that's it. That looks pretty good. I like that. It looks pretty clean. Looks very nice. Pretty cool. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead. We've done this. Okay. So the next job, I guess, is the middle section. Let's go ahead and get the middle section working. Right. So go back to our app. Now we're working on the feed. Okay. So for the feed, what I'm going to do is I'm going to target feed like so. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create that component. So I'm going to say feed.js like this. Music is on fire. What's happening, bro? Oh, nice. Oh, man, you scared me, dude. I thought something was broken. I was like, oh, shit. What's happening with the stream? You can have the flow popper. Yeah, man. That's it, dude. We just like to get into our flow state. And this is a whole new level of flow state because I'm reading comments while I'm coding, doing all that good stuff. And I can interact with you guys while I'm coding, which is insane. Crazy skill that I've just managed to build up. Feed.css like this. And I'm going to create feed.css over here. Right. Cool. And then we're going to do this. Now for the feed is obviously the main middle bit, right? So it needs to look damn good. So what we're going to do now is actually start inputting things into the feed, right? So the feed, the first thing we notice is we have this kind of post container at the top, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to create that bit first. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just get my code up so I can have a look. Okay, cool. So I'm going to create a div at the top, right? And here what I'm going to say, can I skip and jump straight to React? If you've got a better understanding of JavaScript, I'd recommend go for it. And then if you fail, you struggle on the way, you can just learn. So don't hesitate too much. Just take a jump and learn on the fly. Okay. So we've got an input container here, right? There's going to be a lot inside this container. So I'm going to have the input itself, which we're going to call input. And then I'm going to have loads of things here, right? We need some projects that aren't clones. Yeah, that's fine. I can go ahead and build plenty of stuff. And in fact, what I'm going to do is add a bunch of that sort of content to my course. And you guys can feel free to jump into that, right? So here I'm going to say feed __ input. It's a lot more like cool to show on an application though when you can do it like this. Okay, so here what I'm going to say is I'm going to have a create icon. It's like a pencil icon. So this one's called create icon on Material UI. So I'm just going to import that from Material UI at the top. So I'm going to drop that in like so. And we're going to render feed onto the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and render it in, boom, save, import it at the top. And now we should see our feed pop in somewhere magically here. There we go. There's our feed, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here, carry on. So for the feed, I'm going to create an input inside of there. We've done that. And then I'm going to create a form. The reason why I want a form is because I want that when you type into the sort of input field, I want it so that when I hit enter, it goes ahead and submits my message onto the screen. So we're going to have an input over here like so. So we're going to carry on with the feed. So the form here, I'm going to create a button. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say send. All right. Now, obviously, I'm going to be probably hiding this one. So now I'm going to go ahead and make the type of the button submit. So here I'll say type submit like this. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and style this up a bit so it doesn't look so crazy, right? So the input first, let's go ahead and style that one because this looks a bit messy right now. So I'm going to open up my feed like this, go ahead, pop that underneath and save it. Cool. Now for the feed, I'm going to go ahead and apply the following. I'm going to say flex 0.6 like we spoke about before. Remember, we wanted separation with the screen that's responsive, allows everything to happen in an easy way. So we're going to give flex 0.6. We're going to say margin 0.20 pixels, which is shorthand. I think it's for left and right, 0.20 up and bottom, but I always forget. Gonna do that. Cool. Now what we're gonna say is for the input container. So I'm gonna start that one next. So the input container itself, yeah, I'm gonna say display flex. Damn. Thank you so much, Rika. I will see you soon, dude. I'm going to go ahead and say space evenly justify content, save it, and we refresh. We should see, okay, there we go. We start to get changes, right? Okay, so now what I'm going to do is for the input container, I'm actually going to go ahead and say, oh, no, I didn't mean to do that for the input container, sorry. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. I just need to say background color white, padding 10. There we go. And that's how we do it. Padding bottom 20 pixels, border radius 10, margin bottom 20, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and target the feed input. So I'm going to say feed __ input like so. And then here what I'll say is I want to give a little border, right? So here I'll say border 1 pixel solid light gray, border radius 30 pixels, display flex. I'm going to apply a few other styles that you guys can see right here. And now you'll see a big change. So look at that. That looks pretty cool, right? Now, the next thing I need to do is target the form itself. Okay, so the form itself. So how do we do that? So I say feed. So now for the form, I'm going to go ahead and say display flex. And then I'm going to go ahead and say width. We're coding, and meanwhile, Priyanshu's playing Among Us. I love that. All right. So we're going to say display flex, and I'm going to look at this, and you can see what I'm doing is I'm saying go to the input, target the form. Okay. For real, Papa React Discord. So dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to work on it straight after this. We should have done that before, but it's fine. We can go ahead and get that done for you. And yeah, 100% that's coming. Now I'm going to target the input inside of it, right? So I'm going to say feed input go to the form, go to the input inside of the form. So this right here, okay. Right, border, I'm gonna add a few things in here. So I'm gonna go here, say border none, flex 1, margin left, outline width, font weight 600, and watch the effect it has. Boom, we get that nice little effect, okay. A new sub from Tunisia. What's up, Hitam? Got some friends over there, that's awesome. Nice, so you can see we've got a little bit of a form action going there. Okay, that's really clean. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna hide that button. So I actually want the enter submit function, which is why we have a button with type submit, but I don't want to show the button, right? So if you can see, if I add this now, it hides that button, which means that if I type in and hit enter, so I'm about to slap the enter key, right? Boom, so I hit the enter key and you see it submits a form which refreshes the page, which for now is fine, okay? Okay, so feed.js, and check out the links if you want to support the channel. Really appreciate anything that you guys go ahead and do for the channel. All right. Okay, so next step is we have got the input field essentially done. So these input options, so that's going to be the next step of what I want to do. So I've got the input container here, right? So what I'm going to do is the input container is going to have another section inside of it. Right, so outside of the input, so outside of this div, I'm going to go ahead and say feed __ input options. This is why I love BEM, by the way, right? Inside of here, I'm going to use a reactable, a React component approach, which is going to have props, right? So input option over here. So I'm going to go ahead and create a input option. So every single one of these buttons, we're going to call it input option. I know it, don't ask me the name sometimes, but oh, oops, I've gone ahead and done something. Yeah, input option, okay? So now Samuel, the video will be on my YouTube channel straight afterwards, so you can watch the entire replay at your own comfort, which is gonna help you out, okay? So this is gonna be input option, so input option, like this. So I'm gonna create that. Input option, I love this kind of music, it gets me so like dialed in. I don't know about you guys, but what do you guys listen to? Like when you're coding, let me know. I always find it fun to see what other people listen to. Chill Step's really good. Chill Step, there's a really good playlist on Spotify that I listen to called Chill Step. Literally just called Chill Step. I recommend everyone does it. When I was coding this, I was listening to that. I can't listen to that on here though because of copyright. So I use Epidemic Sounds, which is dope. Hopefully they can sponsor the video. Lo-fi music. This is actually a form of lo-fi, so pretty cool. Okay. Now input option.css, I'm going to create the appropriate file, input option.css. There we go. Right. Now here we have everything up and running. And then what we're going to do now is go ahead and get my input option down here. Now input option, what does this consist of? Okay. Please don't spam the chat. Thank you. So we're going to have an icon and a piece of text, right? So icon and a piece of text. Now this is going to come through again as props. Okay. Props. Am I going to make React Native apps in the future? Yes, I am. So I'm going to destructure the props at this point. I'm going to say, okay, we want to get the title and also an icon, right? And so now what I'm going to do is, okay, so we're going to have the input option here and I'm going to render the icon. So I'm going to render the icon itself. And then here I'm going to say, so I'm actually going to do two things here as well. Notice how these each have a color. So I'm going to show you some inline styling as well. So I'm going to pass through a color. I'm also going to say a style. So this is called inline styling. So when you don't want to do CSS or external CSS, you can go ahead and do something like this. You can say color is equal to the color. And obviously you should be using something like style props, but you know, we'll do that. All right, H4. Here, I'm going to create, I'm going to say title, save. Nice. So now what we're going to do is go back here and we should be able to see, once I start popping this in, we should be able to see this, right? So input option. So the first one I'm going to do, your explanation is fire. Thank you so much, dude. I hope I can always keep on improving. I still look at it like it's not good enough, so I want to keep on improving for you guys. So I'm going to make one that says photo, right? And I'm going to give it an icon. Remember, icon is capital because it's a component that we're passing in. This one is actually called image icon in Material UI. So I'm going to go ahead and import that at the top. So at the top of the file over here, image icon, save. And then what I'm going to do is I've got the title, the photo, import option is not defined. So I'm going to go ahead and import it. And then I'm going to say color for this one is going to be, let's go ahead and say the color of this one can be, I found some custom colors that I grabbed. So this is a hexadecimal for a color that you'll see on the screen in just a sec, right? We refresh now, we should be able to see this, right? So you can see now, there you go. We've got a blue photo, right? So import option over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to repeat this like a few times. And I've already got the content for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and copy what I had over here. So save a bit of time. There you go. And I need to import subscription icon, event note icon, and calendar view icon. So a couple of imports that need to happen. I'm going to go ahead and pop them in right now at the top of the screen. So go over here. There we go. Save. Okay. Now this looks pretty clean. Okay. Now, obviously, it doesn't look the best. I mean, it looks not bad, but it doesn't look like we want to get it to. So how do I do that? We've got feed input options over here. So I go down here and I say feed input options, display flex. And watch what happens. It goes into a row, right? And then we say justify content, which is basically going to go ahead and say space evenly. And now, boom, spaces it evenly, right? That's going to help us, have something pretty clean. Now you can see this styling here. So I'm going to go into my input option and start styling the input option itself, because that's where we're going to get a little bit more granular. So here I'm going to say input option, and then target and say display flex, right? Like this, save it. And everything goes into align. Then I'm going to say align item center, boom. And everything goes into center. Margin top, I think it's too close to right now to the top. So 15 pixels margin top. And you can see it goes ahead and pushes away. Then I'm going to give it a color gray, padding 10 pixels, and color cursor pointer. Input option. I'm going to actually make a hover effect now. So I want to have it. So when I hover over this, the background goes to light gray and the border radius goes to 10 pixels. And actually, you know what? Instead of using light gray, remember I told you about that white smoke. Let's go ahead and use that. Right. And then the final touch before I test that is I'm going to say target the input option, and we're going to target H4. And I'm going to go ahead and say margin left 5 pixels. And you can see, look at this. Look at that. That looks so clean. Awesome, man. That looks so clean. I like that, right? So this is looking pretty good right now. Okay, we have this at the top. In fact, that's a bit strange. Okay, so you see that, guys? It's actually marked over the top of my header. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Let's go to header.css. And you can see the reason being is because I don't have a background color. That makes sense, right? Let's go ahead and give background color white. Oops, background color white. What's up, Yannick from Belgium? Look at that. That looks a bit more clean. Cool. Fixed. Bug squashed. Right. Now, for the input field, that's pretty cool. All right. The next thing I want to do is have posts, I guess, right? But before we do that, what I think we should do is maybe let's go ahead and pop out the widgets, right? And then we can kind of work on the posts functionality. Or we could do the posts. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create, let's work on the feed. Let's work on the feed. That's more interesting, right? So the feed. So over here, oh nice, we've got Kenya here. My parents are actually, my dad was from Kenya. Fun fact. Right. So now what I'm going to do is underneath the input container, right? So notice how over here we had, cannot wait for the Redux clone. Oh shit, nice. I didn't even know I was building that, but apparently I'm building a Redux clone now. Cool. How do you do this? I will teach you guys. Right. So here I'm going to say this will be where the posts are. Right. So the posts will get listed down here. And this is where we're going to see all the posts rendered out like this. Right. They look very similar to this. So I'm going to create a post right now. So let's go ahead and make a post. Any suggestions for a change of music? Oh, by the way, let's mix it up a bit. So RFCE, boom, post. I'm going to go ahead and create a class name. Someone said fake. Honestly, I wish it was. I wish it was, but you can see me literally writing the code out here, right? Import post.css. And then I'm going to go ahead and say post.css, post.css, boom. And then we can go ahead and say this. Nice. And we got this up and running post. Cool. All right. So the post itself, post. Okay. So post is going to have a few things, right? It takes props. So here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is name, description, but dude, make the most of it. Code. That's it. Learn from this stuff and just carry on crushing it with code, man. Okay. Zoom in. That should help you guys out, right? There we go. So we got that name, description, and what else are we gonna have? We're gonna have a message. I'm also gonna have a photo URL eventually for the actual image itself, okay? So I think I'm gonna keep it like this because it's kind of hard to code that up, right? Okay, cool. Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to have the post over here. And then what we're going to say is I'm going to have a header firstly for the post. Okay, so the header I'm referring to is this bit over here. Import that. Go ahead. Boom. We've got an avatar now. I'm going to have a few sections. So where we have the name, I'm going to containerize that, right? So here, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say post info. So post __ info. There we go. And then here I'll say h2 tag. And I'll say here, let's go ahead and say a name. So imagine it just said Sunny Sanga for now. And then here I had a p tag with a description, right? So p tag, and then we'll say description. There we go. Okay, Sunny Sanga description. Now what we're gonna do is underneath this, we're gonna have, post body. So post _ body like this. Oh, I'll zoom in like that. That's a bit better. Yeah, post body. Cool. And then here we're gonna have the message, right? This will all come together, don't worry. We got a message in it. Message goes here. Now, feed, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna render a demo post, right? So let's go ahead and say post. And for a post, let's go ahead and we've got a few things, right? We've got let's go ahead and check my feed. So here I'll say name, the language we're coding in JavaScript. So we'll say name, Sunny Sanga. There we go. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say description. Let's go ahead and say test. Say this is a test. This is a test. Okay. And then we're going to say message. And then we're going to go ahead and say, I love those playable websites out there. Games, if you ever looked into that. Yeah, I definitely have. Check out Flexbox Froggy is how I learned Flexbox. Amazing resource. Right, the message here say, wow, this worked. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the photo URL. We're going to leave that blank for now. Okay. It's just to render something on the screen. I think I've already imported it. No, I have not imported it. So I'm going to go ahead and import it in my code, save it, and it's not imported, right? Let's check out why it's happening. So sometimes it gets slow, especially when I'm streaming. There we go, imported. Nice. Now we're going to do inside of a post over here. We're going to now go ahead and say post.js. And then in here, we're now going to have the, I'm going to style this up a little bit more so it looks a bit cleaner, okay? So let's open up post.css. Let's drag this to the bottom of the file over here. And now we can go ahead and say post. And then here, what I want to do is I'm just going to get my sort of reference. I'm going to say background color, white, padding 15 pixels, margin bottom 10, border radius. I'm going to apply it. Okay. Post is not a HTML tag. It's my own component. You'll upload this full video on a live. Yes. So straight away afterwards, it's going to go straight up on the live stream. So you'll see it there, dude. Go ahead and refresh. Oops. Go ahead and refresh this one. There we go. I will cover the context API. Yes. We're actually covering Redux in this build. Right. So you can see now we've got a background to it. And then here for the header, right, I'm going to target the header and say post _ header like this. It's going to say display flex. And we'll say margin bottom of 10 pixels, like so, 10 pixels. Oh God, margin bottom of 10 pixels is, we're going to go ahead and have the header. We need to fix this header up. It doesn't look very clean, right? So the info, I'm going to say margin left 10 pixels because right now it's way too close to that avatar. So that will push it away from it a little bit. And then I'm going to target the p tag inside. I'm going to say font size 12 pixels, color gray. We have the post body. Now I'm going to show you a little trick, right? So if we actually go ahead and have too much text here. So imagine this was like way over here, right? You need to actually handle that. So this is a little trick of doing it. You say post body overflow wrap anywhere and it just handles it for you. So very handy little trick. Okay. Right. Gonna go this at a H2 and there you go. Cool. Font size 15. This already looks a little bit cleaner. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to add on these buttons at the bottom of these. So you see here, like, comment, share, send, all that good stuff. So go into our build over here. And yet we are yet to actually touch on Redux. So we are going to be doing Redux today. It's going to be pretty damn good. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is underneath the post body, I'm going to say post buttons, post __ buttons like this. Cool. And then in here, I'm going to have input option. So I think we created that already. Yep, we have input option. So remember that component we used earlier, right? For this, I'm going to reuse it because that's what we do in React. We reuse buttons. Now here, I'm going to go ahead and reuse it. I'm going to say input option, icon, text, and it says, honey, how do you do this? I'm going to show you guys. Don't worry. Icon equals, and then here I'm going to say, okay, so there's a few different icons that I've got from Material UI. So the first one is thumbs up outlined, right? So this one is bit, again, I don't determine these names. They come up with it themselves. So boom, right? And then we're going to have a few others. So it's got that, and we've got a title, which is going to be for this one. It's going to say like. So it's going to say like this. And then I've got a color, which is gray. I think I've spelled that the American way. I'm not really sure. I always lose track. When you're coding, you don't really like keep track of this stuff. Now, rather than rendering this out, I'm going to just go ahead and say name. Rather than doing this, oh God, no, that's not, what is that? And then here I'm going to say description from the props, right? And then here, message goes here. So this one down here, I'm going to say message, boom. Right, so we've got the like over here. That's pretty cool, right? So I'm going to add a few more buttons, right? So I've got a few other buttons over here. I'm going to do these ones here. So chat outline, share outline, send out outlined. So I'm going to go ahead and boom, copy this. So you can see now we've got 4 options that have been added, and we've been using our reusable component, the input option that we set up earlier. So now I'm going to go ahead and target this post buttons, and you can guess, go ahead and guess what we're going to do to that post buttons. If someone can do it by the time I can write this code out, flex it. We're going to flex on this button. We're going to say display flex. Sonny, why are you left click programmer? I want to pursue something that I feel is going to allow most people. Save. And now you go. There you go. Look at that. That's pretty damn good. Right? That's pretty cool, right? Looks pretty clean. Gets me excited when I see that shit. All right. This is cool. Now, I'm going to show you guys a few things, right? So, on the posts, right? So I'm going to go to, firstly, the feed. Now, for the feed, in React, we can have something called state. Now, state is like a React variable. We declare it like this. So imagine we had a bunch of messages inside of our feed, right? In order to capture that, what I'm going to say is posts. So for all of those posts, I'm going to create a variable called posts, and then every variable that you create using state should have a setter function. So here, whenever we want to change posts, I'll use set post to change it, right? So here I'll say use state. This is called a hook. This is called React hooks, and they're very powerful, very good. And inside of here, you go ahead and pop in the initial value that you want for this. So right now for post array, it's going to be empty array. Right, it's going to be empty array. Is Next.js better than React? It uses React and it allows you to have server-side rendering. That's how you need to think of it. We need to import use state up here. Save. So down here in post, I'm going to go ahead and say posts.map. And basically what I want to do is every time I have a post, I'm going to go ahead and render it on the screen, right? So I'm going to render out a post. So right now I'm just going to do this, and we should have nothing rendered because we might have an empty array. So this basically goes in, oh, sorry. Here I would say post map for every single post. There we go. And then map the posts out. Cool. Okay. Now, what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you guys how we can make it so that when I send a message, here we can go ahead and justify those buttons. It's killing me. Do you know why I didn't? It's because of this. Look, LinkedIn didn't justify them, but it is going to drive people crazy. I know. I also thought that when I did this, I was like, that looks really weird, man. So if I go here and I can go ahead and say, it wasn't post, it was feed. No, was it? It was post, sorry. It was input buttons. No, it was post, and then it was the input buttons here. So we can say justify content space evenly. I tell you what, that should help you out, dude. Space evenly. So we fixed the OCD part over here, right? We done that. So let's go ahead and say love from Pakistan. Hey, what's up, guys? Right. So now, whenever I send a message, I need to go ahead and send a post, right? So on button type submit, here what I do is I say on click OCD for this bit. Remember, it was justify left. It was like sort of left centered before I spaced it out. So here I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to say send post. And I need to create a function here called const send post. And every time we have a clickable function, it has an event. So this just stands for an event. So this is called an arrow function. And what we're going to go ahead and do, right? So send the post, right? So now what we're going to do is I'm going to have it so that we do so right now, because it's in a form, if I type and I hit enter, look what happened. It refreshed. We don't want refreshing, right? So what we're going to do here, we're going to say e.prevent default, save it. And now look what happens, guys. If I go ahead and type in, hit enter. Oh wait, it needed to refresh. That's interesting, right? Now if I go ahead and do it, there we go. I'm hitting the enter key. It doesn't refresh because we're preventing the default behavior. Okay. So when we do that, it prevents the default behavior. So it stops that issue from happening. Right. So with that bit said, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, I'm going to show you an example about how it would work. Right. So here I'd say set posts, right? Set posts. And I would basically go ahead and do something like this. I would say, okay, keep the posts that are there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an example. And you know what we'll do actually? We'll use Firebase right now. Let's go ahead and directly tap into Firebase, right? So I'm actually going to connect this to the database at this part. So if you're looking forward to that bit, then get ready because we're about to do that right now, okay? So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and add a Firebase file. So add firebase.js, and I'm going to go into my Firebase over here. Oops. And I'm going to go into my sidebar. Oh God, Firebase is bugging out. I'm gonna refresh Firebase. Right. Awesome, man. Awesome. Go ahead and do this. There we go. It's a little bit more chill, you know. It's an amazing looking UI. Yeah. I mean, I didn't create Firebase, but if you're talking about our app, then amazing. Thank you. We're gonna go to our here. So we're gonna go down here, config. I want you to copy this. Go over here and just paste it in there. So that's our Firebase config, right? Over here. Now what we're going to do is Command J, right? Hit up Command J, and then we're going to go ahead and say, so at the bottom of the screen, so I just popped this up so you can see this right now. At the bottom of the screen, I'm going to go ahead and do, oh God, that's horribly, oh, I don't want to do it that big. At the bottom of the screen, I'll say yarn add Firebase. So I'm installing Firebase to my project right now, okay? And then what we're going to do, now here what I'm going to say is import React from, oh no, what am I doing? Import React, import Firebase from Firebase dependency. You got terminal in JavaScript? Yeah, man. No, so this is just a terminal for, it's an integrated terminal. So it's actually just a Linux terminal, but it comes up in the ID if you press Command J. So it helps you out, okay? Now what we're going to do is we're going to say const Firebase app, right? And then here we're going to say Firebase.initialize app. And we're going to pass in the Firebase config. This special line of code right here connects everything. So it connects to our database, sets everything up, and it works, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and show you something. I'm going to go ahead and say, so that's how we connect the first line of code. The next one I'm going to say is I'm going to get the DB, okay? So here I'm going to say, go to the Firebase app that we just initialized. Cool, there we go. And I'm going to say, get Firestore. Simple as, I'm going to get Firestore. And this inside of DB, we have access to our variable, okay? The final thing I want to do is I want to get the authentication. So earlier on, I said we're going to have login support, right? So what we can do here is I can say Firebase. So it's not the Firebase app, it's just Firebase. I'll say auth and like that. And that's going to give us access to authentication things that we need. Then what I'm going to do is I need these two variables outside in different files because we've set them up. So I'm going to go ahead and say DB and auth. And this goes ahead. Dude, I love Kite, by the way. Priyanshu is asking how Kite is. Kite is like a machine learning AI sort of autocomplete, and it's really, really done me well. Really, really pretty good. So I'm actually a big fan of it so far. Okay. So we've got DB and auth like so. So DB auth over here. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to connect to our Firebase, right? So there's two big things that are going to happen right now. Okay. So here, what I want to do is we're going to be using the NoSQL sort of Firestore database, this one over here. So what I want to do now is I actually want to go ahead and set it up so that my posts, I'm going to have a collection of posts, and then the posts are going to be listed here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the use effect hook. Now the use effect hook is a special hook which allows us to fire off code when the feed component loads. It also allows us to fire it off whenever the component re-renders if we don't pass a second argument. If we pass in a blank dependency like this, right, then it will fire off once when the feed component loads, but it will never fire off again after that, So when a re-render happens, it doesn't go ahead and fire off again. We're going to go ahead and connect to the DB at this point. So here I'm going to import the DB from my local DB file, or from my local Firebase that we just set up. And I'm going to say, go into the collection. So I'm actually accessing Firebase right now. And I'm going to go into the collection of posts. So Kite, you see that? Kite even actually knew what I was going to do. It's like it's listening to me, right? In all this machine learning stuff, it gets a bit scary, you know, but I'm joking. It's actually really handy extension Kite. Go check it out, right? So now that that's done, what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say DB collection posts. And then inside of our feed, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say on snapshot, which basically gives us a real-time listener connection to, this is JavaScript by the way, this is a real-time connection to the database, and basically says, give me a snapshot of the posts collection. So soon there'll be a post collection in here. And then what you want to do is every time the post gets added to, deletes, changes, or anything, it will give us a snapshot. So this is actually a real-time listener that we're getting right here. Okay, so that's the first thing it does. The second thing I want to do is every time the posts change, I'm going to update my posts piece of state. So this is going to be a bit of a tricky one to understand in the beginning, right? It's going to be it might throw you off a bit in the beginning, but don't be afraid of it. Okay, you will learn it, you'll understand it, it will make sense. So now what we're going to say is snapshot.docs. And I'll go over this right now. You're probably wondering what the heck is docs, but in a collection, you have many docs. So we're going to get the docs. We're going to say map through the docs, right? And for every single doc inside of that collection, right, we're basically going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and return. So having open parentheses in the arrow function means implicit return, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to return an object. Now, what am I going to return inside this object? I'm going to have an ID, and this is going to be the document ID inside the database. And I'm going to have a data, which is actually the doc.data. So this allows me to get any of the data that's stored behind the post itself on DB. If I hit save now, right? If I hit save now, what this has done is it's created a real-time listener to Firebase, which means that anytime when I will create a post collection in a sec when I push a message in, but what it'll do is it'll push a message in here. And this is directly mapped to my posts, which means that if my posts change, it will go ahead and update it, right? So this is where it gets a little bit tricky, okay? So stay with me and it won't be very hard to go ahead and understand this once you get the hang of it, okay? So now what we're gonna do, Sumo says coffee on me, thank you dude. Send post. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say DB. So every time I click the add button, okay? Over here, sorry. Every time I click on, it says use effect not defined, so I need to import that, like so. Yep, so we import use effect, and then what I'm going to say is when I send the post, okay. So when I go over here, it says db dot, okay. So when I send the post, let's go over here, refresh. This is cutting edge sort of JavaScript, by the way. So if we go ahead and type in here and I hit enter, I want to basically push to the DB, right? So what I can do is I can say db.collection posts, right? So I'm going to push into the post that we're actually listening to, so you can see what's going to happen here, right? So what will be the next one after this? Go ahead and let me know. And I've got a ton of ideas, but we can pretty much go and figure one out. I need to prep all these builds, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say add, right? Now here, I'm going to add an object to the database. Thank you so much, Armor Lady, again for the nice messages. Tech Center logging off now. Peace, bro. Thank you so much for turning up. Right. So here I'm going to add a post in the database. So here the name of the post of the post. For now, I'm just going to say it's Sunny Sanga. We'll do the authentication in a sec, and then I'm going to go ahead and say description. The description for the post would be, let's just say this is a test right now, right? And then what I'm going to go ahead and say is message, and the message in this case is going to be the input field, right? But the input field, how do I get this text, right? How do I actually access that text, right? Okay, so what we do now is in the input field, if I want to map this to state, what I do is I create a piece of state for the input. So I go ahead and say const input, and then here I'll say set input like this, and I say use state. So we're just basically setting it up over here, use state, and I put an empty string in like that, right? I go down to my input field down here. I say the value of this input field is my input piece of state, right? One problem when I do this though, if I comment this out for a sec, If I do that, right, look what happens when I try and type into the input field itself now. So we get a problem when I do that, because what happens if I try and type in, look, I'm banging on the keyboard right now and nothing's happening, right? And why is because we're consistently mapped. So it's just stuck mapped to this, right? So that's not a very good situation where we want to be, okay? So I say value is input. And then what I can do is I can say on change. So every time the user types in, so every time I type in, it fires off an event. And then what I'm going to say set the input, right, to the event. Target, which means that, okay, this input field, get the value from it. So all you need to know about this line of code is that once you know how to do it, it just makes a lot of sense, right? Like you just need to memorize that once and it will make sense thereafter. So e.target.value is how we do that, okay? So save it, refresh, and over here. So the message now, we're going to go ahead and say is the input, okay? So that's going to be good. And then for the photo URL, for now, we don't have images. So I'm going to go ahead and just assume that we don't have an image. Oops. Okay, so I'm just going to give it a blank. So nothing for the photo. And a timestamp. So every message I push in, I want it to have a timestamp. Here's a good way of doing it. I say import Firebase from Firebase. Right? So import Firebase from Firebase. What it is, I'm here. Nice. Right. So Firebase, and then what I'm going to say down here is I'm going to say Firebase.Firestore.field value. So this is actually a really handy little trick. Field value .server timestamp. Gary, what's up, dude? He's back. Sonny, we're going to do this daily or often? Dude, I'm going to try my best to try and do at least consistency. So whether it or not, it's going to be two times a week or something like that, okay? Aish says, I'm focusing on your coding, that's why it's quiet. Right, so here, ignore that stuff for now, it's fine. Refresh, we can refresh this, there we go. So you see, what this is doing is basically, so imagine now if I was to go ahead and push a message from London, right? My timestamp is different to your timestamp. So if you're based in the States, or if you're based in India or Pakistan or Canada, right? Then what you're going to find is that your timestamp is different to mine. But if we both use the server timestamp, it's going to be the same. So that's why we do this, right? So that's why we have that as the example. Now, what we can do is that will push in. So this is actually a moment of truth right now, because what we have is database collection and we add some stuff in here, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say 9 p.m. in the UK. Yeah, that's where I'm at. And then here what we say is I'm going to map the post out. So once we've actually pushed it, I'm going to go ahead and map it. Now, if this all works together, damn, I'm going to have a little bit of a celebration, because this actually usually run into little issues, you know? So I'm going to destructure the post itself, and I'm going to say get the ID out of it, get the data from it. So this was actually from when we pulled it from Firebase. Remember, we pulled it in this way, ID and data. So I'm just destructuring it down here. I'm saying get the data, get the name, get the description, get the message, and get the photo URL, right? Cool. And then what I'm going to say here is the post is going to be mapped to all of those things, okay? Now, a key is important whenever you're rendering out a list, because what actually happens is whenever you have a list in React, so React does a very clever way of re-rendering. But imagine I push something into a list. What we want to do is we only want React to re-render out the new element that was added to a list. But if I don't give it a key, so a key is something unique. So imagine every element in that list has something unique. If I don't give it a key, React has to re-render the entire list, because it doesn't know that you just pushed in a unique one, right? So instead what we do is we give everything a key. That means that way, if there's 1,000 elements in a list, it's only going to render the last one that was added. So the new one that was added, okay? So that's going to be something important. What we're going to do here is we should be mapping out. So I'm going to get rid of the hard-coded one. And let's see if everything went well, or if we're going to hit a bug, okay? So I'm going to refresh. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put over Cloud Firestore on the right-hand side and my app over here, okay? Now here I'm going to say, yo, what's up? Hashtag Papa Fam. Enter. Oh my God. That's pretty damn cool. Like, that's pretty damn cool. And then if I refresh my database, when you add a new collection, it's going to do that. Check this out. Posts, added a post with a unique ID. Description, this is a test. Yo, what is up, Papa Fam? Sunny Sanga. And you see how it was real time, which is dope, right? So also something to notice that this right now didn't clear, right? So I'm going to do one thing and then we're going to test it again and then we're going to celebrate if it goes well, right? So what I want to do is I actually want to set the input to empty afterwards. So after I submit, it's going to set the input to that, right? So let's go ahead and try this out and see if it works, right? So what's your desktop background? That is my beautiful girlfriend, Mebon, right? So now what I'm going to do is we're going to test this out and see if it works, okay? So you see when I refresh, it connects to the DB and then loads the feed. That's pretty cool, right? So everything works in its own way it should. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to see if it works. So this is a test, right? 3, 2, 1, boom. Look at that. That worked really nice, actually. Everything sort of worked as exactly as I wanted it to. And here what I can do is if I go ahead and said, like, boom, check that out. But, why did it snap to the bottom, right? Why did that happen, right? So I'm going to show you right now how we can fix this, right? So if I go ahead and say, this is a message, you see, like it just kept, it got put in a random, like weird location, right? That's not what we want, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to where we actually mapped it from the database. I'm going to say order by, and remember we added a timestamp down here. I'm going to use that. I'm going to say order it by the timestamp, pop it in descending order. So Firebase offered this functionality, and now wait for it, and this is a message. Okay, this is a new message. There we go. Comes to the top. Boom. Works. Everything is nice and clean. That is pretty cool, right? It works. Everything is pretty good. So gonna go ahead and continue. So you see now we've got some over scroll happening over here. So that's pretty cool. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go ahead and next section naturally is going to be, let's do the authentication portion. Okay, so let's actually do authentication. Now, the reason why I want to do authentication here is so that when you jump into the app, you're going to be presented with this screen, right? So you're going to be presented with this screen over here, the one that you can see on the screen right now. Now, we're going to have a full name, which is going to be required if you're registering a new account. A profile picture is optional. You can provide a URL to go ahead and like add that to your profile pic, and then the email and password. And all of this is going to be powered by Firebase. Right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to store the user inside of Redux, and then this is basically going to be, this is what I made, yeah. So we're going to store the user inside of Redux and then move forward from there, and then Redux will allow us to go ahead and pull in the data from wherever we need it. Okay, so we're not doing JWT, we're actually using Firebase authentication, which makes it so damn easy. So I'll show you how to do that. So yeah. Let's go do that now. So we're going to go to app.js. So here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. We got the widgets that we'll do afterwards. But we need to go ahead and firstly set up Redux. So Redux is something that we basically want to go ahead and get up and running. So now what we're going to do is we're going to sort out the authentication portion. So what we're going to do firstly, the template does this weird thing, right, where it's basically going to go ahead and add it inside of this counter folder, right? So we don't actually care about all this right now. So I'm going to delete the counter.module. We don't care. We don't want that CSS module right now. So again, my computer loves to do this funky stuff when we're live, but basically this should delete. There we go. And then I'm going to grab these two files and drag it to the features, right? So move to the features. So that way the counter is an empty folder, and I'll delete the counter folder because I don't want the counter folder, right? Priyanshu, thanks, dude. But then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and, so anytime I move a file or folder around, it just freezes up a little bit. So the purpose of Redux, guys, is so that whenever you have a React app, right, and you have nested components, and we need to access the user in many different places, rather than passing it through as a prop to individual components, we're going to run into a problem called prop drilling, Right? Prop drilling is a big problem, and it makes the app hard to maintain. It makes the app sort of hard to build on. So what we do is we introduce something like Redux, which allows us to manage the flow of data inside of an app. Okay, so that's going to be pretty cool, and we're going to do it right now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the counter, and what I'm actually going to do is there's a file called store. Okay, so we're going to go to the store firstly. So I'm going to go into the store, and over here you can actually see we've got counter, reducer, and things like that, right? Then, so what we're going to do is going to go ahead and say, well, we've got the counter reducer. I'm going to rename this to be, so inside of React, basically, I'm going to draw on the screen. I'll explain this one out. Okay. So we have a few things. We have HTML, right? Oops. We have HTML. Oh my God. What is that? HTML. We have CSS, and then we have JavaScript, right? Now, all of these things together go ahead and create like a website, right? They create a website. So what we do is we wrap that in something called Redux, right? So we map that in something called Redux, and then, in React. Sorry, we map that in something called React, right? React gives us a progressive web app, which allows us to have really powerful, beautiful apps that we can do things with. Now, what we do is we then go ahead, and React is a library that we're coding with, but then React has a very handy library that the community have built called Redux. Now, Redux is essentially a layer around it, and it's called like a data. So we think of it as a data layer, right? So we can call this Redux. And basically all we're doing is enhancing our React app with essentially like a data layer. So anytime I have some stuff that I need to push into the data layer, I can do that, right? So I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by that before we get started. Okay. So, I'm using ScreenBrush, by the way, to draw on the screen. Okay. Cool. So let's just jump straight into it. I'm going to change this to become the user reducer. Okay. And again, we got rid of the counter. So we're going to say user slice, and I'll explain this in a sec, but the user is going to have a user slice call, which is going to pull from user reducer. So save it. All you need to know at this point is just follow along with me. All right. It will make sense. Trust me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename the files so everything makes sense. So I'm going to get rid of counter.js. We don't care about that. We don't need that. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to basically go ahead and rename to user slice. Okay. Redux is hard to understand, so I will explain this bit really nicely. Okay. So just follow along. What we're going to do is we're going to change the code up, and then we'll explain it and break it down for you. Okay. So the counter slice over here, I'm going to change the 3 bits where it says counter slice. I'm going to call it the user slice, right? Because it's the user, all we're going to store over here is the user information. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is user like this. Okay. Then over here, I'm actually going to have the user as an object, and the initial value of the user is going to be no. Okay. Now what I'm going to say is user slick. What's that? I didn't do that. Is that? Slice, not slick. Where did I do that? Store. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go inside of here. The reducers have functions which allow us to manipulate the state. Now, again, don't get scared by this stuff. I'll explain everything. We can get rid of this. We don't need that. Here, we can get rid of this stuff, but you can read it when you do it yourself. And we're going to say select user. And this will basically allow us to pull from the data layer whenever we need to. We're going to pull from the user slice, and here we're going to pull the user variable from the user slice. Okay, so let's break down Redux. So in a React project, here's React, right? God damn it. Here is React, right? So here's React. Now React is component-based design. So it means we have app.js, stuff like that, right? We have app.js. We have things like the login page, for example, which is login.js. We have things like the, let's call it the post.js, right? Now, we render from the app.js first, right? Login will be a page of its own. And then over here, post will be an element of its own. Now, obviously, post is inside of another component and it kind of gets nested. But I'm going to keep it high level for now, okay? So what we can do at this point is I'm going to do this, make it very clear. Okay, so app renders out the login page. App renders out the post. Well, it doesn't actually render out the post in our case. It renders out the feed, which renders out the post. So let's quickly correct that. So here it renders out the feed.js, which is actually feed. And then this renders out the post, right? So we have a bunch of stuff happening here, right? So we have the feed component, then the post itself. And then obviously we can have several post components through props now. Okay, now when we log in, what happens is I get a user, right? So imagine like if I log in, at this point I might get a user object. So I want to use this user object throughout my app. But how do I pass it back up the tree? So I could create a piece of state over here and then pass it down here, manipulate it, and then basically pass the user over here, pass the user over here. That's messy, right? And we call this problem prop drilling. Okay, and this is not good. We don't like this, right? So we don't want to do prop drilling. So instead, what we want to do is focus on introducing something like Redux. Now Redux, think of it like this, as a big data layer which wraps around our app, right? So I'm just going to get rid of our user for now to make life a bit easier. Okay, so imagine this is Redux, right? Now Redux, what we can do is, say if I get the user object at this point, I can push the user object into the data layer at this point. So now it's in the data layer. Now if I need the user object over here, all I can do is I can go ahead and say, okay, I know it's in the data layer now, so I can just pull it from the data layer and I can get the user object over here. So you see how now we skip the problem of the tree issue that we had before. So we can just push the user in at any point, pull it from any point. And this works with any component. So if I need the user over in the feed, I can pull it like so, okay? So you see, it's very, very powerful. We can do this in many ways, okay? Now, what we can do to enhance this is we can basically have the user like this, but we don't want to just store it in one massive data layer. So what we do is we slice it up. So imagine like an onion, right? An onion has multiple slices to it. So what we do is we tend to have slices. So I'm going to have the user slice, and inside of the user slice, I'm going to have the user's information, right? So this user information goes in and it basically gets stored in the user slice. So think of it like that. So imagine we generate the login over here and it goes into the user slice, right? And then imagine I need it over in post.js, I can just pull it and use it there, right? But what we can also do is we can have different slices of state for different purposes. So imagine if I needed like a theme slice, right? And then I could manipulate, and inside of here, I could have dark mode, for example, and this could be a Boolean value, right? So it could be true or false. But now I have an easier way to maintain my Redux data store. So I hope that makes a lot of sense, and I hope that simplifies a lot of things out for you. If it does, smash the thumbs up button, right? So, all right. So I think that was pretty cool, right? So that was actually something which I think is needed to explain what's going on, because that's actually gonna be a tricky thing for a lot of people, right? So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna jump back in and yeah, so now we're going to say the reducers. So the way, by the way, the way we attach something over here. So imagine if I had the user over here, I dispatch an action to change the user, right? So that's just something that we need to know. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say here, we're going to have a login action and we're going to have a logout action. Okay. So login action and a logout action. I'm going to get rid of this one. So here, a logout action. Okay. So two things, when you have an action, you get the state, which is the initial state of, which is the actual state of the slice. So in this case, the user slice. So here I'm going to say, whenever we log out, I'm going to set the user back to no. So when we log out, the user should get set to no. Okay. That's pretty cool. Now, when we log in, what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and say the user, we should get an action, and the user will go ahead and do the following. So we're going to say user slice. So in this case, we don't need the action in the logout, but in this one, we're going to say action.payload. Now the payload is basically an object that we pass along with it. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we need to export these. So rather than increment, decrement, which is the old stuff that we had here, we're going to say login, logout, like that. Okay. Save it. We've got the user slice and everything's happening in it, right? So what we do now is we go ahead, and this will allow us to actually pull the user from, remember what I said before, this pulling in, this is where we do it with the select. We call these selectors, right? So these are called selectors, right? And they allow us to pull information. So now that we've got everything set up, what I would recommend you do is go ahead into your app, right? So we've got React Redux over here. I'm going to go ahead full screen it. And then what I'm going to do is right now we also need to fix this. This doesn't look right. So I'm going to go F12 and I'm going to say Redux. So I'm going to install the Redux DevTools because they are very, very powerful. Okay. Redux DevTools are very, very powerful. Now here, I'm going to go to state and you can see we got the counter. So I need to refresh. So now I've got the user slice and the user is currently no, which is perfect. That's what we want, right? And then what we can do is we can dispatch login and things like that when we come to that point. So the next step now is to go ahead and proceed with building the login page. So I'm going to go to app.js over here. And basically what I'm going to say is I'm going to pull the user from the data store. So that exact point that I did before, where I pulled the user over here, I'm basically going to do that over here with the selector. So I'm going to say const user equals use selector like this. I need to import that, by the way. So use selector is a fancy hook from React Redux. And basically what we can do is you just pass in our selector. So we can say select user is the one that we created inside of our user slice. Remember that selector we talked about? Okay. That's going to be pretty handy. Now what we're going to do is we have the user here. So now what I'm going to say is if there is a user, right? So if there is no user, I want to render a login page, right? So I'm going to render a login page. Otherwise, render out the rest of the app. Okay. So if there's no user, render a login page. Otherwise, render out the rest of the app. So now it says login is not defined because yes, we need to create a login component. So I'm going to create that login.js like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and say RFCE, boom. And then here I'm going to say import. So we do our standard setup. We say login.css. And then here I'm going to say class name equals login like so. Oops, like so. Save it. And then go back to my app. Is everyone gone quiet because they're focusing? I never know if everyone's quiet because they're focusing or what's happening. But here I'm going to import login.css. I'm going to create that file. Login.css. And then now you can see, okay, it rendered a login, but it said login is not defined, right? So we go back to our app, see what's going on. We save it, just refresh. In some cases, it may not just be refreshed. So we need to, oh no, we didn't actually import it. That's why. So I'm going to import our login. So we did do that. Yeah. Import login. Cool. Nice. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, to prove that this is the login, we're going to say a H1 saying you are not logged in. You are not logged in. All right. Tiago, Redemption, Jonathan, everyone's focused. Cool, man. So you are not logged in right now. Cool. So even this shouldn't really be there, but okay, you're not logged in. Cool. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create a login flow, right? So a login page. So I'm going to go ahead and create the login page right now. So we've got our stuff here. I'm going to have two things. I'm going to have a image tag at the top. So I'd recommend checking out some tutorials after this about how Redux works. And if you want, I'll go ahead and create a dedicated video to explain as to how Redux works and all the sort of insides of Redux. I think that would benefit a lot of people. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say an image. Cool. So I'll go ahead and create an image. I'll go ahead and create a Redux tutorial as well. I think that'll be handy for a lot of people. Yeah. Where I explain it once, I can just say, go check that video. That'll be handy. Right. So we got a LinkedIn, massive LinkedIn icon, right? So here I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to have a form. So I'm going to have a form like that. Okay, cool. Get rid of the action. And again, because I'm going to have inputs and things like that. So my goal right now is to get to this page. Right. So I'm going to get to this page. Okay. So I'm going to have a form. Here I'm going to have an input field, which has, again, so remember this is the app that we're trying to get to. Full name, profile pic, email, password. Okay. So the first input field is going to have a placeholder of, let's just go ahead and say placeholder. And this one is going to say full name. And it's going to say required if registering. There we go. Required if registering. Saved. Login.css. Yeah, I'm going to pop this down here below. Cool. And then here I'm going to say login. And then here I'm going to go ahead and style this out. So I'm going to say login.css. Yeah. So for the login page, I'm going to apply the following. I'm going to say display grid, place item center, margin left or margin right. If I don't have these, it's going to sort of push towards the left. So I want to try and center it with that. And then padding top, padding bottom to make it a little bit more padded out. I'm going to target the image with the following. We'll say target the logo image. Object fit contain to keep the aspect ratio. The height of 70 pixels, margin top, margin bottom to space it out. Right? Almost at 3 hours. Let's go, guys. We're going to keep the value going. We still have 110 strong. This is amazing. Keep it up, guys. I promise you it's worth it. Okay. So yeah, let's carry on, guys. Stay positive, right? So now we've got the next few fields. So this one, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to have input over here. Ooh, input. Now, right? Placeholder. This placeholder right now is going to be the profile picture URL. Okay, so I'm going to start going into flow now, right? Right. New man, I hear you, dude. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing, right? Because it'll be good, Sonny, if you create a list of long tutorials. I will be definitely dropping as much as I possibly can. Trust me on that. All right, so we've got the two things done there. I'm going to have another input field, and this one's going to say placeholder. Ooh, got placeholder of placeholder. And this one's going to say email. And then we're going to have a final one with the password. Now with passwords, you don't want to show as you're typing in. So you basically go ahead and set the type to password. Okay. Even here, the text, this one should be email. It'll actually go ahead and auto complete a few things for you. Cool. We have that, right? Then I'm going to have a button underneath it. So button, right? You deserve it to have your own brand. Thank you so much, dude. That's my goal. We are going to crush it as a team, right? Sign in. Right, we're gonna have a sign in button there. So the way I'm gonna do it is we're gonna have a sign in option, and then if you're not registered, you can just click register now. Okay, and this is going to talk to Firebase and have everything up and running. Underneath the form, I'm gonna have a p tag, right? And this is basically gonna go ahead and do the following. So I'm gonna have a p tag over here, which has boom, and here I'm gonna say not a member. Cool. And then I'm gonna say if you're not a member, span. I'm gonna span some stuff. I'm gonna say class name. Span, sorry, register now. Register now. So I'm going to go ahead and say register now. Here I'm going to say class name. And then login. Class name equals login _ register. It allows me to get more in depth with these builds without getting, interrupted and things like that. So I can go ahead and just focus. Like this build is a lot bigger, right? We get to do a lot more stuff. We're going to have an on click with a register function that gets called. So let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to say const register, and then register is just going to be an arrow function. So there we go. We're just going to prepare it. The top right now is empty. That's fine. Cool. Right. So not a member, register now. And if I click that, it will trigger off the register function because it's in a span on click. That's pretty cool. Right. So now obviously this looks like trash, right? The button here, I'm going to do type submit. So when I hit the enter key, it will go ahead and do that. And I'm also going to click on click, and this is going to be a login function. So we're going to have a login to app function, right? I'm going to go ahead and create a function over the top. I'm going to say const login to app. It's going to be a basic arrow function. What we're going to do now is we have the logo, login to image and things like that. We're using Redux, by the way. This is all Redux, right? So for the form, right, I'm going to go ahead and target the form. I'm going to say target the login, right? Target the form, and then basically go ahead and here I'm going to say display flex, right? Display flex. Let's get the energy back up. Let's go display flex. And then here we're going to go ahead and say flex direction column. Flex direction column. And then there we go. So now it's stacked up in a column. It looks a lot better already. And then what I'm going to say is target the input fields inside. So I'm going to target the form and the input fields inside. Width 350, height 50, font size up, padding left, margin bottom, border radius 5. Save, flex it. Hey, that was flexing, dude. That was flexing. You see the glow up that just happened there. And look how we're getting closer to it. Boom, we're actually getting there, guys. We're getting there. Cool. Also, that's bugging me. Inside of our header right now, our search icon, this doesn't have placeholder. How did I miss that? Search. There you go. Now we're fixed. There it is. Where is it? Come on. There we go. Search. Nice. So sign in, right? I need to fix that button. So I'm going to target the button inside the form. Again, let's go down here. Boom. Login form button. Width 365 pixels. Height 50. Font size large. Color white. Background color LinkedIn colors. border radius 5 pixels. So register. So login register, I'm going to style that. This is that one over here. So I'm going to go ahead and say login register. Now for this one, I'm going to give it the color, which is the LinkedIn color, and cursor pointer. Now I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to target the P tag. So login P, and then I'm going to go and say margin top. Ooh, margin top of 20 pixels. Save. Right. Now, if I want to add some spacing here, I can just literally add an empty string like that. Right. And then we should be able to get, there we go. Not a member, register now. Cool. So you see, this is already looking pretty cool, right? So the login now. Now for the login, I'm going to go ahead and import the authentication module that I prepared earlier in our local Firebase file. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in, and boom. Hopefully my computer survives. Auth, okay? So what we're going to do now is some pretty cool stuff, right? So the first thing I want to do is for the login, because it's part of a form, we get past an event. I don't want it to refresh. I'm going to say e.prevent default. There you go, right? Now, we're going to move, actually, we're going to do the register functionality first, because we want to obviously register someone to the app first, right? Now, the full name is required if we register, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if there is no name, but firstly, how do I know if there's a name in here? We need to track it with state. So I'm going to do that first. So I'm going to go ahead and create a piece of state, const name, okay? This one's going to be const name. And then here I'm going to create pieces of states for all of them. I'm going to have an email one, so I'm going to do the email one first. So I'm going to say const email set email, and then we'll say use state like this, and that's going to be an empty string to begin with. Save. And then I'm going to have two more underneath it. So const password set name, that as well. There we go. Cool. And I'm going to go ahead and do boom, import from, there we go. Nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have it. So we're going to map these to the appropriate fields, right? So for the first one, for the email over here, I'm going to say value equals email on change equals set where I'm coding behind the scenes. So e better worth my god. Like, yeah, I don't think a lot of the audience will know, man. e.target.value, right? It's so funny. Great job, Sunny. Staying till you're done. Thank you so much, Dixon. Appreciate the support, dude. Cool. Now we've mapped the email. So I'm going to do the same for the password. Value equals password. Value equals password. Same here. I'm going to do on change equals e gets fired off. We're going to say set the password to be e.target.value. e.target.value. Save. And we'll do the same thing with the name. So we're going to say value equals name. These are all pieces of state that I prepared. Where's the link to your Twitch? I don't see it in the description. My Twitch, guys, is actually, do I have my Twitch right now on here? I don't actually have my Twitch on here. Oh my God. So I'm just Sunny Sanger on Twitch. So go ahead and find me. Loads of people have actually subscribed during this video. So amazing stuff. So I'm going to say set the name to e.target.value. Save. So we've mapped the name. We've mapped the profile picture we need to do. Okay, cool. So I'm also going to create a piece of state for the profile picture. Boom. And then I'm going to go down here and I'm going to go here and I'm going to do the same thing. Value equals profile pic. Nice. Now what I'm going to do is say on change. And then I'm going to say e.target.value. There we go. Save. That's cool. All right. So everything's up and running with that. That's awesome. And then what I'm going to do is says E is not defined. What? Oh my God. What did I do there? That's how you know. What the hell? Why would I do that? I said E set profile pic. That's how you know I'm on autopilot sometimes. So now I'm going to go ahead and say register. Right. So for the authentication bit, we already imported it from our config earlier. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and firstly say if there was no name, because a name is going to be required in this build. So we're going to say if there is a name, then I'm going to say return an alert, which says, please enter a full name. All right. So now if I try and do this, so imagine if I go ahead and try and click register and the name is empty. So it's refresh because sometimes the hot reloading doesn't work. So refresh and I try and do register. Please enter a full name. So So I need to actually input a full name before I can carry on. So that's going to help me out. Okay. So here, then what I do is I'm going to go ahead and say in the register section, I'm going to say auth, right? Now this is the powerful thing about Firebase. I can say create a user with email and password. I can pass in the email, I can pass in the password, right? And it's going to create it on the back end, which is pretty powerful. And then what I say is .then, and I say user auth, drop an arrow function. So if it's successful, then what I'm going to go ahead and say is I'm going to go ahead and say, then what I want to do is we're going to update the user. So imagine we created a user successfully. Once I've got that user created, I'm going to go into the user. So we get back an auth object. I'm going to go inside the user. And I'm going to update their profile. Right? And the reason why I want to do this is because I want to add a picture to their account based on the stuff that we entered during the login flow. So it's really powerful stuff. And then what I'm going to say is it actually gives you a nice little update when you do that. So you see display name, photo URL, things like that. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and map to the display name is going to be to name, the photo URL is profile pic. Now these shouldn't be changed because these are keys that refer to Firebase. And then this is our local name and this is our local profile pic piece of state. Okay. Kevin Tech, what's up, follower? Nice. So then what we're going to do is I'm going to say, okay, after that's done, then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So then I'm going to go ahead and then I'm going to dispatch a login. So I need to basically push the user at this point into the Redux store. So remember when I showed you guys earlier that we had this where we pushed the user into the store, right? So in order to do this, we need to dispatch the login action. Okay. So I need to get a dispatch, which is basically like, think of it like a gun that allows us to shoot actions into the data layer. So we can use the use dispatch hook, which is new to the React Redux toolkit. That gives us the things that we need to dispatch an action into the store. Now what I can say is on the then block, I can say dispatch is Firebase for the backend. Yes. Dispatch a login, right? And the login right now, we need to import it from our user slice, right? So I'm importing that from the login from the user slice. Redux Saga is good. Yarek is asking. Yep, our Redux Saga is pretty good. So dispatch login. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the email is going to be the user authentication. So when we get this back, it actually gives us back a user object. Inside of it, I'm going to say the email is going to be that email. The user ID is going to be the user authentication.user.uid. So this is again comes back from Firebase. We're basically going to push that into our data store. And then I'm going to say the display name, right? So the display name is going to be the name that we entered here. And then the photo URL, this is our URL because I've changed the casing. And then it's going to be the profile pic, right? So this will make sense once we kind of get everything up and running, okay? So I'm going to hit save. We dispatched the login action at this point, right? So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have, and if anything goes wrong at any of these points, right? Then over here, what I can do is I can then say catch, right? So when we do the big user auth, this one over here I'm talking about. So this big one over here, right? Is actually corresponding to this one over here. So we can say dot catch, and then here I can catch the error. If there's any error, it'll bubble up to this point, and I'm going to go ahead and say alert error dot message. There we go. Pretty cool, right? So that's working really good, right? So now when we log in, let's go ahead and check out what happens. Okay, so if I go ahead and refresh, if I try and log in with something, right? So if I click on, this is the register functionality, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open up F12 for my debugger or my inspector tools. I'm going to open up Redux. And then what we should see here is that it will dispatch an action when this works, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say full name, Sunny Sanga, profile pic URL. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and check me out on Google. I'm actually scary. I'm on Google now. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and, hey, me and my girlfriend, let's use that one. and I'm going to say copy image address, and I'm going to go here to profile pic URL, paste, and then here I'm going to go ahead and say sunny.sanger@gmail.com, right? And then I'm going to say ABC, right? Register now. Oh God, that's a bad profile picture URL. Okay, anyway, but you can see console, right? So, oh, photo URL is too long. Good. Okay, so something errored out. Okay, so if I here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave that as optional. So if I say register now, the email address is already in use by another account. So he actually created an account for me. But in fact, what I'm gonna do is instead show you the entire process rather than sort of skip through half and half. So we'll go ahead and implement everything up first, and then we'll carry on. Okay, so continuing where we left off, so we had the dispatch functionality here when we log in. Now I'm gonna go ahead and say that when we do, oh sorry, here I actually just need to dispatch the error itself. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to our login. So once we've created an account, oh actually, okay, so once we've created an account, the user will no longer be empty if we set everything up correctly. So if we go to our user slice, we can see over here the login, well, it should have gone ahead and set the state dot, this is where we went wrong, state.user to the action.payload. Save it. Okay, so here I'm going to say, let's just call it like Elon Musk, and then profile picture. Let's find a quick profile picture of Elon Musk. Right? Images. Let's just find this one. Seems like a happy guy. I love Elon Musk, man. He's so cool. This guy is like an idol, right? So we're going to do that. Is that good? I think that's the one. Yeah. Elon Musk at gmail.com. I wonder if someone's got that. ABC, register. Okay. So I'm going to do F12 and see what happened. So did it register? Did it dispatch? It dispatched the login action. The action is here. The payload was the following. So we had the email, the UID, and things like that, right? We had the photo URL, we had the display name, we had the UID, the pin, all that good stuff, right? Cool. So the user is now no, but it got pushed into the value, which means that we actually didn't save our code earlier. So here, I must have not refreshed because my hot reloading seems to be a bit weird. When you do this, it's a bit weird, right? So you need to make sure you refresh and double check it's all good. But now if I go ahead and say like Steve Jobs, for example, let's just leave the image here. Let's just say steve.jobs@gmail.com. Register now. Cool. Look at that. Holy shit. Look at that. We just logged in. That's cool. And I'll show you why that happened, right? So if I do F12 and I go over here to Redux, I check out the login. The action that I dispatched had a payload of the email and all the contents inside the user form. The state over here got affected by that because we dispatched the login action. So the user slice login action. This is the new state that got changed afterwards, right? You can check the diff, and here it will show you that it went from no to a user being present. Now, what's amazing about Firestore, Firebase Authentication, is that if I refresh now, check this out. It will go ahead into my app. Oh, and it didn't log us in, right? So how do we persist our login? Because right now we're technically actually logged in on the computer, but we're not showing that. So I'll show you how to go ahead and do that now. So what we do is we go to app.js, right? Here we create a use effect. So I'm going to go to app.js. We create a use effect, which means that when the app component loads, we fire off a piece of code. So here, I'm going to go ahead and say empty dependency. I only want to run once. I'm going to say auth because I need my authentication, right? So I'm going to import that from our local file. I'm going to say on auth state change. So this is a listener which goes ahead and listens to any sort of authentication change, which means persisted authentication. Okay. So very, very powerful stuff. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and say, okay, when I get this, the user authentication comes through as a callback. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and say, if, what I'll do is I'll close this out. So we can say if the user authentication is there, then the user is logged in, right? Else the user is logged out. Okay. Now what I can do here is I can go ahead and say, okay, if they were logged in, I can actually dispatch them into the store. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my dispatcher. So I'm gonna say const dispatch equals use dispatch. I'm gonna import use dispatch. And now here, when I log out, okay. So when I log out, it's simple, right? All I need to do is go ahead and say, so when the user's logged out, it's very simple. I just want to dispatch a logout function, right? Logout. So what I can do here is I can import it because I need to import it. So it's just going to, so when they're not logged in, why are we not using the context API? Because, thank you Abdul, by the way, for the sub. The reason why we're not using the context API is because context API is very good to teach, but in fact, Redux is so damn powerful now. So I want to teach you guys Redux because Redux is what you'll be using in production. So use Redux and you will literally be able to upgrade your portfolio to a whole nother level. So getting that first job will be a lot easier. Okay, so now here what I'll say is dispatch, and then I'll say login. So I'm going to create a login function. And then here what I'll say is I need to import it, and then I'm going to dispatch a payload with that login. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy in this stuff here and I'll show you what we do. Okay, so now what we're going to do is here, right? So email user authentication. You see, we just logged in. I'll show you why. So I'm going to get I'm setting the email UID, display name, and photo URL inside of our Redux store to the user authentication email UID, display name, photo URL that comes back, right? Refresh, right? Now what we're going to do, okay, this is cool now. So you see when I refresh, it detects that we're logged in and then it goes here. So now I need a way to log out, right? So I'm going to go ahead and you see the me button at the top, right? I'm going to make that actually functional. So I'm going to go ahead and say header.js. I'm going to have it so that when I click on this header option, I think it's the header option that I did, right? So yeah, I'm going to pass in an onClick function so I can actually customize this. So I'm going to pass an onClick function and I'm going to make it so that when I click this div, so when I click the me button over here, we got the header option on click, nice. And then over here, what I'm going to go ahead and do, but did you teach yourself just reading docs, watching vids like we are now? Both, honestly, both. I actually watched a bunch of videos, kind of built up from that, and then I went ahead and sort of, you know, just progressed that way. But honestly, I started this exact same way. Yeah, except I didn't have this level of support, obviously. So that's why I want to provide it, so that way you guys have the most like useful learning tools. So I'm going to create a function here called logout of app. So const logout of app. And what this one's going to do is just basically going to go ahead and do two things. It's going to dispatch a logout action, and it's actually going to log us out of Firebase. So I need the dispatch. So I'm going to dispatch, I'm going to use dispatch. Hey Sunny, what do you say to people who feel like they're in tutorial hell? Here's my advice for anyone in tutorial hell, okay? If you're in tutorial hell, use these builds to build up a really strong portfolio. Once you're done with that, go ahead and take something that you're passionate about. If you're passionate about something like for example, I had a student who was a bartender before. So I then told him, use the builds and go ahead and build a bartender app, which allows you to order drinks. That's pretty. And then what he did is he used the stuff from the builds, I combined it together, but he ran into his own unique problems that weren't on the clones and tutorials and things like that. And then he had to use the skills he learned to fix that problem. So I'd say dive into your own domain, anything you find like a hobby and things like that, use the skills that you learn from here, build your own app. And then that also gives you a talking point when you're in the interview. So hope that helped, dude. Right. So log out of app. Dalmas, thank you so much, dude. So here we're going to go ahead and say dispatch. And then here what I'll say is I'll log out. Right, so I'm going to dispatch. Now I first need to tell Redux that I've logged out. So this is going to be an easy way of doing that. Hence, it will basically log me out on the front end UI. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm also going to get the authentication object. So from the one that we set up earlier. So again, sometimes autocomplete is a bit slow. So there we go. I'm going to say sign out. So there is literally a function called sign out, right? And what I'm doing is I'm passing it through here. So I say log out of app. So this means logout of app, sorry, there we go. And now what will happen is, if I refresh, check this out. So when I click, it logs me in automatically. Up here where it says me, if I click it, it will log me out of the app. Dispatch logout to Redux, which means the UI on the front end will change. It will then sign me out, which will mean that we should get kicked out of here. Boom. So now if I refresh it, I'm actually signed out, right? If I try and log in as Elon Musk, we haven't set up our login yet, but it will work. Right, so first I need to change the profile images and stuff like that, but we'll do that afterwards. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the login flow now, okay? So we've done the registering flow, but you can see it's all coming together pretty good, right? So I'm gonna go into the login portion of the build now. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say auth dot sign in with email and password. Here I pass in the email, the password from those fields. And then what I say is I get a user authentication object, And what I say is, okay, I'm going to dispatch this into Redux. So I'm going to dispatch a login. Okay, cool. And the login is basically going to have the similar things that we had earlier. It's going to have an email, UID, and display name. Okay. And while we're there, what I would do is, because remember the display name is going to be what we had previously. So that's going to be logging in. And we're also going to have the profile URL. So profile pic, or was it profile URL? There we go. And this one will be the user.profile pic URL. So it's profile URL like that. A photo URL, sorry. Photo URL like that. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and test this out. Okay, so elonmusk@gmail.com. But I actually wanted to catch it. So I want to say firstly, by the way, where we have then, I'm going to catch it at the point over here. I'm going to say, okay, catch. Right, so we want to know if there was an error. Catch the error and just go ahead and alert it if there is anything wrong. So oops, error. I'm going to say alert error. Right, so that way Firebase will give us some kind of insight into what went wrong. We do. So if I click sign in now, boom, I'm into Elon Musk's account, which I provided with Sunny Sanger as a name, which is a little bit confusing. So what I'll do is I'll register an account. So let's go ahead and say, let's say Tiago, right? Tiago Mesquita. Mesquita. There we go. Photo URL, we'll leave the photo. And here I'll say Tiago@gmail.com. And then here I'll say ABC as your thing, right? I'm just going to copy this one. Now what we say is I'm going to register you an account. So you have this here, but it's not coming up here because we need to pull and show that, right? So right now we haven't actually got anything coming through, but we created you an account. Now to prove I created you an account, I'm going to go over to Firebase, go over to Authentication, and let's check it out. We should see Tiago. There we go, Tiago@gmail.com, right? So it usually is error.message, but Firebase give it back in straight away in the error, so you can go ahead and use that. But typically it is error.message, yes. And then what we can do is we can sign out. And then what I can do is if I go back to Tiago@gmail.com, ABC, sign in, we're back in. So you see, we have a fully functional implementation there, right? So we dispatch the user's information into Redux store. So what I can do now is I can actually go ahead and customize this accordingly. So if I go to the sidebar, right, what I can do now is I can actually start pulling in the information I actually want, right? So I need to get the user from the Redux store. So how do I do that? I say const user equals use selector, right? And then I can basically say select user like this. And then I can go ahead and import, and this will get me the user from the Redux store. So remember, we talked about this point over here. So we get the user from the Redux store, right? Use selector is not defined, so we need to import that. Boom, imported, done. And then what we're going to go ahead and say is refresh. Cool. And then now I've got the user's information, right, in this variable. So I can actually go ahead and use it. So to check out what I've got inside this variable, what I can do is I can go to Redux in my inspector. You need to install the Redux DevTools, but what I can do is I can go into state user, because it's the user slice, the user variable. And now I've got access to these variables. So what I can do here is for this one, I can say display name, right? So this was actually Tiago. Remember we logged in that account. So this one's going to be Sunny Firebase package is huge. Will it be a problem in production? So yeah, right now we're just installing the entire thing, but you don't have to install the entire thing. You can install just the bits you need. And then remember, React is actually very clever. It does something called tree shaking. So it gets rid of the stuff you don't need in production. So it's actually clever than you think. So now we're going to say user.displayName. Display name. And then here I'll say user.email. Like so. Save. And there you go. We've got the user.email, and there we go. Cool. So the avatar as well, I'll say source equals user.photo URL. So right now we don't have a photo URL, so it should just be no, which is fine. We can be cool with that. But we can also do is we can actually say, if we pass this in as, if we go ahead and make it not self-closing, what I can actually do here is I can do something cool. I can say if it doesn't have one, I can say the user use that email, use the first character in the email. And let's try that. Right, so in this case, we have the first character in the email. So what I'm gonna do is, any chance you're gonna clone a weather app like Dark Sky, I can definitely do that. So now check that out, dude. T for Tiago, because he doesn't have an image, right? That's pretty cool. So there we go. We've got that, pretty cool. And then what we can see now at the top is we also want the same thing, same behavior for the header. And then what I'm gonna do is over here where we have, so again, I need to get the user. So I say const const user equals use selector. Wait for that import. There we go. Use selector, select user, which is our selector. Import it. Boom. Cool. And then just make sure that that's actually poured in. Yep, so it's poured in. Cool. And then here what we can say is where we have the avatar, which is at the top of the file. So it's actually in header option. So it's this one here. So here, instead of that, I can actually go ahead and say the user dot photo URL. Yeah. And then what I can say is user dot photo URL. But what we can do actually is we can say, rather than this, we can actually go ahead and do something instead. We can say the header option. I'll show you a different trick instead. Rather than doing that, we can actually stop. We can get rid of that totally. And instead, what we can do is we can go ahead. We can get rid of the imports afterwards. That's not a biggie. We can say header option. Okay. And then what we can do is we can go over here, do this inside of the header option itself. And now we can make this a little bit more efficient. We can say use selector. Now for the avatar, what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to say the source is actually going to be the user optional chaining, because the user may not exist in the beginning. Get their first letter. Okay. So sorry, no, that's not correct. The source should be the photo URL, right? So that's correct. And then what I'm going to say is I'm not going to make it self-enclosing. I'm going to make it so that way if you don't have a picture, it's going to use the user's image. So user dot, let's just use the email address. We use the first character of the email address, save. Cool. And it says select user is not defined, so I need to go ahead and import that. Cool. That's pretty cool. Select user is not defined, now it should be. Okay, cool. Now you can see it says me at the top, but nothing worked there. Okay, so why is that? We say user.photo URL. Because there was no photo URL at the top, let's see why that happened. So interesting. So what we're going to do actually for this one is we're going to get rid of this for now. We're going to have it so that it's just the sort of T for Tiago, right? And then we can fix that on a different time. So here we're going to say user email. In fact, I've just messed up something a little bit there. The avatar here should actually be the following. So boom, that is correct. Interesting. What's happening here? So we can say the user email. In fact, we could use a display name, but it should be coming through. Strange. Okay. Sometimes we get these bugs and it's all good. We can fix it. Oh, because there's an avatar here. So now remember, because I'm no longer passing in the avatar, we don't actually need to do this dependency check. So what I can do here is I can actually get rid of this dependency check like this. That's why we were getting that issue. So again, we run into debugging issues, we overcome them together. We cannot read property email of no. So we use optional chaining. Is it photo URL? It is if we, but remember I mapped it to the store. So here, oh, okay, now here, this is the interesting part. Okay, so I see what's happened there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to make it so we're going to have avatar, but avatar is just going to be a Boolean, right? So what I'm going to do now is inside of the header, I'll say avatar is true because we don't always want to render it. So now if I do this inside of header option and we say user optional chaining, which means that it might be undefined, which it protects against. Yeah, we're focused. We're strong and following you. I'm still focused on build. Nice. Right. So we're going to go ahead and do, okay, cool. So there we go. So now if I go ahead and say Tiago at Gmail sign in, we're in and it says T. Nice. That's cool. That's awesome, man. Right. So now I want it. So when I type in, this is a test. right? Why is it Sunny Sanga? It should be Tiago, right? So the post needs to be changed. So the feed first, we need what we input into the database here. Now, rather than using the name, we can actually use the users that signed in. So you can see it's all starting to come together now. So I can go ahead and say const use selector. Let's go ahead and pull in the user. I'm going to use select user as well. Pull that guy in. And now what I can do is for the name here, I can go ahead and say the user dot, and let me just double check this so we just get this right on the first go, feed.js. So here I'm going to say the user.display name, right? So I want to use the sort of, the natural name behind it, okay? The description, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use the user's email. So I have the email underneath them. The message is good, photo URL. We're going to say user.photo URL. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, we're just going to put an empty value, okay? Save. Now, if I post a message, we should see Tiago, right? But it all depends if we've done it right? So I'm going to check this out. Tiago, wow, it works, question mark. Hey, there we go. Tiago, there it works. Wow, it works. Nice. So what we can do is we can say post. Now, inside of the post itself, the avatar over here, right? So we're going to say the source is the photo URL, right? Now, if there isn't a photo URL, what I'm going to say is the name. I can just use the name, and I can use the first character of the name. That's fine, because we passed the name in as a prop. So you see it loads up, and there you go. Look at that, TTTSS name, and there you go, T. Nice. So this is awesome, guys. This is working really, really clean, really well. We have our login functionality completely built. That's awesome. And what we're going to do now is the feed, right? So feed right now, it doesn't look right for some reason, right? So let's just double check that we've actually styled everything correctly on the feed, right? In fact, I think it might actually be the app body. Yes, it's the app body. Okay, so app body over here. So we did display flex, but I need to add some spacing around it. Margin top, max width, margin left, margin right. Okay, save. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That looks clean. Look at that. And remember that fix thing I was telling you about? Look how slick that is. That looks good, right? That looks really good. Cool. So what I'm going to do now is, why is my battery being weird? Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do the widgets. So the widgets on the right. Cool. So for the widgets now, what I'm going to say is we're going to go ahead and go to the app, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and say the widgets. Now the widgets is actually relatively quick. So we're going to go ahead and kind of, we'll bust through that bit. And then I'm actually going to show you, before we do widgets actually, let's go ahead and add some animations to this, right? So let's go into the feed and check this out. So I'm going to use something called React Flip Move, which is an awesome library over here. React Flip Move. So what I'm going to do now is actually going to implement this library into our code. So the way we do that is we go into our post where basically we need to install it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say Command J to bring it up and say yarn add react dash flip dash move. Okay, so I'm just going to show you on the screen React Flip Move. It's installing the packages that we need. Oh, you should check out Frame of Motion. Yeah, I am. I'm going to actually jump into that a bit. I've heard good things. Okay, we've installed it. So the next step is to go into our post, and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So this one, I just need you to stick with me on, right? So just understand that I know it looks a bit crazy, but understand that just once you understand how to set up a forward ref, it won't be that bad. So here I'm going to change this to an arrow function because it's a little bit easier to deal with. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to import something called forward ref. This is like a pile of code. Thank you so much, Amin. So I'm going to say use, no, is it for, it's just forward ref, I think. Forward ref from React. Okay, so forward ref. Oh, that's it, forward ref. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here. I'm going to say forward ref, right? I'm going to wrap a bracket around it. I'm going to go to the bottom of the file, wrap a bracket around it. I'm going to go up, and then where I destructured, comma, and this gives me something called a reference. Now a reference, I won't get too far into it, but the reason why we need that is React needs to know, it needs to have certain pointers towards certain things. So this is how the animation library works, and we're going to be using that to help us conquer this next step. Just Edge Singh, yo Sunny, mad respect. This build is great starting now. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Right. So for this bit, what I'm going to do is go into the feed, and then here, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say React. Oh, oops. Let me actually double check this one. React feed. So I'm going to go down to the bottom, and I'm basically going to wrap this in something called flip move. Flip move, right? So you've got this, and basically what I need to do is pop the posts inside of here. But to make this work, we do need to ensure one thing. Well, one sec, that's not right. I've popped in the wrong place. I need to make sure it's outside of this. Yeah. We do need to do one thing, right? We need to make sure all the posts have keys, right? If they don't have keys, it gets weird. So we're going to use the IDs from the database as our keys, and that's why it fixes it. Now, the final thing to add in the animation is to go into import flip move at the top and drop that line. Now, are you guys ready to see some animations? And also, we're nearly at 600 likes. If we can get to 600 likes before, man, I'm excited. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is show you guys some crazy animations, right? So let's just double check something, right? Let me go ahead, refresh, and there we go. Cool. So check this out. Okay. You see this, right? Now, what I'm going to do is say this message just animated onto the screen. Hashtag PapaFam for the win. Yeah. You ready for this? You ready for this? Right? Enter. Boom. Look at that. How cool is that? That's so slick, man. Like, that was so cool, right? Like, it's in literally like get a little animation in. That didn't even take that long. I literally did like 2 different like lines of code, and we pretty much had that in. So here, if I go ahead and say like, this is another message. Look at that, boom. And if I refresh it, check this out. It checks I'm logged in, goes in, gives us a nice little animation. And then here I can just go ahead and say like, if I just go ahead and spam this thing a bit and say test, forward ref is used by them to double. So remember, when we deal with like any kind of animations, like this library themselves, the way they implemented it, they needed reference to the object that was going to get animated in, right? So what we need to do is wrap our child component, which is the post, inside of something called forward ref. Now, again, don't get too far ingrained into it. Just know how to implement React Flip Move and use it in your project. But you can definitely go ahead and check out refs on the React docs, because it's a little bit more of a granular topic that we should go ahead and set something up for. But if I go ahead and say ABC, wow, oh, this is cool. Nice, right? So look how slick that is, right? So what we're gonna do now is we already have that happening, so that's pretty cool. And then let's dial it back to our music that we were doing before. There we go. Right. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish off with the widgets. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a widgets section. Widgets. Right. I'm going to go into app.js. Yeah. And then I'm going to go ahead and create this file. So widgets.js, RFC. Honestly, it's been so much fun, guys, coding with you guys today as part of the Papa fam. I really do hope you guys enjoyed this today, because I'm going to keep it coming, and I do want to keep these builds coming. Any support that you guys show me is literally what pushes me to carry on dropping this value for you, because I'm doing this as a full-time job. This is my full-time job, providing value for you guys. So any way that we can make that work, guys, I'm here to stay. That's why we're doing it on our own channel, right? So let's go ahead and say widgets.css. Cool. Now the bit rates come back up. Nice. That's bloody scary. Right. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create the widget section. So widgets. For the widgets, I'm just going to kind of hack through it, because this is kind of like, I'm going to get it looking pretty good and show you guys. So we're going to say widgets header, right? And I'll show you what we do here. So here I'm going to say H2. H2. like this. And then I'm going to say LinkedIn news. Somebody said, are you Punjabi? Yes, I am Punjabi. Here I'm going to get the info icon from React Material UI. Can you build a byte clone in React? Not sure what byte is, dude, but I can definitely try. Info icon. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an article right section, right? So article left and article right. Now I'll show you guys exactly what I do here. But I'm going to go ahead and pop a snippet. Oh no, sorry. What am I talking about? That's not yet. Cool. So I'm basically going to have a list of news articles underneath this in a second. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Doesn't make sense with what I'm saying right now. Kind of dropping all over the place. So here, I'm going to import widgets. There you go. And now we should see widgets on the right. Okay. Now over here, obviously in the widgets, I'm going to firstly start styling it. So you can see LinkedIn news is on the right. Steven, widgets. So here I'm going to go ahead, widgets, CSS. Right. Just subscribe to the newsletter, Sunny. Nice, dude. Awesome to see you inside the newsletter. And whoever hasn't, first link in the description, go and do that now. Right. Top 80. So I want to get the sticky effect that we have on this one. So just like I've got here, I want the same thing over here. And then I'm going to do flex 0.2. Remember we said that rule earlier, flex 0.2, save. There we go. So now it should stick in a sec. Not yet, it will stick. Just give it time. And then go here. All right. So you can see now we've got this. So you can see now it sticks, right? Which is pretty cool. Sticks and it's very nice. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say widgets header. So let's go ahead and style the widgets header. So I'm going to target a few things. I'm going to drop the code here and then we'll run through it. So here, widgets header. The first one, display flex, align item center, justify content space between padding 10 pixels. This will drop this in nice and neat. And I'll target the H2. There we go. So you get a very nice and neat sort of looking LinkedIn news. And it will also go ahead and spread accordingly if I make this bigger. Look at that. Nice. Cool. So, oh, this music is pretty sick, man. Let's keep going. I'm pumped. Feeler, that's what I'm talking about, man. All right. Widgets header. So now what I'm going to do is, remember I showed you guys a neat little trick before where we go ahead and, all right, so I'm going to create a news article, which is going to be a JSX piece of, like it's going to be a function which returns JSX. Okay. So here I'm going to say heading, subtitle. Oh God, what have I done? Heading and subtitle. And this is going to be for news articles. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to directly implicitly with the parentheses return some JSX. Now here I'm going to have a widgets underscore article like this. And then basically I'm going to have two sections, article left and article right. So I'm going to say div, widgets underscore article left. I'm going to copy this line, paste it. I'm going to change this to right. Right, boom. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is inside of the right section, I'm going to have a H4, which has the heading. Right, so this has the heading. And I'm going to have a P tag, which has the subtitle, right? Subtitle. There we go. Right now on the div on the top, I'm going to have literally just going to have a little blue dot, right? So I'm going to import something from, I don't know why it's called. This is just a dot in inside of Material UI library, Fiber manual record icon, whatever that is, right? So now what I can do is I can go ahead and use this news article function to return loads of JSX in a nice, neat way. So I can go ahead and say like news article in JSX, news article. There we go. Oh, okay. I've made a mistake. I need to do it inside of our div. There we go. News article. And here I'll say the first thing is let's go ahead and say Papa React is back, right? And the subtitle for that one is going to be top news. And it's going to be 9,999 readers. Save, right? Now let's check this out. Let's refresh. Because Redux and hot reloading, sometimes it gets a bit messy. For some reason, it doesn't work. There we go. Papa React is back. Top news, 9,099 readers. So I'm going to go ahead and spam out some new ones right here. So I'm going to say the coronavirus UK updates, because that's what is currently trending. It's not trending, but it's just reality. Tesla hits new highs. Sunny, what's your Twitch username? Go ahead and check it out. If someone could drop a link in the chat, that would be awesome. But I think it's just Sunny Sanger, dude, on Twitch. So go ahead and type Sunny Sanger in Twitch. You'll find me. And you guys can see now, look, we get the news on the right. Okay, so I'm going to style that so it looks really good and clean. So we're going to style this now so it looks a bit cleaner, right? So we're going to style the widgets article and things like that. So let's first do that. So I'm going to style the widgets article first. So I'm going to go here and say widgets article, display flex, padding 10 pixels, cursor pointer. Okay, so we do that and everything kind of gets in line and it gets a cursor pointer to it, right? So that's pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead here and we move, let's go. Yes, Aziz, that's what we're talking about. So here, I'm going to go ahead and say, when I hover over it, I want the background color to be white smoke, right? So remember earlier on, we had this nice hover effect over here. I'm going to do the same thing over here. So now you can see we got this nice little hover effect happening. Pretty cool, right? Pretty neat. And then what I'm also going to say is for the article left, I want the margin right to be 5 pixels and the color to be the LinkedIn blue. So I'll do this. Article left, this one, widgets, article, so widgets, plural. Okay. No, wait a sec. No, is it widgets? Okay, sorry, it's widget. There we go. This one is widget, and this one is widget article, right? Because I'm talking about the single. Oh no, it should be S. That's right. Should be S. What am I doing? It should be S. There we go. Cool. And then what we're going to say is I'm going to target a few things. And here I'm going to say the article left, target the material UI icon, make it a bit smaller. So this is what we do here. We target the material. This one is widgets, right? And same with here. So I'm going to go ahead and do a few more things over here. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in some code. Here we've got widgets, article right, flex 1. Which gives that the most sizing to the right of the container, which is this bit. So I've got the left is just a dot, the right is this stuff here. And then we've got the article right H4, which is where it says Papa React is back and that sort of stuff. We've got the P tag, which is the sort of, you know, the underneath, the sort of stuff underneath it. And we have the color gray, which gives it like this neat little effect. With that said, I think we just pretty much finished that build. I think we just finished that build, guys. No joke. I think we literally just did it. I think at that point, we can actually start preparing to go ahead and deploy. Set this up now. So I'm going to go ahead and set up with Firebase. So the first thing you want to do, Command J and Firebase login. So the first thing you're going to need to do is Firebase login. I'm already logged in, right? So it should say logged into Sunny Sanga. There we go. I'm already logged in. That's awesome. So you guys can see that on the screen right there. I recommend try using BEM if you haven't used BEM before. So someone said you recommend using SAS. I try recommending BEM. So now what you want to do is say Firebase, right? And then here what I say is init, right? So Firebase init. I'm going to drop it on this one to make it a little easier for you. I'll actually make this super big right now so you can see it. So Firebase init, right? Now we're going to get like a nice little sort of pop-up that comes up on the screen. I'm going to go to hosting, spacebar, enter, right? And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say use an existing project. I'm going to go down to the LinkedIn clone. Here, LinkedIn clone, YouTube. And then here, for what do you want to use as your public directory? So I'm going to say build, right? So I'm going to type in build. Make sure you type in build. And then do you want to configure it as a single page app? Yes. Set up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. This is a new feature. We're going to click no for now. So N, and then that's it. We've initialized. So the next step now is we say npm run build. Okay, npm run build. Now while that's building, I'm actually going to go ahead and show a little demo to show you that it all works fully, right? So I'm going to say Sunny Sanga because I want to be ready for this when it drops. I'm going to say Sunny Sanga over here. Let's go ahead and get me an image. So here, let's use like this one. Very smart. And then here, profile picture URL, boom. Okay, we got that. Let's just say papa gmail.com. All right, cool. And I'm going to go ahead and hit register now. And boom. So there you go. All right, so I'm going to save that. And you can see my Sunny Sanga is over there, papa at Gmail. I'll say, yo, there we go. There I am. All right. So we did npm run build and it will go ahead and create an optimized production build. Now, what does this mean? it pretty much means that we're actually going to go ahead and get rid of all of the crap that we don't need. For example, the hot reloading heaviness, the extra Firebase dependencies we don't need. It's going to strip all of that out and make a neat little build, which is going to be fast to deploy and actually access for a user when it gets deployed to a website. Now, this is the fun part, guys, because we've just built the app, right? Which means that it's built and it now sits inside of the build folder. So you can see this folder over here. So now if we make any more changes, we have to do npm run build again. But right now, I think we're good. I think we're good to go, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and say Firebase deploy, right? So big moment now, Firebase deploy. Hit the key and now let's see what happens. So we're deploying, it says deploying hosting, found 16 files in the build folder and finalizing version. Boom. There we go. It's there. It's working. I'm going to go ahead and log into this app right now as well. And let's see everyone on our app that we built as a team here today right now. Oh, we got Seen Assura. Nice. Guys, keep it clean, please. Remember that, right? I'm going to go ahead and put this over here just in case. We got Seen Assura. Who else is going to jump into this right now? There we go. We got Newman. What's up, dude? We're 3 likes away from 600. Yo, this is cool. Everyone is literally typing in here. What's up, guys? Fire. I'm the real one, Tiago. Hey, there we go. Coco T, still alive. Hello. Hi, Sonny. I'm good. Yanni, amazing job. Yo, nice one, Sonny. How cool is that? Like how cool is that? That's wicked when it all comes together like that, right? So we just went ahead and built an incredible LinkedIn application. Now, the first thing I would say to go ahead and do is go to your LinkedIn right now, drop a post and link this application from your Firebase deployed URL and just have some fun and flex, guys. You just built a LinkedIn clone, pat yourself on the back, smash the thumbs up button, have a bit of water, right? We need a little bit of a water break, right, between this build and get ready for the second build where we're going to be building the Gmail clone, okay? This one is an amazing UI UX build. The actual app looks incredible, okay? So take your time with this one, learn all the fundamentals like how we use Flexbox to get this working, how we use React Hooks form to go ahead and implement the actual sending and email portion, and make sure you take your time with this one, guys. Enjoy, and I will see you in the Gmail clone. Let's do this, Papa Fam. Let's go. Check it out, guys. This is what we're going to be building today. This is going to be insane. This is not Gmail. This is something that I have created, all right? So let's go through some of the functionality that I built. We have Google login, right? And then we have these beautiful sidebars on the side. We have all of our emails over here, which looks awesome, right? Then we have a compose button over here. Now you can see a lovely little pop-up comes on the screen, right? I'm going to move over a little bit. Let's go ahead and say to elonmusk.com. I'm going to say, yo, what's up? What's up, Elon? And then here I'm going to say, Tesla is booming. Fire. Oops. Let's go ahead and check this out. And guys, look at this, right? So we've built it in a way that shows you loads of different functionality. So if I go ahead and hit send, boom, in my inbox. Came straight into my inbox, and there it is at the top. We've got these nice little socials and promos at the top. We've got Material UI in the house. And if we click it, boom, we actually can go into the mail. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited to show you this one today and how you're going to go ahead and build all of this. This is insane. This is the build we have today. And yeah, I'm pretty damn excited. All right, so we're going to start off with npx create React app. And then here, I'm going to say npx create React app Gmail clone -YouTube. Okay. And now what we're going to do is hit enter. And we're going to do the template Redux because we're going to be using Redux over here, right? So this is the typical thing we started with, the npx create React app Gmail clone YouTube. There we go. That's it. We're back, guys. We're back. We don't let this stuff stop us. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna go to YouTube right now. Oh, no, not YouTube, Firebase. And we're gonna create a new project, okay? So here, I'm gonna wait until, oh my God, okay. Maybe the computer's struggling at this point, but we're good. All right. Why do we use Redux? Because Redux is amazing, dude. So here I'm gonna hit go to console. It's not Christmas yet. It will be Christmas soon though. All right. Let's go ahead and check this out. All right. Once Firebase loads up, so this will take a little sec to go ahead and work for us. Right, so now we're gonna go ahead and create a new project. Here I'm gonna say Gmail clone YouTube. Continue. Oh, I actually hit the limit there. Did you see that? Damn. Right. Firebase is a set of tools provided by the guys over at Facebook. Now, why is it so good, right? It's because it allows us to have a real-time database. It allows us to have tons of things on the back, right? We can have authentication, we can have real-time database, we can have all of this beautiful, amazing, cool stuff, right? I'm gonna open up my source over here. And then what we're gonna do is app.test.js is going, boom, that's out. We have logo.svg, boom, that's out. We have app.css. In here, I want you to go ahead and press Command A, get rid of it, ahead and say save. And then inside of app, we're gonna go to app.js. Now inside of app.js, this is all the cleanup process, okay? So you wanna go to header over here and delete everything. Okay, you just wanna get rid of it all. And then here, I'm gonna go ahead and say H2, and then I'll say, let's just do a H1. We'll say, hey, let's build Gmail. Go to your class name, change it to an A. And then here where it says import counter, you wanna clear that. Save. And then, oh, okay, that's good. All right, then we're gonna hit save. And we're gonna go ahead and say import logo, we're gonna get, and then here for features, right? So over on this side, we're gonna do the following. We're gonna go ahead over here and we're gonna go and delete counter.module.css, delete counter.js, and then we're gonna grab counter slice, right? And then we're gonna drag it over to features, okay? And we're gonna click move. And then we're gonna delete the counter folder, right? So this is the starting point that you wanna get to, right? When you're using Redux. But to fix it, we need to then go to store because we changed the folder structure. So here, counter, get rid of that, save it, and there you go. Okay, so everything is looking pretty good now. So now let's carry on over here. So app. So the first thing we're gonna do, there's a lot to do in today's build. So we need to carry on and go ahead, okay? Right. So the first thing we're gonna do is, if you notice inside of the build, we have a few things that we want to go ahead and achieve, right? We have the header firstly. Now the header over here we have the beautiful header, right? Now in order to get this header, we're going to start off by making a component. So loads of people are saying go slow. Guys, today's build is huge. So I'm going to ask you to keep up, right? And if you can't keep up, then don't worry, just enjoy this. And remember, it's recorded, so you guys can watch it at your own pace and do it as you feel, okay? So here, I'm going to go ahead and say asterisk margin 0, okay? 0, and then inside of app, we're gonna start up this app. So I'm gonna say yarn start. I'm using yarn, you might be using npm, okay? And then we're gonna go ahead. So loads of people are asking, can we build this without Redux? Now, I'm gonna say to you, why? Because Redux is amazing. And if you're wanting to get a job and you don't wanna put the time and effort in to get Redux, then guys, good luck, because Redux is really, really something that you should definitely be trying to learn, okay? Right, so here we're gonna go ahead and say, run on a different port because I'm running the initial app on the other one. So I'm running on my 3001. Redux is not complicated. I'm gonna make it simple today, guys. And we're using a few things in today's build, right? We've got Material UI, we've got Firebase powering all this up. We're gonna do Firebase hosting to actually go ahead and run this app. And then we also have loads of Flexbox in today's build, and we ton of cool stuff like in here for the compose. Basically, we're actually using something called React's input form. So React form hook, I think it is, right? But basically we've got validation. So you see, if I go ahead and hit enter, it says it's required and so forth. Okay. So let's go ahead and check it out. Guys, if you spam that chat, I will simply just block you. So we should have some moderators in here. So yeah. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and say where we have this. So the first thing we're going to build is the header. Okay. So the header, I'm going to go ahead and say header like this. Okay, cool. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is, all right, now we're going to go ahead and create the header file. So here I'm going to say header.js. And firstly, let's go check our app is running. So app.js, I'm going to hit Command J. It says header is not defined. So I just created a header. So let's quickly create that file and then we'll run it. So I say RFCE, boom. And then here I'll say import header.css, like so. Here I'll say class name equals, header, like this. And then here I'm going to say, right, H2, this is a header. Okay, right, now we're going to go ahead and say header, like so, perfect. And then right, and then here I'm going to go ahead. So now we've got the header here. So I'm going to run this app. So I'm going to hit Command J, and it says cannot resolve header.css. That's because we didn't create header.css. This is like level 50 multitasking right now. Wow. Okay. Right. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to say I'm going to create another desktop. I'm just going to get into our flow state, guys. Let's go. Local state, localhost 3001. We're not at that point yet. Here we go. Cool. We're here. So this is a header. Let's build Gmail. So this is where I want every single person to be, right? So we're going to go to app. And then inside of the header, we have a few things happening, right? So the first thing we've got over here is these two icons on the left. We have an icon for the menu bar and we have the Gmail logo. Okay. So now I'm going to go here and say for the header, if I need that icon, I need to actually get Material UI. So I'm going to show you guys how to install Material UI. So here I'll say Material UI core and then open a side panel. And then let's check it out. And then here I'll say yarn add Material UI core. Thank you, Sanjay. Guys, a little bit of positivity, man. Honestly, thank you. And then here I'll say icons. What's up, Lucas? And then here I'll go ahead and add the icon pack. So you need to add both, right? You need to add the icon pack and you need to add the core, right? Right. Now what we're going to do is we have Material UI set. Once that's done, we're going to go ahead and we're going to click this button over here. So you see where it says you can search the full list of these icons. Click that, and that's where we basically search for our icons. So the first one that I'm interested in is menu. All right, so I'm going to click on menu, and we're also going to try a different bit of music today. We're going to try lo-fi. I think lo-fi is pretty cool when I'm working. They have lo-fi Christmas, but we're going to try this one here. Let's try that. That's pretty good. Okay. Now for lo-fi, I'm going to hit import menu icon, and then we're going to go back and I'm going to import that. And then we're going to start building our app, guys. So the header is comprised to 3 sections, right? It has a middle. It has a middle, so that where the search mail is, it has a left and it has a right. So we're going to build the left bit first, right? So here I'm going to say header left. Like this, right? So I'm gonna have a header left. I'm gonna say a header middle, like this, and then I'm gonna say a header right. I'm gonna get the menu icon. We've already got the menu icon there, so we're gonna go grab it. And also, so I'll show you something. So if you just do a typical menu icon over here, so if you do something like this, menu icon, save it. Look what happens. right? Oops, that's the wrong one. Yeah, look what happens. So if we refresh this, so you see, you'll get the icon, but it's not a button. You see that we don't get that nice little ripple effect. And over here, we get a nice little ripple effect when I do that button, right? Now, in order to get that ripple effect, what we have to do is we have to go ahead and surround it in an icon button, right? Now we have to import that, and that's from Material UI. So it will freak out right now. So if I go here and I say import, and then I hit enter, it will import it from Material UI core, like so. Okay. Now we're gonna go ahead and we got past the headache, guys. Don't worry. Well done. Now here, I'm gonna actually I'm gonna pull this over into this screen, and I'm gonna refresh. There we go. That's easier for you guys to see, right? So we have the header left, and we've just got that button in place. Now we get the ripple effect. That's cool. The second thing we need is a image, right? So I'm gonna do image like so, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab the tag like so here. And then for the source, I'm gonna paste it in. Cool. Now this image I think was huge. I think it was pretty big, but there you go. So we got the image popping in, right? So what we're gonna do at this point is I'm gonna pull in the header file. And I'm just gonna drag it underneath. So that way I can code both of these files together, right? So targeting this is where we do some styling magic. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the image, right? So I'm going to say inside of header left, yeah, I'm going to target the image. So I'm going to say target the image like so. And then here I'll say object fit contain, because I want to keep the aspect ratio. I don't want it to stretch out and be all weird, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and say, oops, contain. And then I'm going to go ahead and say height of 80 pixels, height 80 pixels. And then here I'll say margin left of 5 pixels. Save it. And there you go. You see the styling immediately takes place. So hot reloading when you're actually doing that is actually really nice. Okay. So now here I'm going to say header, and then I'm going to go ahead and do display flex, and then I'm going to say align item center. And then here I'll say justify content, space between. Cool. And then I'm going to say a border bottom, because I want to give this one a border bottom. And I'm in love with this new color called white smoke. All right, so you see it's a very subtle border that we actually get, but it comes in play. All right, so it jumped in. Okay, so we're at 6.79. Wow. Okay, so we just got 50 subs literally in the space that I started. So that's crazy. Nice. Cool. So header left. Now I'm going to go here and I'm going to say for header left, display flex like this. Okay. So display flex. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and do align item center. Cool. Align item center actually brought these two back into alignment. So that was pretty cool. The next thing we're going to do is actually target the middle section. Okay. So the middle section over here, I'm going to actually go ahead and I need a search icon, because I want to build this input right here. Right. So I need a search icon. So I'm going to go here and type in search. And then you see we actually get the icon. So if you're wondering how I'm finding it, it's because we're doing it like this, okay? So whenever you see me sort of grab stuff, that's how I'm doing it. I'm actually going to zoom out one hit because it's a bit easier to code like that. And then here we've got the header middle. So I'm going to go ahead and get the search icon like this. Oh, oops, I need to import it, sorry. We need to import the search icon. Pop in the search icon like so. Search icon. Guys, I'm not sure if you're actually following me on Twitch, but you should, because it's crystal clear over that side when I'm doing that. I've been doing a lot. Gabriel is somebody that follows over on Twitch side, which is awesome. And it's really nice when we're streaming over there. It's quite fun. All right, so now arrow drop down. So I'm going to go here and say arrow drop down. Class name header input caret, because it's going to be that little arrow that kind of flicks down from the bottom. right? I'm going to be dropping Project X before New Year's. That's my mission. And that is going to cater for every you beginners. So exciting stuff. Okay. Now here, you guys can see if I go ahead and I need to import arrow drop down. So I'm going to go and import it right now. Here, arrow drop down, save it, and then we refresh, and you guys can see that's what we have at the moment. Okay. So I'm going to go into header.css. Gabriel added loads of new stuff since that build. So it's really, it's going to be a cool build, man. Here I'm going to say header __ middle. Now I feel a lot more calm. Now it's like, can focus, you know. God, when we start the stream, it goes crazy. It's hard to think. Align item center. And then I'm also going to do, so I actually want this middle part to take up like the majority of the screen. So if you guys noticed over on this side, we actually have it so that it takes up pretty much 70% of the screen at the top, right? So now we're going to go ahead and target the background color. All right. So I'm going to give a padding and a border over here. So we're going to give a padding, border radius, and we have, now you can see at the top, it's very subtle, right? But it's not exactly where we need it right now. It's not at this point, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to target that material UI icon, and you can target it directly in React. And I grabbed the class name by inspecting. I'm going to change the color to gray. So you see it changed the color of the icon to gray. Is we're actually going to have it on, let's go ahead and have, we need to fix that input field. Okay. So I'm going to target the header middle input field. This one here. And I'm going to border none. So we're going to do border none, and I'll show you how it works. Okay. So hit save, and then you can see that boom, right? Now here, if I say width of 100% like this, and padding of 10 pixels, 10 pixels like this. Now we're going to go ahead and change this. So where we have the input field, I have padding of 10 pixels, outline width of 0. And then here I can go ahead and say background color transparent. There we go. And you see that? There we go. Okay, so everything is looking pretty good at this point. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the right hand section, right side of the screen. So header right. Okay. So the right hand side of the screen, we've got the menu, the bell, and the avatar. The avatar is actually dynamic, so we can actually push things into it. Okay. So on the header right, I'm going to go ahead and say display flex firstly. So actually we'll check what we need in it first. So first I'm going to get an apps icon. So this one, what's up, Lookman? He says, hi, Sunny. You can do outline none. Yes, you can. You can definitely do outline none as well. To be honest, it's force of habit. You can do outline none, or you can do outline width, but either or works pretty good. So now I'm going to get an apps icon. So like so, we've already imported icon button. So I need to import apps icon, and it's annoying because sometimes it doesn't actually pull that in. So I need to go up to the top, do this, save it. And then here we've got the icon set over here. Guys, I spent all of today prepping this build. You do know that, right? Like it was a big build, and I was working hard today on Christmas Eve to drop this for you guys. Gonna go up to the top and add notifications icon, and this will be the right hand side over here. So now we have the bell icon over here, so that's perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to go and add in the avatar as the final thing. So here I'll say avatar, like so. Save it, but obviously I need to pull in the avatar. So I'm going to go up to the top and pull in avatar. So here I'll say avatar icon buttons, like such. Cool. Nice. And then you guys can see that looks pretty good, but that doesn't look right, right? That bit doesn't look right, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to header right over here. Here I'll say header right, and I'll say display flex, save. And then I will go ahead and do the following. So now display flex, and right now you can see it's touching the end. This doesn't look right. So we're going to say padding right. And then we're going to say 20 pixels. There we go. Perfect. Now go into, so we actually have this pretty much set. So that looks pretty good, guys. Look at that. Looks pretty good. That is already, right? Boom. Header. Okay. So that's awesome. Now the next section that we're going to do is, let's think about it. Let's do the sidebar over here, right? So the sidebar over here. So now on the left hand side, I'm going to go ahead and do, we've got a few things that we need. So let's go to app.js. And then we're going to go here and we're going to create the sidebar component, right? Sidebar component. Okay. So I'm going to go here and say app. And then here I'll say app.js. Where am I going? Yeah. Okay. Now the rest of the app. Okay. So this one right here, you can see is actually, we're going to have a div called app body. Right now, everything is going to be inside of app body, because notice how when I click into this, you see how only this bit is kind of changing, right? We want the header to always be there and that sort of stuff. So it's going to be really sort of clean if we keep it like that. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to go ahead and go to my sidebar and create that component. So I'm going to say here, sidebar.js. And then here I'm going to say RFCE. Boom. I'm going to say import sidebar.css. And then here I'll say class name equals sidebar, like so. And then here I'll say sidebar, sidebar.css. Right. Now I'm going to pull in the sidebar now. So there you go. We pulled in the sidebar. If you don't understand what I do when I do that trick, by the way, I go to the end of the component, press Control Spacebar, and then it will pop up as an importing step, which is always kind of nice, right? Okay. Now what we're going to do is for the sidebar itself, I'm going to go ahead and say sidebar. I need to get my notes up. There we go. Cool. So we're going to have a button at the top which says compose. Okay, so let me close this out, jump into our sidebar file, and I'm going to have a button which says compose. Now notice it was uppercase. This is because it's a material UI button. I'm also going to use something called, so buttons actually have something pretty cool, right? So if I go ahead and refresh this, we should see our sidebar actually come in. So there we go. We got the button over here, right? So buttons have something kind of cool. They actually have it so that, let me get this on full screen. All right, cool. We have it so that you can have a start icon as an attribute here. So I can say start button like this. Oh, start icon, sorry. And then here I say add icon like so. Okay. Now here, what I do is I go to the top and I say number 3, import add icon from material UI icons, add save. Now that will pop in and add a plus icon into the front of my button. You have to refresh it when you're using the Redux template. Now it says it's not valid. Oh yeah, oops, because here you actually have to pass this in as a component itself. So here I'll say add icon like so. Font size equals large, like so. Perfect, save, and there we go. Now let's go ahead and there you go. So you get a little plus icon. That looks kind of clean. And then I'm going to give this a class name as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say class name is sidebar compose. Perfect. Okay. And eventually we're going to hook this up to that little plus button that comes up. You can use multiple reducers when you're using the React Context API. Noob says, are you using Firebase Google Authentication? Yes, I am using that today. So we have the compose button pretty much kind of there. We'll style it up. And then we're going to have these sidebar options. So notice here we have all of these different options, right? So we'll style up, firstly we're going to we'll style up our button first, and then we'll get to the rest of it, okay? So for the compose button, I'm going to open up my sidebar.css, pull it underneath. So now we're going to go ahead and I'm going to say, on the compose, I'll say margin top. So I want to firstly space it out. Say margin top of 15 pixels. We're going to grow this channel to 1 million, guys. Mark my words, we will grow it together to 1 million, right? Now you can see if I do then it pushed over, but the top one didn't because we're overriding Material UI's rules. Okay, so you need to actually do a few more rules I'm going to add in here. So I'll paste them in and I'll explain them to you. Adding a margin bottom 15 pixels, and we're changing the text so it's not all capitalized to compose. And you guys will see we should get this right now. But something interesting happened. It says, why has it done that? That's strange. So it's gone ahead and gave, oh, oops. I gave the class name to the icon itself. I don't want to do that. I want to give it outside. There we go. Save it. We want the whole button itself to be the class name. So you can see the compose button is looking pretty cool now, right? It has that ripple effect and we have the 3D shadow. And now we want to do the rest of the sidebar. So each of these things have the same design. They have the same element. We just kind of need to make a reusable component. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and pop in sidebar option. So I'm going to create a component. Let's go back to our sidebar itself here. And then I'm going to create a component called sidebar option like this. Let's close this for a sec, right? Now this component is going to have a few things. It's going to have an icon, right? So it has an icon. It's going to have a title, a number. So notice how when I hover over it, it shows you the number, right? So we're going to have a title. So an icon of some sort, a title. So in this case, it could be inbox. A number, so in this case, let's just do 54 or something like that. And then what I'm going to say is we're going to go ahead and say selected, and we're also going to have a link. So I'll explain the link afterwards, but selected is going to be if it's by default got the selected sort of status on it, right? But we'll do that bit after. So now we'll save that. Now for the icon, let's go ahead and give it an inbox icon to begin with. So I'm going to pass in a inbox icon, and I need to import the inbox icon at the top. Cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and say save. And then we've got the sidebar option itself. So I need to create this component. So I'm going to do Command B, SidebarOption.js, bar option, and then here I'm going to do our typical stuff and say import SidebarOption.css. And then I'm going to go ahead and create SidebarOption.css, SidebarOption.css. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead, and don't worry, dude, if you're getting errors, just enjoy the stream. That would be my honest advice. You just enjoy the stream, and that would be the best thing you can do. Okay, so whenever you pass in a prop to a component, they come through as an argument. You can use something in ES6 called destructuring. So boom, we can do this. Get rid of this. And then we're going to go ahead and pass in those props. We've got icon, title, number. Those are the ones that we did over here. So remember, it was icon, title, number. So they come through over here. Okay. And now what we're going to do is inside of here, we're going to have, let's create this over here. Let's make it 1,000 likes. Hell yeah, dude. I think we can do that. Right. So now we're going to go ahead and say div. We've already got a div. We're going to say an icon. So we're going to render the icon itself. Then we're going to say a h3 tag with the title. And then we're going to have a p tag with the number on it. And we will get this looking to the point that it needs to get to. So here I'll say sidebar option, and I'll say import. There we go. Import it from the top. And then this is my clone. And oh yeah, oops, we're here. Yeah. So this is cool. Okay. This is pretty good. It's freaking out because it says sidebar option is not defined. So we did that already. So sometimes you just need to hard refresh and it will come on pretty good. Okay. So what we're going to do now is actually make this look really pretty. So we're going to say sidebar option. I'm going to open up my sidebar option. Sidebar option. So I'm going to say display flex over here. And you can see it will actually pop it into a line. Cool. And then I'll say align item center. So align item center. My goal is honestly just to keep on providing value for every single one of you. All right. To keep it coming, to keep on like changing lives, to help as many people as possible out. Okay. So now I've added some padding as well, okay, to the outside. Now I'm going to add in this border top radius and border bottom right radius, because what we actually want is this effect over here. You see this rounded effect, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and add that in. And then I'm going to say cursor pointer, because I want this to be a pointer when I hover over it. So here I will go down here and I'll say cursor pointer, and I want to change the color to a gray. Okay, so the color is going to be a gray, like so. Cool. Now you see when I hover over it, we get the pointer. So that looks pretty clean, right? I'm going to change this to the H. Okay, so you see all of these things are for the effects, right? So I actually want a hover effect for a lot of this, but we'll fix that in a sec. So now I'm going to have it so that when we hover over the p text, okay, so there's a few things I want to do right now. I don't want to show the p text unless I hover over it. So you see here, it's gray until I hover over it. Then we get a red background and it shows the p text. You see that? So we're going to get to that, right? So here I'll say sidebar option P. So let's go ahead and pull this down. And then here I'll say sidebar option. And then I will say, boom, sidebar option -P display none. So now see that we don't see it anymore. Okay. And then we're going to say for the H3, I'm going to do a few other things as well. I want the H3 to take up the most room. So I'm going to go here and say flex 1, margin left 10 pixels, font size 14, font weight 400. And there you go. It makes it a lot smaller. And that's kind of where we want to get to. And now I kind of need the hover effects right now. Okay. So I'm going to firstly target that icon, give it a bit more padding. So here I'll say, save it, padding of 5. So it's very subtle change, but these subtle changes are what make everything the different. They make all the difference. Okay. So now I'll go down here and I'll say sidebar option hover P display inline. Okay. Thank you, Muzami. Welcome to your own channel. Thank you so much, dude. We're going to save it here. And then you can see now it says when we hover, it will display the P tag inline. It's not actually showing right now. So we have to figure out why it's not showing. Okay. But what we can do now is we can go over to the top, and I'm going to actually target a bunch of different ones. So I'm going to target the P tag, the H3 tag, and a few other things in one go. Okay. So I'm going to go here. I'm targeting all 3 of these things in one, and I'm going to make it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that we have the background color being like an off-white, a color of red, and a font weight of 800. So boom, save it. And then there you go. You see that? That actually looks pretty good. Now, if you look here, obviously it's flex 1, so it's going to completely take up this row. Afterwards, it's going to be constrained by the rest of the app, which is why it doesn't stretch. So now we're going to go to the inbox. There you go. That looks pretty good. Cool. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have it. So that actually looks pretty good right now. Okay. Now I'm going to pull in a second one over here. So I'm going to go to sidebar, like over here. And then I'm going to go and actually say the second one that I want to use is a starred icon. So I've already got this actually ready. So I'm going to say sidebar star icon like this. Okay. Now for the star icon, I'll import the top like this. So I want to make it so that you can actually pass a prop to the sidebar, and then it would be kind of selected. Okay. So I'm going to say selected equals true. And then inside of sidebar option, I'll consume it. So I'll say selected. And all we're going to do here is inside of this option where it says sidebar option. So sidebar option, I'm going to say if the class name was selected, then sidebar option is going to have some stuff here. So I'll show you how we do this. So boom. And then I'll add these backticks because we're going to do some string interpolation. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to say selected and sidebar option. So if you pass in the selected prop, then I'm going to add in this. This is still BEM naming convention, by the way. If you modify the class, this is what we call it, like a modifier, right? So save. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, if it was active, then by default, because by default, I actually hide it for the p tag, so the display none. So here I'll say, if it was active, then display it inline and override it. So you can see for the one that was selected, we should actually have it being displayed in just a sec. So I need to check out, what have I missed here? We've got a, for the sidebar option, hover p sidebar option active, sidebar option, sidebar option, there we go. So for the code bit now, what we're going to do is I'm going to have it so that what I'll do actually is I'll make it a bit like this. That might actually be a bit easier for you guys to see. Like, so maybe we could do it like this. Okay. So now we have everything pretty much where we wanted it. So you see that now. So at the top, it would say the one that's selected by default has the p tag showing, which is great. Okay. So this is exactly what we wanted, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and now make it so that it's red by default. Okay. Because we want it to be red as well by default. So the way we do that is I can go ahead and say, let's go to SidebarOption. And where we had all those hover tags, I'm also going to target a few additional ones. I'm going to say, okay, if it was active, and now you can see, look at that. So by default, the selected one is red. Okay, so that's really clean. That's actually what we wanted to get to. I'm then going to say for the snoozed. Okay, so I've got a few more things that I've got here. So I've already prepared these ones. So I'm going to go ahead and say, boom. Don't worry, if you can't follow along, just take your time and do this. Uttam Kumar says, watching sunny code is such a treat. Thank you, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and actually pull in a couple of these things right now. Okay. So we save, and then you see we get a bunch of import errors. So I'm going to import all of the code that I need. There you go. Save it. Looks pretty good. Oh, okay. Don't worry about that. Just save that. There you go. This is good. I do need to have something a bit more upbeat though, because this is like putting me into a Christmas chill, and I just had some food and you know how it gets. So I'm going to say lo-fi Christmas beats. Okay. Xmas vibes. Maybe this one's better. Okay, cool. So now what we'll do is, you can see because it's flexed right now, but it has nothing to constrain itself against, which is why it's just using up as much as it can. Right. Right. So now that that bit's done, we're going to go to the next bit of the sidebar, which is the footer. Right. So notice how the footer, we have these three buttons. So I'm going to style that right now. Okay. So I'm going to go down underneath the final sidebar option. And here I'll say div sidebar footer. Boom. If you haven't already used Emmet, I'd recommend you use Emmet because it is so good. So powerful as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have another div in here called sidebar footer icons. Right. And I'm going to go ahead and grab all the icon buttons like this, save it. And I need to obviously do a couple of imports now. So I need the person icon down to the phone icon, right? And I also need icon button because I didn't actually import that over on this side. So where we import the button, I can pop it in there, save. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and say, it says icon button is not defined. So if we refresh now, I think it is now. Cool. So you can see that at the bottom, right? So we have to obviously style that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the sidebar footer. So let's go to my footer. And for the footer, it's pretty simple because I have a sidebar footer with a div inside. To the go to my footer. And for the footer, it's pretty simple because I have a sidebar footer with a div inside. If I do display flex on this, it should just center the entire contents of that. So I'm going to go here. The contents of that. Yes, Hajira, that is actually the one. Template Redux is -- template Redux. sidebar, footer, display flex, justify content center. Boom. If I hit save on that, you'll see, there we go. So now it's a very nice way of looking at it. So you see, like, it's actually very clean. When you look at it like this, you can actually see how it scales inwards. So notice how when it scales inwards, look at that. That's really quite nice, right? That's pretty cool. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and we have the sidebar up and running. So now I'm gonna go ahead and do this middle section, okay? So for the middle section, we're gonna go ahead and open up, let's go check out our app. Now here we had a sidebar and we have a sidebar here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and create the middle part. So the middle, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up, we're actually gonna add React Router now. Okay, so React Router. So we're gonna go to reactrouter.com and I'll show you guys how to do this. You see the top link over here? Go ahead and click it. And then here we're gonna go ahead and see, scroll down and you can click view the docs. And the React Router is amazing. It allows you to have different page routing inside of your app. You click on web and you basically will follow these docs. Now it's very simple to follow. I've actually already implemented a lot of this, so I can actually go ahead and pull in my code right now. All we need to do is go to our code and where is it? Let's go back to React Router. I actually wanted that. I'm gonna go back to React Router. And what I'm gonna do is in the code, I'm gonna pull up my terminal, Command J, I'm gonna say yarn add, and then we're gonna pull in this dependency, right? Now here, import, and I'll go to the top, boom. But I need to actually install this. So I say yarn add React Router DOM. Okay, so that will install the dependencies required. What I'm going to do is that's installed, all good, Command J to close it. So to set this up, all you have to do is I'm going to surround the app itself. So I'm going to surround it with router tags, right? Router, and this is going to be a closing tag. So there we go, we get a router. Then what you want to do is inside of the app over here, I want the header to always render, so I don't really care about that. But here, what I want is I'm going to say div app underscore body, firstly, because I want this to be inside of app body. Save. And then what I want to do is inside of the app body, what I want is I always want the sidebar to render, but I actually want to route a few things based on the route I'm in on my page. So let's have a look at let's go have a look at the actual website. Okay, so here you can see localhost 3000. But if I click into it, it says /mail. Okay, if I go back, it's /, right? /mail back. But notice how the sidebar always stays there and the header always stays there. Hence why these sidebar and header is outside of the switch. So inside the switch, right? Inside the switch, we're gonna have two routes, right? We had the mail route and we had 6.86 subs. Wow, I think we're actually gonna break 7K while we're live today. Here I'll say route, right? So I've already imported. And now what we're doing is we're saying if the route is /mail component. Now we don't have a mail component, so I'll create it. And then here I will say if it's just the home page, so / is gonna go to the email list. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed this earlier, but look when I scroll down, look how nice that effect is. Ooh, sticky, right? Nice. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say email list, mail, email list. So here is the actual email list, right? And then if I click it, it will go into mail. Okay, so these are the two components that would render based on the path. So I hope that makes sense for React Route, okay? Wongback, yeah, that's a donation that he sent in THB. So if you want to donate, there's a link in the description. Appreciate any support. Thank you guys. So if I hit Command B now, I'm going to show you. Let's go ahead and create a mail component and a email list component. So mail.js RFCE. And then obviously we do our initial setup. We say import. I was wondering why the music went quiet. And then here I'll say mail .css. Only some of the original people from the videos will know about this song. If you do, write in the comment section, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and create a mail.css, boom, save, and then we're gonna go ahead and import this. So be careful that you don't import the material UI one. So we're gonna import our mail component. Say import mail from mail, save it. That would import our own. So then that would fix one of the issues, and then we have email list. Okay, so I need to create email list.js. I want everyone to be a part of the Discord, so make sure you are. The link is in the description. And yeah, all I do when I do this, by the way, is I do my initial, you know how we do it, the setup. The goal of these builds is to get pattern recognition for you guys. So that way you guys, you know, you get dialed in, you know the ins and outs of what to do if you want to achieve a build, right? I'm going to create the CSS file, email list.css. You can do React a few different ways. Save. Cool. Now what we're gonna do is also we have over 100 people watching right now. Honestly, thank you so much, guys. Email list is here. Perfect. Cool. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go to my app.js and I'm gonna hit save on the email list. Boom. Okay. Perfect. So if we refresh, there we go. Okay. Now you probably can't realize what's going on here. Nothing really changed, right? But we will get it working and it will look the way we need it to look. So the first thing we're going to do is actually build our email list. Email list is the bit that's quite important. It's where we see all of the emails, right? It's where we have this beautiful list over here. So we have a lot of work to do for this email list. We're going to kind of breeze through it, right? So opening up the email list, let's jump straight in. And at the top, we have a settings, email list settings, right? Now this will apply to this top section over here. So all of these little settings and gimmicks that you're going to see up here, that's what I'm going to be doing right now. Okay. On the top, we have settings left over here, and we have on the settings right over here. So I'm going to create two divs to contain that. Now, here I'm going to say email list settings left, like this, boom. And then what I'll do is I need a checkbox. Right. So the first thing is a checkbox. So I'm going to go ahead and import that, right? Where is it gone? Where's my checkbox gone? Checkbox. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to also import the icon button because I'm going to need that later as well. Okay. There we go. Oh, happy birthday if it's your birthday, dude. Checkbox. There we go. Cool. So everything looks pretty good. Now we're going to go here and you see now we've got a checkbox. That's pretty cool. We also need a few other things. We need the downward caret, the arrow, and the 3 signs, right? And then here, icon button. And then I've got a few of these things. Remember, we surround it in icon button so that we have the additional sort of, you know, that nice ripple effect, right? So arrow down icon and more vert icon. I need to import that as well as redo icon. So I'm going to save that, import it, refresh. And you can see we get the buttons at the bottom. And it also gives a nice gray color by default. Right, so that's pretty cool, right? We have that over there. And what we're going to do as well is I'm going to make email list actually come to the right of this so we can actually start seeing it in action. But actually I'll do that afterwards because it's very clear at this point as to what we're actually okay, I'll keep it there for now. Now I want to build this right hand part out. So we need the left arrow, right arrow, keyboard down, and settings icon. Okay. How many subscribers are we at right now? Because right now I can see 6.74, which means the last time I refreshed, it was 6.74. So let me know. Okay. Here I'll say email list settings right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and grab in a few icon buttons. So this is JavaScript we're coding in. So now I'm going to go ahead and grab them underneath. So for the settings, right, I've got a bunch of things here. I'm going to chuck it in here. So boom, there we go. So boom, there we go. 7K incoming, guys. Trust me, it's going to happen. icon button, chevron left, chevron right, keyboard settings icon. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that in. Chevron left, chevron right, and the keyboard hide. So I'm gonna need to import those as well. And the settings hide, where is that one? Settings. Okay, can't find it. But if it errors out, I can just do a little trick for it. Right. So would you say it's okay to use these projects in your portfolio? 100%. It's fine to use them in your portfolio. What I would actually recommend that you do is when you're doing this stuff, like use it to learn, use it to like for some pattern recognition, but then go ahead and create something of your own, right? So create something of your own. Right. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, I don't know what everyone's talking about. Why is it everyone's saying refresh? Is on the settings, I'm going to go ahead and create another div, and I'm going to say email list sections. Okay, cool. And then what we're going to do is, all right, for the section here, I'm going to go ahead and create, these are the sections, these three things. So what I'm actually going to do is here, where we have email list, I'll say email list.css, pull this underneath. But what I'm actually going to do first to fix all of this is if we go into our app, right? So into our app, and then we open up our app.css, right? So here, app underscore underscore body, right? So for this bit, what we need to do, right, so now we're going to go ahead and say here, app body. And then what I'm going to say is, I'm going to go into app.css, and then here, what I'll say is display flex. And then I'll go and say height is 100 view height, because we're going to use that for later on. And now you can see what happened, right? It actually went ahead and made everything on the same line. So this is starting to look somewhat to this degree of correct, right? So at the top now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's go, where is it? That's it, change it up. Okay. I'm also going to do, I'm going to say height of 100 view height. Cool. Save it. Now for this bit, I'm going to go back to the email list, and we're going to make this look pretty good. Okay, so email list, emax one. Right, so here I'll say flex one. I'm going to say overflow scroll as well, because I'm going to do this for later on. I have a feature I want to show you guys. Boom, save that. Cool. Now the next thing, the top row, right? So I'm going to do display flex, justify content, space between. Boom, save it. There you go. We're getting there, right? We're getting there. Cool. Right? So here I'm going to say position sticky, top 0. And then here I'm going to do border bottom, background color white. Right. So position sticky, border bottom, background color white, we've done. I'm going to give it a Z index of 9, because we're going to have a sticky element, which means I don't want to get overwritten by anything. And then I want it of 10 pixels. So here I'm going to go ahead and next I'm going to create the sections. All right. Now the whole stream is going to be uploaded. Don't worry about that. So now we're going to be building this bit. All right. So we're building these sections. Okay. So the sections over here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reusable component that's going to have an icon that we pass to it. So in the first one, we're going to use an inbox icon. I'm going to create a title, and this one's going to be primary inbox icon. And this one's going to be primary. So imagine this one, it's going to have an icon, primary, a color, and then a selected attribute for which one's default selected. Color, red, and then here I'll say selected, right? And selected is going to be if it's selected by default or not. So if this one was selected, it'll be blue. This one was selected, it'll be green, right? I know, dude, the UI looks so cool. What's up, Nitesh? For everyone new, welcome. we've got the view account backup. So now I'm going to create the section component. So section.js, going to go boom, close that, RFCE. And then I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals section. Here I'll say import section.css. And then this one, I'll say section.css. I like this one because it's saying it's another sunny day. So, all right, so let's carry on. Email list here, I'm gonna go ahead and import it. Boom. And then here for the inbox icon, I need to then go ahead and import that as well. So I'm gonna go pop that in at the top. So here we go, inbox icon. And then refresh. And then you can see, looking pretty damn good. Looking pretty good, right? But we don't have the section, so obviously that doesn't really mean much. So the section is here, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna, while we're here, I'm gonna pop in the other two underneath it, and then we will build the section and we'll see it pop out, right? Banjo, if you're being timed out, then my moderators are probably thinking you're doing something wrong, okay, dude? So just maybe like lighten up or something. People icon, local icon offer. So if I save that now, and then, so now if I go to section.js here, and I go ahead and say section, switch from PHP to React Native. Whoa. Now section got a few different props that came in. So these are where the props come in. We're going to do a ES60 structure over here. And then now we're going to have here an icon, a title, a color, selected prop. Okay. And then here we're going to have the div. And then inside the div, I'm going to say, I'm going to do some string interpolation magic. So backticks for the win. And then here I'll say selected. It was so funny when I first started doing that. I actually didn't realize it was backticks. So I was sitting there debugging my code thinking, why is this not working? And that's why it wasn't working. Okay. So there we have it. So if it's selected, we're going to apply a CSS like modifier, I guess. After that, we're going to have a embed, and this one I'm using it. I don't often use embedded style tags, but we're going to do it just for today. So I'm doing some custom stuff. I'm going to do backticks. We will be using style component. Okay. I'm going to have a solid, and then here I'll do color. Okay. Maybe margin top that email list header. The reason was Pete saying it as well. But trust me, there's a reason why I didn't do it. So color, and then here I'll say backticks. Oops, backticks, and then I'll say selected and color, and it'll pop out the color there. Cool. And then we do save, and now it will add in the color. So we're just preparing a bunch of stuff right now. So you can actually see, and we have like a bunch of stuff being weirdly rendered out underneath here, but nothing's actually happening yet. Okay. So underneath that, inside the div, what I'll have is the icon being rendered out, and I'll have a h4 tag with the title itself. Save it with the title itself. Should see something on the screen now. Okay. Okay, cool. So that actually looks not bad, but it definitely does not look like this, right? It doesn't look like this. How do we get from here to here, right? So I'm going to show you exactly how we do it right now. And if you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button because it's about to happen, right? I'm going to show you how that works. So section.css over here, right? So here I'll say section.css, and now here I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say section. So the styles for this, I'm going to say display flex, right? Display flex on this. Align the items centrally, okay? So that way they all get an alignment a little bit more. But before I carry on any further, this doesn't look nice like this, right? It looks a bit kind of confusing and weird, and it's just not going to be the best by doing it this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my email list, and we've got everything, remember, inside of a sections, right? So I'm actually going to pop that a little bit differently. So here I'll say email list, not settings, but sections. And then what I'll do is I'll come down here and I'll say position sticky, right? Position sticky, top 0. And then I'll say display flex, right? And you see everything went into a line. Cool. Here I want to do a background color of white and a border bottom. And I'll show you what I'm doing. Boom, save. I know, dude, I know you can do that. Yeah, so he's just import styles from style module and then add a class name styles header left. You can do that, yeah. So module.css is actually something I do recommend, but when I'm doing these live builds, BEM naming convention is just a little bit faster for me, which is why I do it. We're using Redux for this, we're not Redux Stunk. Cool, so we have that done at that point. That's all good. So now I'm gonna hop back over to the section itself. So here, back to the section itself, I'm gonna target. Let's go check out the stuff over here. So I'm gonna say, if you're selected, then I'm gonna give you a background color of white smoke and a border width of 3 pixels. And you can see it's very subtle behind it, really, really subtle. But the section itself right now, these look ugly. They don't look like this, right? So I'll show you how we can get there. So now I'm gonna go and do border bottom width of 2 pixels, padding of 15 pixels, min width of 200 pixels. So min width of 200 pixels, and then I'll say cursor pointer, save it, and look at that already. Like a few changes and front end, it all happens. Like everything changes. Change the color of the text and change the border width to 0, and you'll see that boom, look at that. Already get a very nice little effect going. So now how do I get this hover effect, right? So for the hover effect, I'm gonna say section. Let's get this one back on. I really like this one. So here I'll say section hover, right? So I'll say section hover, background color of white smoke, and border width of 3 pixels. So now look at that. And the way we did that is because I said by default the border width was 0, but when you hover it, it goes back to 3 pixels. So now you see when I hover it, it changes the background color and sets the border width to 3 pixels, which is really like a nice kind of way, like little kind of hacky way of doing that, right? And now here for section H4, what I can do is I can say target the H4, font size 14 pixels, margin size 15 pixels. And there you go. We get done. That looks pretty damn good. I'm zoomed in, I think. Yep, there we go. Always throws me off when that happens. But you see how it's stretching way too much at this point, right? So the sidebar, we need to enforce some style to it. So here, what I can say is the sidebar, go CSS. We finish off the sidebar styling. 765 likes. Thank you so much, guys. Papa Fam is going strong. Anybody willing to work along on this project? Right. So now what we're gonna do is I'm actually gonna go ahead and say for the sidebar, I'm gonna say flex of 0, flex of 0.3. Because I want the sidebar to always take up 30%, right? Ben loves the music. Hey, it's so cool, right? I know. Say max width. I'm gonna say here it's 300 pixels, and I want to give it a little bit of padding because right now it's touching this bit, right? So we don't want it to touch. So I'll say 20 pixels. And if you love the music, then it's only natural that we then go ahead and drop the original track, all right? So this is the original stream track. This is where it all started off. So this is, there we go. We've got these 3 things coming out. Nice, cool. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to, so sidebar is working pretty good. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna target the email list, right? So email list, and I'm actually gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go to we've done the sections, so now we're going to target the actual list, right? So the sections look pretty good, but let's go ahead and get the list down. So let's go to our email list and let's go down to div and let's just say email list, email list. We'll break the refresh button, but wouldn't leave this stream. Hell yeah, dude. And then here, what I'll do. Oh man, Pete, I'm a music producer as well. We can produce something special for you. Dude, message me. I would love that, man. I would seriously love that. Go ahead and message me. All right. What we're going to build now are these rows, these email rows, right? So all of this, not this bit yet, but these email rows. Okay. So in order to do that, we're going to create a reusable component called email row, right? Which makes sense. So for email row, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create the component. Okay. Email row.js, RFCE. And then here I'll say import email row.css, class name equals email row. Do you guys find it inspiring when you see someone else code? Like, because I'm really curious, because I personally do. Right now, email row as a component will accept a couple of props. It will accept a title, it will accept a subject, a description, a time, right? And it will also accept an ID. Okay. Cool. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the email row component. I'm going to pop this on my screen. And then I'm going to have a few things on here. So the first thing we have is options. So we have some options on the left, and then we have the title, and then we have the message, and then we have the time, right? So let's create the corresponding divs to match that, okay? So we've got the email row. Hajira says, yes, very inspiring. Thank you so much. Email row options. Simon, what's up, dude? Says Sunny, your fire. Mohit says, what, yo? Email row underscore title. I'll do another one. We're gonna say email row message. Do another one called email row description, like this. Cool. Now for the option, we're gonna have a few things. We're gonna have a checkbox and two buttons, and they're gonna be icon buttons. So you guys know how we do it. I'm gonna get the checkbox, pull that in first, like so. Now, so import icon button, save, and then I've got the star border lined outline. Icon. Then we've got label important. There we go. So these ones here. Save, refresh, and then we can see. Go on. All right. Cool. So for the title, we're gonna have a few different things, but I actually want to render one on the screen right now. So let's go and render a sort of dummy one on the screen. So before, when I was on Twitch, I actually used this as a dummy. So here I'll say email row, title Twitch, subject description, blah, blah, blah. Import it. Email rows.css. Email row.css. Save. And refresh. It should be good now. Okay, cool. You see this is starting to come in. So we've got these icons on the options, right? Join Discord. What's up, Hajira? Welcome to our Discord community. Now for the title, this is actually going to be a H3 instead of a div. So inside of it, I'm going to have the title being rendered out. Now for the message, I'd love to play that kind of music, but I can't actually do it. Loving the positive vibes, dude. So do I, man. This is crazy. Love it. Right now here, I'll say subject. Now what I'm doing here, I'll show you what I'm doing here is notice how the subject happens and then the text changes here. So this is the subject and the message or description here, right? What's up, Dixon? Good to see you, man. Welcome, man. So we've got the description here, right? Now we're going to do something pretty cool because we've got this ellipsis thing happening. So if the message goes too long, it will cut off. So I'll show you how we do that as well, right? But what we can do is for the email row message, will we use React Hooks? Yes. So for the H4, if I hit save on this, and then I go save H4. So underneath, what I'll do is inside this H4, I'm going to span with a class of email row description. I'm using Emmet here, by the way, really cool trick. See that? Boom. I'm going to span the description and then hit save. Pretty fire sorts it out. And the final thing underneath, I'll say time. Cool. That's pretty nice. So let's go ahead and check it out. So I'm not going to slice it off yet. No, that's a good suggestion, but I'm not going to slice it. So let's style email row so it looks a bit better, right? So email row. So let's open up our email row. And then let's pop it down here. Cool. And then here, what I'll say is for the actual email row itself, any plan from MernStack and React Native? Yes. Put it simply, yes. Also, project, big stuff with Project X, guys. So make sure you're subscribed to the newsletter. By the 30th of December, I plan to launch Project X. So I am damn excited for this, and I think it will absolutely crush. I think you guys are gonna love it. I put my heart and soul into it, so you can be sure that that is gonna be the thing that you need to just be a part of. You have to be a part of that in 2021. If you're liking these videos and you like my vibe, then you're gonna absolutely love that. Right. Cool. So you see that we added a few different styling things, and it basically flexed it into a row, which already looks a lot better. Now I'm going to make it so that when I hover over this row, I add a box shadow and a top border. All right. So if I do that now, boom. Now if I hover over it, look at that. Very clean, just from a simple line. Very, very simple bit of code, and it done it. Banjo, thank you so much. Sunny is the best. Appreciate that, dude. So now what I'm also going to duplicate this. Did you implement the interactivity of Gmail functionalities? Bear in mind, guys, this is I'm doing this very quick, okay, as in on a stream. So of course we're not going to build out the entire Gmail, but we're getting close to some stuff, right? Project X, any hint? Well, all I'm going to say is Papa Fam is a community. I plan on making it the strongest damn community that anyone has ever seen. Okay, so the strongest community that anyone has ever seen. That's it. So I'm going to say Project X. So here we had the email row, and then here I'll say email row options. Email row options, display flex, like so. So if I go ahead and do, yeah, that's cool. And then what I'm going to do is for the message, right? The message I want to say email row message display flex. But next thing we're going to target the H4 inside. Now I made it flex 0.8 because I want that to take up the majority of the space here. So I'm going to target the H4 and say width of 400 pixels, white space, no wrap. This is the cool bit though. You see this text overflow ellipsis, right? So the ellipsis with a width of 400 and white space, no wrap, overflow, and things like that. Look, watch what happens now. So if I go to my email list and I say for the description, for example, if I just spam this out. So going over here now, see that, guys? It says it actually cuts off. It adds an ellipsis if it gets too long. So that's awesome. This is dope. There you go. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is for the title, I'm going to say email row title is going to be font size flex 0.3. For the time, I'm going to say padding right 15 pixels, font size 9 pixels, font weight bold. And I'm not sure if I actually gave the time a class. So the time at the end, we should make a p tag, not a div. So if I refresh it, save it, sorry, I forgot to refresh it. Oh, oops. Save, there we go. Cool. So now we should have it so that if I do email, this is not description, this is time, that's a mistake. Save. Send you just expert, I like you, thank you dude. Refresh. There you go, cool, look at that. All right, now what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna target the description, and the description is the cool part because remember we spanned the class for that description. So here I'm actually gonna go ahead and say email row description font weight 400 color gray, do that and boom. Get a nice little bit there, right? Now I'm also gonna add in a little sort of dash, right? So here, so you'll see it comes in there, right? But actually what I want to do is I don't want it in here, I want it to be inside of there. Cool. And then we get a little sort of nice little dash, and if you want to get an invisible space here, you can do the following. You can actually do that, and there you go. That's pretty good. So that's looking pretty good. So what we want to do now is I want to connect it so that when I click this, it goes ahead, and firstly, that's cool. We just done the email row. That's nice. Very, very clean. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so when I click into this, right, it will take me to /mail. Okay. So if I click into this, it will take me to /mail. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that when I click on the div over here, so on click, yeah. And what I need here is React Router gives us this special, very nice function called history. So we say const history equals, and then it gives us a hook called use history, right? Now we have to import this from React Router DOM. And what this does, it gives us the history of the web page, right? So 6.92K, let's go, man. This is crazy. It's literally going in front of our eyes. Oh my God, all right? So the good thing about the history is that what you can do is you can push, like imagine like you're pushing a web page onto your browser. So for example, if I'm here, I click it, I'm pushing the /mail route. And if I go back, I'm pushing the homepage back on. So when I hit back, it takes me back. When I hit back, it takes me back, right? So here, what I can do is I can say on click, arrow function, history, history /mail. Okay. And then what I can do is I can go into our app, refresh, and now if I do /, so if I click this, it should, it says history. So, history.push. We have to push into it. Now if I go ahead and click it, there you go, /mail, right? Now remember we created a mail component earlier. So if we go back to app.js, it says, if you're at the / route, it'll take you to the email list. So let's test it out. / takes us to the email list. Perfect. If I go to /mail, it takes me to mail. To prove that this works, I'm going to go here and say H1. What up, Papa fam? Refresh. Go ahead and hit this. What up, Papa fam? If you guys like that, comment #Papa fam in the comment section. I thought that was pretty smooth. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and so we'll leave that as the mail for now. That's fine. But right now we have a rough sort of functioning thing happening here, right? That's kind of cool. But now let's do it so that we can actually have it in a way where let me just double check something. So email, let's have mail.js. So cool. I think at this point, what we can do is let's build the mail screen. This one here, right here. Okay. We're going to build the mail screen next. Puppy, you're not from this planet. That's all I will say at this spot. All right. So here, what I'm going to say is we're going to do the mail section now. So inside of mail, we have a few things. We have the tools at the top, right? So inside of mail, we have these tools. We have tools, obviously, is a left section or right section. So, right. So at the top, I'm going to say mail __ tools. And then my goal is to make coding fun, man. I don't want to have boring tutorials, you know. I just want to like have fun with it, because that's how I learn. I like to have fun. We have tools left, and then we're going to say mail tools right. Cool. And if you're not following me on Instagram, yeah, make sure you follow me. So here, tools left. So now I've got a bunch of things I want, right? So loads of icons. So I'm actually going to show you and shortcut the process a little bit. So here, boom, I'm going to copy them in so you guys can have a look. The first one starts with icon arrow back, right? And now ignore this one. We'll fix that in just a sec. I'll show you what we do with the back icon. But now we need to import a bunch of dependencies. I'll show you which ones. So arrow back icon all the way down to watch late and all the way down to more vertical. So I'm going to go ahead and import a bunch of those icons at the top. Boom, save it. Here I'm going to say import icon button. It's a Christmas present for everyone. Let's go ahead and refresh. Cool. Look at that, guys. Boom. Nice. Literally off the bat, straight with the icon buttons and the components themselves. These are the components that you want to get. Email icon, watch later, and all those good things. And again, now we got the history object. We all like that one. And then I'm going to go into this button. I'll say, okay, when you click the back arrow button, so this one right here, I want the functionality to go back. So I want this functionality. So when I click it, it goes back. So how do I do that? I go here and I say on click equals inner arrow function, and I'll say history dot push the home page onto the stack, right? So, oh, look at that. Nice, guys. We'll fix this issue in a sec, but that's cool. That's awesome. Nice, so that works. Nice, and now we'll also fix the tools right while we're here. So for the right hand side section, we've got 3 more buttons. We've got unfold more icon, print icon, and exit to app icon. So I need to go ahead and do it. Can I know your Twitch account, pretty please? Yes, you can, dude. My Twitch account is actually just Sunny Sango on Twitch. Make sure you follow me because I am coding quite a lot on Twitch these days, and I really enjoy it. Honestly, I actually love Twitch. Such a nice streaming platform. So if I do this, refresh, and then 798. Right now, mail tools. Okay, let's style up mail because right now it doesn't look the greatest, right? So for the mail, I'm gonna say, okay, mail should take up flex 1 because we just want to push it as much as it can. There we go, cool. Don't want to do that. And then here I'll say background color white smoke, display flex, justify content space between color background white, and then you see that, boom, we get the white background, and behind it we had the white smoke, which gave everything the white smoke, which is kind of clean, right? We're still going to cover Redux and a bunch of that cool stuff, so keep the energy up. So mail, we've got the tools. Mail, the left section, I want to do display flex, so it just keeps it nice and tight. And the same for the right. I'm going to say for the did we start the right? I think we're good on the right hand section. We can leave actually. So now tools are done. The next sec, if I click this now over here you can see we've got the sort of 3D paper effect, right? Where the subject comes in here, you've got the sender or the person we're sending to, then you've got this important tag, you've got the message itself, and you've got the timestamp over on the right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and implement that right now. And the way we do that is we simply go ahead and we create, rather than saying what up Pepper Fam, we create a div called mail body, because this is going to represent the body. Okay, inside of here I'm going to have mail body header like this. This is going to resemble this top part right here. Okay, so h2 here, I'm going to go ahead and say let's actually do this one as, for now I'll go ahead and I'll just make this a test. I'm going to say this is just going to be the subject, then I'll say a important label icon. So this yellow icon that you see right here, I'm going to pop that in here. It says label important icon. The class name I'm going to give mail important, and then I'm going to do 2 p tags. Right, so 1 p tag, 2 p tags. There we go. Now the first p tag is going to be the title, right? Or yeah, I guess the title. And the second p tag is going to be the time. So this one, let's just say 10 p.m. or something like that as an example. And then we'll style this in just a sec. And then outside this div, I'll go ahead and say mail __ message. What app did I use to build? This is VS Code right now. So continuing on, guys, we're gonna go and actually style this out now. So the message, this is a message. Just do that for now. Save it, and then so here. Now we're gonna go ahead and say, so open up mail, pop it underneath, and then all of the magic happens in the mail CSS now. So here I'll say mail body. So cool. The fact that we can keep on helping each other, we can keep on pushing each other. You guys keep me sane, honestly. It's crazy. I love pushing harder and harder. I have to have a challenge in front of me, otherwise I go crazy. I'm a kind of guy who just needs like a constant challenge. I like to be pushed, you know. So honestly, we're just gonna keep on pushing. So you see here, right? We've got all of that, and then if I simply pop in a box shadow, save it, boom! Look at that. It's crazy what you can achieve with a bit of CSS, like literally the subtlest drop shadow. And if I get rid of that drop shadow, look at that. Then it looks like crap, really. Let's just be real. It's 3 p.m. in Boston. Hey, so look at that. Like, it doesn't look great. The minute you add a subtle drop shadow, boom, clean. That looks better than the Gmail app. Honestly, I prefer that than the Gmail app, right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna target the header. So I'm gonna say mail body header h2, and then here I'll say font weight. I love this song. We're just gonna play this a couple times. Margin right 20 pixels. Save it. And now the header should be a little bit neater. But actually, before we do that, I actually need to target it a little bit more. So I need to say, that was the H2 I target, but here I'm gonna actually do mail body header. So right now I'm targeting this bit, right? So I'm basically gonna be making this bit look really pretty. So here, what I'm doing now is I'm saying display flex, align items, center, save. And then you see here it goes into a line. And then here I can say border bottom 1 pixel white solid, 1 pixel solid white smoke. Seriously, why is this guy only at 6k subs? He deserves 50 mil at least. Thank you so much, dude. We're gonna keep on growing. Like, I'm not stopping until we hit that number, dude. Position relative, save it, and there you go. Cool. Now for the, I'm just trying to think, for the mail, for the tools, we've done it. The body, we've done it. Yeah, that's cool. Now for the important tag, mail important, we have to change the color, and then we have to do this to override material UI. Right, 2:20 a.m. in India. I love to watch you're working. Really appreciate it. Thank you, dude. For the message, I'm going to target the p tag. So the div is mail message, and then the p tag inside. Padding 10 pixels, margin right 20. Overflow. This is important because it means if the text goes too far over here, it will basically hit this point, and then it will wrap the text over here, continue on, wrap the text over here, and that's what it keeps on doing, right? Right. So right now we've done that. So I need to actually target the body header p tag, give it a margin left of, there we go. And then for the time, I'm going to so this is actually an interesting trick that we're doing now. So in the body header, I make the position relative, and then I can position anything inside of it. So for example, the mail time with absolute positioning, and it will be relative to the container that you're in. So if I do this now and I say a top 24 pixels font size, there we go. Let's just try this. I'll show you. So mail time. Now we haven't actually given the time. Yeah, so this one should actually be mail time. There we go. Now for the title, have I started the title? Yeah, I don't think I have. Oh, that's fine actually. Yeah, there we go. The time went over there. Perfect. Right. Now for mail message. So, oh, that's why in here we needed a p tag. That's right. So we needed a p tag, and then I'm going to cut this out. Boom. Pop it in there. Save. Boom. Right. Now the functionality obviously isn't pulling over. What we want is to actually pull over so that Mark Zuckerberg messaged me, Sonny, we need to talk, and it comes through over here. Elon messaged me, yo, what's up, Elon? And then it comes through. We want that kind of level of behavior, right? So right now, let's check this. So what we need to do now is actually we're going to create a compose, right? And now this will be the part where we introduce Firebase's Firestore. So if you're excited about that and you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button, okay? It's honestly looking clean, guys. Looking clean, and all of you will soon have this on your portfolio, right? So actually, there's something really bugging me that this is a lowercase p. So I'm going to quickly find. There you go. Haim says, Sonny, I like your channel better than the most programming channels on YouTube. Thanks for the share and love. Thank you so much, dude. I don't plan on going anywhere soon, so we're going to keep this family going. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is create this compose. So look how this happens, right? So the compose section. So this one, I'm actually going to go ahead and create it right now. So we need to actually do two things right now. We need to actually firstly have I'm going to actually create the store at this point, right? So at this point, right, if it is lagging, just give it time, maybe hit a refresh and it will come back. Don't worry, guys. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to, I'm going to go to our store. Okay. And you can see the store by default is set up with the following. It's set up with this, right? It's set up with the counter app example. Okay. Right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So make sure you follow this very carefully, this bit. I'm going to change the counter reducer. So this counter, this counter, this counter, and this counter to mail, because where it should be the mail slice. And then I'm going to say, come on, B, go here to my files. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to create a mail. So mail slice.js. Oh, sorry, not in there. Oops, wrong folder. In features, where is counter slice? I'm going to rename the counter slice to mail. Okay. And now inside of this file, right? So quick outline of what we're going to do here. So code apps, right? I explain it every time. I'm going to give you a quick overview, right? So our app is like this. It's like, right? Oops, app.js. It's like a tree. You render out things underneath it. So this will render out a different component. For example, the email list. Yeah, or it could render out, for example, the mail component, right? And then we could have something like a login component, for example, right? So imagine we've got all these different components, right? And oops, that's horrible. Yeah. And over here, we've got this mail, and over here, we've got this login, right? Now the app.js renders out these components, okay? And also renders out this one. Now imagine if I log in at this point. So if I have the user over at this point. Now, how do I get the user's information in the email list? Or how do I get the user's information in mail? I can't I could set a piece of state here, pass it down here, and then pass it down as a prop, but then you're going to eventually reach a problem called prop drilling, right? So this is a big issue and you don't want this, right? So what we tend to do is we introduce something called Redux. Now Redux is like a data layer. That's the way I like to explain it. That's the way I think about it, right? So if we introduce a data layer like Redux, right, what we can do is when we get the user in the login component, I can take the user and I can push the user into this data layer, right? And then what I can do is, imagine I need it in the email list. I can just go ahead and just pull it from the data layer. So then I can pull the user at this point. So what we actually essentially doing at this point is we get the login, we get the user's information, we push it into the data layer, and now it's available for the entire app to use because it's inside the data layer. And then in the email list, I can go ahead and say pull it, and it comes into the email list. And you can do this with anything. So we're going to actually do this when we actually hit the compose button, because I hit the compose button over here. And then I want to trigger a piece of state, which goes ahead and opens up this. And this is going to be a completely separate component, which is just dependent on that bit of state, right? But then again, that value is going to be set inside of the the Redux data layer. Okay. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to create that functionality. So here we're going to change the counter slice to mail, right? And then here I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say select rather than this mail, and then get rid of this. It's going to be mail slice. Select mail. We can just change that. Get rid of all these comments. We can get rid of the increment async. These are all examples that came with the template. Let's change that up. Cool. And then here, what we're going to say for the mail reducer. So remember that piece of that state that we talked about earlier, right? The data layer. What we can do is we can actually make it so that we have different layers. So imagine an onion, right? Rather than having one massive layer that we just push objects into, like the user, for example, we can have something about, for example, we can have the mail slice of the onion, right? We can have the user slice. Now, if I have a user, I can just go ahead and push that into the user slice. So imagine there's different layers. There's like a few different layers here. So one of the layers is the mail slice. One of the layers is the user slice. But regardless of which one you use, it's going to be available inside of your application, right? So it's going to be available to all of your components inside. So this time we're going to push the user into user slice. But if I have anything regarding mail, for example, when we create a mail or something like that, or email, I'm going to push it into this slice. This allows us to sort of handle our code a lot more easier, okay? So will I be able to send an email with this? You're actually going to be able to send a, not an email, but you're sending it to Firebase, and then you're basically rendering on the screen. So it's more of a demo of how you can use Firebase in that sense. So now I'm going to have a few different things. I'm going to have open send message and close send message. And this is going to be responsible for when I click this. It's going to open send message. It's going to change a piece of state in the data layer. So this is true. And if I close it, it's going to trigger it to false. And we render it based on that value. Okay. So here we're going to go ahead and say send message is open. By default, it's false. Okay. I don't really know anything about Vue too much, to be honest, to answer that question. So I'm not going to answer any Vue questions. This is about React, guys. Oh, I logged myself out of that one. So let me see. Okay, cool. There we are. So now what I want to do is I'm going to say, open send message. I can get rid of all of this stuff. And then here, if we get the open send message action, we're going to go ahead and say and change these. And then the close send message action. You go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to get rid of these. Cool. And now what we can do is we can actually go ahead and say, oh, that's fine. Now we need to export these. So open, there we go. And then here I say close like that. Cool. And then I'll go down over to this one, get rid of that. Cool. Nice. So this looks pretty good. Remember what I talked about, right? So every time you're going to push a user into this data layer, you need to do it for an action. So for example, setting the send messages open property, which is inside the data layer, in order to do it, I have to dispatch this action. So this will set it to true. And if I want to close it, it will dispatch it and set it to false. Once you understand this key, it would be very easily, okay? So now we have this. So now what I can do is, anytime I want to pull the value from the data layer, I need to have something called a selector. So here I'll say select, and then you can just say that the sort of syntax is to have the variable name afterwards. And then we say state, which is the data layer. Then the slice that we're in, which is mail, because the slice is determined by this bit. State.mail.send messages open. So if we use that selector, we'll get this value from the, right? And this is where we essentially go ahead and map it to the state. So there's a reducer is that onion, that data layer, think of it like that. And then we map it here. So we've got the mail reducer, which manages the mail slice. And then we have the mail. That's where we map it to, right? So this is pretty cool. Everything's good. And then what we're going to do now is we are going to go ahead and build that compose. So now when I click the compose button, I want this to pop up, right? So firstly, I need to have this kind of component. So what we're going to do is inside of app.js, I'm going to have underneath the switch, underneath here, I'm going to have a component called SendMail. And this is going to be responsible for Happy Christmas, the dawn of ReactJS. Thank you so much, dude. 830 likes. Insane. Thank you so much, guys. So we're going to create this little box down here, right? So which says send message. Now we're going to be using something new. We're going to be using React Hook form for this, right? Which actually allows you to validate forms. So here I'll say send mail.js, like so, RFCE, and then do that. And then here I'll say import sendmail.css, create the file for that, sendmail.css, boom, create the class name for this one. You know how we do it. We keep it simple every time. SendMail, we'd use the same pattern. Cool. Now for SendMail, is I'm going to have a few things. The header is going to be this little top bit at the top, which is new message in the cross. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in. So we're going to say SendMail header, right? And then we're going to have the rest of the fields beneath it, right? So let's just build it out as we go. So inside of here, we're going to have a H3. This is going to say new message. Right now, once again, we're building this section over here. So this pop-up, right? So new message. And then we have a close icon. The header here, that's insane, man. Holy shit. So here, class name, I'm gonna go ahead and give the close icon a class name, SendMail close, cool. And then will you keep this live? Yes, everything is straight back up on my channel afterwards. So you guys can learn from this, keep it going, okay? Now, after that, we're gonna have a form, right? So a form is, we're gonna get rid of this form action. We don't need that. Inside the form, we're gonna have a few input fields. So we're gonna have 3 input fields, the subject and the message itself. So here I'll say input 1, copy it, input 2, input 3. So 3 input fields. And then all we're simply gonna do is we're gonna have an option at the bottom, okay? So we're gonna have an option at the bottom, and this will be here for the send button, okay? So here, I'll go ahead and I'll say div send mail options like this. And I'll create a button, which is material UI, and we'll say send. So now we're going to import the button. Nice questions, guys, by the way. Thank you for asking. Right. Here, counter slice is not defined on mail slice. Let's check it out. Mail slice. I didn't do that. Okay, strange. Send mail, let's import this. Save, refresh. And let's just try, where is counter slice? Where have I written this? We've got it in here. Oh, that's why. Mail. Cool. If you can't reach out to me on Instagram, just join the Discord. The link is in the description, and you can go pretty much go ahead and reach me through that channel. Sumit says, I read a book for Java only. Yeah, same here, dude. Literally exact same for me. Cool. So now I forgot what we were doing. Compose. Yeah, there we go. So for the compose, what we were doing is we were building out this bit. So we had 3 input fields and a button for send. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to force this to render so we can kind of focus on that at present. So we can go here into app, and then here what I'll say is go down here. Send mail is it's just rendering right now anyway. So it's down here. You see, it's like kind of stuck down here, and I'll show you how we do a bunch of tricks and stuff later. But for this one, what we're going to do is go into send mail. And I can have a video for comparing context API versus Redux. Yes. So SendMail here, I'll go ahead and say SendMail.css, and let's style it up. Here I'm going to say position absolute. And then I'm going to say bottom 0, right? And then you see it 6 to the bottom of the screen. That's cool. And then I'm going to say right 50 pixels because I want it at the bottom, right? And then I'm going to say background color. I've got a nice little kind of, you know, gray background for it. Cool. And then we're also going to say width of 40% because I kind of want this one to be a responsive size. And then I'm also going to say, if we know what React means, is it easy to learn React Native or not? Yes. Put it this way, I did not know React Native when I got my first job, but I had to code in React Native. So I just picked it up on the job. It's not hard once you know React. It's very similar. So guys, who here has ordered themselves a Papa merch item yet? Because look, we have some Papa merch and it's looking pretty damn fresh, guys. All right, so here, let's go ahead and say max width, 500 pixels, and then border top left and right, I'm gonna give 10 pixels. So the following over here, boom. Sunny even Christian on Christmas. What's up, Michael? Thank you so much for being here. Display flex direction column. So now you'll see if I do this, boom, everything kind of gets, you know, a little bit cleaner. And then here I'll say border, 1 pixel solid white smoke. And then I'll give a box shadow underneath it. There we go. Box shadow underneath. Now you can see this probably doesn't like impress you too much. It's kind of like, oh God, what is this? Yeah, why is this like this? Now I'll show you, we've got a bunch of fixes that we're gonna do. All right. So the first thing is the SendMail header. SendMail header. And this one I'm gonna say padding of 13 pixels, display flex. And then I'll go ahead and say display flex, justify content, space between, there we go. And then I'm gonna say align items centrally. And then I'll say color is gray. Cool. And you see that? The top one automatically looks a bit better. I mean, it doesn't look so bad anymore, right? Next section, what we're gonna do is notice how we eventually wanna get to this. That's the goal, right? So I'm gonna change the SendMail header to a H3. I think in mobile it is lagging. Atena says you are my inspiration. Thank you so much, dude. If it's lagging, remember just hit the refresh button, it should clear up. The next thing we're gonna do is the send button. Okay, so for the button over here, I'm gonna go down here, give it a class name of SendMail __ button. Oh no, send. So this one send. We are not using the Gmail API, not today. Send. So I'll go down here, save it, and then here I'll say SendMail send. Boom. And then here I've got a few rules. I've got a background color of blue for the button, capitalize the button, and margin of 15 pixels. Now over here for the button, I'm gonna say variant contain color primary and type is submit because it's within the form and I want it to have like control over the form when we hit enter on the keyboard. So now, right. So now for the input fields, I'm gonna target the close icon, which we added up here. And I'm gonna say SendMail close, cool. That looks good. And then I'm going to target the form. And then I'm going to say display flex 1. Flex 1 so it takes up the entire width. Flex direction column. And now I'm going to target every form, every input field inside of the forms and say the height is 30 pixels, padding 10 pixels, border none, border bottom white smoke, and an outline of none. We do that and we get these 3 nice looking sort of containers, right? Now for the bottom input field, there's a few things I'm going to do here. I'm actually going to go ahead and have the input fields each have placeholders. So the top one will have a placeholder of 2. The second one will have a placeholder of subject. And then the final one will have a placeholder of, this one doesn't have a placeholder. This will just be for the message. We'll just say message.json. dot dot dot. Right. So you see the final one didn't actually have it, but in our one we'll add a message dot dot dot. That's kind of easier to understand. For the final input field, I'm going to give it a class name of SendMail message, like this. Papa, did you plan to do on some kind of shop with the Shopify storefront API? We can definitely. Then I'm going to go ahead and say SendMail message. Yeah. So now what I want to do is, because we've got a flex direction column, what I can do here is I can say target this SendMail message, and I want you to use up the rest of the space by saying flex one. So flex yourself, and boom, takes up the rest of the space. That's clean. And that's how we get that sort of functionality. Looks very, very nice at this point. Right, so we have the two. There you go, cool. Right, now what we also want to do is we want to have the, I'm going to show you guys something really cool today as well. So I'm going to show you how to do how to connect the forms up, how to connect a form up using a new library that I haven't shown you before called React Hook Form. Okay, so here what I want you to do is open up your terminal, and then I want you to type in yarn add React Hook Form. Okay, enter. And then once that's done, what we're going to do is let that do its magic. Let's make money. That's it, Benay. Awesome, man. Right, so now that that's there, so it goes ahead and connects to it. So what I can do now is I'm going to pull in that library that we just installed. Okay, so I'm going to import the hook called use form. Okay, so use form is the hook that we're going to be using. Right, there we go, all good. And let me know if you guys are still watching, if you're still enjoying the stream. Nice. Just Edge Thing says, Sunny, off topic, but for entry-level front-end React developer, do you think data structures and algo theory are important for interviews? I think most people focus way too much on that, and they miss out on all the basic stuff. Focus on the actual practical things and do that as a secondary thing, because most people do data structure, do a whole machine learning. Like, I knew the entire, like a massive algorithm, and I couldn't even tell you the start of it if I had to now. So honestly, it's not worth doing that. I'll tell you, focus on the practical stuff first. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and do register, handle, submit, watch errors, like that. Okay. So this is how we use that library. Cool. We're not using the news. Oh, we're not using the news API today. No. Okay. So now that we got the form things that we've got plugged in, right? So now in order to use this form library, each thing has to have a name, right? This is really cool, by the way. So each form part has to have a name. So if we go to the input field here and I say name is to for this one, the name for this one is subject, and then the name for this one is message, right? Now what it's doing here is it's going to actually go ahead and connect. So is this use form hook good for a man? But any single time you need to use a form, I recommend using this because it's so clean, right? I promise you. And if you've never used it, please focus at this point because it's really, really good stuff that I'm showing you right now. Okay. So if you go ahead and use form, so now what we can do is we can actually go ahead and close that for a sec. It's a bit hard to see. So all we have to do at this point is go into each of the forms, and then we have to say here, ref equals, and then we got a register function here, right? So what we say is we say register, and then what we say, because what you can do is you can pass in validation rules. So I'm going to say register it to the special sort of React Hook form library that we're using, but then I also want to make this required. So it's a kind of cool little handy thing, right? And then what I'll do is I'll copy this and I'll show you. Look how easy this is, right? So I go here, boom, and we copy that. Cool. So now each one is registered. It's kind of like connected to our form. Okay. And then what I would say is, so at this point, what we're going to do is we are going to go up to the form at the top, and I'm going to go here and say on submit. Okay. So on submit, and here I'll say what we need to do is we need to use handle submit, like this handle submit. And then what we do is we actually create a function. So handle submit is what they give us in the library, but we need to create an on submit function. I mean, it basically wraps it. So here, what I'll say is on submit, right? So now what will happen is you actually get the data of the form back here. So if I console log at this point, oops, console log, is TypeScript useful for React? Yes, super useful. And Project X is going to cover some of that stuff. So exciting stuff, guys. Now here, if I press F12 and I go into the console, if I start typing into our magic form and I do this and I hit enter, boom, look at that. It mapped everything into that form and gave it to me when I submitted it. But if I get rid of this, or remember, because these fields are required, if any of these are empty and I hit enter or I click send, notice how it's not submitting it. But if I fill this in and I hit enter, now it submits it. But the minute something's not there, it won't submit it. So this is a really, really good form of validation, right? Pun intended. Okay, cool. So with that bit said, now what we're going to do is, yeah, so you can see it actually has the data from the form in here, right? So here, what we'll do is we'll call this form data. And notice how the names that it gets for that form data are here, right? So what you can do is even more powerful now is you can add a p tag, and look what they give us. They give us an errors object, right? So if we go underneath every single input now, and I'm going to add a little p tag, and I'll show you how sick this is. So now I can say, okay, if errors.to exist, because that's the name of this field, then go ahead and render a p tag. Which is going to say, let's do it, which says, what does it say here? To, or what we can do actually is we can say, then render a p tag. Get rid of this. Then render a p tag, which says to is required, right? And this p tag, I'm going to say, has a class name of SendMail error. So we're going to style that as well. Cool. So that's the first one. Now look what happens, guys. If I go ahead and I refresh, and say if I put the subject in and the message, but I don't put in the to, and I hit enter, it says to is required. Boom, how sick is that? Maury, thank you so much, dude. He says, Sunny, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. How cool is that, man? 840 likes as well, near 900, guys, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to our CSS file. So this is so good, right? This is actually the sort of game changer for your form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one, put it down here. So I've got it underneath both. And this will make your life so much easier. And this one will say subject, and if errors for message. And what I can say is here, the subject is required, message is required, save. What I'm going to do is I'm going to style SendMail, and I'm going to make it so that the error has got a background color of white, color red, text align to the right, and a padding of 2 pixels. So now you see that, oh, clean. So now, and look what happens as well, guys. The minute I start, one sec, let's refresh because it's kind of messed up. So if I go ahead and say boom, boom, and I start and I enter, the minute I type in, notice how it clears it, and then it actively validates. So that's, look at that, it will actually clear it. And then if I do the same for that one, subject is required. What? Go down here, message is required. But look, as soon as I type, oh my God, that is so clean. Aisha says, we trust you. Oh God, you guys can't even see it. Oops. I just realized on the screen. There we go. So now, look at that, guys. So that it gets rid of that. And then as soon as it hasn't got the subject, and same here, message is required. But look at that, as soon as the minute I type, it goes. So after you submit it once, it handles all of this kind of special form logic for you. Right, so that's actually very, very powerful. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that if I click compose, it changes a piece of state in Redux store, which shows this form. Now what I'm going to do is, how many subs are we at, guys? So So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to go to app.js, right? Now here, what we have is SendMail, right? Now what I'm going to do is, remember we talked about the mail slice earlier, and we had a piece of state called SendMail is open, right? So I'm going to fetch that from the store, just like this. Remember, we fetch it from the data layer. The way we do that is we go into app, and then I go here and I say then here I'll say const, I'll say send messages open equals use selector, right? So use selector, and then I can import it from React Redux. And then basically, remember the selector that I created? And then here you can go ahead and say, so this is what the selector was called. Remember, the selector is how we pull it from the state. So select, we also have to import that. So I'll pull that in. And then this is how we get that piece of data from the state. Now here, what I'm going to say is, if the send message is open, then we should render the send mail. So if I refresh this now, boom, you see it disappeared. But if I go to my mail slice and I change to by default, the value is true, and I refresh, there you go, it's there, right? We'll fix this issue in a sec, but it's there, right? So that's really cool. But what we want to do is we want to leave it as false, and I want to trigger it. So now what we're going to do is, for when I hit compose, so let's go to the sidebar. Here's the compose button, right? So in order to dispatch an action into Redux, we can use something called dispatch, right? So dispatch, Redux gives us a very nice little toolkit called use dispatch. So we can pull that in. And then here, this will give us the little gun that we need to shoot off an action, right? So here, what I want to say is, I'm going to have it so that if I click on the compose button, so on click, then I'm going to do an inline arrow function and say dispatch, dispatch. And then I'm going to say open send message. So this is an action that I defined earlier inside a mail slice. So remember, open send message, which changes the state to true. So if we go back here, and then what I have to do is I have to import this. So import it from source features mail slice. Sometimes it's a bit funny. You have to kind of work with it. Oh, okay. Sometimes you have to manually do it as well. God damn it. All right. So here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, you have to call it, right? And obviously we don't need to pass in any arguments. So now, guys, check this out. The default value of open send message is false, right? We know that. I'm not lying. We know that because it's here. The default value is false. But when I click compose, it should dispatch this action, which sets it to true. Boom. Look at that. Worked, right? Let's do it one more time. We'll refresh, compose, boom, opened out. That's pretty cool, right? So now it works off the state. Everything works in pretty good in that fashion. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and say, where we have the cross, I want to do the opposite now, right? So in SendMail, where I've got the little cross, where is it? Over here. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say on click of the cross, I'm going to say inline arrow function dispatch. I need to pull in the dispatch at the top. So I'll say const dispatch equals use dispatch. So that little handy hook we've got, auto imported from React Redux, boom. And then I'm going to go into my inside of send, I need to go ahead and import the action. So remember, the action was close send message. And then on click here, I'll say dispatch, close send message, like that. Okay, go ahead and hit save. And now if I hit refresh, check this out now, guys. So whenever I click compose, it opens up, cool. And then let's go over here. And then if I click on the little X, boom, it closed, right? Now, if you don't believe me and you're like, Sunny, but yeah, you could be pulling some kind of sorcery here, right? I'm going to open up the Redux DevTools. Now, Redux DevTools are amazing because what we can do is if I refresh the app, it shows your app state. It shows any actions that I've dispatched. Also shows the state of the tree. So you see mail by default, send messages open is false, right? So I really recommend you get this working and you kind of look into this. But if I click compose now, boom, it sends a message, a mail open send message action. And you can see the action contained the type. And what it did is if you click diff, it changed the state from false to true, right? So this is game changer. This is going to help you all out. And then what I can do is if I click the X button, what we'll see here is in the mail slice, it will send a close send message action. Boom. Now, what did that do? It changed it from true to false. And then on the front, we pretty much re-rendered accordingly. Okay. All right. Now what we're going to do is, you see it pretty much worked perfectly there, right? Like that pretty much did exactly what we wanted to do and say. And what I'm going to do now is we've got that opening up perfectly. We've got this working. So even like that, but I actually want to sort of validate the email, right? So the way to validate the email very simply is we go over to SendMail, the input, and here you can say type email. And this will do a soft validation for you, which is pretty cool. It won't submit the form. So now here I'm going to go ahead and say type email. So if I compose a message, and at the bottom of the screen, so here, you guys can see that. If I go ahead and try and type in an email message, like email, but I don't include a valid one, you see it says, it pops up. Please include an at. See that? It says, please include an at. If I do this, it says, please enter the following part. So it's pretty good. It gives you a nice little kind of verification, right? Now, when we click send, I want something to happen. So look at that. How clean is that? So nice. So now at this point, what we're going to do is we are going to have it so that we actually integrate Firebase into this portion of the build. So I want it so that when you compose and send a message, it will send it to this list. That would be awesome if we can do that, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to open up Firebase. So where did I actually put my Firebase earlier? So Firebase here. So remember we set up Firebase earlier. So the first step in Firebase, right? So at this point, we're going to hit this little cog, click project settings, go down here to this button right here, and I'm going to click it. And then here it will say add Firebase to your web app. So I'm going to type in Gmail, clone, YouTube, set up Firebase hosting, yes, register the app, the Firebase SDK, next. We don't need to do that. Here you need to do this command in your, if you haven't done it already, you need to do sudo npm install-g Firebase tools, and that will allow you to run Firebase commands in your terminal. I've already done that, so I'm not going to do that now. And then what I'm going to do is, we'll do this afterwards, but you can follow these if you're not already logged in, but I'm already logged in, so it's pretty good. Continue to the console. Now go down here, config, and I'm going to go ahead and click copy. All right, so we're going to click copy down here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our code, and I'm going to go here, boom, open this up, go to Firebase, I'll go to our files. I'm going to create a new file called firebase.js. Right now, Command J, open up our terminal. Now inside of our terminal, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say yarn add. I'm going to say yarn add Firebase, because I'm adding Firebase as a dependency to our project. Now while it's doing that, I'm going to say import Firebase from Firebase. This is our configuration file. And then paste. So I got that from here. So I copied this over here, and then it's a Firebase config. And then what I'm going to do here is, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Firebase, and then here what we should do is store it at the bottom. So now I'm going to say const Firebase app equals Firebase.initialize app. And what we do is we initialize, this is basically what connects the front end to the back end. So we grab the Firebase config, and then we go here and Firebase config. And now one of the things when you're coding, I know it's frustrating. It's super like, oh man, I just don't understand, or maybe that bit skipped over, but that's what you're gonna face in production environments all the time. So getting used to it is something that is tricky. It's tricky, but you have to have perseverance. Now we need access to the database. So before I do that, I'm going to go over here to Cloud Firestore, and I'm going to click Cloud Firestore, and we are going to set up our Cloud Firestore. So here I'm going to go over to get started. Perfect. Click that. Go here to next. Oh, wait a sec. Why is this popped up? Cloud Firestore. Strange. And then here I'll click on create database. Start in test mode. Next. It doesn't matter about the location for now. Click enable. This is going to go ahead and set everything up on the back end to have a real-time database. Cloud Firestore here, we have the collection. Now I'm not going to go into NoSQL and how it's structured, but you essentially have a collection, document collection sort of structure to it, right? That's the way you need to think of it. And in this case, we're going to have a collection of emails that's going to be rendered on the screen. But in order to get our database from our code, we need to say db equals the Firebase app that we just initialized dot Firestore, because Firestore is the database that we just set up. It's the real-time database that we just set up. Okay. Next, we need to go ahead and say const auth. So I need to do some authentication in this app. So I go back here, go to the authentication tab, hit that button. And at the top, I say get started. All right. Now here, I'm going to go to authorization or authentication. I'm going to enable the Google because we're going to have Google login. He says, I cannot hear. Just refresh your stream if you can't hear. Sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Save. You just need to enable a email there. Right. Go ahead and let this bit finish off. While that, I'm going to say const auth. And then I'm not using an Apple M1. I'm using the latest MacBook before that, the 16-inch fully maxed out. That's my laptop at the moment. But still, when you're streaming, it struggles, honestly. Const provider equals, oh yeah. So we've got the authentication module here. So here we say, okay, now we need the Google provider. Okay. So for logging in, so now we say new Firebase.auth Google Auth provider, this one. Okay. Now this will allow us, I'll show you how we do this afterwards, right? I honestly don't know of any other cloud provider better than Firebase. I am in love with Firebase. And then here what I say is export, because I need access to the DB outside this file, the authentication and the provider outside this file. Okay, I need access to the following. Can you make a TalkShop clone or comments? I'm actually going to make a Flipkart clone. That would be cool. Flipkart. Right. So this is error updating Google. Okay, if I hit save now, it should work. If we even enable this one, that's all good. If this should work. I mean, I've not had issues with this one before. I set it up earlier as well. So now we're gonna go ahead and go to the. We're gonna make it so that we need to go to our SendMail. We're gonna do this, right? So what I need to do is, we know that we get the form data when we submit. So here I'll say DB, and this will actually naturally import it from our local Firebase file. So notice our local Firebase file. Now here I'll say db.collection, and then what I'll say is db.collection, I'll say emails. Go into the emails collection on our database, and this will give us back, right? And then we say add. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is every time we submit that, I'm gonna push something into the database. Okay, so here what I'm gonna say, the to, so imagine we're pushing an object into our database now. So the structure is as follows, right? So this is the object that we're pushing in right now. So I'm gonna just make it extremely clear that it's an object. So imagine this is our object, right? So I'm going to say to, and then here it would say, I want to study JavaScript. Dude, you're on the right channel. You're on the right channel. So we'll say form data dot to, and then I'll say here the subject field is going to be form data dot subject, and then I'm going to say message is form data dot message, like this. And then I will say that the timestamp. So the timestamp's interesting. Very nice trick for the timestamp here. What we do for the timestamp is we pretty much go up to the top. We say import Firebase from Firebase. Because think about it. If you push something in from your database, then my time is going to be different from your time. So this is going to be an actual Firebase module. So what we're going to use, we're both going to use the server's timestamp. Okay, so we're going to say Firebase dot Firestore dot field value dot server timestamp, and this will give us the actual server timestamp on the minute that you push in. So now we basically will go ahead and push it in, right? And what I also want to do is, once I send that message, I want to close that form. So we know how to do it. We say dispatch, and then we say close send message, right? And that should close the form as well after, right? So this is pretty cool, right? This means that when we basically go ahead and submit the form, it should push into the database. So let's go ahead and see if we can get this visually on the screen. So if I go over to here, and then I go ahead and go to our Firestore, and then here what I can do is I can go ahead and say, I can go back and oh yeah, I can enter something in. So let's refresh, and then what I should see is these are the emails, right? So these are the ones that I had before. So what I'll do is I'll delete these old ones. There we go. We should get rid of all the emails. Boom. We have a fresh database. I'm going to compose a message, and I'm going to say sunny@papa.com, and then here I'll say test subject, right? Test subject. Say this is a message. Boom. Okay. And now if I hit enter, send, right? So you see it sent something, and then it disappeared. So if I refresh my database now, check this out. We should have emails perfectly. Hey, this is a message, test subject, perfect, sunny@papa.com. Now, because we've got the collections there, it should be real time. So if I compose another message and I say, for example, so if I say test@gmail.com, this is amazing. And I say, yo, Papa fam. Now notice over here, when I hit enter, right? Watch what happens, enter, boom, real time. Popped in, we get it inside of our database, right? So you see that it pops out perfect. Everything is working just as we expect it, just as we want it. So at this point, what I can do is I want to basically map this stuff in here so that way it's right. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and render this on the screen. So now how do we do that? So what I do is I simply go over to our code, and what I want to do is in the email list, I'm going to go to the top, and here I'm going to create a, you look cool dude, for real, you're chill and doing your thing. I wish you do more tutorials and videos sooner. Thank you so much, man, appreciate you, and I will be doing that 100%. Right, so I'm going to go here to email list, and then here what I'll say is I'm going to create a piece of state. So state is like a way of keeping variables in React. And then here we say set emails. So this is how we initialize a piece of state. And here I say use state. Cool. And it's going to start off as an empty array. Okay. Because this is going to be the array that stores all of our emails. And now what I want to do is I want to map it to here, right? So how do we map it? I use something called a use effect inside of React. Now a use effect is a piece of code which basically says, it's a hook, it's a React hook, which basically says, run this piece of code. And if we leave these empty brackets, it means run this piece of code when the email list component loads, run it once. Run this piece of code once when the email list component loads. If this is left, when we have it no brackets, it means every time there's a re-render, you should then run that piece of code. And if we have a dependency in here, then it will go ahead and run it once when it loads, as well as when it changes the variable inside there. So here what I'm going to say is DB. So I'm going to pull in the DB from the database, boom, from our local. And then I'm going to say db.collection. So I'm targeting this collection right now, this collection of emails. So I'm going to say collection, then I'm going to say emails, right? And then I'm going to say on snapshot, okay? On snapshot. And what I can even do is before I do this, I can go ahead and say, here we can say order by, and I can use the timestamp that we actually implanted in there, or whatever we're going to say. Basically, we put in there, and I can use that, and I can order it descending. So they allow us to do that. So we can already do that there. And then what I'm going to say is on snapshot, and I'm going to say, okay, that gives us back a snapshot. Now, snapshot is basically a real-time listener. So anytime anything changes over on this side, anything, if we delete, if we add, if we change any of these fields, then it's going to be essentially updated, and this piece of code will fire off again. So that's what a snapshot is. It gives us a snapshot of the database, and it goes and fires off again. So here I say set emails. So every time we get a snapshot of the database, I'm going to set the emails, and I'm going to say snapshot.docs. So these are all the docs. These ones, see document. But Snapchat, I'm going to say .map. And here I say for every single doc inside of this list, get rid of that, sorry. For every single doc inside of this list, what I want to do is I actually want to say, I want to return an object. So basically, whenever we do this map, this one is it's a bit confusing to get your head around, but don't worry, just break it down, and I'll break it down in a sec. So we want to get the ID, which is this ID. And then here I'm going to say the data is going to be the doc.data, which is essentially all of this stuff inside of the document. If we save it now, so that's nicer to read. So what we're saying is, okay, connect to the DB. On Snapshot as a real-time listener, it's basically going to say whenever a document gets added, modified, or deleted from here, give me a snapshot. So it'll rerun this code anytime a change occurs here. Cool. So at this point, we set the emails. So every time a change happens, we update the emails on the front end, and then we map through them. So we're basically going to bubble up an array, and we're going to go through here, and we're basically going to say, okay, get me objects with the ID is this, and the data is all of this stuff as an object. Boom. That was a good explanation, I think. All right. So we pretty much have that. All right. So now what we're going to do is we've mapped it, right? So now all we need to do is go down to the bottom rather than hard-coded values, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to say emails.map. So down here, I say emails.map, map through all the emails. And I'm going to say, okay, for every single email, return the following, right? And I want to return some like element or object or whatever it is, right? So my end goal would be to render out the objects, right? So here, what we're going to do is we are going to map through all the emails, and we're going to return an email row. Okay. We're going to map through and we're going to return an email row like so. And then, email row. If we render through the emails, we render it out. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break apart the email. Remember when we mapped it, we got an ID and a data object. So I'm going to destructure it at this point. I'm going to get the ID and the data object away from it. So the ID would be this, the data would be this. And then what you can do in destructuring is you can go ahead. What we're going to do is we pulled apart the ID and the data. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to destructure more. So a level deeper, and I'm going to get all the things that we wanted to get out of it at that point, right? So I'm going to get the to, I'm going to get the subject, I'm going to get the message, and I'm going to get the timestamp, right? Oops, timestamp. Cool. Now, what I'm going to do is when I render out the email row, these are hard-coded values that we had before, right? Thank you so much, guys, for the kind words. Still coming in, amazing stuff, right? So here, I'm going to say the ID and the key is going to be the key here. So the ID that we get from here. So here, what I'm going to say is the ID, the key is used so that if we basically have a list of 1,000 elements, when we push in another element, it doesn't have to re-render the entire list, but instead it just pops in the new one, right? So that's how you do it, and it will work, right? So we have the key, title, subject, description. I'm going to pass in here. So remember, the email row takes slightly different props. So the to was a title prop, the subject was a subject prop, message was a description prop. You can change that if you want. I just did it like that. It's a bit confusing, but it's fine. And here, what I'll do is the time. So the timestamp comes back as this weird Unix character, right? So you just have to trust me on this one. I've used this plenty of times before, but basically what you want to do is timestamp here would break our code, right? It doesn't work. So here, what I'm going to say is new date, and then you put in the timestamp, which could be undefined at a given point. So you want to make it optional chaining. You get the seconds, times it by 1,000, and then you convert it. So don't ask, honestly, don't even worry about what it does. Just know that this will give you a very nice date string, which looks similar to this, right? It looks similar to that. That's how you need to think of it. And that's why we're using that one. So what I'm going to do is actually show you guys so this is the actual one. So you see, it will give us this date string back. So a date string like this, right? Is 19 a good age to start coding? Yes. Oh yeah. Powerful Papa Rat, you're the best. Thank you so much, dude. So this is good. Now what we want to do is pull it in, right? So you can see, oh, it worked. Look, it's pulled in. It pulled in the two things that we just created before. I thought this was a different app, but this is actually our one. No, is it 3000? No, 3001 is our one. Here we go. Use state is not defined. 919. Okay, so we need to import the use effect hook. Boom. And I need to import the use state hook. Boom. Save. All right. Now I'm going to refresh and let's see if it freaks out. Okay, look at that. You see that, guys? It loaded up and then it popped in. So what we're going to do here is, you see, it kind of has some weird styling stuff over there, which we'll fix afterwards. But at this point, okay, pretty good. Besides that little weird quirk, but we can fix that. And then, so you see, these are the two emails that we passed in. So right now it doesn't pass through, but we get the emails here. So let's test it out. Let's go ahead and compose, and let's go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say something like, so Sunny at papa.com. And then here we'll say, this works. Oh my God, how cool. And I'll add a little fire emoji, right? Send. Check that out, guys. That's cool. Look at that. It literally just popped in. Sunny, Papa, this works. Oh my God, how cool. And obviously it's like an email client doesn't send into your own inbox, but the purpose here is to have a really nice demo that you can show that you're using Firebase Firestore. Remember, these demos are to land you a job, right? They're not meant to be the actual Gmail. They're meant to be so like demonstrational of what you can do, what you're about, get you that job, and then you can go ahead and kill it. Stay around and you'll get to the ending, dude. So another step. Now when we click through, I want to basically make this the subject, right? I want to basically have the email contents pushed through to the back. So how do we do that? We go to our mail slice, and then what we need to do is we need to upgrade our mail slice so that way we can actually contain the selected mail. So what we're going to do is we're going to have another piece of state here called selected mail. In the beginning, it's going to be default no, because we don't want to actually have anything connected. So it's going to be fine. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have it so that you have a select mail action, right? So here what we're going to say is you're going to be able to select the mail. You're going to be able to dispatch a select mail action. This is going to have the state and an action. And I'll explain this in a second. It'll make a lot of sense. Don't worry. And then what will happen is when you fire off this action, we're going to choose the selected mail to become whatever you passed inside the payload. This will make a lot of sense again. Don't worry. Okay. Now, what do we do here is we need to export this action. So boom, we need to export it. We need to create a selector for it so that we can then go ahead and pull it inside of our app. So there we go. Perfect. Right. So now what I'm going to do is when I click this field, I need to dispatch a select mail action. So now if we go to email list over here, I think these builds are getting crazy. I think. Like, look how much functionality we're packing in. It's insane, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to go to the email row, and we're going to have it so that so inside of email row, I'm going to have it so when you do an on click, we're actually going to say open mail. So const open mail equals boom, like this. And then I'm going to say dispatch. And then when we dispatch, again, I need the dispatch. So I'm going to go ahead and pull my dispatch in here. So I'm going to say use dispatch. I need to import that. Perfect. And then here, I need to say dispatch the select mail action that we just created right now. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is that's going to actually take a payload. And the payload for this one is going to be the ID, title, subject, description, time that we passed through. Right, so these things. So I'm just going to pass those through. Right, so now this will be the selected mail inside of the state. So we'll actually have track of this. And then what we'll do is we'll redirect them to the mail that they're looking at. Right, so then on the on click, rather than doing this one line of code, I'm just going to say open mail. Save it. Now what we're going to do, open mail is good. It's working pretty damn good. So at this, right, what should be happening is we should be dispatching an action. So if I go here now and I say Redux, right, select mail got dispatched. Check the action, check the payload. You see, it's actually the contents of the mail. All right, so it's the contents of the mail, and I know I'm in the way. So contents of mail, what's this one? I can get rid of that. Cool. Contents of the mail there. And if I go into the diff, so you can see we actually added that there. So now inside the state, if I check mail, selected mail, we have the contents of the mail here. So at this point, we're going to basically populate this information based on what is inside the state. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say select. No, we're going to go into the mail. Right. So we're going to go inside our mail. Oops. Yeah. Oops. Mail. Let's throw that out there. There we go. And then here I'll say mail. Cool. Now we had the message stuff happening, right? So now we know it's inside of selected mail. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our mail component. We're going to go to the top And I'm going to basically go ahead and say we've created that selector to get the mail that we had, right? So we're going to say const selected mail equals use selector. Remember, the one that allows us to pull from the state. And here we'll say select open mail. And then here I need to import it. So boom. It's nice when it works. Use selector, I need to import. Nice. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the bottom and I'm just going to replace everything that I had before with what we wanted. So here, rather than the subject, I'll say selected mail. And then I'm going to do optional chaining because it could be undefined for whatever reason, right? So subject, there we go. Cool. And then here for the p tag, what I can do is I can say for the title, selected mail. And then we're going to pull it here. So the title, so I can say dot title. And then here for the time, we'll say selected mail. And here I'll say time. Cool. And then for the description at the top, I think that's what we had, right? That's cool. We've got the class name title. Description was actually down here. Yeah. So here I'll say selected time. Switch to Punjabi songs. I'd probably get taken down, guys, because they don't have it. I'm using epidemic sounds for my songs. So it needs to be an epidemic sound so that way it doesn't get taken down for copyright. Otherwise I would, man. I really would. So now I'm going to go ahead and save it. And now let's check this out. What's in Project X, honey? Keep tuned and you will find out, okay? All right. So I'm going to close this one. And now if I click this works. Yes. Check that out. This works first time. Nice. I love it when it works first time. All right. And here if I go, this is amazing. Boom. Test subject. Yes. Look at that Twitch. Hey, fellow streamers. Nice. And check this out. If I open this out and if I go to my Redux, right? So look what happens, right? I'll show you how Redux works. Right, so now if I go to, I'll fix this thing. It's a bit annoying, but we'll fix it. And I also got a few bugs like this thing that needs to stop because I have a really nice thing I want to show you guys. So now if we go to, oh yeah. So if I go in here, so if I click this, selects the mail. So it dispatches it into the state, right, into Redux store. And then we pull it from here. And then if I go ahead and do another one, it selects the mail, changes the state. So you see from here to here, it changed. And it shows it on the screen. So you see, it's a perfect use case of Redux. We can really do it in a nice way. Okay. So that looks pretty cool. Right. Select the mail, works really well. Now imagine you can demo this to an employer, show them that you know Redux, you know what you're doing a bunch of cool stuff. You got UI and all sorts of skills. So everything's pretty damn cool on that front. Okay. Now let's do some authentication. Let's get authentication plugged in. And I'm going to show you how crazy and cool this is for authentication. Now this isn't correct, so this is actually something we need to fix. I actually want to fix that right now because it's going to bug me. So let's go to email row, email row.css. So now let's double check what we were doing wrong on our email row.css, right? So we said that this blah blah blah. We said the message, title, time, the H4 0.8, and then we said the message. Cool. I just want to check something as well. Does my app before do this, or have I missed something out? Okay, so it kind of happens, but we need to change that. So oh, it's Christmas in Sweden. Merry Christmas, dude. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say I've got all of this correct. Everything here is correct. We've got display flex 0.8. We have, I'm just going to copy my CSS from before and change it and paste it and see if I've mixed something or forgotten something. I'm going to check what it was. Okay, so I wasn't actually forgotten something. Interesting. Okay, cool. But anyway, I'll scroll through this and you guys can have a check. There you go, everything's good. Cool. So with that said, what we're gonna do now, all right, so now we're gonna go over to the compose works, everything on that front works. We can open, close it, perfect. So we're gonna create authentication now. So to prepare ourselves for authentication, and also I wanna fix this scroll thing. So you see that it scrolls down when it shouldn't right now. The top should stick. So in my app, on the finished product, if we look at this, I'm waiting for it logs in. So you see on the top, it should stick. So the header should stick, and then that bit should stick, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that right now. So here I'll say header.css. Let's look at my header and we'll see what's happening. So we've got this bit. So let's have a look at what happens on app.css. App.css. Everything looks good inside of app.css. Inside of header.css, let's have a look. So we've got display, flex, item center, and where do I do my magic wizardry? So I think it's app.body, no? Was it? No. So in so in our header, we've done it correctly here. So let me look inside of header.js. So our header is rendering here. We have the search over here. And then we've got app.css, which is all good. Interesting. I think it's because I've actually not done my overflow fully yet, or something's messed up on that front. Either way, we can fix that afterwards. We'll get to that point. App and app body. App. Oh, my bad. Okay, I see it. I see the issue. Right. The app header should be inside the body, I think. I think that's what we've done wrong. No, it shouldn't actually. It shouldn't. No, it definitely should not. I messed that one up. Okay. Interesting. We'll figure this one out. We will figure it out. It's a very small little tweak. Cool. So at this point, oh yeah. Okay, wait a sec. If we go to index.css, I actually added something over in index.css last time. I added an overflow hidden last time. Over here, so there we go. And that would limit it. And then what I want to do is I just want to force this and test that this works. Let's go to email list. Let's go down here. And I'm just going to force it and just test something, okay? So if I refresh this now. Okay, nice. Look at that. We have it. There we go. You see that? That's what I wanted. That's what I was checking for. So we want to hide all the... And look at that, how it perfectly hides. I mean, you know, that's nicer than how Gmail does it. Right, so that's a quick, nice one. I do use the inspector tool. Now the bottom bit, because we've done this special sort of hacky way of doing it, I'm going to show you a way to fix that. So for the email list, what we can do is we can add, so let's go to our email list.css, and at the bottom, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a padding of 20%. So it's roughly 20% border. So there you go. We can roughly scroll past it then. That's nice. That way it always will reach the bottom. Cool. And now so I use screen brush for when we do that, for when I draw on the screen. Cool. Now at the top of the screen, now you see these scroll bars. I also want to hide them, right? So the scroll bars aren't always nice. I mean, you can keep it if you want, but if you want to add the scroll bars, you can pretty much go ahead and add the following code to your app. So underneath email list. So this one does it for Chrome, Safari, and Opera. This one does it for Internet, Edge, and Firefox. And that will keep the functionality. It will hide the, it'll keep the functionality, but it will hide the scroll bar. So that's a very nice way of doing it. So that's cool. Pretty nice, right? Awesome. Yeah, nice. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to prepare our work now. So let's go to the email list. I'll keep this hard-coded stuff just so that it allows us to test as well. But underneath this, it's always going to be pulling from the DB at the top line. Cool. The alignment here is off because of this as well. This is because we haven't set the exact requirements, but this we can also set that up too. Desperation for this song is actually, I will find the name of it, but it's somebody Shazam it. Somebody Shazam it, because I can't do it right now, otherwise I risk sort of breaking the stream. I don't want to do that right now. Okay, so guys, we're going to set up authentication now. So I'm going to do a quick login functionality. So in app.js, what I'm going to do is imagine, firstly, I'm going to set up a user slice. Remember, we talked about different slices in the data layer. So over here, I'm going to just copy this. So we've got mail slice 2, and then I'm going to change it to become a user slice. So I want to keep the exact same layout, but I'll change it for what I want. So user slice, okay? Now what we do in the user slice is here, we basically go ahead and say, I'm going to have a name as user. Here I'll say the user slice. Here, I'm not going to have any state here. I'm just going to say the user is by default in the beginning, no. Oops, no. Cool. And then here what I'll say is we're going to have a login and a logout action. Okay. Now the login will have an action and it will set the state.user action.payload. And then the logout will basically just reset the user again to, so imagine here we say state.user over here equals no again. Okay. And then here I can go ahead and close this. And then what we do is we need to export these. So we say login, log out, get rid of that bit of code. That's a lowercase o, like this. And then what I can do, nice, thank you, Ben. And then here I'm gonna have a selector for all of this. So I just need to go ahead and go into the user slice to get the user object. So user slice to user object, done. And here I'll say user. And then what we need to do is that's the user slice setup. And then I go into my store and I connect it. So here what I do is I copy this, I change this mail here to user, and I just do another import here, and I go and change that to user. Boom, save. That's how we do it. That was fast. That's how we set up everything on that front. Now inside of the app, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the user. I'm going to say const user equals, I'm going to say use selector, select user, but that's the selector we just made. I'm going to import both of these things. Oh, we've already got the selector. Yeah, we've already got the selector. Cool. Now, so now what we're going to do is, remember, this is component-based design, so it's actually not repeating yourself. It's actually writing code once that works elsewhere. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, this bit's pretty cool. So here, what I'm going to say now is, if there is no user, I want to render a login page. Otherwise, I'll render the rest of the app. Save. Happy to say I'm working on my first full stack app, which should be done by New Year's. Awesome, man. So this here says login is not defined, so I'm going to create a login.js. Amazing. RFC setup. Here I'll do div class name equals login, like this, and then I'll say import login.css, and then I'm going to pull in this, yeah, like that. And now we have this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to build a quick login page. So this one's pretty nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say we're going to have a login container, and I'll show you why. Let's try and let's change this one. This one's pretty cool. So login container. This is where all the Gmail functionality comes in. Now here we're going to say image. I'm going to grab a picture of not LinkedIn, of, forgot what app we're building, Gmail, that's it. App.js, I'm going to go down here, I'm going to import, and I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to go back into login.js, yeah. Now here we should be able to refresh. We should see a login page now because we're not logged in, right? So that's obviously horrible. So I'm going to open up my login.css underneath so we can code next to it. And then what I'm going to do is at the same time I'll style it. So I'll say log for this one. What I'll do is I'll say display grid. Actually, no, what I'll do is I'll make it very visible for you guys. I'll say login container, target the image inside of it. object fit contain, because that way it will keep the aspect ratio, and then we'll do height of 200 pixels. Save. So these projects are amazing. They should have a dark mode. Honestly, dude, feel free to go ahead and upgrade them. So here we'll say display grid. I'll show you a little trick now. Display grid, place items center, and what we'll do is it'll chuck it in the center. We'll do a height of 100 view height. There we go, save it, boom. And then I'll change the background color to, there we go, save it. Look at that, it's already looking beautiful. There we go. And then the login container itself, because I'm going to add a button in there, I'll say login container, oops, equals display flex direction, flex direction column, save. So now we're going to say we're going to have a button, so a material UI button, and this one's going to say login, and here I'm going to have a function called sign in, and then at the top I'll say okay, I need my authentication module, so I'm going to pull that from our local Firebase file. And here I'm going to say on the login, so on click. There we go, on click, I'm going to say sign in. Cool. And now the authentication part's really cool, honestly. Like, it's actually pretty damn powerful what you can do at this point. So I'm going to add these variants to the button so they get a nice little button feel to it. Variant contain color primary. That's material UI stuff. Hello from Kosovo, nice. Button is not defined, there we go. Refresh. All right, now we got a nice login button, cool. So at this point, I want to have a Gmail style login, a Google authentication, right? So you guys are probably wondering, how the hell do we do that? So I'm gonna show you how we do that. So here, what I say is I say auth. Remember we set this up earlier. So I say in our Firebase file, we say sign in with pop-up, okay? Then what we do is we pass in the provider that we set up earlier inside of our Firebase file. Now the provider we can import with the authentication module, which is again from our Firebase file. Once that's done, we say dot then, right? And then what we say is we pass in, this gives us back a user, right? Now the user, if they've signed in correctly, we can go ahead and say dispatch. Right, so remember we're going to dispatch this into the, we're going to say login when you get this, and again I'm going to pull this in from the, this is an action from a user slice. I'm going to say login, and I'm going to pass the user object, because remember everything can take a payload, right? So this one I'm going to do a login. So here there's a few things I want to pass into the user, so I'm going to say the display name is user.displayname. Now user.displayname is something that comes back from Google. They give us back a user's object, right? We're going to say email is going to be the user's email that comes back from Google, and then the photo URL is going to be your Google picture. If you have one, that's going to be the one that comes back from Google. Now the way they pass it back is user.photo URL with capitals. So I like to have camel casing, they have URL. So you make sure you just don't trip up on that bit. Now when we have our closing, then I can add a dot and I can say catch. Now if there's an error at any point, I can say alert with the error message. Error message. Save. Wow. Here we can say const dispatch. Wow, it's growing so fast, honestly. And you guys are witnessing the growth. Like, I love the fact you guys are seeing it, man. You're a part of it. It's the I couldn't be doing this if it weren't for you guys. So now dispatch, there we go. Now check this out. All right, if I click login, boom, we get Google login. Okay. It went and logged me in because I was already logged in on my Google, which is perfect because I only have one account on Google. So it would have popped up with the Google authentication, sort of like, would you like to log in with Google? But because I already have one account, it just logged me in. So at this point, I have a user in the store. So now it actually did log me in. If I go to Redux, I go to login, action, you can see the payload. It had all my details and a picture of me. Now, how do we persist the login? So if I refresh, you can see it's still there and then I have to log in again, right? and then it will go ahead and try and log me into Google, do it again, right? Which is crazy, right? So it just logged me in using Google Authentication. So before I had several accounts, so you would have seen the pop-up, but for you guys, you'll see it. But for me, I only have one account now. So that it logged me into my Google account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how do we have it so when we refresh, it stays there. So we go into app.js. So here I go into app.js and we use a use effect hook. Okay. So we're going to need the dispatch. So I'm going to grab that now. And then here we say use effect. So the use effect like so. Now the use effect, we pass in entity dependencies because I only want this to run once. And basically what we're doing is first I need to import use effect and I need to import use dispatch. And now here I'll say auth dot on auth state changed, right? So I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but if you import authentication, it will actually pre-populate it for you. So if I do on auth state change, now what this does is it literally goes ahead. Mark my words, I will. So now what we can do is we can basically have it so that it's going to listen to the authentication state. So now if I say user, here we can say if there is a user, then you're actually going to be logged in at this point, right? So then you can say the user is logged in. User, what we can do, or you can say else the user is logged out, okay? I'll show you how we do that afterwards. So at this point, what we can do is the user is logged in. And then here I can say dispatch login. And then again, so now we're going to have the user.display name and all those things that we talked about before. So same action here, so display name and so forth. Now, what is beautiful about this is that behind the scenes, they set up a cookie and everything like that. So everything actually should work right off the bat now. So if I go ahead and refresh, because we logged in once before, I should have a cookie. It will log me back in. Okay, so it says login is not defined. Import, refresh. Oh, nice. It logged me in. Persistence. So you see that? We have persisted login state, right? So now if I refresh, it will check if I'm logged in, log me in. Perfect. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that if I click this avatar on the top right, it's actually going to go ahead and log me out. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the header. And now also I'm going to go ahead and pull the picture of the user so we know if we're logged in, so I'm not lying. So at the top, I'm going to say const user equals use selector. And I'm going to go ahead and say boom, auto import. And now what I can do is I can use the user's image. So at this point it says use select user is not defined. So I can go ahead and import. So we now should have the user. So if I go to my avatar, I should say the source is going to be the user question mark to protect against an undefined error. And then here I'm going to say the user is going to be the photo URL. So guys, check this out. If I refresh, you should see my Gmail picture because I'm logged in. Wait for it. Boom. Hey, look at that. That's me. Nice. Cool. And now what we can do is we can have it so that if I click it, it logs me out. Okay. So let's create a function called sign out. So we're going to say const sign out. Oops. Const sign out. Oh. What we do is when we click on the avatar, so on click of the avatar, I want to sign out. What's up, Sarah Risi? Oh, I can't spell it, but yeah. What's up, man? Good live streams. Thank you. Sign out. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do two things, right? I'm going to say dispatch log out. So a log out event. But then we also need to actually log out from Firebase. So now I need to say auth dot. And then here I can say, I've got my authentication, so I can pull it in from Firebase. And then I can say dot sign out. So it's literally a function called sign out, right? And then what this does is it passes a promise. So you can say after we sign out, then dispatch a log out, right? And then what we can do is because we're already because we'll be logged out, it will redirect us on the front because the user will no longer be populated. Okay. So here we'll say const dispatch equals use dispatch. Oops, no, so we'll save that one for the end. And then here we'll say dispatch And then here I'm gonna go auto import. There we go, dispatch. And guys, check this out. So it will log us in. Cool, everything works. And if I click on this, I'm also gonna make that a cursor pointer. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this one. That's fine for now, it's fine for now. Cool. So what I can do now is I can go click on it and it logs me out. That's cool, right? It logged me straight out. Log in. It's gonna go ahead and log me in on Google. Boom, I'm in. If I log out, and ta-da, I'm logged out. So now we have the main thing that I love, right? I'm gonna show you how to deploy this onto your onto an actual functioning website, and we can run from there. But right now what we're gonna do is we are gonna go ahead and say Command J, and then you need to do Firebase login. I'm already logged in, so we should be good to go on this front. Cool, we're logged in, nice. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make this full screen. I'm gonna make this extra big. And now what I'm gonna say is Firebase, no sorry, now we say npm run build. Oh, firstly let's do Firebase, so we'll do Firebase init. So now we're gonna go to hosting, hit spacebar, enter, I'm gonna hit use an existing project, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And now I'm gonna go down to find my app. So the app that I'm doing right now is gonna be look how many apps we've built, guys. The Gmail clone. There you go, Gmail clone, right? And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna type in build. This is very important now, build, right? Configure as a single page app, yes. So Y for yes, enter. Set up automatic builds and deploys, no. That's actually CI pipeline stuff, which is new, which is cool. And that's it, now we got this, right? Don't ignore that, that's fine, don't worry about that for now. But what we do next is we say npm run build. Now what this is doing is it's gonna go ahead and it's gonna build the app, right? It's gonna basically make a production build of the app. And what it does is it takes the entire app, strips out all the crap that you don't need. For example, the developer hot reloading, all of that stuff, which could essentially slow it down in that way. If you think about it like that, it's going to slow down the app, right? It's going to strip out all of that stuff, and then it's going to go ahead and make it so that you can basically deploy a very lightweight bundle. Okay, so you can see now there's a build folder up here, so everything gets put into that build folder. Important fact, once you actually go ahead and do this step, right? So once you go ahead and do npm run build, if you change any file, then you're gonna have to make sure you also go ahead and do npm run build again, because remember, the production build gets generated from your code. So if you change your code, you have to generate another production build. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and deploy. So we're gonna say Firebase deploy, and are you guys ready for this? So this will literally deploy the app. So Firebase deploy, here we go. And upload complete, releasing new version. Let's check if it works. Let's check if it works. This is the moment of truth. Oh, it's tense. It's always scary. There we go, guys. There we go. Go ahead, log in. Let's go ahead and see everyone. Let's see who can do it first. All right, this is gonna be so fun to see right now on the screen. All right. You want to click on compose, and then you want to click on here, and we can say like test. Let's just say like sunny at test.com, subject, yo. Oh, we actually got someone come in, sunny at test. Oh, nice. Guys, you can use your own name in the two, because you're sending it to me, I guess. Oh, okay, nice. I see what you're doing. Awesome. Why is Mikey? There we go. Sunny test, proper react. Aisha, what's up? We can see you. And if you click into them, you can actually see it all. So like, let's see from Aisha. Nice. David Jonathan. Hey, this fire, bro. Yo, Vikram King in the house. This is so cool. Test from Brazil. This is dope. Guys, I hope to God you like that. Wow. What a crazy build, guys. We just completed the Gmail clone. That was so much fun. Now, guys, if you have gone ahead and completed this, add this as your second project to that, you know, that little portfolio, that sweet portfolio that you're growing, which you're going to use to flex and show off to your first employer. And then you're going to go ahead and land that dream job, guys. So carry on. If you've made it to this point in the video, drop a comment, smash the thumbs up button. If you haven't subscribed by now, guys, go ahead, hit that little subscribe button, okay? And guys, like I want to say, the next build is the fun one, right? I really enjoyed making this build. The next one that we have right now is the Slack portion of the build, right? This is a Slack clone, and this is going to be a real-time chat application. So what do I mean by real-time chat application? This means that when you type, right, a message, somebody else on the website is going to see that message in real time. That's incredible, right? That's incredibly powerful. You can use it for a huge number of different use cases. We cover a bunch of things: material UI, responsive design. You know, we're going to go ahead and cover loads of these things in today's build, including styled components. So if you're excited about that, then get ready, buckle up, get your coffee ready, and I will see you guys in the Slack clone. Peace. Without further ado, guys, check it out. This is what we're building. We have full user authentication. We wouldn't expect anything less, right? So we're going to go ahead, log in. And guys, just before anyone asks, this is different to the other Slack build, okay? This is different. We actually have completely rebuilt this one in a much better way, and it uses Redux to power all of this stuff, okay? So we got multiple channels over here. Let's go ahead and jump into a channel, right? A really nice thing about this one is if I go ahead and say, hey guys, check this out. Scrolls to the bottom, pops the message in, right? So that's a nice little feature as well in this one. But let's go ahead and jump into this build, right? We have React, we have Redux, we have styled components, right? We have material UI, right? So over here we have material UI to go ahead and get these icons to get the look and feel of the application. And guys, we have Firebase Hooks. Now, Firebase Hooks is a hell of a lot of fun. Trust me, when you see it today and how I use it, whoa, wow, you're gonna be impressed, guys. It's a lot of fun, right? You want to go and open up a terminal, right? The first command you want to run is npx create react app. Okay, so you want to go ahead. Let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys, right? npx create react app. Then you want to drop a name. Okay, so in this case, I'm doing Slack clone YouTube. And today, because we're using Redux, we're going to be using the Redux template. Okay, all right. So Firebase. First thing we want to do is go ahead and execute this command to set up our app, right? So we're using create react app today. If you're new to the channel, you're gonna learn a hell of a lot today. So it's gonna be an interesting one. Make sure you got your water, you make sure you got your coffee, everything ready, okay? So this will go ahead, set up a React template application, okay? So in this case, we can go ahead and CD into our app. So CD Slack clone YouTube, okay? I'm inside right now. Now what I want to do is go ahead and do code insiders. If you have the normal VS Code, you just have to do code, but I'm going to do code insiders dot, and that's because I use the beta version, okay? So that will go ahead and spin up a coding environment for us, right? So this is going to be the easiest way to get up and running with, right? So in this case, Slack clone, here we go. This is what you want to do, guys, right? You'll get your starter template over here. Now, jumping into source, you'll see a few different folders that you might not be used to if you go ahead and do the regular create react app. The new folders that you want to be interested in are this one over here. We've got features with this random counter folder. We've got this over here, counter module, and all this other stuff, right? So I'm going to show you guys, break it down, make it very simple. But before we do that, I want to actually go ahead and prep my Firebase. So I want to go to firebase.google.com. So in this case, you want to click on go to console, right? Once we've got this up and running, and we're just going to get into a coding flow today. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We're just going to get into this and we're just going to run, right? So once your Firebase console is up and running, you want to go here and you want to make sure you jump in and add a project. Okay, so here you want to do Slack clone. I'm going to say Slack clone YouTube. All right, so mine's going to be for the YouTube, and I'm going to go ahead and click continue. Now I'm not going to enable Google Analytics. You can if you want, but I'm not going to do it. Okay. Right, so finishing up, let's click on continue. At this point, we should be thrown into the Firebase console where we want. Okay, this is perfect. So now what we want to do is click this little cog icon, okay? Click project settings, right? Right, so you want to go down here, click on this web icon. Now over here, I'm going to type in Slack clone YouTube. Set up Firebase hosting, boom, register the app. And let's carry on. All right, so I can see Twitch comments as well, guys. What's up, Comp and Code? Right, so I'm gonna click next. And then at this point, if you haven't installed this, you're gonna probably have to do this, and you most likely have to do sudo npm install -g. So you make sure you do that, okay? At this point, I'm gonna do that later. So I'm gonna click continue. Let's go down here. Let's go ahead and hit the config. Now this is what we need, the Firebase config over here, right? So what I wanna do is I'm gonna copy this. Now I'm going to jump over to my code, right? So now obviously my code, this is not ideal. I'm going to open up a second desktop, and you guys should get familiar with setting up a flow like this. Okay, so you want your flow to be very efficient. So this way I'm looking at my Firebase over here, and I've got my code editor over here. Perfect. I don't need the terminal anymore, so I can close that. So at this point, guys, what I want to do is I want to go to the source, and before we even do anything, I'm going to add a file called firebase.js. And remember that config over here that we grabbed? I'm just going to click copy one more time, jump here, paste, right? So that's our starting point, okay? Right, go ahead over to app.js. And what I want to do is I don't need the app.test.js file, logo SVG, and setup test. So this will freeze my computer, because if my loyal followers know, I can't delete stuff without it dying. So I'm going to click move to trash. So what we're going to do here is grab everything inside the header, and boom, I'm going to type in H1, and let's say, let's build Slack. Let's build Slack. Boom, and then I'm going to go ahead and delete these two lines right here. We don't need the counter, we don't need the logo. And I'm going to change this to a lowercase a. However, we're going to be using, we're not using BEM today, we're using style components. So it's going to be a lot of fun, right? A hell of a lot of fun. Now what I want to do is Command J, right? Command J, open up my terminal. And while everything's working, we're going to go ahead and click this features over here. Now I want you guys to pay like very close attention to what I'm about to do, okay? So inside of features, right, we have counter slice. Now what I want you to do is grab counter slice and drag it on top of features, because what's actually happened is it's inside of a folder called counter. Okay, so I want you to drag counter slice on top of features. Click move. Now you can see it's outside the counter folder. So at this point, I want you to right click on counter and click delete. Right, we don't want the counter folder anymore. Okay, perfect. Now we have counter slice, and this is all part of Redux. Okay, so everything here is part of Redux, and I really love NJ Dave's comment here. He says repetition is the best way to learn, and dude, I completely agree with you. Honestly, I completely agree with you. Repetition is the way to go. Right, at this point, we're going to get an error, so I want to go into my app store.js, and here, because we got rid of that counter folder, I need to go here and say boom, get rid of that. So it's features / counter slice. Now we will be renaming this in a bit, but we'll come back to Redux in a second, okay? All right, let's carry on, guys. So we're gonna go back to our app.js, and here inside the terminal, I'm gonna go ahead and type in yarn start, because we're using yarn today because that's what we do now, right? Before we used to use npm, but you know, I started to enjoy the yarn side of things. Like some people are looking at me right now like, with that evil eye, they're just like, yo, why don't you use npm? But here's what it is, you know. All right, so now we're going to carry on. I've already got an app running on this port over here, so I'm going to click on yes. We'll open it up on 3001. And just while this loads, guys, I just want to run you through the app one more time, okay? So we have our amazing chat functionality over here, right? So this is a fully fledged Slack clone. Right, so it's fully fledged. If we go into like a chat over here, and I'm going to show you how to deploy all of this. We have this beautiful sidebar, everything over here. You can see it pulls our name from and our picture from Google, login, really, really nice stuff. And you can go ahead and even add a channel. So let's go ahead and say this was like, let's just say it's a Papa chat, right? Okay, and let's jump into the Papa chat, and let's go and say, you see it says message Papa. So if I go ahead and say, yo, what's up? And look at that, guys. We get a nice Slack interface, right? So really, really slick. Okay, and this is going to be using style components. It's so clean. Honestly, I really want you guys to look forward to this. Now, if I click this, and there you see, right? So you can go and sign out. So I'm going to sign in one more time so that we have this as a reference, and then I'm going to be building a fresh app out of this, right? So now I'm going to go over, and while this is loading, give it 1 second. I'm just going to quickly log into that account, and then this will redirect in just a sec. But I'm going to go ahead and pull over the localhost one. So this is our fresh app, okay? It says let's build Slack. This is where you guys should be at this point. Now, let's go. Let's build Slack, all right? So the first thing we want to do, right? This is going to be a slightly different tutorial, right? So the first thing we want to do is we will be using React Router in today's build, right? So that way we can have page routing inside of our application. So a lot of fun in today's build, okay? And guys, we're almost at 200 likes. Let's smash the likes. Let's get them up, right? We were at 200 before it even started. So this is going to be a fresh one. The first stream went down, but we are not going to let this one beat us, okay? So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and install React Router. So I'm going to go over here and say React router in Google. Okay, we're going to wait till this loads out, and then I'm going to go to the React router docs, right? And let's see. And let's click on declarative routing for ReactJS. And let's wait a sec. There we go. The stream's perfectly fine at this point. We'll jump over to Twitch if you're having any issues. So at this point, we can go ahead and we're going to copy this. We need to install React Router DOM, okay? So I'm going to copy this, go back to my app, and I like to have a split terminal. So a lot of people don't like to have sort of split. They add a second one. I like to have a split terminal because then I can see both things at once. But what I do is I make this one smaller, okay? So that way I can see everything. Here I'll say yarn add, and I'll do React Router DOM. Boom, okay? Mohammed says, I love you, Sonny. You're just amazing. Thank you, dude. What's up, Assad? Good to see you, man. Right, so we're installing React Router DOM. So now we have React Router inside our app. The easiest way to get this up and running, go ahead, copy the import statements. Let's go ahead and pop this in right here. Boom, copy. And let's go ahead and paste it over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab everything inside of router. There we go. And then let's jump over here, right? So let's go ahead and paste it inside of here, right? And I'm going to get rid of my H1 over here. So at this point, if we save our application, you should be able to see what I see at this point, right? So we've got a router, and what we want to do is everything inside the nav. We don't want that. Okay, I don't really care about all that stuff right now. We don't care about that, right? Then the thing that I need next is I'm going to change this div into an actual, just a fragment, okay? Because I actually don't need that div at this point. I'm going to get rid of this comment. Now, what is a React router? Okay, so a React router allows us to have different pages on our website. So if we go to / it will take us to this home component. If we go to / users, it will take us to the users component. And if we go to / about, it will take us to the about component. Now we don't have these pages. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of them. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Harsh, please don't spam, dude. I will be sending it out. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and say H1, and let's just say this is the home page. And just to make it extremely clear, now when we're on the home page, what will happen is I'm going to make it firstly an exact route, which means you have to land on the home page only. And now if we go back to our application, let's go ahead and check it out. It says this is the home page. Okay, perfect stuff, works just as we expected it. So now we have a React router set up. What we need to do now, app.css, clear everything. We don't want anything. Go to index.css, and at the top, I want to do the following. I want to say target everything with a margin of 0. And what I'm going to do is, you guys love when I do this, I'm going to go ahead and pop this on one side and pop the code, the actual application on the other side. So let's go ahead and pop this over here. Perfect. So now you guys can see I've got, if I go ahead and add this margin of 0, you guys should be able to see. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. You see this little imaginary gap over here, right? This is going to go ahead and disappear when we add a margin of 0. So if I go ahead and save, you can see, boom, it gets rid of the imaginary gap. Okay, so that's the first step that we wanted to do. The second step that I actually want to do is I'm going to set something in body today, right? I'm going to set a CSS variable. Now, a CSS variable is very similar to a JavaScript variable, pretty much. It just holds a value, okay? So what we're going to do is I'm going to have a Slack color, right? CSS variable. And this is how we define it, right? We pretty much just say Slack color, and then we do this. We just give it the color. And now we can go ahead and access the Slack color like so. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say overflow hidden. So that way, in case we have any overflow inside of our app, we're going to hide it. Okay, so I'm just going to protect myself for later on. So now, boom, get rid of that, and then get rid of that. Now we're back inside of app.js. So firstly, I'm going to mark out the application. Okay, so let's look at the final application and see what we got to do. So we have a few things in this build, right? We have the header. So we have this beautiful header over here. Okay, we have a nice looking header. We have a sidebar over here. We have a chat input component. We have the chat itself over here. And we also have the login stuff, right? So if I want to go ahead and go back here, we have the login page. So what I might do first is actually build maybe the, let's start building the app first. It's always funner to start building the actual application first. So I'm going to go ahead and start doing that one first. Encourage many friends of mine to watch your videos. #PapaFam. That's what we're talking about, guys. Amazing stuff. Right, so this is the home page, okay? And you know you're good when you start getting people copy your builds, you know? Pretty fun when you get that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and save. There we go. And then here you can see I have, hey, nice, Finha. Okay, let's carry on. So we got the home page over here, right? So what I'm gonna do now is for the home page, I'm gonna go ahead and actually, firstly, let's go ahead and do the the header component. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and set up a header component. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, the header will go here, the header, like so, right? So what I need to do is obviously create a header component. So I'm going to say header.js. Now I'm using snippets. Okay, so I'm using RFCE, allows me to create a functional component. How did I do that? In case you're new to the channel, go to extensions and you want to make sure you get this extension right here. ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippets. They are incredible. Okay, really incredible stuff. And yeah, just make sure you download this. Look, 2 million, 2 million, 2.3, 2.4 million. Wow, crazy stuff, right? Let's carry on. So at this point, we've got the header. Okay, so let's jump into the header and see what we need. So the first thing I'm going to need inside the header is, let's have a look at it. We have a header left section. So I'm going to assume that this is my header left section. And then I have a header middle with this fancy input. And then I have a header right with just this little icon over here. Now, how do I get these icons, right? I need something called Material UI, right? So I'm going to go ahead and jump into that right now. I'm going to go ahead and go over to materialui.com. And I'm going to install this into my project. So the first thing I want to do is, it says npm install Material UI. Now, if I'm using yarn, I simply copy, I jump over Command J and I do yarn add Material UI core. Okay, so that will work perfectly for me. At this point, what I can do, what's up, Pranav? I can go here and say icons, because what you need to do is you need to install the core as well as the icons that come with Material UI. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that as well. And then once it's done, I'm going to say yarn add Material UI icons. Boom, perfect, right? Mr. Zach says, what's the subject today? What are we building? Right, we're going to be building the Slack clone, right? But it's a Redux styled components, jacked up version, incredible stuff, right? Hash, there is a link in the description, dude. You can go ahead and check it out. It's at the bottom. Thank you so much, dude. Right, so at this point, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and say, we've already done this. Now, to search for those icons, I'd simply go to this link here where it says you can search for the full list of these icons. I click that. Okay, and then here you can see I've got a search, right? So if I go ahead and type in send, for example, it'll give me a send icon and it'll give me the import statement for it. This is how I go ahead and do that, right? This is how I find all the icons that we're going to need throughout the builds. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say, close this because we've already got that, right? So we have the header. Now I'm going to be using styled components. Now, what are styled components? Okay, styled components are simply put, we're not going to be using CSS in the traditional way where we import a CSS file and then we kind of, we style out some stuff and we use the BEM naming convention, typically where a div has a class name and then we sort of target the class name. But today we're changing things, right? We're changing it up. We're going to be using something called styled components. Now I'm going to show you what styled components are all about, why they're so popular. Okay, so styled components, they have pretty much the power behind, they're pretty much more powerful than CSS modules. They do a lot of heavy lifting for you behind the scenes, and they make your app extremely fast. Now, if you're wondering who uses it, just check out this list, right? Tons of places use this thing, right? So all these folks use it: Vimeo, Vogue, The Onion, I don't know what that is, but Eurostar, Coinbase. Get that Dogecoin, guys, get it, right? And this is pretty much how we define it. You pretty much define a variable. So imagine we want to define a button, and then you pretty much say style dot, and then you give this sort of, if it was a div here, I'd say div, and then you pretty much give some CSS inside of it. Now, trust me, it's not as tricky as you think. Okay, it's really not that tricky. I'm going to show you guys how to do it all. So we're going to click documentation, and we're going to click installation over here. Okay, so it says npm install and then styled components. And guys, this is the Papa Fam video. Okay, so like if you want to be a part of the Papa Fam community, first link in the description, make sure you check it out. We're already 200 strong inside the community. It's crazy. So I'm going to go ahead and grab styled components here, and I'm going to say yarn add styled components. Boom. Okay, and I'm going to go to the bottom. Okay, so to make sure I'm at the bottom, I go to the second last tag, comma, and I'm going to go ahead and paste. So you see resolution styled components. Right, so it's a very simple thing. You just need to copy what I just did there. Okay, right, gonna hit save on that, and it's still installing styled components, so we can give that just a sec and be patient with that one. Right, and you can see pretty much after that we can just use them. Okay, so we're gonna use that firstly inside of the inside of our header component, and trust me guys, it will make a lot of sense when we jump into this and when we start running with it. Okay, so we're gonna pretty much just okay, we're gonna get ready for this. Okay, so let's carry on, guys. And what we're gonna do now is, right, so at this point we have style components installed. Okay, So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and rather than having divs, right? This is how we use styled components, okay? So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger for you guys. I think that might be easier for you to see. So how do we go ahead and use first thing is we don't have a CSS file. So it's really nice in that sense, okay? We get rid of the CSS file. Now what we do is it actually lives underneath file. So it's really nice in that sense, okay? That's the sort of standard that we should be doing, okay? So it should live underneath the stream over here. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and have a header container. Okay, so I'm going to say const header container like this, okay, equals styled, right? Because it's styled components, which we have to import. Oh no, it's not that one. Oops, not that, definitely not that one. Right, what we're going to do instead, we're going to import it and we're going to go ahead and say import styled from styled components like this. We say styled.div. Okay, now here what we need to do is go ahead and do backticks. So these are not regular ticks, guys, okay? So they're backticks, okay? So you do backticks, and then what you want to do is start styling it, okay? So let's just say, imagine the color of the text here was red, okay? So we said color, let's just say red, okay? So these are backticks, etc. Let's go ahead and do that. And then, oops, I need to go ahead. Mine has like nice syntax highlighting, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do is go ahead and jump over to your extensions, okay? So over here in the extensions panel, I'm going to go ahead into extensions and you want to grab this over here, okay? So grab the, where is it gone? You want to make sure you get VS Code styled components extension. And what this does is it gives you color syntax highlighting for your styled components. Without it, it's going to be a bit of a headache, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one. The stream is not ended. You can just refresh, dude. All right, so at this point where we have the header, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say header container. Okay, and now you can see what's happened is this has simply got these styles injected into it. So now if I have a H1 which says test, okay, and I go into my app.js and I import the header like so, and I save, I'm going to go ahead and pop this to the side, and let's go ahead and go back over here. Okay, now inside of here you can see what the really cool thing about this, right, is if I go ahead and say background color, so let's do background color red. And then I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Let me see, my header container is a style div. There we go. The background color is red. Interesting. Okay, let's double check what's going on here. But what we want to do is let's just start jumping into actually the coding aspect of it. Oh, there we go. That's why. Okay, I know why. So at this point, imagine I want to target that H1. What I need to do is I just go ahead and say, okay, target the H1 inside of here and give it a color of red. So let's go ahead and do color of red like this, save. Right, and this will go ahead and this will do it, right? It's actually, I'm not sure why it's not re-rendering. Let's double check what's happening over here. All right, so what I would recommend is if you do experience any of these issues, Control C, and then you're gonna do yarn start again. Okay, the reason why this is happening is because we've installed style components. We need to make sure that we go ahead and restart our terminal. I'm gonna do Y3001, and then we'll wait for this to start up again. Okay, right, and I'm going to go ahead and refresh, save. Perfect. Now style div. Okay, I'm going to say color, let's just say green, and then let's go ahead and pop it in. Perfect. And now we'll go ahead and we'll fix this in a sec. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what I've done here, but let's go ahead and carry on. I'm going to carry on with the build and then we'll fix this. Okay, so we have the header container, right? Now the header container is going to have a bunch of style inside of it, but as we mentioned before, we have a header left section. Okay, so inside of here, I'm going to have a header left. So let's go ahead and say like a header left. We're going to have a header right, and I'm going to show you guys what I'm referring to here. So imagine on a local host 3000. So this is our actual Slack app. I'll show you how to do that cool stuff as well. We'll say header middle, or sort of header search. We'll call the middle one. All right, header search, and then we'll have header right. Okay, header right. Right, now is green not green? Oh, okay, really? Oh, wait a sec. No, that shouldn't be the reason, right? Color green. Oh, dude, you're right. Yeah, you're actually right. Let's go ahead and do that. Boom. There we go. And it will actually pop in now. So if we go ahead and say H1 test, save. There we go. That's correct. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Nice shout, Daniel. Good shit. All right. So let's go ahead and carry on. So there you go. You see it applies the style to that div. Okay. So we have three sections over here. So So what are we referring to at this point? Header left is going to be the left section. We've got the middle section, which is going to be the search. And then we've got the right section over here. So let's go ahead and jump through. Okay. So header left. First thing we're going to do is create a const, and we're going to say header left. So I'm going to go ahead and say const header left, like so, equals a style div, right? And remember, if you want a h1 or h2, you can just say style.h2 and it works in that way as well, right? So that's actually really cool. All right, so let's go ahead and carry on. So we've got the header left. So we're going to go ahead and create a header left section over here. And this is actually very clean, guys, because if you think about it this way, your CSS is never going to go ahead and overlap. Okay, it's never going to overlap, which is amazing if you do it this way. Whereas CSS by itself can easily overlap. So you have to be careful with that. Okay, now we are going to use an avatar here. So this top left section over here is an avatar, right? So it's actually derived from Material UI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this over here. So I'm going to say import avatar from Material UI core, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here, and actually rather than directly using the Material UI avatar, I'm going to make it a styled component. And I'm kind of getting sick of that music, so I want my music back on Epidemic. Boom, there we go. We're going to have our tunes back. There we go. This is going to be a lot of fun now. This helps me get into a jam, you know, that kind of, a jam state. So header left, let's go ahead and build out this left section. Right, so to have a styled avatar, right, how do we do that? So over here, I'm going to say const, and let's go ahead and say header avatar. Okay, and you can actually name these whatever you want. There is no real standard at this point. You can define it. But what if it's not a default sort of like div or h1? What if it's actually like a custom component, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab the avatar, and all I do is I do parentheses avatar, right? That's how you do it. And then I have the double quotes. All right, and then you can make your own styled component out of it, which is actually incredibly simple. Okay, so really, really easy. Now, Random Rabbit Studio says, I actually like putting my style components in its own file. Good spot. So you can, right? You very easily can move your styled components out of the code base and into their own files. In this tutorial, I'm going to be building it inside of the same file, and we're going to be doing that way. But I will be introducing a folder structure in this build. So good thing you reminded me, dude. I'm going to go ahead and say components. Right, and inside the components folder, I'm going to grab my header and I'm going to drag it inside now. And all of our components, except the high level one like app.js, and I'm going to update the imports. Yes. Let's go ahead and go and save our import. Sorry. So inside of app.js, now it says components header, save. Make sure when you do that, it all works. Okay. I'm going to refresh, and let's go ahead and see if we made any mistake. Okay. So it should be all good now at this point. And it's compiling. There we go. Okay, so at this point, the header left, right? So header avatar, sorry. Inside of header left, what I'm going to do is have a header avatar. I'm going to go ahead and pop that in here. So I'm going to say header avatar, right? Header avatar. And then I'm going to go ahead and it's a self-closing bracket. Okay, so what we're going to do at this point, on click, right? I'm going to have an on click for this one. This is going to be the sign out, but we're going to do that afterwards. I'm going to say to do. And that's a special extension that I'm using there. And I'm going to say add on click, right? So we're going to come back to that one. And then we're going to say the alternative and the source. Now the source here would actually be something like the user's picture. Okay, so this is going to be the user's picture as we see here, but we're going to go ahead and leave it blank for now. Okay, so it's going to be a blank image for now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the time icon. So the time icon is this one over here. Okay, so let's carry on. Let's go ahead and jump over here. So I'm going to go ahead and save at this point, and let's see if we see it. There we go, guys. Look, our first little import. Perfect. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and leave the header avatar. Now the next thing I'm going to do is pop in a icon. Okay. So from Material UI. So here I'm going to say import access time icon. I'm going to go underneath here, pop it in there like so. Now we have our time icon as well, which should just jump in a second. There we go, guys. Okay. So we have the little icon, and I'm going to make this eventually look like this. Okay, so stay tuned and you'll find out how. So header left. The first thing I want to do is I want to give my header container some styles. So how do we do it when we're using styled components? It's pretty simple actually. We pretty much go here and we just assume that this is regular CSS inside of here. So we say display flex and we do our regular sort of things, right? So we say display flex and this takes normal CSS rules. So at this point, we don't see much changing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and firstly jump into my header left styles. Okay, so here I'm going to say header left div. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following styles. So we said display flex in here, and I want this one to take up 1/3 of the overall screen. So I'm going to say flex 0.3. Okay. Then I want this also to be of type display flex. I'm going to align the item centrally. So I'm going to go ahead and say align item centrally, and I'm going to give it a margin left of 20 pixels because I don't want it to touch. So the backticks are for the syntax, yes, because we actually have some kind of props interpolation at some points. Okay. Now to target this, right? To target this icon. So Material UI icons by default get the special class, and it's called Material UI SVG icon -root. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do is if there is ever an icon inside of here, right, inside the header left, so in this case access time icon, I'm going to target the icon by doing this, and this means inside header left I'm going to target the Material UI SVG root icon, and I'm going to apply a style. So here what I'm going to do is go ahead and say margin left auto and margin right 30 pixels, save it, and at this point you can see we're starting to get this spacing correct. Nice. Okay, and the reason why this is good is because we're doing a flex rule, so this entire sort of top is flex, and then we're saying 0.3 flex, so it's only taking up 30% at this point, right? So this is 30%. Okay, so I shouldn't save there, but this is actually 30% at this point, right? My arrows are a bit dodgy. Okay, so we have a 30% looking, you know, left side over there, which is pretty good. So let's go ahead and carry on. So you guys can already see that it's pretty nice, actually, to be fair, right? It's actually pretty nice. Now, what if I want to target that header avatar, right? So I'm going to go over to the header avatar, and I want to make it so that it actually looks like it's a clickable element. So firstly, I'm going to say, okay, grab it and say cursor pointer, right? And then what I'm going to say is when I hover over it, so you see how we can apply the styles here. It's actually quite a nice syntax, right? When I hover over it, I'm going to say the opacity should change to 0.8. Okay. So when I do this, now check this out, guys. When I hover over this, can you see that, right? That's quite a nice little effect that we have going on over there, right? So for the header container, I'm going to go ahead and say position fixed, and I'll show you what I'm doing. It's a little bit of a hack what I'm doing here, but I'm going to say position is fixed. I'm going to say a width of 100%. And this will make a lot of sense later. Right, I'm going to say align the item centrally, and this will come into play in just a sec afterwards. Align item center, and then I'm going to go ahead and say justify the content space between, give it a bit of padding. So let's go ahead and pop that in, save, and you can see it should have a little bit of padding at the top now. And then I'm going to say the background color. Remember that CSS variable that we defined earlier, right? It has, to access it, all you need to do is type in var slack color. Right, and remember where we defined this was inside of index.css over here. Remember slack color, we defined the variable here, the CSS variable, and here we're using it. Okay, and we're making the color of the text white. There we go, and that's because these are actually sort of simple bits of text pretty much. Okay, I use something called Screen Brush for the sort of writing on the screen. Well, so this is looking pretty good, right? This is looking pretty good at this point. Now let's go ahead and fix the header search, okay? So the header search section is the next bit, okay? So over here, I'm gonna say, okay, let's create a header search styled component. Perfect, right? And inside the header search, we're gonna have the search icon. So the search icon is actually from Material UI, so I need to go ahead and import that. And you're probably wondering, but Sonny, you just wrote a header search, but you never defined it, right? What is that about? And you're right. I need to go ahead and define that. So I go down to the bottom, and I'm going to just add it to the top so that way you guys can see. I'm going to say const header search, and this is going to be a styled div. And you can see, look, it's not that difficult to start getting the hang of it. Okay. So you can go style div, and now we can access the styles for it. Very, very simple stuff. Okay. So perfect stuff. Now what we're going to do is Pranav. I'm not going to use that today, but I might use the app bar from Material UI in a future build. That's a very good call, dude. So at this point, I'm going to say header search. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and chuck we've already got the search icon over there. So I'm going to save. Okay. And then let's go ahead, and you can see at this point, we've got some kind of search icon being pushed over to the right. And that makes sense. Okay. And I'll tell you why in a sec. So we got the search icon over here, and I'm going to have an input field. Now this input field is going to, hopefully my Emmet kicks in, there we go. It's going to be of type text. By default, it's already type text, so we can get rid of that. We're going to say the placeholder, in this case, is going to be to search the Papa Fam, right? Because this is going to be like the sort of the Slack for the Papa Fam, right? So at the top of this screen, we have the search the Papa Fam right now. I want that to look like this and be in the correct position. So how do I get it to that point? right? I'm going to go over to my header search. And what's really cool is if I command click, it will actually sort of open up the header search in the styled component location. So at this point, we have that over here, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and apply a bunch of styles. So this bit took up 0.3, so 30% of the screen. I want the middle bit to take up 40% of the screen. Okay. I'm going to say flex 0.4. I go ahead and give this a border color. This is a slight gray color, and say text align center. And you can start to see, guys, look, there's a slight background being chucked in. Jamie Davis, that's a testament to the value you provide us. Thank you so much, dude. Really, really appreciate that. Display flex, padding 0.50. I'm going to go ahead and chuck that in here. Save. And you can see it starts to line up. Okay, it's starting to line up. And then we're going to say color of gray and a border. I'm going to go ahead and chuck in the border and the color gray over here. Now, at this point, okay, yeah, it's looking okay. But I need to target that input field, right? So the thing I love about styled components is we're already inside of header search, and inside of header search is an input field, which means that we can go ahead and target the input just like that, which is a lot simpler, right? I'm going to say the background color of this one is going to be transparent. Okay, so background color transparent. There we go. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say border none and text align. Let's change the color up in here as well. All right. Text align center, and I'm going to give it a minimum width, right? Min width, and I'm going to give this min width a 30 view width. Save. And at this point, you can see, look at that. It perfectly places itself in the way that we expected. Okay. Now at this point, this looks pretty good, but you see, we get this like kind of outline. Now the quick fix to the outline is you simply go ahead and do outline 0 or none, pretty much. I think 0 would work. Yeah, there you go. 0 works nicely. And you see the color of the text, right? We're going to change that as well. I'm just going to make the color of the text to white. There we go. Save. Boom. All right. Sunny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there we go. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we have the middle section complete. Now, the reason why it's not being pushed out like this is because we don't have our right section complete. So I'm going to go ahead and create the right section over this point, right? So here we have this. Let's go ahead and create the header right. Okay. So header right over here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say right. Right. Header right. Okay. So at this point, header right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create header right. So you want to go down to the bottom. Right. So I'm going to go down to the bottom over here and say const header like this. Header right. Oops. And there we go. Now header right. Okay. So we got header right over here. And then inside of header right, what I'm going to have is simply the help outline icon. Okay, so it's a simple icon on the right hand side. So at this point, and I love this song. I miss coming live, honestly. Let's go. Help outline. This is how you have to cheer yourself up when the sort of tech issues get in the way. Let's carry on. I mean, I don't know anywhere else that has this kind of vibe when you code, honestly. Like, I love it. And this is what I thrive on. This is what I try and do. Let's go ahead and get rid of these comments. Like, if you're not having fun when you're coding, what are you doing? Honestly, it should be a fun experience, right? Like, as in, obviously it gets painful. I'm not gonna lie, right? It gets painful. All right, now let's go ahead and finish off styling the header right. Let's go ahead and do that. So over here, header right, perfect. Jump down here to style our header right. And we're gonna say the final bit should be a flex 0.3, because think about it, guys. This was 0.3, which is 30%. This is 0.4, which is 40%. And then I want the final one to be 0.3. And that means it will be perfectly sort of positioned around, right? Vocal, the first link in the description to go ahead and check it all out. We're going to say flex 0.3. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and say display flex. There we go. And save. And now you can see, look at that, guys. Looks really, really clean right now, okay? And I'm going to actually align the items flex ends. That way it sticks to the right. And if you ever get tempted to go ahead and do something like float, I will personally come to you and slap you. So don't use float anymore, guys. It's old, it's gone. Don't do it. All right, don't do that stuff. Let's carry on. All right, so at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna target the material UI, the sort of material UI icon. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna say material UI icon like this, and inside of here, I'm going to do margin left of auto, margin right 20 pixels. Right. There we go. Sanjay loved that one. So guys, look at that. That looks pretty fresh, right? Look at that. Boom. I don't even see a difference, man. Look at that. No flicker. except the little icon. We will fix that, okay? So Flexbox is clean. Like if you learn how to use Flexbox, you're gonna kill it. 4 likes away from 300 likes. Let's smash that like button and go forward, guys. Let's keep on going strong. Right, so at this point, what I'm gonna do is let's go ahead and build the sidebar perhaps. Right, so I think we're done with that. Yep, we're done with that. And guys, look, this is just an example of how powerful styled components is. Like, look how clean this is. Boom, look at that. And the CSS is just down here. And you can move this into a separate component if you want. I would recommend saying header.styled.js if you're gonna do it, okay? That would be my recommendation, right? So next thing I want to do is that sidebar, right? So I'm going to jump back over to app.js and you're going to see that we actually have a very clean build today, okay? So the next part, right, the entire app, what I'm going to assume is that this bit over here, so all of this is actually going to be something like an app body, okay? So this whole thing is going to be like the app body, right? And then the header is always going to show, right? That's how we're going to kind of build this out, right? So at this point, what I want to do is I'm going to have the header over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the header outside the switch, right? So the header should always be present here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have app body, right? And app body is going to have everything inside and it's all going to be determined by a switch. Okay. Now at this point, what we're going to do is I'm actually change this build up a little bit. So we might actually not need to overcomplicate this, but eventually what we're going to have is a chat inside of here. Like this is going to be a chat component. Okay. And we will make it look super clean, super nice. Now app body, what is that, right? So we need to go ahead and define it. So here I'm going to say const app body equals a styled div, right? Styled div, and there we go, backticks. And then what is this float that you talk about? So if you don't know what float is, then just don't worry about it. Just pretend you didn't hear anything, right? So just forget it exists. You shouldn't be using float anymore. It's an old way of handling things. Okay, so I'm going to go to the top. And I'm going to go ahead and do boom, import styled from style components, save, right? And go ahead and refresh. There we go. Okay. So we have the app body. Now what I can do with this app body is I can start defining styles of everything that goes underneath it. Okay. So inside of there, all I'm going to have is actually before we go ahead and finish that bit, I'm going to have something called a sidebar. Okay. So over here, I'm actually going to have a sidebar component. So here I'll say, oops, I'm going to say sidebar. And this will be responsible for this sidebar that you see right here. Okay, so that's going to be the sidebar over there. Now at this point, what I'm going to do is create a sidebar component. So I'm going to go ahead and pop it in here. So I'm going to go into my components folder, create sidebar.js. Okay, and I'm going to say RFCE, right, for a React functional component with an export. Right, now over inside the sidebar, let's go ahead and start coding this out. Right, so the first thing I want to do is create a sidebar container. So this one, I'm going to change it to a sidebar container. Now over here, I'm going to say const sidebar container equals a style div. All right, so it's going to be our surrounding container outside the application. Go ahead and pop that down like so. Now at this point, I need to make sure I import React styled components like this, okay? Sidebar container over here, right? Now the sidebar has a few areas. It has a header, and then it has a few extra bits down here. These are all called SidebarOption components. And we're gonna go ahead and build them out, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and show you how to do that today. Now the sidebar header, right? So let's go ahead and focus on this header section over here, okay? So what we're gonna do now is create a sidebar header. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, okay, sidebar header. And then I need to create that. So I'm gonna say const sidebar header equals a style div. Style div, there we go. And save, right? So now we have our sidebar header over here. Now inside, what goes inside the sidebar header? So I actually have two sections here. I have a left section, which I'm gonna refer to as sidebar info. Okay, and then inside of here, I'm gonna have a H2 and a H3. Okay, so over here, what I'm gonna do is create another one called sidebar info. So I'm gonna say sidebar info, like so. And I'm gonna go ahead and create this. So then the quick way of doing this is boom, and then you can go ahead and rename this one to sidebar info, like so. Okay, now inside of here, I'm gonna have a H2, which says Papa Fam HQ. Okay, so this is gonna refer to this bit over here. Now underneath that, I'm gonna have a H3. And inside the H3, I'm gonna firstly have this little drawing icon, right? And this has actually got a weird name to it, right? It's called Fiber Manual Record Icon. Now, God knows why it's called that, but it is what it is, okay? So it is what it is, right? And we're literally climbing on those likes, guys. Let's keep it coming for Fiber Manual Icon. So I'm gonna go ahead and import that from Material UI like so. Perfect. Now underneath, right, I'm going to go ahead and have, right, and then we're going to have the user's name. So in this case, what I'm going to say is I'm just going to say Sunny Sanger for now. And then when we log in, I'm actually going to pull that record from it. Okay. Jacob says, Sunny, you are my hero. Dude, you are my hero for watching. So thank you so much, man. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and import the sidebar into our app.js. So over here, I'm going to say app.js, and I'm going to go ahead and import this, right? Boom, import, save, right? All right. So at this point, how do we go ahead and get this to look the way we need it? So we have the sidebar over here, okay? And what I want to just double check is that, okay, so firstly, app body. Let's go ahead and style this in a way that we need to, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and first, when we have the sidebar body, I'm going to say this is display flex and it has a height of 100 view height, okay? Because I want to use up the entire height. Save, like so. I'm going to refresh, and you can't see anything right now, okay? And I'm going to fix that in just a second. I think that might be because we haven't actually saved this properly. There we go. And you can see we will fix that in just a sec. Let's go back to app.js. Over here now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure, right, so we've got the sidebar here, perfect, from components sidebar. And let's just double check right now. We've got the Papa Fam like so. It's most likely the color at this point. So we'll go ahead and fix that out. So I'm going to jump into my sidebar. And when we have the sidebar container, I'm going to style that one right now. So sidebar container style div. And this one is going to be a color white, but the background color is going to be the Slack color, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is say background color variable Slack color. And there you go. There you go, color white. There we go. And then what I'm going to say is a flex of 0.3 because I want the sidebar to only take up 30%. So here we're going to say flex of 0.3, and then you can see now it's taking up 0.3. Okay. And then what I'm going to say is a border top of 1 pixel solid, right? And I'm going to say a margin top of 60 pixels. Now there is a little trick I've done here. Okay. And what I've done here is I've actually gone ahead and made this fix. And there's a reason why, because later on I do this little cool trick. And now with a margin top of 60 pixels, it shows, okay? And there's a reason why, because if you notice in the final build, if we have a long bit of text, right? And we do this, say hello world, let's just type in hello world. You see how it scrolls down? It's a little trick that we're doing to keep the top where it is, okay? So thank you so much, great energy, appreciate it, dude. So let's carry on. So at this point, let's keep going. And we're going to have a bunch of horizontal rows, and we're going to target that in a sec, but we'll leave it for now. So at this point, how do I get this to look like this? Okay, because they definitely don't look like that right now. What we need to do is I'm going to go ahead and firstly, next to the sidebar info, I'm going to get that icon. So it's called the create icon, and we need to import that from Material UI. So I need to go to the top and say import create icon from Material UI. Save. Now refresh, and we should be able to see the little pencil. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this look in the exact way we need to, like this one over here, because that looks clean, that looks ugly. Okay, we want to make it look a lot better. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, let me turn my mic gain down, there we go. I'm going to say sidebar container, and we've already started this one out. The next one we're going to do sidebar header. Okay, so for the sidebar header, I'm going to simply go ahead and jump over to my styled component. Where is it? Down here. And I'm going to give this one the following. I'm going to say display flex, and it's going to have a border bottom. So let me go ahead and just grab this. I'm going to say display flex, border bottom, and a padding around it. Okay. There we go. Let's just chuck that in. And this actually eradicates this one. So we can go ahead and get rid of that. And you can see now it's somewhat got a similar structure, but the text isn't the same, okay? Now we have an icon here, this one, right? Now display flex made it into a row, which is why this is now on the right of this, okay? So I'm gonna do Material UI SVG. So I'm gonna target the inner Material UI icon. And then in here, I'm gonna give this icon a padding of 8 pixels, a color, a font size, a border radius, so it has a nice little circle behind it, and a background color of white. And we should, with these rules, get it to look like this. Let's go ahead and give that a try. Boom, save. Kapow. There we go. Looks good, right? I like that. I think that looks really nice. The next thing I want to do is we have sidebar info. Now sidebar info is this bit. I want this to essentially look like this, okay? So let's go ahead and make it that way, okay? So I'm going to go over to the sidebar info, and I'm going to style this one. I'm going to say flex 1, right? Flex on that bitch. And then here I'm going to say H2. And then I'm going to go ahead and say here, I want a font size of 15 pixels, font weight of 900, and a margin bottom of 5 pixels. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. save. History, I don't care. I built that shit. It's gonna say display flex. And then what we're gonna do is say font size 13, font size 13. And I would say font weight to 400, align item center, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Boom. There we go, save. And then, oh, Meban's in the house. What's up, babe? My gorgeous girlfriend's in the house. And yeah, I actually had a bad issue, but we're back now, okay? So I'm gonna target, this is the thing that I like, by the way. So I have a H3 tag, and if you see over here, I have a H3, and inside of it, I have that material UI icon, okay? So usually you have to do some janky, weird stuff in CSS, right? But this is pretty clean. Taran, please don't spam, dude. All right, so here what I'm gonna say is target the H3. See you later, Gwen. And I'm gonna target the material UI SVG root icon. Go ahead and grab that. And then here, I'm gonna go ahead and have the font size. I'm gonna go ahead and font size 14, margin top 1 pixel, margin right 2 pixels, and a color of green. And you'll notice that this will suddenly change into a beautiful looking icon. And it will have that sort of, you know, that signed in look and feel to it. Okay, so that's exactly what I wanted right there. Right now, if you notice, look at that. Looks pretty damn good to me, okay? Now, the reason why this is a little bit different is because we have this chat component on the right, but we will get there, okay? We're gonna get to that point. So at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and have, over here, we had the create icon. So the sidebar header is essentially complete, okay? So we have the header, which is essentially complete. Now down here, we're gonna have a reusable component, and we're gonna call this one this sidebar option, okay? So sidebar option. So I already have my coffee. Thank you so much, dude. So sidebar option. So I'm going to go ahead and create that right now. So I'm going to open up my code, go into my components folder, and you can see it's starting to look pretty clean. Okay. Let's say sidebar option.js. Right. I'm going to hide that RFCE. Boom. Right. Let's go ahead. Whoa, Nigerian in the house. What's up, man? And then here again, you can see like you start getting into a flow of it, right? I'm going to say const sidebar option container. I'm going to say equals style div. Right, style div, and you just want to go ahead and get, you know, like that muscle memory up. I always say, like, it's not, you don't have to be the best coder, you just need to get that pattern recognition, and you slowly figure things out, guys. I don't remember everything off the top of my head. I really don't expect any developer to, but you want to go ahead and make sure you just take the time to ingrain that muscle memory, okay? Like, because it does make a difference, okay? It's very important. Practice will lead to that, okay? So at this point, we have our sidebar over here. Now, what we're gonna do is have a bunch of these sidebars. Now, these are gonna have two props, okay? I wanna pass in a prop, which is the icon itself, and I wanna pass in the title, which is gonna be like this. So the title, mentions and reactions and so forth, and each individual icon. Now, what I've actually done here is I'll show you how I want this to look. So let's assume I had all of these, right, inside my code. So just to save some time, I've actually gone ahead and imported those already. Now in React, you can have, each component can take props, right? Now props are properties. They allow, Dax says, is this gonna be recorded? Yes, dude, it's gonna be recorded. It will allow a component to render with slight differences based on the properties that you pass in, okay? So at this point, let's go ahead and paste, right? So I've got this right here, and you guys can see, look, we've just got a bunch of these, and each one is getting a different icon, and it's getting a different title. Now I will show you how to consume that in just a sec, but let's go ahead and first import all of those icons as necessary, okay? So it's gonna be from the to all the way to expand. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab a bunch of icons and import them. Okay, so you can pause the video there, watch it if you need to get those icons. Now at this point, what we should see is sidebar option is not defined. Okay, so obviously it makes sense. All right, we need to go to sidebar option, hit save, and then I need to go to sidebar and go ahead and do my little, go to the end of the component, control spacebar, and there we go. And see the second one, it says source component sidebar option. That actually does an auto import trick. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Now you can see, look, it loads, right? Now nothing's on the screen, so we're gonna go ahead and make sure something actually shows up on the screen, okay? So what we're gonna do is we have the icon, then we have the title thread. So in this case, what I wanna do here is I wanna actually consume this as something called props, like I mentioned before. So props comes through as a simple function argument, okay? So at this point, what I wanna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna destructure, which means I'm essentially gonna go ahead and tear apart, right? I'm gonna basically go ahead and tear apart the object, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and pull apart the object at this point. I'm gonna pull the icon out and the title. This is called destructuring, okay? Robert, there is actually all the code inside the GitHub repo. but we need to kind of move a little fast on this one. So let's carry on, dude. So at this point, rather than sidebar container, a sidebar option, actually that's good. We can keep it as that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in. Right. So now at this point, what I'm also going to do is, there we go. That's fine. Actually, we've got icon and title. So you can see we're actually passing in a whole icon here, right? So, and that's the reason why this is a capital I, not a lowercase I, because we're going to be rendering it on the screen in just a sec. Now, inside of here, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a few things in there. So I'm going to say, okay, if you passed in an icon, right? So we're going to protect ourselves. Then I'm going to render the icon out. Okay, so self-closing component, and all of these icons in Material UI take a font size, and then we can give that a font size of small. Okay, now here I'm actually going to give it an inline style because it's a bit hard to do a styled component in that use case. So I'm going to say just give it a padding of 10 for each of these, right? So there we go. Now at this point you can see all the icons have just popped in. So it's looking pretty good at this point, right? So, and the reason why I put icon and is because you might actually render the component out without passing in an icon. Okay, so the second thing I'm going to say is, okay, if you pass the icon, then what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and render a H3 which has the title. Okay, so here I'm going to say, okay, JSX with the squiggly brackets. I'm going to say title like this. And here is we're using a ternary operator. So this basically means if icon is truthy, so if it's true or if it has a value inside of it, render this out. Otherwise, render out whatever in this side of in this parentheses. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a sidebar option channel div. Okay, so this is actually going to be a styled component, and I'm going to create this over here. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go ahead and grab this line. And then I'm also going to go ahead and boom. There we go. Sidebar option channel. There we go. Now at this point we have this div, styled div there. And I'm just going to span a hashtag here, right? I'm going to span a hashtag and I'm going to have the title over here. And there's a reason why we're doing this. Now it'll make a lot of sense in just a sec. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. At this point you can see, look, this is how it's looking, right? I don't want it to look like this. I want it to look a little bit cleaner than this. So how do I style it to look in that way? So I'm going to go to the sidebar option container, and the first thing I'm going to say is display flex. Now I do want to see my code, so I'm going to go ahead and make it like this. I'm going to say display flex. Okay, save, and you can see everything goes into a row. Okay, so at this point I'm going to say display flex, font size of 12 pixels, and then I'm going to say align items center. Okay, align item center, padding left of 2 pixels. So padding left of 2 pixels. Right, so 2 pixels like this, and then I'm going to say a cursor pointer because I want all of these to be like somewhat sort of as you hover over it. So there you go. Right, and I'm going to say, okay, when I hover over it, I want to change the opacity, right? So in order to do that, what I do is that's it. Now she's taking the mic, right? Opacity 0.9. I'm going to change the background color when I hover over it. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh, and then you see that, guys. Look at that, fresh. Okay. Look at that. Looks good. Looks pretty clean. Now you can see over here, look, we're almost there. Right? It's looking pretty good at this point. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the H3, right? Now the H3 sits over here. Okay. So in order to grab it, again, styled components makes this so easy. We can say H3, grab it. And I'm going to say a font weight because I want to reduce the boldness of that text. I'm going to say it should be a 500 sort of weight. Okay. So 500 is somewhat of an average weight. You can see it drops the font size a little bit more. Okay, so after we've done a H3, I'm going to jump into the H3 and I'm going to jump into a span tag. And as you can remember, over here we had a span for the hashtag. There's a reason why I span the hashtag. It's because I only want to style that one hashtag, right? I just want to go ahead and do that. And padding of 15 pixels. Okay, that's it. And we code, right? We code properly. That's how we do it, right? So look at that. That looks clean, man. Right? I like that. That looks pretty good. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go back up to my code, and now we have this reusable component. Okay, so it looks pretty good at this point. What was very useful about this is that we actually made it so that if we don't pass an icon in, we can just use we can just render out a title. Now, why is that handy? Because if you wanted to have it, like, you can pretty much have it as just like channels without an icon. So it's a nice way of doing it. Okay, so what we can do is I'm going to go back to sidebar. And over here, so I'm going to go ahead and make that a bit smaller so you guys can see it. There we go. Over here, what I'm going to say is where we have sidebar option. So here I'm going to drop horizontal lines. Okay, so you see over in this build, we have the horizontal lines coming in clutch over here and here. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing over in our build. Okay, so I'm going to say horizontal line. And then you can see over here, it just looks pretty ugly at that point, but we'll style it, right? We'll make it a little better. And then I'm going to have another sidebar option. Okay, so I don't know why that jumped over there. I'm going to have another sidebar option with the expand more icon, and the title is going to be channels. And this is what the beauty, right? This is the real beauty of the, this is the beauty of style component, or reusable components, okay? And style components, I guess, because we're using both of them. But it's really, really clean, because reusable components, like if you do them well, you can code so fast, right? Because you don't have to repeat yourself. It also makes it a lot easier to maintain your code base. Okay, so this is really good. Guys, come on, almost at 400 likes. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to drop another horizontal row over here. So boom, we should have another line. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an add icon channel, right? So here I'm going to have another add icon. And this has another prop called add channel option. Okay, and I'll show you what we do with that one in just a sec. But if I go ahead and save that now, it's going to freak out because we didn't import add icon. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in add icon from Material UI, like so, save. And then what I'm going to do is refresh, and you can see that the go here would be all of these buttons are actually clickable, right? So I can click them and all that sort of stuff. And then this one, if I click it, it says please enter a channel name. So we want some functionality behind it. How do I determine when to sort of pop this up? I pass another prop, and you guessed it, that prop is going to be the add channel option. So if I go over to sidebar option, I'm going to pull that in as a prop. Okay, and we'll sort of set that up in just a sec. Okay. Perfect. Now at this point, right, we have the channels over here, and then we have the final bit underneath. Now the last bit is actually the channels which render out. So if I was to go ahead and add a channel saying, let's just say Pub Fam, right? Just to say Pub Fam. Okay. And you can see, look, a channel came in here. So this one we need to go ahead and actually sort of set up with a database behind it. Okay, so this is actually sort of oh nice, this guys, Common Energy from Twitch, nice. Yeah, so you can see this is going to be set up to a database. We're going to go ahead and configure that in just a sec. Okay, so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and style out the HR, right? So I'm going to go into my sidebar over here, and I'm going to go ahead and say sidebar container. And I'm going to target the horizontal row, which is that line. And I'm going to give it a margin top 10 pixels, margin bottom, and a border of 1 pixel solid. And it's got a nice little color to it. You guys will see in just a sec. Boom. There we go. Very subtle. Okay. Very, very subtle stuff. And then what we're going to do is we've already done the header. We've already done that, blah, blah, blah. Nice. That actually looks pretty damn good. Okay. So at this point, if I go ahead and show you guys, look at this. That's pretty damn close, right? So we're looking pretty good at this point. Okay. Now, what we want to do is I actually want to firstly create these rooms. Okay. So how do we create the rooms, right? So let's go ahead and say at this point, boom, just go ahead and put this halfway, Nice. Okay. So inside of sidebar option, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a add channel. Now, what's really cool here is that I'm going to basically have it so that if you click on this one, you add a channel. If you click on this one, you're selecting a channel. Okay, so in this case, if I click on this one, it selects the channel. Okay, it takes a little second because the internet's a bit slow. But if I go ahead and, for example, add a channel, how do I do that, right? How do I make it sort of dependent on that sort of thing? So the way I do that is I go ahead, let me just make this small for a sec. And then we make this a bit bigger. So we go ahead, we take our add channel option prop. Now we go to our sidebar option container, and what I simply do is I say, okay, attach an on click, right? But if I have add channel option passed as a prop, I'm gonna trigger off the add channel function, which we need to write. Or if that's actually not there and we don't actually see this prop in there, or it's falsy, so which means it's not got a value behind it, I'm going to select a channel instead. Now these two functions I need to create, add channel and select channel. Okay, so almost at 400 likes, guys. Smash the thumbs up button. We're almost there. Okay, now at this point I'm going to create two functions. I'm going to create one which is const add channel, and this is going to be an anonymous function. I'm going to do the same thing for select channel. I'm going to say const select channel, boom, an anonymous function, like so. That's it, right? We've got two different functions over there. And yeah, you shouldn't have any errors inside your code at this point, right? Everything should be looking. So at this point, we have got the ad channel, okay? So for the ad channel, we're gonna do a few cool things. So now what I need to do is set up Firebase, okay? So I'm gonna go over to my files earlier. Remember we added in the Firebase configuration, okay? So what I actually need to do is Command J, pull out my terminal. I'm gonna say yarn add Firebase. Right, so yarn, because we're gonna install Firebase into our project. Now, while it's doing that, I can go over here and I can say, import Firebase from Firebase, right? Now what we're gonna say is while that's installing, I already know what to write. We're gonna say Firebase app equals Firebase, which is our package we just installed, dot initialize app. And the way you set up the app, and basically what this is doing is it connects the front end that we're building right now to Firebase. So Firebase is the thing that's powering everything. It's Google's sort of backend servers. And basically right now, initialize app is gonna take that configuration and connect these two things together, all right? And it makes everything work in the way we expect. So here I'm gonna say Firebase config. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say const db because I need access to the database. Now, what database am I referring to, guys? You might be wondering. So I'm gonna go over to my Firebase. I'm gonna go into over here and I'm gonna say Cloud Firestore. Okay, so Cloud Firestore over here, on create database, start in test mode, click next. Here you wanna click name, enable, that's fine, all good, right? So once that's done, this will go ahead and set up Firestore, right? Firestore is a real-time database. Now, it's so powerful, it's real time, which means as messages come through, it'll be so easy to implement. We're gonna go ahead and do it really nicely right now. Okay, so it says cannot enable after you set it. Oh, interesting. Let's have a look why. I might actually have to use, if it can't enable it, I'll go ahead and use a different account. That's completely cool. All right, so setting up security rules. Let's have a look. Okay, it did it. So if you get that error, just go ahead and do it. Right, so at this point, what I'm going to do is, and guys, this is not a gossip channel, dude, so please don't. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and this is basically a NoSQL structure, right? Now, what does a NoSQL structure look like, right? NoSQL pretty much has this structure of collection, right? And a collection can have several documents, okay? So it'll have several documents. Now, if you don't know about this stuff, I really recommend you look into what NoSQL databases are like. And then after a document, like you'll have several documents. So imagine our collection was, let's say, rooms, right? So chat rooms, okay? Every single document would represent a different room, like a different chat room, okay? Now, each room will have its own collection. So you see it takes a collection, document, collection structure. So this one would be a collection. And then in here, you would have a collection of messages, right? So this one would be like, for example, it would be a collection of messages. And then this would lead to a, literally again, so it would lead to all the messages in the form of documents, okay? So here you would have all the different messages for this chat room. So you see you have a collection of rooms, the rooms themselves, each room will have its own collection of messages, and then these will be rendered out as documents, okay? So that's how it kind of works when you're using NoSQL, okay? So at this point, what we're gonna do, Black Knight says, just finished the Netflix Day 3 challenge and came here for the new build. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Coming in clutch, man. So at this point, we've got the database. So how do I access it? Okay, I say Firebase app. I basically grab this, paste it because I'm lazy. And then I say .firestore, right? No, I don't. I say Firebase app. Yeah, .firestore, yeah, I do. Almost got lost there, right? And then I'm gonna say const auth because we have a sign in this app. So I'm gonna say firebase.auth. And this is how we do it. Now, how do I get Google authentication, right? What I do is I add in something called a provider. Now, all you need to do is add in this line right here. And what this does is it gets the Google authentication provider, which is that nice little pop-up ready for us, okay? So what I do now is I go over to my Firebase and I go to authentication, the tab over here, click it. Right, authentication, click get started. And then here, very simple to get this up and running, okay? What you wanna do is you wanna go to Google, hit this button, enable, and then you want to click on a project support email, save. That's how you enable Google authentication, guys. It's literally that simple, I promise you. And it's even easier now because we're using Firebase Hooks and they're going to be your best friend. I swear to God, guys. Let's hit 500 likes. Come on, it's going to be so fun. All right, so we've got this right up now running. Okay, so this looks pretty good. And what I'm going to do now is I need to export this stuff so that we can use it outside. So I'm going to say export. And I'm going to export it explicitly. I'm going to say export the authentication, the provider, and the DB. This means that I can access the DB from anywhere. I can access the authentication, and I can access a little pop-up anywhere. Okay, so this is going to be really important. we're gonna go ahead and jump into our sidebar option. At this point, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna actually add in. So firstly, we're gonna do the add channel. Now, how do we add a channel to that database structure that I showed you earlier? Before we actually do that, I want to show you guys a little trick, okay? So if you go to rules over here, now don't do this in production environments. This is only for demos or something on your portfolio that don't really matter, but I'm gonna make it so that anyone can read and write to this database. You shouldn't do that for production, okay? If you should only have it, and I'm not gonna go into the security rules right now, but it's very important that you don't do that in production environments. So let's go ahead and go back to data. So how do I go ahead and add rooms, right? So what rooms am I talking about exactly? I'm talking about these rooms. So like YouTube, Papa Fam, Papa. How do you get all these different channels, right? And eventually, if you guys stick it to the end, you will be able to actually go ahead and jump onto the chat, and we can all have a chat through the app, which would be pretty cool. So I'm gonna say add channel. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say const channel name. And how do I get the channel name, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say prompt. Okay, so I'm actually gonna prompt the user, and that's actually built in. So we can say, please enter the channel name, right? So please enter the channel name. Okay, now what you want to do is whenever you prompt the user, you need to protect against the empty. So some people might go ahead and prompt, but then go ahead and enter it without a value, right? You want to protect against that. This is a more upgraded version of the previous Slack clone, yes. So here we say if, and then we say channel name, right? If channel name, and if the channel name has a value, then we access the database, because basically remember that Firebase, the configuration that we set up earlier, and then we exported it. So I'm going to pull in my database, and I'm just going to say, and I'm importing it from our local Firebase file. I'm going to say db.collection, and the collection is going to be the rooms. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a room. Okay, add a room, and basically adding a room. So it's very simple. You add an object, right? You just simply go ahead and pop in the name of this room is going to be the channel name that I just collected from the prompt. Now let's go ahead and see this in action over on the other one. So if we go ahead and say add a channel, and here you can see, if I say like let's just say coding, enter, and you can see coding, right? So how do I go ahead and do that? So I'm going to say channel name and hit save. Now on our build over here, if I go ahead and hit add channel, and I need to refresh most likely. And what we actually need to do is in sidebar, add channel option, I passed it through. We pass it in over here, there we go. And if I go ahead and click add channel now, please enter the channel name. So if I say ABC, Emerson says most friendly guy ever. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so it worked in the way we expected it to, but nothing really happened, all right? So now we pretty much go ahead and have a nice little prompt at this point, okay? This will go ahead and add it. Now, I actually just went ahead and tried that out. So let's see if it added it to the database. So I'm gonna hit refresh on the Cloud Firestore database. We should see rooms, there we go, and we see ABC. That was the room that we just created, right? Awesome stuff. So it actually went ahead and pushed it into our backend. Okay, so that looks really, really nice at this point in time. Now, how do I actually go ahead and then list them out on the sidebar though, right? So it's all fair well that we add them, but how do I actually use them? Now, previously we had to use some kind of janky use effect, and if you've ever seen any of my builds, it was kind of a headache to do that, okay? So instead, what we're going to be doing now, because what I want to do is I want to have a real-time listener to that database, which will allow me to basically pull this in a real-time fashion, okay? So what I'm going to do here, is I'm actually going to go ahead and say Firebase Hooks, and save. And you can see React Firebase Hooks, right? You're gonna click the first link, and all you need to do to get this up and running, you guys can feel free to read that documentation, but all I'm gonna do is go ahead and Command J, yarn add React Firebase Hooks. So I'm gonna install this, okay? And this is the one that you wanna install. Now they have a really great documentation there, and here's the sort of useful links that show you how to use each one. So the Authentication Hooks, Cloud Firestore Hooks, but you guys are gonna see the absolute crazy power, okay? You're gonna see honestly the crazy power of this right now. So it's already installed, so we hit Command J to hide it. And now what we do is we go to the top of our file where we typically would have, you know, defined some state, right? But what we do here is we say const. We want the channels from Firestore, okay? So Sonny, I don't really see what you're doing here. So we're gonna get the channels, and what's actually even better, we can get the loading state, even when it's loading. And if there's an error, we can actually get the error state. Right, so this is kind of getting powerful, Sonny. What are you doing here, right? And then here we say equals use collection. Okay, use collection. And some of you watching, like, I'm listening. I'm kind of listening. Where's this happening? And let's go ahead and import that, right, from the React Firebase Hooks. And then how do we go ahead and access the collection? So I'm actually going to go ahead and access this collection right now. And I'm trying to get the channels, right, which is actually the rooms, right? So in this case, the naming's a bit off, but that's what we're referring. What I do is I say DB, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pull in my DB, which I already have. And I'm going to say db.collection. And I'm just going to point to the rooms. And you better goddamn believe it, that is it. Now in channels, I have the collections. So if I go ahead and I just say, let's just do a console log of channels here. And I go ahead and I do command F12 to show this. Look at this, guys. That is actually the channels right there. So if I do docs, an array of 1, and it looks all weird right now, but I'll show you that. I'll prove to you that is actually what we're looking for, right? So this is incredible, right? This surrender, recognize me, bro. Right. So let's carry on. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that console log. And I'm going to go ahead and say, so we have the channels over there, right? Now I want to loop through them and show them as sidebar options. Okay. So how do I do that? What I want to do is each actual sort of room has an ID as well. So I will be passing that in as another additional prop to my sidebar option. But what I need to do here is go back to sidebar, and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, okay, go into the channels, right? Go into the docs, and remember, channels can be undefined in the beginning. So we're going to protect it with something called optional chaining, right? Then we say channels.docs.map, okay? So ODS's, I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce it right. Through them, yes, I'm going to map through them, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and say map through each one, and each of the documents. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and return something. So what I want to do is I want to return through this entire list and basically render out a sidebar option. So I'm going to go ahead and pop a sidebar option here. Obviously I don't want this one. I actually just wanted I don't want the icon here. What I want instead is I want to say, okay, the title should be the doc.data. So I'm going to access the data, which is this data inside of a document. And I'm going to say .name, which was actually the name that I gave it here. So .name, right? So a little typo, .name. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, whenever you have a map inside of React, you should always provide a key, right? Now, keys are very important because it tells React that you do not need to re-render that entire list if something gets added in, because let's say it rendered 1,000 elements in the list, and you only add in one extra sort of element to that list, because every single one has a different key. Now React knows, oh, wait a sec, you only added something at the bottom. The other 52 that you added before don't need to be re-rendered. So it makes it a lot more efficient, okay? So here I say the key is doc ID, right? And the document ID is going to be this one. So at this point, what can I do? I can say, actually, I'm going to pass through an ID, which is going to be the doc.id, because I actually need this ID as a prop. And I'll show you why, okay? I'll show you exactly why. Channels is not defined. That's because, oh, wait a sec. In sidebar options, oh, I've done it in the wrong room. There we go. This needs to be in sidebar. My bad. So this should be in sidebar right now. There we go. In sidebar. And then this means that the use collection should also be in sidebar. Okay. So this one should also be in here, which means we also need to import DB. So make sure you just follow me with that one. There's a slight little change. It should be in sidebar. Okay. And then here we're going to say channels. There we go. And you got the channels. And it says channels is not defined, but if we save now and we refresh, should be good. All right. So now you can see, look, the channels, but, there we go, guys. ABC. There we go. Look at that. Works, right? I mean, it looks like trash, but we'll make it look nice. So at this point, like, it does not look great, but we're going to make that look a little bit better, right? We're going to make that look very clean in the end. Okay. So how do I get this to look in the way that I sidebar option? So I'm heading over to sidebar option. I'm passing through the ID. Okay, so make sure you don't forget that step is very important. Now inside of sidebar option, okay, so what we're going to do is where we have the H3. Okay, so this is going to be the sidebar option channel. So we need to style sidebar option channel, which is why it looks like trash right now. So I'm going to go over to sidebar option channel, and where is it at? Sidebar option channel. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be this is not going to be a div. This is going to be a H3. Okay, because this is going to be a sort of H3. So you see what we're doing there? It's really good, right? I'm going to say padding of 10 pixels by 0. So 10 pixels by 0. I'm going to say a font weight of 300. if the rooms collection has only an ID, how did you extract channels? No, so it doesn't have an ID. These are the channels. This is going to be like a these are all channels. So the room, all of these documents would be the channels, and then the doc.data would be the data inside of each one. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. And you see, guys, that looks pretty clean. Okay, but you see, look at that. Oh, it shouldn't be triggering. It should only be triggering on the ABC. It shouldn't be triggering on this one, right? So we've got a problem there. So the problem there is we've got add channel option, but what we need to actually do is say select channel. Okay. So at this point, what we need to do is say, well, we have select channel. So now what I'm going to do is, firstly, oh, oops. If we go to sidebar, we don't need the add channel option here. We don't want that. We refresh, and you should have it so that only the add channel makes the pop-up come up. If you click this one, it shouldn't make it pop up, because what we actually want to do is trigger off the select channel function. Okay, so there we go. Right, so now what I'm going to do is Curious says so this is a much more upgraded Slack clone. So this has style, components, Redux, and Firebase Hooks, so hell of a lot more. Right, right, let's carry on, guys. So select channel. So inside the select channel, what I'm going to do is, this is where I'm going to use Redux. So what I want to do is every time we select a room, I want to push the ID into my Redux, right? Now, what is Redux, right? Redux is like a global store. So think of our application, right? Every single component has state, which is like some kind of memory inside of it, right? Now, if I need some memory to exist and kind of float around my entire app, and I just need to pull it when I need to, Redux is basically, it's going to solve that problem for us. It's going to act as something like a global store. It's going to be like a global place where we can access and store variables. Now, how do we push data into Redux? We dispatch something called an action, which allows us to manipulate the sort of data which lies inside of the Redux slices. Now, what we do is, in today's build, we're only going to have one slice, which is just going to refer to all the app contents, but you can actually divide that global store up into things that make sense. Let's say you're at an e-commerce site, you could have a basket slice, a user slice, and all that cool stuff. Okay, so a lot to learn here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so what we're going to do now is actually prepare Redux, and it's going to be a lot simpler than you think. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into that. So I'm going to go over to my code, and I'm going to go ahead and say, where we go in app store.js. So I want to rename this to not be the counter reducer. I'm going to rename all of these things to become app reducer. So I'm going to have one kind of global store inside of this build, but typically you should spread it out based on, like, you know, what's in the basket, what's in the sort of user information, that sort of stuff. So at this point, I need to go to my, features, click that, and I'm going to rename counter slice to become app slice. Right, app slice. There we go. Right, perfect. Now I'm going to jump into app slice, and over here, what I need to do is I need to start renaming this. So I'm going to rename these two things to become app, and then I'm going to go here, and this is actually going to become room ID. This is the initial state of that global store. Right now, I just have a room ID, which by default in the beginning is going to be no. It's not going to have a value. Okay. Right. So please don't spam, dude. You're going to get blocked. So sorry about that, dude. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go down here. I'm going to get rid of this increment async. There we go. Boom. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually change this up a little bit. So where we have features down here, I'm going to change this to have sort of an action. And let's think about, what is the action when we click that button? We kind of want to enter the room. Okay. And by entering the room, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the ID. Okay, I'm going to take the ID of the sort of the sidebar option that I just clicked. So the room, I'm going to get that ID and basically push it into the store with the enter room action. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to get rid of these two actions. We don't need them right now. Okay, and every single action inside this reducers section is, these are the actions. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this comment. And all we're going to do here is essentially go ahead and have, I don't know why my kite just opened up, strange. So the enter room action, okay, so we're going to say enter room is going to be our action. And this one is going to have, whenever you dispatch an action, you get the state and you get the action itself. Now, this will make a lot of sense later. But what we want to do is whenever we just get that action inside of our state, we're going to say change the room ID to whatever the action.payload.room ID is. Okay, and this will make a lot of sense once we go ahead and break this down. And again, Redux can be scary, guys. It can be scary, but don't freak out about it. We're going to break it down and it will make a lot of sense. Okay, Abdul says, I was the one who did the 500. Can I get a shout out? There you go, dude. Right. So we need to export this so that way we can use it outside. So firstly, we're going to change counter to app slice. We're going to go here to get rid of these and we're going to make it enter room. So now that way we can use this enter room outside of the app slice component as in function. Okay, so these are called selectors now. And so once we push a value into the global store, how do I basically, remember I said you dispatch an action which goes ahead and changes a bit of the store. How do I now grab that bit of data, the room ID, from the global store? Right, we have something called a selector. Selectors are really important. You need to learn them, and this is how you write a selector. So we're going to say select room ID. Oops, select room ID. So select room ID, and this will have the state. It will have access to the state, and it goes into state.app. I mean, it's defined by app because this is the app slice. And then here we're going to say state.app.room ID. Right. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and say export default app slice. There we go. Okay. App slice.reducer. Now everything should be clean here, right? So if we hit save and we go back to our application, and let's go ahead and see no errors. That's what we want to see. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and double check. Let's go to our sidebar option now. So I've went ahead and I can push into the database successfully, but I want to go ahead and remember when I click one of these, for example, this one, I need to push that room ID into the one second, let me see. Yeah, I'm going to push that ID into the Redux store. Now, Triongs has a good question. So he says, hi, Sonny, love what you're doing. Thank you, dude. I have one question. What's the difference between using Redux and the data layer, the approach used in the last Slack clone? So big difference, honestly. And what we're going to basically be saying is, firstly, Ellie, no, we will not be using it, but don't spam, please. Yes. Difference between Redux and data layer. So they are both essentially global stores, right? But Redux is the sort of commercial level solution to state management. Okay, you need to know Redux if you're going to be a React developer. It's pretty much used in a lot of the companies you're going to find yourself working at. So you do need to have this on your CV, and it's going to be a hugely valuable skill to have. Okay, so definitely recommend you pick this skill up. Right. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and click this and we want to dispatch it. So that when we click this, it goes ahead and fires off select channel because this does not have the prop add channel option. Okay. So what I'm going to do now in select channel, right now, what I'm going to do with the select channel is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, okay, if there is an ID, all right. So if we get an ID passed through as a prop, and the only one with IDs right now is these ones because they're the ones we mapped through from the database. These ones didn't have an ID. And then what we're going to say is if there's an ID, I want to dispatch an action into that global store. So firstly, we need like something that allows us to dispatch that action into the global store. So we need to get the dispatch sort of, I call it like a dispatch gun. It allows us to shoot actions into the global store. Okay. So I'm going to say const dispatch equals use dispatch, which is a fancy hook provided by the React Redux dev tools. So let's go ahead and import that. And you see use dispatch from React Redux. We pretty much do that. Now we've got this little gun that we can shoot actions into the store. Okay. So there we go. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and say if ID, I'm going to say dispatch, right? And remember we created an enter room function. Right, so I'm going to type in enter room and I'm going to import it from our features. Right, remember this was the action that we went ahead and done. Remember that took something called a payload. Okay, that took a payload, right? Ronit says, I got an internship on React looking for your help in upcoming days. Dude, join Zero to Full Stack Hero. The whole community will help you and me. Right, so we're going to pass a payload here, which is we put the parentheses, we put an object. And inside of here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to pass in the room ID, and that's going to be the let's think about it. That's going to be the ID, right, of the component. So the ID here. Now what's happening is when we click this button, it will push that value of the room ID or the channel ID into the global store. And basically think about what we're doing here. That's going to be the channel that we're actively going to be inside of. So if I click this one, it clicks the ID for this. It pushes the ID for this inside the global store. If I click coding, it pushes that into the global store, right? And this is empty right now. So if I say hello, you see it's a fresh chat. If I do Papa Fam, it'll go ahead, switch it out. Papa Fam's empty as well. Hashtag Papa, let's do Papa Fam Legends. Let's do YouTube. And you see, it's just pushing different values for the rooms into the global store. And then we use that value to go ahead and fetch the messages inside the room. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is on the Slack channel. So we actually went ahead and added this in, right? So what I'm going to show you is just to prove that this works, you can download the Redux DevTools. And what's amazing about the Redux DevTools, if I go ahead and open the inspector, I pull down this Redux tab. So you need to install Redux DevTools on Google Chrome. And then let's go ahead and click ABC, right? And right now, oh, nothing's happening. Okay. So let's see why. Let's go ahead and do it again. It's because I didn't refresh. But if I click it, it dispatched an action. Now the action came from the app slice, right? We dispatched the enter room action. And now if I click on diff, it shows me how it modified the global store. So you can see it went into the app store, it went into the room, and room was initially no as the default value, and it changed it to the room ID. Now, if I go ahead and see the action that was dispatched, this was the action that was dispatched. This was the payload of the action. And now if we check the overall app store, so imagine the global store, this is how we look at it inside the state. We can go ahead, click inside, and we can see inside our app now we have the room ID currently selected. This is how it works inside of Redux, okay? If you can grasp that concept, it honestly doesn't get harder than that when it comes to Redux, okay? Like honestly, that's the main grasp of it. Everything else can kind of come from that, okay? So let's go ahead and continue on. Now what we're gonna do, that we have the room ID, we're gonna go ahead and let's just firstly test if we can add a second channel. Let's say Papa Fam. Oops, Papa Fam. And there you go. You see now if I go ahead and open this up, I can go into Redux and I can click on the different ones. And you see every time I click, and what's crazy guys is you can actually rewind. So that I can jump back to these things. And I can rewind and I can actually like kind of like fast forward my application, which is insane, right? And you can see like every time I click it, it changes the room ID. So you see how it's working under the hood right now, okay? So that's pretty cool now. Now we have the ability to select a channel. So at this point, we are done with the sidebar. Now what we're gonna do is actually have the chat section, right? Because we've already got the room ID now. So I guess we can start actually implementing the messages inside of the chat, right? Now the chat, where is the chat defined? So if we go into app.js, you can see chat was over here inside of the home root, okay? So chat refers to this big section over here, right? So we're going to go ahead and build that out right now. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, BowSort, I have connected it. I've just done it in a new way. Right. So I'm going to create a chat component and I'm going to go ahead and say in components, I'm going to say chat.js. I'm going to say RFCE. And then here inside of here, what I'm going to do is chat container. So I'm going to go ahead and say const chat container equals styled div. Boom, boom. And there you go. And I'm going to go ahead and pull in styled from styled components. I don't know why it's not popping up on my auto sort of my import. It was working before, but that's fine. I'm going to do it manually. That's fine. Save. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is say this is a chat container. Oops. Chat container. There we go. Right. Perfect. So we have the chat container up and running. Then I'm going to go back into my app.js. And I'll make sure I've imported this component in to our application. So there we go. Chat gets popped in right there. Okay. So at this point, to just double check that everything's working, I'm going to open up chat.js and I'm going to go ahead and say H1, I am the chat screen. Save. And we should see it's not there. Right now it is actually there, but we just need to go ahead and get the color and things like that set up correctly. So the first thing I want to do is actually open up the chat screen. Now it's actually up here at the top, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how to fix that. But let's open the chat screen and I'm going to go to my chat container, and then the first thing I want to do is I'm going to type in, I'm going to say flex 0.7. Oops, save. I'm saying flex 0.7 because I want it to take up 70% of the screen. Flex grow of 1 and overflow y scroll. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this right here. Save. Okay. Now at this point, I'm going to save. And if you can see, if I go ahead and spam this, I'll show you what's actually happening. You see, it's actually underneath the header at this point in time. Okay, so I'll show you how we're going to fix this in a bit. All right, let's go ahead and save. All right. So at this point, let's go ahead and firstly do inside of the chat screen. Right. So we have the first thing we're going to do is we have the chat itself. So the first thing I need to actually do is pop a margin in there so I can see it. So if I do H1, let's just say hello. Okay. And what I need to do is I'm going to see margin top. Let's just do 10. Let's just try and do 50 pixels. And we need to get that right so we can see it. There we go. So 50 is about right. Let's say 40 maybe. Nope. We say 60. There we go. We try that one for now. Okay, so there we go. We can see it. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fetch the room information. Okay. So we firstly need to go ahead and have the room details. Now, what am I talking about? The room details. I'll show you in just a sec. So what I'm going to firstly do is I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and create a header section at the top. Okay. So at the top of this file, we're going to have a header. Okay. We're going to have a header, and I'm going to create this as a styled component. So here I'm going to say style.div, right? And then here, what I'm going to do is go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say style.div, and then this is going to be, we'll style that in just a sec. Inside of this header, I'm going to have a header left and a header right. Right, and this will make a lot of sense. Just bear with me. Okay. So we've got the header left and we've got a header right, right? So header right. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is go and create the styled component versions of these. So I'm going to say const header left equals style.div, right? Like so. We have authentication. We have everything inside this build coming very soon. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. I'm going to say header right. And then we go save, right? There we go. Looks good. Now what I'm going to do is we've got header left, header right. So the header left is going to have a H4 inside of it, right? So it's going to have a H4. So this is going to be a H4. Oops, H4. Kite keeps opening up. So annoying, right? We have a H4, and then here I'm going to say strong. And we're going to have a strong bit of text. Oops, strong, not string. Ugh. Yeah, and then in here, what I'm going to have is a hashtag, and this will be the room name. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and sort of fix this up with the room name in a sec, and I'll show you how we do that in a sec. And then the next thing I'm going to do is actually have a little star icon. Okay, so I'm going to say, boom, star border outline. Okay. Let's go ahead and say star border outline, paste. What accent is this, man? This is a London accent. And then there you go. You see it says the room name. Okay, so now I can get rid of the H1 hello. And this top bit is going to be the room name. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and pop out the header right section, and then we'll go ahead and do the fancy styling stuff to get this finished. Okay, so inside of header right, I simply want a P tag, and I'm going to have an info outline icon, and it's going to say details next to it. So it shouldn't say P, P, there we go. And it's going to say something details. Okay, so it's going to have this, and it's going to say details. And info outlined icon, I'll show you what that is in just a sec. I'm going to go ahead and pull this into my code at the top. There we go, save. And if we refresh, there you go. Right, so that looks pretty good, pretty clean right now. Now I'm going to go ahead and fix this up so it looks very nice, because right now I don't like how it looks. Okay, so here, how do I get this looking the way I need it? So I'm going to say header equals style.style div. I'm going to say display flex firstly. Right, this one gets me hyped up, man. Let's go ahead and smash the like button and get to 600, guys. Come on, display flex. Justify content space between, right? And then I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels border bottom. Boom. I'm going to chuck that in here. All right, save. And now you guys can see that immediately, huge difference, right? Huge difference, right? Right. So now what we're going to do, these are not inline styles. These are actually going to be, yeah. So at this point, we're going to say header left. And the funny thing I always find is that sometimes people actually demand things live. And I'm like, dude, I don't think you realize how much we're building in this live session, right? So here what I'm going to say is I'm going to target the H4 inside because we have the little H4 at the top. And then what I'm going to do is say display flex, right? Display flex. And then here I'm going to say text transform lowercase, right? Save. And there you can see it drops to a lowercase. And I'm going to then target the H4 and the icon inside. So similar to the approach we've done before, target the material UI icon, margin left and the font size. Let's go ahead and do that right now. There we go. Looks pretty good. Okay. So the next thing we can do at this point is we're going to go ahead, and I think we should also maybe say display flex on that. Let's go ahead and do this. Oops, that's a horrible error. Let's go ahead and do that. Display flex. And there you go. You can see that. Display flex. And what I actually want to do here is to say, let's go ahead and say the margin left is there, but I'm going to align items center. And oops, no, what is that doing? Nope. You got align item center, and there you go, right? So it looks very nice. And we can actually sort of push that slightly more away with the 20 pixel push. And there we go. Okay, so that's not actually targeted that one correctly. So we need to go ahead and say the H4 in this case actually has it inside of it. So H4 is going to have margin right of, let's say, 10 pixels, very slightly. Push it away. There we go. And on the right hand side, we're going to go ahead and fix that. Okay, so on the right hand side, I'm going to go ahead and do styled is something called Felipe. This is actually called styled components. So styled components are very popular, and I'd recommend jumping in, learning out how they work and stuff like that. Very, very useful stuff. Now here I'm going to target the P element inside, do display flex, align item centrally, font size of 14 pixels. I'm going to target the P tag and the material UI icon inside of it. And I'm going to go ahead and say margin right 5 pixels, and there we go. And this is how it looks on Slack, right? So it's very clean at this point in time. Looks very, very nice at this point. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so over at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to have the chat over here. Okay, so we've got the nice header section complete. Okay, so we've got the header section complete. The next thing I want to do is actually go ahead and add a sort of sibling component to the header. Now, in order to do that in React, you're not allowed sort of two components next to each other. So if I had something here, for example, it would complain and say, no, you're not allowed that. So I'm going to have a React fragment that wraps it. And then what I'll do is now I'm allowed to have something next to the header. All right, so what I'm going to do here is actually have another sort of a div called chat messages. Okay, so in this case we're going to just create let's go ahead and do this. Let's say this is going to be chat messages like this. Okay, and this one is going to be a styled component div, so it's going to be const equals styled div. There we go, and we can come to style that one afterwards. All right, so styled div, there we go. And inside of here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be fetching all the messages, and this is where we will sort of list out the messages, right? So I'll show you how we're going to do that in a sec. But in order to do that first, we actually need this little chat box where we can actually send in messages. Okay, Deepak Singh, yes, exactly. So if I type in yes, boom, you see it drops it over there, and that's the message, right? So little message as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is list out the messages. So go back to our chat. We need to create a chat component here. Okay, so there you go. I'm going to make this a drop smaller. Okay, so I'm going to make this like maybe that's all right. That's pretty good. All right, so we have the chat there. So underneath all of this, okay, so underneath the chat messages, I'm actually going to have something called a chat input. We're going to create a component called chat input. Okay, now chat input is going to be our own little component that we're going to create, and this is going to be responsible for this magic. Okay, and what this needs is going to have a few different things, right? So it's actually going to have a channel name that we're going to pass to it. So we're going to pass a prop, which is going to be the channel name, and we'll sort of sort that one out in a sec. So we need the channel name, and I need the channel ID, right? Now we have the channel ID. This is just simply going to be the room ID. Now, how do I get the room ID? Wait a sec. We didn't have the room ID, did we? Oh, we did, because we pushed it inside the store. Now, how do I grab it from the store? We use the selector that I mentioned earlier. So if I want the room ID, I say const room ID, and I say equals use selector. This will allow me to pull a value from the Redux store. Okay, so I need to simply go ahead and import this from our React Redux. And then what I do is I get the select room ID selector that I wrote earlier. And what this does, it allows me to pull the room ID from the store. Right, so this will mean I'm allowed to basically go ahead and when I select a room, you can go ahead and do it. Botwell says, you're doing great, Sonny. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for everyone watching right now. Appreciate all of you, honestly. Right. So what we're going to do at this point is we have the chat input, which we need to create. So I'm going to go into my components, create a component called ChatInput.js. Okay. RFCE. Wait for it to pop in. Boom. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say const chat input container equals styled div, right? And this is going to be my styled div, and I need to import styled components, but again, it's being weird with the auto import, so I'm going to go ahead and manually do it. There we go. And this one is going to be responsible for, there we go. All right, so this is going to be my div that surrounds my chat input. Now for the chat input screen, how do we go ahead and build this one out? Okay, so for the chat input screen, I'm going to have a few things inside of it. It's going to have a form. Okay, so it's going to have a form, right? Right, a form. Inside the form, we're going to have an input field. Okay, now this input field, oops, it's going to be a normal input field. Let's go ahead and say input. There we go. Oh, God damn it. Right, input, there we go. And inputs are self-enclosing, so we don't have that. Now the input is gonna have a placeholder, right? And the good thing about this placeholder is gonna have backticks because we're gonna have string interpolation. So we're gonna say message, hashtag, oops, pound, hashtag. And then remember, we passed in a prop, okay? So string interpolation here allows us to have a JavaScript variable inside of our string. So remember, the props come through here. Now we passed in a prop earlier. We passed in the channel name. Okay, so at this point I can get the channel name, but we didn't actually pass in that value, okay? Instead, what we did, we passed in the room ID. I think it was the channel ID we passed in. So channel ID, okay? We passed that one in. Right, so at this point, this one, let's just go ahead and say message room, right? So for the meantime, until I figure that out, okay? Marty says, doing a great job. This is fire. Thank you so much, dude. For the input, there we have it, right? Now what I'm gonna do is for the buttons, I'm gonna actually have a button, and this button, I'm gonna go ahead and grab a material UI button here. So I'm gonna use a material UI button. Deep accessing, yes, right? So here we've got the button. And then I'm going to, buttons have the text inside. So I'm going to say send a message, right? And this button is actually going to be hidden, right? So I'll show you what the trick that we're going to do here. So this button is actually hidden, right? And it's got type submit. And there's a reason why we do this, because if you have a button inside of a form and you have type submit, when you type in your input field and you hit the enter key, it will submit the button, right? Which allows us to have that sort of cool functionality without the visibility of a button. Now, when we click this button, we're going to have a function click off, which is called send message, right? So we're going to say send message. When you have a button event, it has something called an event. Here we say e.prevent default, because default, when we have a form and we hit enter on it, it will refresh the page. We don't want that, okay? So this will prevent the refresh, prevents the refresh from occurring. Oh yeah, prevents refresh, okay? There we go. Right. So Naruto, I will answer that when we get to it. Don't worry, dude. So, okay, at this point, we've got the chat input. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is it says chat input is not defined. So let's go back to our chat and let's go ahead and import chat input. All right. So now if we refresh. Okay. So we've got the message room send. Okay. Got itchy ear. Ouch. All right. Headphones get uncomfortable sometimes. There we go. All right. So we've got chat input. So at this point, you can see if I hit this and I hit enter, it would actually trigger off the send button, okay? So what I'm going to do is for the chat input, let's go ahead and sort of style this one out, right? So inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to target go into my chat input here, and we've got the style div, okay? So first thing I want to do is I'm going to say a border radius of 20 pixels, okay? So I want it to be a nice little border radius behind it. Let's go ahead and do this. Save. Oops. Border radius is 20 pixels, and this will give it a slight rounded corner. Okay, now I'm going to target the form and I'm going to give it a bunch of properties. I'm going to say position relative, display flex, and justify content center. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to target the input form inside of the form by doing this. So we're going inside the form, inside the input, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say position fixed, bottom 30 pixels, width of 60, border 1 pixel, border radius 3 pixels, padding of 20, and an outline of none. All of this will give us a nice look and feel to this, okay? Boom, save. And if I go ahead and see that, you see that, guys, look at that, it drops to the bottom. Now this button is randomly over here, right? But this is actually going to be sort of, you know, relative to where the screen moves, right? Because it's position fixed and it's bottom 30 pixels off the ground. And the width is 60 pixels, hence why it's 60 pixels this way. Now, what I want to do is I want to hide that button. So I'm going to target the form, target the button, and say display none. And I'm going to make it important so that way it just hides, right? Because it's a material UI button, so sometimes you have to override the styles. Save, and boom, it disappears, right? Now we just get this nice functionality where if I type in and I hit enter, it will trigger off my send message function, right? But if I get rid of this line, the prevent default one, look what happens. If I hit enter, see how it refreshed? We don't want a refresh, right? Refreshing is not our friend. So that's why we don't want it, okay? So at this point we have this, right? Now I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade this so we can fetch this information, okay? So how do I go ahead and do this now? This is looking pretty good at this point. Now I'm gonna firstly add a message in and then we'll carry on, okay? So I'm gonna go into my chat input. All right, now let's go ahead and implement the send message functionality, okay? So the first thing I want to do is I want to protect against any kind of bug, right? Now I'm going to say if there is no channel ID, right, then I just want to return, Right, I'm going to return false because I just want to exit this function. I don't want to do anything if there's no channel ID present. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I want to access my DB. Okay. Now, the first thing before I carry on actually is I've imported the DB because I'm going to need it. I need to get the piece of text from this input field. Okay. So how do I do that? I'm going to show you a different way of doing it this time. I'm going to say const. I'm going to show you a use ref. So I'm going to say input reference equals use ref. So typically you've seen me do it in a way where we map it to a piece of state, but this is another way of doing it. Okay, so we can go ahead and import use ref from React, and the way we do it is we save, and now what we do is we go ahead and map this to this. We say reference to the input field is input ref, and you see it's just a lot cleaner, right? It's a lot cleaner when we do it this way. And now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go into the db.collection, okay, and I'm going to go into the rooms, okay. And I'm going to get the channel by going into the document with the channel ID. So think about what we're doing here is we're literally going through, right? Well, what happened there? Where did it go? Where did it go? Come on. Let's wait until it loads up. But basically we're going into the room itself, the document, and then we're going into the collection of messages. Okay, so we're going into the collection of messages. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to add a message in there because I'm literally writing it in, right? And then to do that, what we do is we simply go ahead and we say, okay, the message I want to add is message, and the contents of that message is I want to grab it from the input field. Okay, so how do I grab it from this input field? We basically say, okay, get the input reference, get the current thing it's pointing to, right? And I'm basically going to go ahead and say, get the value of it. Pretty much that's it, right? That's how we do it. We get the value of the input field at that point, okay? Right? Now at this point, we've got the message. Now I need a timestamp. Just think about it this way. If I send a message in London and you're based in New York or Asia, wherever it is, my timestamp is different to your timestamp. So if we both use Firebase's Firestore's timestamp, then it's going to be the same. So we can sort our messages accordingly. So how do we do that, right? Then firstly, I need to go ahead and import Firebase, the actual Firebase, okay? And then what I need to do is go ahead and say timestamp, right? Timestamp. And what I do is I say at this point Firebase dot Firestore, go to the field value, and then we say get the server timestamp, and then that's a function. Basically, that will give us the server timestamp. So now all of our timestamps are the same. So the next thing I want to do is when I send a message in, I want to clear the text, okay? So the final thing I want to do is go ahead and say input ref dot current dot value. Actually, what we can do at this point is we can say, okay, so you can do it this way, right? You can do it this way, or you can do it a way of, I've forgotten how you actually clear it now. Deepak, thank you so much, man. So we can do it this way. This was a way of showing you, but I'm going to show you right now the previous way. We're going to say equals value equals input, and let's go ahead and say input. And this is how we initialize state, which is basically how we write a variable inside of React. By default, the input is going to be blank, and we say set input. Right. Thank you so much, dude, for supporting. And then here what we say is instead of this, we go ahead and say input. And what we do is whenever we type in the input field, we say on change. On change equals, and this will give us e, and we say, okay, whenever the user types in, I'm going to set the input to e.target.value, e.target.value. Oops. Oh, e.target.value, like so. Save. And what this will do is it means we need to import this. But that was just showing you an example of how you can use references as well. Ayalagali says, you're doing great service. I've been a React developer for 3 years, but I've learned a lot from you. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, man. Moaz says, you are the GOAT. Let's go, man. Let's go, dude. Now what we're going to do is here we have the input. Okay, yeah, we got the value input here. Nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the user's information. Now we don't have the user's information at this point. Ooh. So right now I'm going to hard code it as Sunny Sanga. And then I need a user's image. Ooh, that's even harder, right? How do I do that? So I'm going to go ahead and grab a picture of me for now. All right, so I'm going to grab a quick picture of me. And let's see if nothing dodgy comes up. So I'm going to grab my picture here. Let me grab a quick picture. Let's say this LinkedIn one, copy image address, make sure it's a PNG. That's not even a PNG. I hate when you get a fake PNG, don't you? Like, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about when you get fake PNGs. There we go. I've got a JPEG. There we go. Right. So I've got a JPEG here. It doesn't matter. You can use any picture at this point. Okay. So I've just popped in a picture here. I'm going to go ahead and come. So now we've got the user image. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eventually have it so when we log in, it will pull in that information, right? Okay. So you can do ref or you can do the other way, guys. It's completely fine, right? There we go. So, and there are reasons for each and all, right? But we're not going to get into that right now. Okay. So now at this point, what I'm going to do is have it so that when I refresh, right? So let's go ahead and refresh. And let's see now what this will do is if we want to do is we're going to say after we send that message, we're going to set the input to empty. Okay, done. Set the input to empty. So now if I go ahead and try this out, save and refresh. Okay, let's get our Firebase up and running. Okay, so we're in, let's say we go into the Papa Fan room and I'm inside the Papa Fan room. I'll say A, B, C, enter, right? Oh, did something happen? Did it break? What happened? Oh my God. Okay, let's have a look. So we're inside here and nothing actually kicked off. Okay, so nothing kicked off. Let's go ahead and see why. Okay, so I went into message input. There we go. On change, value is input, set input e.target.value, message timestamp, sunny user image. There we go. And refresh. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh and let's say, let me just double check my terminal. Okay, we're good. And here I'm going to say ABC. Okay, so right now something's actually freaking out at this point. There we go. Cannot be called with an empty path. Okay, because the channel ID, there we go, it makes a lot of sense. So we need the channel ID, okay, that needs to be passed in. So remember chat, okay, we got the room ID over here. Use selector, select room ID. So at this point, what I can do is I can actually just double check that it gets passed through. So I can say console log the channel ID, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and refresh and I'm going to go ahead and do F12. And then you can see the channel ID is no right now. Okay, interesting. If I click this one, now I've got a channel ID. Okay, so with the channel ID set, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type into this to say test. Okay, and I hit enter, right? So I hit enter and nothing actually happened. Okay, so which is very, very strange. So now let's go ahead and see why. Because the channel ID got passed in here. Perfect. Okay, let's go over here. What we've done over here actually is we said channel ID is room ID. Perfect. Okay. And let's refresh. All right. Okay, interesting. Let's have a look why this is happening. Document.collection rooms, doc channel ID, collection messages, add. Okay. There we go, channel ID. And we do have the channel ID correct at this point. We're going into the room and we should be adding into there. So message is the input. Timestamp is this timestamp. The user is Sunny Sanger and the user image is this. Okay. And what you need to do sometimes is just cut this and say yarn start again. Okay, let's do this again. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and wait for that to restart. So now what I'm going to do, you can change the title in the index.html if you do want to. Yes, you can do that. So now at this point, if I go ahead and say testing, or we need to make sure we click a Papa Fam. So let's go ahead and we click Papa Fam. I type in testing, enter. Okay, so this is interesting at this point, right? So if there's no channel ID, it's returning false. So let's go ahead and double check at this point when we hit send message if there is a channel ID, right? So let's go ahead here. And then let's go ahead and say A, B, C, enter. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Cannot be called with an empty path. Okay. So that's because I actually went ahead and didn't click the correct channel. So Papa Fam, there we go. And if I type in test and I hit enter. Okay. So you see guys, it did reach there. But I wonder at this point if it's actually, oh, if it's not, damn it guys. If it's not channel ID, there we go. Ah, I missed it. Good spot guys. Good spot. Okay, now that's exactly what the problem was. Right, so we're going to click on Papa Fam, type in testing, boom, and you see it disappeared. Perfect, okay? So now at this point, we're going to go ahead and check if it entered in. Right, so you can see we should have in here. Let's go ahead and see. Let's refresh. Oh, there we go. It came through. It was a bit of a second, but let's go ahead and carry on. But let's go ahead in the top one. We say on messages. All right, so now you can see the message has been successfully entered into the room. Okay, so that's exactly what I was looking for. So now we have the collection here, message, timestamp, user, and user image. Okay, so perfect. We have a message there. And the channel name we need to go ahead and pass in. So how do we get the channel name and all that good stuff set up? Okay, so inside of chat right now, let's go ahead and fetch the information that we need. Okay, so first thing I want to do is get the room details, and then I want to get the room messages. So we can do this actually really nicely. All right, so using the new use collection, I'll show you guys how easy it is to do this. All right, so here, import use collection from React Firebase. There we go. And we say const. First thing I want to get the room details. Room details. Okay, so I'm gonna get the room details, and here I'm gonna say use collection, and then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say, okay, oops, if there is a room ID present, right, then I'm gonna query the Firebase database. I'm gonna say db, I need to import db. I'm gonna say db.collection, yes, Deepak, using pusher, right? So db.collection, I'm gonna say go into rooms and get the document with the room ID. Okay, so this will be the room details, right? This will go ahead and get us that information. Okay, so that's how we do that in this case. And then for the room messages, what I'm going to do is a similar thing. I think it might actually be use collection. It might be, we can check that in a sec actually. But yeah, we're going to do this one. And then what I'm going to do is, I think it's use document instead. Use document. One moment. We go, use document. Yeah, and this one will be doc room ID. Perfect. And then what I'm going to say is const. I'm going to get the room messages as well. And this equals use collection. And you see how easy this is, guys? Like, this is crazy, man. Like, it's so much easier doing than the traditional way that you're doing it. Right? So you say, okay, only if there's a room ID. Then, Anshul, should I give you a super chat? Oh, shit, dude. All right, it's up to you, man. You say db.collection. And then I'll say rooms doc, and I'm gonna say room ID dot collection of messages. So I'm gonna go into the messages. Oops, messages. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say order by. Okay, remember the timestamp that we passed in. I'm gonna say order by the timestamp ascending. Okay, so order by timestamp ascending. Okay. And then there you go. So it's going to order by the timestamp. So now you can see this will go ahead and get me the room messages, plural, and this will get me the room details. Okay. So how do I check this actually is doing what it says it's doing? If I go ahead and pop open this and I go ahead and say console log, let's just check the room details first. Room details. Let's go ahead and do room messages. Save. And let's go ahead and see. Now you can see, look. Chat 25, 26, 25 is giving us the data back. This is actually correct. If I say .data, and now you can see that it gets us back the room details. So in this case, if I click on the room, I have to make sure I'm inside of a room. So in this case, if I go into PapaFam, and you can see that it gets me the PapaFam room. If I go into ABC, it gets me ABC, the room. Okay. And same with the room messages, but this will be a collection of documents. So you can see it works. Okay, it comes through. Now, how do we pass this over into our chat input? It's pretty simple actually. The way we do it is we pretty much go down to our chat input, and then here where we had channel name, we pass in room details, and it can be maybe undefined, so we need to do that. And then we say pass in the name. And now we pass through the room name inside of chat input. I can actually get the channel name. And here I can actually say message channel name. So now what you should be able to see is, look, by default it says message undefined because we're not inside of a room, and we can fix that afterwards. But if I click PapaFam, it will go ahead and it will actually pass that through as the value. Now, have we correctly passed it through is the question. Channel name, there we go, lowercase c, boom, saved. Right, let's go ahead and then click on this, and there you go. Look, it says message PapaFam. On the bottom, look, message. There you go. You see that? If I click it, it changes over here. Message ABC, message PapaFam. And I want the same thing to happen over in the room name. Okay. So for the chat, here where we have the room name, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and pop in our JSX, and here I'll say room details.data.name. Okay. So .data.name. And let's go ahead and hit save, and let's do refresh. And remember, by default, it's going to be undefined, so it won't show any value. Okay. So we can go ahead and change that afterwards. And then what I'll do is let's go back to Papa Fam, and you can see now we're inside the Papa Fam room. Now we're inside the ABC room. And you see, look, works very, very nice. Okay, works very, very slick. Right now, at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have it so that we have. Let's just double check something. I'm going to go ahead and add so the messages list out. Okay, so we already have the messages over here. And what I want to do is actually want to render through those messages and actually sort of do some magic with that. So how do we do it? We go over here to chat messages. I go ahead, open up my JSX, and I say, okay, let's go into the room messages. And it could be undefined at some point because it's async. It needs to fetch it. And we're going to say for every single document inside those messages, I'm going to have a bit of code that runs. Okay, and I'm going to basically destructure that message, and that has a message inside of it as a timestamp. Remember when we pushed a message and it has a user and a user image, right? And then this has doc.data, so we basically are pulling it apart from the message document. Okay, then what we're going to do is I'm going to actually return the following. So I'm going to say return, and I'm going to basically create a message component which is going to be self-enclosing, and it's going to take the following props. So it will have a key because we're mapping through a bunch of stuff. But what it's actually going to do is this message component will take the following information. So it's obviously going to freak out at this point because it doesn't know what this message component is. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create it. So I'm going to grab message, go over here, go to components, create message.js, save, do my little RFC trick, wait for it, boom, pop it in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say const message container, right? So message container equals style div, right? Style div. Boom, boom. And I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. Now, the message container, let's go over to message. And then inside the message container, we're going to have a few things, right? So we've already got a few things being passed in. So firstly, I'm going to go ahead and import this inside the chat. Boom, save. And there you go. Okay, so now inside of Papa Fam, we should have a message here, right? But it's not actually being rendered because we have nothing being rendered here. So firstly, this takes a few props like we just passed in. So I'm going to destructure the props, and inside we have the message, the timestamp, and a few extra things. Okay, so we have message, timestamp, user, and user image. Okay, message, timestamp, user, and user image. So for the message, I'm going to have a few things. We have the image. The image source is going to be the user image prop. Okay, so the user image prop. And let's go ahead and save it. And then you can see that it pops through now. So if I add another message and say test, and make sure I'm in the correct chat. So we go to test. Remember, it's passing through as me right now. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nice, guys. 700. Come on. Let's hit a like target of 700. I think we can do that, man. I think we can do that. All right. So let's go ahead and say, let's have a message info. All right. So message info container, which I'm going to create. So this is going to be message info, which is going to be a similar sort of div, a styled component div, message info. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, message info. And then thank you, Anshul. Appreciate it, dude. So here we're going to say H4. And inside of that, we're going to say user. And then I'm going to basically have some little kind of, I'm going to add a JSX parenthesis block. And then we're going to say span. Okay, now I'm going to span a few things, right? Please don't spam the chat, dude. Otherwise, I'm going to kick you out. Right, so here I'm going to span. And I'm going to put in the following. Now we get the timestamp, right? Now, how do we change the timestamp that we get from Firebase into a readable string? And this is the line of code to do it, okay? So you guys can maybe break this one down in your own time, but I'll explain quickly. It basically creates a new date object from the timestamp. We need to convert it with this toDate object, which allows us to convert it. And then here, what I need to go ahead and do is say to UTC string. So if I save it now, we should be able to see, look, Sunny Sanga on this time sent that message. Okay, so it looks really good. And the next thing I want to do is underneath this, I'm going to have a p tag, and the p tag is just going to have the message itself. Okay, so it's going to have the message itself. See, like testing. If I say ABC, enter, the message down here says ABC. Okay, so it's very hard to see that, but you guys can see it's at the bottom. I promise it's there, right? So the first thing I want to do is start making this look like it's the way that it should look. Okay, guys, we're almost at 70. Honestly, really almost at 70. Right. So what we're going to do now is go into our message container. Right. So here, and I'm going to say display flex. Right. And then I'm going to basically go ahead and say align item center. And then I'm going to say padding of 20 pixels. 20 pixels. Okay. And then here I'm going to say go and target the image and make the height of 50. Okay. 50 pixels. All right. And I'm gonna say border radius. Right, I'm gonna say border radius of 8 pixels. There we go. Okay, and look at that. Pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead, and you see that's actually starting to look similar to the sort of goal that we're trying to get to, okay? So we have the image set. So the next thing I want to do is target the message info. So I'm going to go to the message info and say padding left. I don't want it to touch that next bit. Okay, so padding left of 10 pixels. You can use padding or a margin there, to be honest, it's up to you. I'm going to target the H4, and inside the span tag, I'm going to target something. I'm going to say inside the span tag, I'm going to do a color of gray, font weight of 300, margin left 4 pixels, font size 10. And this is going to make the timestamp a lot smaller. There you go. And it starts to look a lot more like we wanted it to. Look at that. Amazing stuff. So this is so dope. Okay, that's pretty cool, right? Really, really cool. Anshul, please don't spam, dude. So at this point, this is really, really good. Now, if I click on ABC and I say hello, can you see what just happened there? Look, it actually just changed based on what I've got entered in here. And it will load up the messages inside that room, and it just works so clean. That's amazing, right? It works really, really good, really clean. Okay, now how do I get this though, right? So if I go into a new channel, right? So if I go into a new channel, how does it automatically scroll to the bottom? And if I want to add a new message, so let's say testing, how do I get that? Look at that, ABC. Wow. How do we do that trick here? Okay. So in order to get that sort of auto scroll functionality, what you need to do is a very neat little trick. Okay, so we render the messages over here. Okay, so just underneath the end of those messages, I'm going to create a sort of a div called chat bottom. Okay, so I'm going to create a div called chat bottom, and this is literally just going to be a div, an empty div. Okay, so you don't even need to maybe have I'm going to give a little bit of padding to the bottom though, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a styled component at the bottom, so, and it's going to have a padding bottom of 200 pixels, and there is a reason why we do that. Okay, so wait for this to load, boom, and there we go. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say chat bottom. Now what I need to do is I need to give this a reference, and I will show you why, because we're going to do some pretty damn cool little trick right now. Okay, so here we've got, hey saying, are you just front end with React, or does it have no back end? I haven't used Firebase before. So right now this is actually more of a front end build. Firebase powers everything on the back, handles it all for us, but I do full stack development, yes. So what I'm going to do is chat ref. I'm going to go to the top and create a piece of reference. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these console logs. At the top, I'm going to say const chat ref equals use ref, and I'm going to go ahead and say initialize it with a value of no to begin with. Okay, now use ref, we need to go ahead and import that. So I'm going to go ahead and boom, we import it from React like so. Now to connect to my use ref to this, I just go ahead and say ref equals use ref, and now I have a big pointing at the bottom of the chat, because think about it, it maps out the messages, and then we have an empty div at the bottom. And the reason why, there's a reason why we use this empty div. So whenever this page loads, I'm going to go ahead and spam this chat right now. Okay, so I'm going to say hey, something like this, right? There we go. And I'm going to refresh, and let's see that we should have all of this stuff pop in. Wait for it to load, wait for it to load, wait for it to load. Let's go into Papa Fam. It's just a bit slow right now, but it will work. Okay, there we go. Nice. So you see there, that's just because of my internet. Right, but can you see right now how firstly we added the padding 200 so that way we can see the bottom. And the second thing that I wanted to do, guys, is I want it to, so that when we go on to, like, let's say we're on ABC and it loads the messages. If I go into Papa Fam, I want it to scroll to the bottom by default. So the way I'm going to do this little trick is I'm going to have a use effect, and the use effect allows us to run a bit of code when the component mounts. Okay, so use effects are written like such. Okay, so I actually cover this in Zero to Full Stack Hero. We've already imported it over here, so I only want to sort of do it when the component mounts, as well as when the room ID changes. Okay, so when the room ID changes, and what's really cool about these use collections is they give you the loading state and an error state. I don't need the error state, but the loading state can be handy here, right? So what I can actually say here is that if the room is loading, this is Firestore. Right, if the room is loading, so if the room is still loading, or if the loading state changes, it will refire this code. And what I want to do is I want to go to that chat reference, and I'm going to say, okay, get the chat reference, go to the current thing you're pointing at, and scroll it into the view. So save, and what happens is as soon as it loads, it's going to basically scroll me down. So this one, it doesn't need to scroll down. But if I go to the Papa Fam, watch how it scrolls me to the bottom. Boom, scrolled me to the bottom. Amazing, Works. Look really, really nice, right? Works, right? So at this point, then what you can do is you can customize this with some really nice little sort of additional extras. Okay, so what I can do is I can actually add in this behavior smooth, right? So if I go ahead and do this behavior smooth now look at this, guys. If I go to ABC and I go to the Papa Fam, it opens it up and it scrolls me to the bottom. Now that's slick. Smash that thumbs up button. That is damn slick. All right, this is pretty cool, right? That's pretty damn fun. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is every time I push a message, like, look, hello. See that? Oh, it didn't actually throw me to the bottom. So I want to go ahead and fix that. So what I'm going to do is that chat reference I had earlier, I'm actually going to go ahead and pass that to my chat input, right, as a prop. So I'm going to say chat reference. Right? I'm going to pass this as a prop to my to the chat input, right? So chat ref equals chat ref. Okay. So Skia, yes, it would, but this is sort of, those are additional features you can go ahead and add on and things like that. You can obviously sort of, you should add lazy loading and things like that in, but this is sort of, you know, this is enough for one single build. Okay. So at this point, chat ref. Okay, we've done that. So we pass it through, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab it here. But good catch. Use MySQL. No, I'm not using MySQL. Okay, so at this point, we've got the chat reference here. Now, what's cool, right, is that when I go ahead and do chat input, because I've passed it over here, once I send that message in, all I need to do now is basically go ahead and do the following. I just say chat reference dot current scroll into view. Same thing, but when I send a message inside of chat input. So now let's go ahead and check this out. So let's go ahead and wait till this loads up. Click Papa Fam, and you can see it should load up, scroll to the bottom. And if I'm at the bottom over here and I say YOLO, enter, boom, guys, look at that. That's pretty damn cool, right? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead, and this is actually working pretty good at this point. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and do the authentication portion of this build, I think. Okay, so if I go ahead and refresh, at this point you see like it says message undefined and this sort of stuff. Now, what I can do here is I can protect this screen from showing this stuff if we do not have this information. Okay, and that's a good idea, I think, to do, right? So I'm only going to show any of this stuff if we've selected a room, right? So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say, okay, only if we have the room details, and if we have the room messages, should we then go ahead and load up this, right? This is a better practice to have, and this will basically go ahead and protect. So you see that, right? So now we don't get anything in this. We click a channel and then it goes ahead and loads it. That's a lot cleaner. Okay, that really looks a lot more cleaner when we do that. Okay, so let's carry on. So look, Papa Fam, there you go. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and implement the login authentication, and then we're going to refactor so that these are actually pulling in your names. And we're going to go ahead and deploy this bad boy, and you guys are going to be able to jump on this app and try it for yourself. So it's going to be so sick, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and let's imagine, how do we set up a login system? Okay, so if we go into app.js, this is where the magic will begin. Okay, so app.js is where everything sort of starts off from. So now what we're going to do is go inside of app.js. Now this is really cool. Okay, so before we had to use something called on auth status, right, and things like that. Hitesh says that was water. Yes. So what I'm going to do is, but now we have the handy React hooks. Okay, so I can go ahead, import use auth state, which is a really cool hook. And this one is so damn good because what we can do is we can say const user. Look at this. If I go ahead and drop this line of code in, this gives me the user, it gives me a loading status, and you get and all you need to do is pass it the authentication, and the authentication we prepped earlier inside of our local Firebase file. So if I hit save on this now, we should have the user inside of our app.js. Now, what's really cool about this, guys, is that what we can do is we can say, okay, inside the router, right? Inside the router over here, if we have, so if inside the router here, if we do not have a user, then show a login screen. Okay, then show a login screen. Else, and this is kind of a protected route now, because else it will render the app. Okay, so it will show the login screen if there's no user present. It says login is not defined. Makes sense. So we need to go ahead and create the login. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a login component, login.js. Boom, pop that in, RFCE. And guys, we're almost at 700 likes. This is insane. Let's keep going. And here I'm going to say const login container equals style.div. Boom, boom, like so. I'm going to go back to my app.js. Over here, my login, do my import. There we go. We just imported it. And then what I'll do, open up login.js. And then in here, I need my styled components. So I'm going to pull them in. And I'm going to have my login container over right here. Perfect. And there you go. We have a login, right? And it's not working yet. We're almost there though. Right. So login container, right? Inside the login container, I'm actually going to have an inner login container, right? So I'm going to have login inner container. And I'll show you why we do this. It's going to help us out in just a sec. Now login inner container, what we're going to do here, and the reason why we see a white screen is because we do not have a user that is inside. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the image, right? And this is an image of Slack. So I'm going to go pop an image of Slack in there, and we should see login inner container is not defined. Dawood Raza, really smart. Thank you so much, dude. Honestly, thank you so much for donating. I really appreciate anything. That's really honestly kind of you. Look at that, guys. The Slack logo. That's huge. I don't like that, the Slack logo. Okay, so let's carry on. So what I'm going to do with the login in the container, I'm going to target that image and I'm going to make it smaller immediately. So that way we can start seeing things. All right. So here I'm going to say, okay, target the image. And then I'm going to say, okay, object fit contain to keep the aspect ratio. Object fit contain. And then I'm going to go ahead and say height of 100 pixels. Height of 100 pixels. I don't even care. This Slack build is damn dope. Margin bottom of 40 pixels. And then save, and boom, look at that, looks fresh, right? Now for the login container over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, let's give it a background color, a height of 100 view height, display grid, and place item center. This gives it a very nice extra sort of, it will center the element like so. That looks pretty clean. Looks good, right? Looks good. Now for the inner container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, give it padding of 100 pixels, a text align center, background color is going to be white, and I'm going to give a border radius of 10 pixels. And I'm going to show you a little cool trick. Okay, so at this point you guys can see it's got a nice little border radius and it looks okay, right? But I'm going to show you how crazy small tweaks are, very small differences, right? So this is a very subtle box shadow, you can just copy, but look how amazing the effect it has, right? So a box shadow is about to be dropped. Look at that. I swear to God, like, look, a tiny little difference and all of a sudden the whole UI is clean now. All right, so this is really cool. Redirects can protect you, but this actually sort of protects you at a much stronger level because it doesn't even load the component in the first place. A redirect, there is a moment where it kind of catches you, then redirects you. Okay, so I would say do it this way to be sure. So now what we're going to do is inside of here, we got the image. And I'm going to go ahead and say, let's have a div of login text. We're going to have some login text here, okay? So I guess what we can do is, let's maybe have a H1, okay? And then we're just going to say sign in to the Papa fam, okay? And then underneath that, I'm going to have a P tag. And this P tag is going to have a P, not please. And we're going to say papa.slack.com, something like that. Now, let's go ahead and hit save. And you can see sign into the Papa fam. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a material UI button. Okay, now the material UI button is going to say sign in with Google. Okay, sign in with Google like so. And then I'm going to hit save. And now what I'm going to do is say type submit like so. And then what I'm going to say is on click. All right, on click. And I'm going to basically trigger off a sign in function. Okay, now I need to create this sign in function. So firstly, I need to import the button from Material UI core. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to go ahead and say this. Where is it? Material UI. There we go, save. And then the sign in function, I'm going to go ahead and say const sign in. I'm going to say const sign in equals e boom boom. I'm going to say e.prevent default like so. Okay, like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, this is where the fun part comes in. Okay, so look, it's got a sign in with Google button, but that looks a bit trash at the moment. Okay. So this button looks ugly, right? And I'll admit it does not look nice, okay? So what first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here. I'm going to target the button, all right? And I'm going to say, okay, the button should have a margin top, 50 pixels. And I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to make the text, I'm going to change the transformer text, change the background color to a green, because by default, everything is uppercase. So it's going to be a lot better, right? Right, so at this point, what we're going to do is, oh, okay. So if there's no form, yes, you're right. You don't need the button type submit. I did have a form there before for something else. That's why I had that. So good catch, Samuel. That's what I look for, man. That's what I look for, right? So Naruto, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you soon, dude. So here where we have the sign in. Now, how do we get a Google? I've already done a Hulu clone before. I'm going to drop down the channel though. So how do we get the Google sign in? Okay, so Google sign in is a lot easier than you think. Smash the thumbs up button if you want to find out, all right? So we're going to go ahead and do it right now. I swear to God, it's going to be like, how many of you think I can implement the entire Google login in like one line of code, right? One line of code, right? One line of code, right? Are you ready for this? One line of code is going to do the whole Google login. All right, you ready for this? This is where it's just like unbelievable power, right? So here I'm going to say Auth. I'm going to pull in my Auth from my local Firebase. I'm going to say sign in with pop-up. Boom. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and pass in the pop-up. Now the pop-up is the provider that we set up earlier. Okay, so it's a provider. Remember, we actually pulled that in from our local Firebase file. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in. And then I'm going to say, okay, that's all good. And then I don't need to do anything after I've signed in. I'm just going to make sure that I catch any errors. Okay, so if there is an error, I'm going to alert the user of the error. I'm going to say error.message. Right? Okay, pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and see if this all works, right? I mean, like that seems a bit too easy to be true, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hit sign in with Google. Okay. Pretty cool. Remember, you need to enable that on the Firebase platform. I'm going to go to the Papa React team account, and boom, that was it. That was it. We are literally logged in right now, which is in crazy stuff, right? And what's so cool about this is that if I go to app.js, literally, guys, this is doing all the hard work for us right now. This right here is doing everything for us, right? So I'm going to go ahead now and get the user's information. I'll show you how easy it is without having to use a lot of Redux stuff, okay? So are you guys ready? Right now what we're going to do is we're going to go into the header and start implementing or using the user's information where it's needed, all right? This is header. And then we're going to jump into... Alex says, what is this playlist? What is the song? This is like the Papa Fam anthem, dude. This is called Don't Wanna Sleep by Swift7. And we don't want to sleep here, dude. We do not want to sleep. So header avatar, right? So I'm going to go into my header. And I'm going to go ahead and say, okay. I'm going to basically go ahead and say, yeah, I'm going to say, okay, the source is going to be, the source is going to be the user, and it could be undefined. We're going to say the photo URL. Okay, photo URL, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the alternative as well. It's going to be the user's display name. Now, how do I get these values? Okay, so remember, we can actually just pull this in using that neat little use auth state hook from Firebase. Now, that's as simple as it is, honestly. That gives us the user and it just works. Papa Fam the movie, I like that. I like that, dude. Papa Fam the movie. Can you imagine that? Holy crap. I'd watch that. I'd literally watch it and I'll be the one that someone will be acting. Right. I'm going to import. There we go. Save. You can see we sign in. Now there's an issue with that, right? Because the source says user photo URL and it didn't work, right? So at this point, what I want to do is firstly, I want to go ahead and make sure that this is all done correct. So let's save. Let's refresh. And the header, right? Interesting. So the source isn't actually being passed in as we wanted it to. And this is because we have header avatar. This is using the correct avatar one. So boom, hover, pointer, styled avatar. Avatar is over here, material UI core, done. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit easier to read so we can see it. And then what I'm going to do is I actually want to make the avatar have on-click will actually go ahead and do an anonymous function inline. It'll use the authentication. It just basically calls a sign out function, which actually signs us out of the app. So with that alone, we should actually have everything we need. Okay. All right. So I'm going to click this and it should log us out. There we go. Okay. So it did log us out. Right. So we need to figure out why I'm not getting that picture come through. Right. That's the main issue that we have right now. So if I do proper React.team, let's go ahead and see. It should log me in and we should see it come through. Okay. So now what I can do is to quickly debug this. It's fine. We can go ahead and say console log and just say user is user. And then let's go ahead and see what's happening in the terminal. User is, here we go, and here we got a bunch of stuff. Photo URL. Ah, that's why. Okay, so it's user.photo URL. So for the photo URL, it's capital, right? Papa is emotional now. It's crazy, right? So that's why. And there you go. Look, there it is. Perfect. Right? That's amazing. Now at this point, we've got Papa Fam. We can click here. And what I want to do is I want to send that message as Sunny, but not through like a hard-coded value, okay? So what I want to do is I want to go to my chat input. And remember where we sent that message earlier, we sent it with hard-coded values here, okay? So now we don't want to do hard-coded, because why do we need to do hard-coded? Because we actually have the actual thing working, okay? So this is clean. I'm not even joking. This is really clean code right now, okay? So what I'm going to do now is we've got the user being passed. No, we haven't. We've got the, I need to pull the user in at the top. So I'm going to go ahead and pop the user in like so. And I'm going to go ahead and pull the hook in, and the hook does it very efficiently. So it's going to make sure it uses it once and it just reuses it. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do auth is not defined. We need to import auth. There we go. Save, refresh like that. Okay. And then the user's name. Okay. So for the user's name, I'm going to go ahead and say user.displayname. For the user's image, I'm actually going to go ahead and say, rather than that one, we'll say user.photo URL. And the best part about this is we just getting this information straight from Firebase. So boom. And if I go ahead and say Papa Fam, and I go ahead and say, yo, what's up? Boom. Look at that, guys. If I say ABC, it even scrolled me down. That's clean. I don't even care what anyone says. That is so clean. That's the kind of like, the sort of, you know, you want that to be, you want your code to be that level of like spotless, right? So that's like, I swear, I was proud of that one. I was proud of that one. Guys, 11 likes away from 750. Okay, so at this point, we have our app working in the way we expected it to. Okay, everything works in a nice way here. We can add channels. Let's go and say, let's just say like, let's say YouTube channel. Okay, let's click on YouTube, and then let's go ahead and say, yo, what's up, YouTube? And you can even put emojis in. So let's drop a fire emoji. Oh, oops, my up in the fire. Oh, okay. Guess my rocket crashed. Yo, what's up, YouTube? There we go. And it works, right? So that looks pretty good. Right. So at this point, pretty good. I think everything here is actually perfect in the sense of, besides that, I almost missed that, the sidebar. Okay. So the sidebar at this point, has got a hard-coded name. We don't want a hard-coded name. We want the actual name of the user. So what I do is I just pretty much go ahead and grab the user. And again, if we're not using this, oh, and I actually have another feature on to do the loading state. So if I forget, remind me. Okay, Carl says, really like that scroll to bottom. Yeah, really, really cool addition. Now here what I do is I go ahead, grab the user like so, save, not defined. Yep, I always missed that one. Wait for it, and let's go ahead and import this. And guys, by the way, if you do want access to this code and you're feeling lazy, then the second link in the description is the link to the Papa GitHub repo where all of this is available. Now, I want to address something. Now, did you notice what happened just there? I had refreshed the page. I was logged in already. So if I go ahead and refresh here, I'm already actually logged in. But you see when we refresh, right, there's a loading, there's a point where it's loading and it's not actually sort of, it hasn't got the user yet, all right? I want to have it so it looks a bit like this. So look, imagine if it could look something like this. That's pretty clean, right? That's actually pretty clean. And I want to get that working. So how do we get this in play, right? Because that's clean as hell, right? So what we're going to do now is inside of app.js, right? Here, right? So in app.js, so I'm going to go to app.js, and then here we have everything happening. We have the sort of, you know, the user notification stuff. But what I'm going to do now is actually have it. So remember, we pulled the loading state in. So I'm going to say, okay, if it's loading, right, then I'm going to return a different bit of JSX. Oops, not that. Oops. Yeah, I'm going to return a different bit of JSX now. I'm going to create a app loading. So I'm going to create a app loading container. So this is going to be a div. And inside of it, I'm going to have app loading contents, another div. Okay, so I'm going to have another div. And we're going to quickly go ahead and set those ones up. Okay, so I'm going to do app loading. Let's go ahead and chuck those at the bottom. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's say const app loading. Save. There we go. We've got app loading. And then we've also got the second one, which was app loading contents. These are two styled components. And let me know, hit the thumbs up button if you like the Part is when you can get married. If you really like style components, I am a fan, honestly. And we didn't even use the most powerful thing like the props use case, right? So it's actually extremely really powerful. Oh man. And you see, we didn't even actually make full power of React Router. We didn't actually use much of React Router. So you don't actually fully need it, but you guys can, I implemented it because I want to make it so that you can extend on it. And by having React Router in place, you guys don't have to ask, you know, how do we have it inside of this? You can pretty much use it. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say where we have this. I'm going to go ahead and pop in here. And then what I'm going to do is inside of here, I'm going to have an image, and this is the Slack logo. Now that cool little spinner that you just saw, this is a Slack logo, by the way. So, go ahead and see something. Oh, okay. Something looks ugly. And this is because I have not done this one. Oh, there we go. Scared me for a sec. All right. So you see now there's a huge logo that's kind of stuck in the beginning, right? So we're going to fix that in a sec. But what I want to do is that, Sunny programming seems so complicated in a good way. Thank you so much, dude. So here, I'm going to actually install something called React Spin Kit. Okay, so you guys can check out their docs. Their docs are really cool, actually. And they're very simple the way they explain it. They show you a bunch of examples, but it's this guy right here, Kyle Matthews. And he actually shows the use cases in a demo screen if you want to check it out. But right now, I'm going to show you how to implement it, okay? Command J to pull it up and say yarn add React Spin Kit. We're going to go ahead and install that. Now, once we've installed that, while it's doing it, I'm going to import spinner from React Spin Kit. And then what I'm going to do, at spinner, like so. And then we're going to go, oh no, that's horrible, spinner. And then, spinner. There we go. Nice. Let's kick it up a bit. Spinner. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, the name of the spinner is this one. You can get the names from the demo page, and I would recommend checking it out, right? Finhar says, that is so sick. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I'm going to color purple and fade in of none, but split second. So I don't want any animation. I just want it to pop straight in. So you have to say none. Okay, I'm going to save. So at this point now, we've got the if loading. So now, okay, let's go ahead and refresh. You see, it pops up while it's loading, but we need to style it now, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my app loading, and I'm actually going to make this look a bit cleaner. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on a few things. Adam says, I've actually started penning these builds out physically instead of building them straight away so I can concentrate on why the code is used more. I've learned so much. Dude, that's incredible. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So look, you want to chuck in text align center, padding bottom 100 pixels, display flex direction column, justify content center, align item center. Now, while you're styling this, you don't want to keep refreshing and kind of guessing, okay? So what I do is I go to here and I say if true while it's doing, while I'm sort of working it out, right? So if true, and then it'll kind of force the screen to stay on, right? And then I'll just to make sure you don't leave it like that. You say image, I'm gonna say height of 100 pixels. I'm gonna say padding of 20 pixels. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna say a margin bottom of 40 pixels now as well. Okay, so margin 40, margin 40. And then let's go ahead and refresh. Oh, no, wait a sec. This is actually, this should be in the other container. This should be over here. I got it mixed up. We should chuck this one in the actual contents. There we go. And you see that, guys, look, that's the actual loader, okay? All right, so I want to add a margin bottom because right now it's touching it, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the bottom of this. I'm going to say margin bottom 40 and it will drop it a little bit away. Nice. Now, how do I get this to center out? Okay, so I'm going to do display grid, place item center, height of 100 view height and a width of 100 on the app loading container. Okay, boom, save. And there you go. Okay, now we've got this little loader. Okay, now what I can do is I can change this Boolean back to loading so it's no longer forced to true. And I hit save, all right? And now check this out, guys. Are you ready for this? Boom, loading. While it's loading, it's gonna be here. And then when the user comes, it'll go ahead and pop us in. That's clean. We have this incredible app. I'm gonna show you my one, local one. And yeah, guys, this is absolutely insane. Guys, I think we're ready to deploy this app. Are you ready to deploy this application to Firebase and go ahead and yeah, get this thing working? Right, to deploy your app, right? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go ahead and pop open your terminal. And here I'm gonna go ahead and say Firebase login. So the first thing you wanna do is log in, okay? Now I've already logged in, so I don't need to do this. But you need to go ahead and say Firebase login first. The next step is gonna be Firebase init. Okay, now Firebase init basically goes ahead and sets up your application with Firebase. Okay, so this is just a huge terminal right now. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and go down with the arrow keys to hosting. Okay, now you can see you got a bunch of other stuff here, but we're interested in hosting today. So we're going to click hosting on the spacebar and enter. Now you're going to click use an existing project. Okay, so I'm going to click that, and then we should see a list of our projects inside of this account, right? So at this point, the one that we created right now was actually going to go ahead and say, you guys can see all these builds that I've done. It's crazy. Right now we have the Slack clone, right? And this Slack clone YouTube, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hit that one. And then here, what do you want to use as your public directory? This is extremely important. Do not mess this up, all right? If you do Firebase init and do the whole step again, right? But at this point, what you're going to do is in the public directory, I'm going to type in build. Okay, so it's going to be build. Right, so I'm going to hit build and then configure it as a single page app. Yeah, so you're going to click yes with a Y. Okay, so I'm going to do this, boom, save, and then set up automatic builds and deploy with GitHub. No, we're not going to do that. And then it sets it up. Okay, we're going to do npm run build, or you can do yarn build. It doesn't really matter at this point, right? But npm run build. Now, important step. What this does is it basically goes ahead, and there's loads of things when we build our app, like hot reloading and a bunch of other stuff, right? We don't always need that in the final production build. We don't even need it in the final production build because our customers aren't developers. They just need the fastest app. So we basically trim out all the fat of the app, and then we basically go ahead and create an optimized production build. And as you can see here, it says pretty much we're going to go ahead and create an optimized production build. So once this is done, it will basically bundle up our application into a lovely folder over here called build. Okay, now something important to know, you do not touch the build folder pretty much. Okay, so you don't really mess around with the build folder. Instead, the way you need to do it is that if you touch any of your code after it's gone ahead and finished bundling, remember, you need to run npm run build again, because it would be, your build would not have the latest changes inside. So if you change the code, you need to go ahead and do npm run build again, and then it will work. We're going to say Firebase deploy, right? And this is about to deploy this app to Firebase, right? So it's found the folders in the build folder, and it's uploading the folders, and it will give us a URL in just a sec, and I will go ahead and share that URL, and you guys can go check this out. It released it, and it gave it hosting URL. Boom, that's what I'm talking about, guys. And we have a fully functional application right now. Go ahead and check it out. Let's go ahead and see this out right now, guys. Let's see this. Check it out, guys. And look at this. It's loading for me. I'm signing in. Let's go ahead and check it out. Go ahead and check it out. Let's see if we can do this. And you know what? I think it's only right. I think it's only right that we have one song that does this one, right? So go ahead, Papa Reactor team. I'm going to jump in on my account right here. And there you go, right? I'm going to go in the Papa Fam chat. Who's going to meet me in the Papa Fam chat? Yo, what's up, guys? Yo, look at this. Look at that, guys. Everyone's popping in. What's up, Vikram? Look at this, guys. Oh, man, this is so sick. Is it lit? A part of the Papa Fam. How cool is that, guys? That's so sick, right? It's working. Manuel says I'm playing the same song here. Hey, that's it, guys. Look at that. Ayush's chat. All right, we got ABC, we got the YouTube chat. Look at that YouTuber here. I was first. How cool is that, guys? That's so powerful. Incredible stuff. Guys, it is time. We are on the fourth and final build. We just finished the Slack clone. If you are with me right now, you are crushing it. You have 3 apps already built. This is insane. We are completing this. Take your time. Like I said, remember, use these timestamps. There's no rush. This video is not going anywhere, right? Make sure you build these apps. Drop comments if you get stuck. Join Zero to Full Stack Hero, a community where others can go ahead and come together to actually help each other overcome these problems, right? Coaching calls, weekly coaching calls. We cover all of this inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. The link is in the description. But guys, if you're not done yet, right, and you want to go ahead and continue and you want to flex to your friends and use something like a camera inside of a React app, post pictures to Firebase hosting and go ahead and have a nice little Snapchat clone, then you're in the right place, because that is number 4 on the list. We're going to go ahead and end it with a bang. This is the Snapchat clone, guys. Get excited, smash the thumbs up button, and I will see you in the Snapchat clone. Let's kill this, Papa fam. Let's go. Peace. As you can see, guys, we have a fully working Snapchat, and you can see this is what we're building today, a fully functional Snapchat. Now let me know if that's dope. I'm excited. I'm bloody excited about that. Built with the React, you can click it. Even the timer, when that timer goes ahead and hits 0, the whole thing goes ahead and shuts down. That red signal goes, wait for it, boom. There you go. And you can't tap it after that. Completely gone. Scrollable list, everything works. Has persistent refreshing, so persistent login state. Boom. This whole thing is built with React. We do use Redux. We use Firestore. We use Firebase hosting. We use Firebase storage. We have loads of stuff happening inside this build. Loads of power and potential inside this build today, guys. So you can actually log out by clicking the little avatar on the top right hand corner. And then you see we've got the sign in screen. So over here, you hit sign in, you get the Google authentication, and then it's going to basically go ahead and populate your user status inside of the Redux store. So let's go ahead and log in as myself. And then you guys will see here, we get logged in. So everything's all good there. It's persistent like I showed you in that demo just a second. But you can click this button here. We get a live camera use. This is something we've never done on a build before. So you've actually got camera use inside of React. And then you can go ahead and click send now. And yeah, you can see that. So the message is unread. If I click these ones, it won't open. But if I click this one, it does open, right? We have React Router powering this stuff. Everything is damn exciting. Let's do this, guys. Let's start. So I'm going to open up my desktop. I've got everything now inside of a builds folder. So I'm going to open up my builds folder. And then inside here, you can see I've already got the Snapchat clone. So I'm going to go ahead and do create React app. Create React app. Nice, amazing tool by the guys over at Facebook. Allows us to go ahead and get things up and running quick. I'm going to use Redux today, which means I'm going to use the Redux template. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and use my little autocorrect thing here, and I'm going to say Redux, and there we go. You're going to do npx create React app Snapchat clone, and I'm going to say -yt for YouTube. The dash template at the end is simple. It allows you to go ahead and set the app up, the template that we're going to be starting with, but with the Redux sort of power base behind it. Let's put it that way, okay? Make it simple in English. I'm going to go ahead and enter. While that's happening, we're going to go to our Chrome and we're going to go ahead and open up Firebase, okay? Firebase suite of tools provided by the guys over at Google, okay? It allows you to have loads of different things. So we're powering our authentication, we're powering the database, even the way we upload those snaps. So they upload the images over to Firebase. We handle that with Firebase storage, okay? We're going to do all of that today. I'm also going to host the app at the end, and we're going to have a lot of fun because everyone's going to be able to sign in together. So that's what we're going to need in order to get everything up and running to power this crazy app that you guys see, okay? So jumping in right now, what we do is go to the top right-hand corner, make sure you're signed into the correct account. So I'm going to sign into my official Papa React account, and let's go to the console. So you want to hit go to console, okay? So now you're going to click Snapchat, add project, sorry. Let's say Snapchat, clone -yt for YouTube. You're going to click on continue, okay? Over here, I don't want Google Analytics. I'm going to leave it, create project. And then we're going to go ahead and wait for a sec, right? While that's happening, go back and check on your code. So here, you should get to this screen over here. So I'm going to make it very clear so you guys can see that. It says happy hacking. If you get to this, it's all good, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to say cd Snapchat clone -yt. So you're make sure you're inside that folder. I'm using all my ZSH, by the way, if anyone's wondering, okay? Now I go ahead and say code insiders dot Nice. And then what I'm going to do is it's going to load up what I need. Okay, so give that a second. Amazing. Right, let's go ahead and open this up. We've got our code open. So we're going to do a cleanup process. Okay, I'm going to press Command J. This pulls out my terminal. To get this app started, we're going to say yarn start. Hit enter. I'm using yarn. If you are using npm, it's simply npm start. How do I know which one I'm using, you might ask? Right, if you see yarn.lock, you're using yarn. If you see package-lock, then you're using npm. Okay, whatever you use, it doesn't matter, but make sure that you stay consistent. Now, if you do end up overlapping, just delete the lock file, whether it's the yarn lock or package lock, and then run the install from whichever one you want to use, and that will fix all the headache and issues that you're going to end up having. Okay, so now I'm going to open up this side. I'm going to grab my stuff, and then this will be the screen where we have everything. Let me move my epidemic sounds over to this side so you guys can make it very simple for you. Okay, cool. So now with that done, we're going to go ahead, and you should get this template. Okay, so this sets up a dummy app. So you see here, we can add different amounts, we can add asynchronously, and you can just have a bit of fun with this template. Okay, now we're going to clean this up and make sure that it's all clean, all simple, everything's working, right? So we're going to go ahead and go to our source, go to app.test.js, and then I'm going to start off by moving this over to the trash. I don't really care about it. I don't want it in there. We're going to get rid of the logo, going to delete that and move that to the trash. Next, I'm going to delete setup.js. If you've ever watched any of my clones, you will know that it's going to go ahead and we just like to do a cleanup process in the beginning. So I like to delete all of app.css, get rid of that, right? Then what I'm going to do, and we're going to have loads of different changes in the tempo of music today, right? I'm going to make it a lot more of an enjoyable viewing experience for you guys. So that way you can vibe to this. Think of it as entertainment. Think of it as, you know, something that you can code along to, learn, do it at your own time afterwards. In index.css, I'm going to go over here, type in asterisk, and I'm going to say margin 0. And I'll show you what this does afterwards. Right, so this will get rid of like this imaginary spacing that gets present sometimes. Save that. App.js, we're going to go ahead, get the header, drag our cursor all the way down, get rid of this. And here I'm going to say h1, let's build Snapchat. So we're going to delete these two lines over here. So here, once you get into this folder over here, right, counter, what you want to do is get rid of the counter.module.css. We're using the BEM naming convention today. I'm going to go to counter slice. We're going to use that one, but we're going to get rid of counter.js. Okay. Pran bear, I use screen brush to draw on the screen. Now over here, I'm going to go ahead and drag counter slice to the features folder. And then it says move, and I click yes. I'm going to delete the counter, right? So make sure you do this, and it's going to help you out. Okay. So this is just the steps that we need to do to get everything up and running. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come and rename this file. Right now, as I'm renaming this, because I'm not going to go ahead and use the counter slice. I'm going to use something called app slice. And this bit, I want you to just follow along. When we get to this bit, then I will go ahead and explain what we're doing. Okay, but right now I just want you to follow along. I'm simply doing a refactor here. So I'm going to change this to app slice. I'm also going to go down here, and I'm going to change select count. Anywhere where it said count, I'm going to change that to app, right? And over here, this is not app, this is going to be here. And this one is going to be app. So I'm just trying to refactor my code. I don't really care about this bit right now. And over here, we're simply going to get rid of these two functions to simplify some of our code up. We don't have this anymore, so we'll get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of the comments because we don't want anything that we don't unnecessarily need. This is how we basically go ahead and set up Redux. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing with Redux. Now I'm going to hit save here. Then I'm going to go to my app over here, and I'm going to go to store.js. Now here, previously it said counter slice and all that stuff. So what I'm going to do now is change this so that it's actually app. Okay, so it's going to be the app producer, which pulls from, not here, it's just going to be the features folder. So features app slice. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and go here. Happy New Year, guys, by the way. And here I'm going to go to counter and change this to app. Just to app producer. Okay, that's all good. Everything is pretty good if you got to this point. right? Now I'm gonna go hit Command J, and then it says compiled successfully. If you get a problem at this bit, go ahead and make sure that you resolve the issues so that way you can carry on without any errors, okay? I'm gonna hit Command J, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. So Command J to close that, go back to our app. Let's get started with this build, right? So I'm gonna pull this to one side, and I'm gonna go back to my Firebase. I'm gonna go to continue because we have to get things set up, right? We have to go ahead and get things set up to get it up and running, okay? So here I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm gonna open this little arrow, and I'm gonna say authentication. We're gonna be using Google Authentication, right? If you wanna join the Slack community, you need to be a part of Zero to Full Stack Hero, right? So the first link in the description, feel free, check it out, join us. Here I'm gonna click get started, right? So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna find Google. I'm gonna click it, I'm gonna click enable, right? And I'm gonna say project support email, Papa React, .team, there you go, right? Now, somebody says, I had a question, can you build apps without Android Studio? Of course you can use React Native. Google enabled, that's perfect. The next thing, I'm gonna go to Cloud Firestore. So you see, we're working our way down this list. Then I'm gonna click on create database. I'm gonna click in start in test mode. Okay, start in test mode. Click on next. Everything's good. I'm gonna click on enable. We don't really mind about the server contents, right? And I can see this stream is actually a lot smoother today, which is great because I was actually experiencing a lot of stress with dealing with that. So and next, I'm gonna do the rules. Okay, the rules are they're very important because this will actually allow you access to the database. Now, the main thing is allow read and write. That's what I'm going to do here and publish. Now, obviously, that's not a production like convenient, right? You don't want to do that in production. You want to make sure that this is this is just for when we're sort of testing things, right? And even one it says your security rules are public. Make sure that you understand that. Keithana, thank you. My portfolio is filled with your clones. Amazing stuff. For the first time you act on Redux first. Yes, I'm going to change it up every time, you know, keep it funky, right? Going to go down to storage, and that's the next thing I want to get set up, right? So in storage, I want to go to rules. Now over in the rules section, so here, this is all good. Now I want to go ahead and change this and just say allowed read and write and publish. Okay, so for now, we're just keeping an open database. Again, not production convenient, but it will get there, okay? I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see it. There you go, right? Now I'm gonna go over to hosting, okay? So you see we worked our way down the list. The reason why we didn't do real-time database is because we're using Cloud Firestore. Here I click on get started, and then I wanna click on next, initialize project next, wait, next, that's fine, right? And then this gets set up. The next step is we go over here to the cog. We click on project settings, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go down into our settings. So I just went to the project settings at the top. I go down to this little web app icon, okay? Click this, and then I go to the name of the app. So I'm going to say Snapchat clone YouTube. Set up Firebase hosting. We already did that, but I'm going to click register app. It doesn't really matter. And here I click on next, right? If it's your first time, you're going to have to write sudo and then npm install -g Firebase tools, right? So you have sudo dash and then do Firebase tools. And then you're gonna click continue to console. Now, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and do the config. So I'm gonna copy this config, and then I'm gonna go ahead, put this over to one side. And over here, I'm gonna make sure that I create a new file called firebase.js. I'm gonna paste my contents here. And then I'm going to go ahead and do Command J, right? I'm going to split the terminal. So I know loads of you have preferences for this, but I like to split the terminal and have a second terminal up on the screen. So click that now. It's a little bit. So now I'm going to go ahead and here, this is where I'm going to say yarn add Firebase, right? If you're using npm, remember you just use npm install Firebase, but I'm going to use yarn here and I'm adding Firebase to the project dependencies, okay? Now at the top of the file, all I need to do is say import Firebase from Firebase. Okay. Now people are asking to zoom in, so let me go ahead and try and give you a zoom in. That's a bit hard for me to code like this, so I'll now and then we can go ahead and see if it works. Okay. So this is installing. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press Command J. to hide the terminal. There we go. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const initialize app, right? And then here what I'll say is, or we can just call this one Firebase app, right? So this is going to be the Firebase app instance that we have when we set everything up. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Firebase dot initialize app. So Firebase dot initialize app. Then I'm going to pass in the Firebase config, right? So the one that we just pasted in, I'm going to go ahead and grab that one, right? Here I'm going to say const db equals Firebase app. So Firebase app dot, and then we're going to say Firestore, because what we just did is we configured it and now we're connecting our DB and making it accessible via the DB variable that we just created here. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and initialize our authentication module, because we need authentication inside of this app. Yeah. Here, what I'm going to do is firebase.auth. And this is a function, so we have to invoke it to get authentication as a parameter. The next step is we go to storage. Next one, storage equals storage. So firebase.storage. All right. And then I'm going to hit the colon. There we go. And this gives us access to the storage. So this is the storage API on Firebase. It allows us to upload stuff. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to say const provider equals, and then I'm going to say new firebase.auth, right? And I'm going to say .google auth provider. So Google auth provider, and this is a function again, so I need to invoke it. There we go. And now this one will go ahead and give us what we need to basically have Google authentication as a provider inside of our app, which means, remember that little pop-up that we had initially on the Snapchat clone? So let's go to the Snapchat clone right over here. So remember this little pop-up that we had? So let me go ahead and log out of the account. So let me go take a picture. Let me send the snap and let me go ahead and log out, right? Sign in. You guys remember this little pop-up, right? This is the provider. This is what we do it. This is how we did this. Okay? So that's how we get that functionality going. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and export what we need. So I'm going to say export DB, auth, storage, and provider. Right. So like so. Oops, that's a comma. Nice. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Okay. So what we're going to do now is this one will not have push notifications by Ganesh. No. And we have set up Firebase. So this is all the setup that we need to do, right? But you guys can follow that at your own point, and then it's going to go ahead and grow with it. Okay. So let's start with the first part, right? So in fact, where do we begin with this crazy build, right? I think it would be a cool idea to start with the camera, right? The camera, we've never seen this, right? We've never seen this sort of stuff happen before. So the camera module, right? So we're gonna go ahead and create a webcam capture, right? So let's call it webcam capture. And you guys have never seen me do this. So this will be a lot of fun, okay? This will be a lot of fun stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And what I'm gonna do is go ahead and install a dependency. And the camera module that I'm going to be using is something called React Webcam. Okay, it's webcam capture. We just installed React-Webcam as our dependency. Okay, now anyone who's watching and says the webcam's not working, again, if it cuts out, I will fix it. No, all good there. So don't worry, guys. So at this point, what we can do is let's go ahead and create a webcam capture. Let's go ahead and create a webcam capture.js file. Okay, now inside of the webcam capture file, we need to do a few things. We need something called video constraints. This is going to be responsible for the sizing of the video itself. Okay, so this is video constraints. Now this is going to be the camera itself is going to be a 250, the height of 400, and the facing mode, that's basically saying the front facing camera. Okay, right now what I'm going to do is say RFCE, because we all love React functional components. Okay, now, if you didn't know, you don't actually need to write import React from React anymore, but we'll leave it at the top so it looks normal to you guys, okay? Go ahead and hit save. At this point, what you want to do is you want to go ahead and for the class name, I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name in case we need to style it. And this one's going to be called WebcamCapture. We will be using the BEM naming convention today. I teach more about this inside of the course, or if you've watched any of the other builds, it's the way I like to handle my class names, okay? So what we can do is from that camera module that I imported, we can go ahead and import it, right? Now it's very easy to use the webcam module. All we need to do is go ahead and say webcam. And then in here, we need to add a few attributes. There is actually support for video on the module. However, we're going to be doing pictures today. Okay. Here we're going to say audio, and I'm going to say audio equals false. Okay. So audio equals false. And then I'm going to say height is equivalent to, and then let's go ahead and say 400. Right. So you could do a few things here to keep it consistent. You could say video constraints dot height. Okay. And then here I can go ahead and say ref, because we need to actually attach a reference. Now the reference, in order to get a reference, if you've never used a reference in React, we do teach that inside the course, but here what I'll say is const webcam reference. Now this is basically like a big pointer, right? So imagine like you've got a big pointer and you're just pointing it at the webcam, so that way we have a way to reference it if we need to. So I'm gonna say use ref. No, a lot of modules need this kind of functionality, so we're gonna go ahead and import this from React. There we go. Okay, now we've got the reference all set. What we can do is go to our ref here, and we can go ahead and add it. So we can say ref equals webcam ref, right? Webcam ref. There we go. Cool. The next thing we're going to do is, again, I'm just adding to this list of things. We're going to say the screenshot format. We want to actually save it as a JPEG, because JPEGs are compressed images. It's a lot easier to store, and it's just going to help us out a bit. The width here, I'm going to say is equal to the video constraints.width. Okay, so that's going to be pretty cool. The user. Next thing we're going to go ahead and do is, we're almost at 700 likes. Incredible support. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to say video constraints. Here we actually pass the entire object. So we actually pass the video constraints object. And this is what you basically need to go ahead to get everything up and running. Okay, so this is really, really nice. Thank you, Praveen. I do see your messages. I just haven't gotten around to try it. All right, that's awesome, right? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically export this as a webcam, and let's firstly just test out if it works, right? Let's see if this actually does anything. Let's see if it shows on the screen, how weird it looks, or if it works at all. So this is the app, the final product. Now what I'm gonna do is go to React Redux app, and it says webcam capture is not defined. Okay, so what I can do is here, I can go over and say control, and I can import, save, come back. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh. Counter slice is not defined. Okay, so when we were setting something up, something broke. So let's go to our store and let's double check. Store's all good. Let's go to app slice. Here, counter slice. So we were refactoring and we forgot to say app slice. Hit save on that. I'm gonna go ahead and hit refresh. And it says, okay, localhost wants to use your cameras. You have to click allow and wait for it. Hey, look at that, guys. So now you get to see 2 points of view. So this is like some Inception stuff happening right now. Okay, so on that note, water break, have some water. Just let that sink in that we have React on a webcam on our React app. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back to our app, and we're just gonna keep on working with this stuff, right? So now I'm going to go to the webcam capture, and let's kind of add a capture functionality. So we can actually capture a picture with this, right? So first thing we need use of some kind of icons, right? So you guys know me. I love, oh my God, we just got 20 likes over in a second. That's crazy, guys. I love you guys. The support you show me is incredible. We're going to go to materialui.com. I'm also really happy that the stream quality is fixed up. I'm going to go to Material UI course, save that stuff, hit Command J inside my terminal. And then I'm going to say yarn add, and then I'm going to say Material UI core. So let me go ahead and make that more visible for you guys. Yeah. And what I'm going to show you is you can actually install 2 dependencies at once. You can actually go ahead and add afterwards. We're going to go to the search bar. We're going to click icons. And then I'm going to click here, but we get good, right? We get good. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my code and say yarn add Material UI icons. Okay. Okay, so while that's installing, I'm going to go ahead and get a button called radio button unchecked icon. Now, don't ask why they're called this. Again, I'll show you how I actually find these icons. You can search the full list of these icons. Here, what I'll do is let's go ahead and say radio button. So let's just type in radio. So there's this one here. Click this. So when you click it, it's going to actually go ahead and give you the line of import that you need. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say Command J, and then I'm going to go ahead and import at the top of the thing. So some people asking why the stream quality is different on here compared to Twitch. It's because it's two different platforms. Remember, I'm streaming content, so there's a lot of complications that you need to factor in. So I'm going to pop that in here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a class name so we can style this. I'm going to say WebcamCapture __ button. And then we're going to have an onClick function. So I'm going to call the onClick function capture. So let's go up to the top here, and I'm going to add a function called const capture. And this is going to use something new. It's going to use a callback, right? So I'll explain this in a sec. Use callback, right? And this is use callback. This is a nice little React hook that we've never used before in a build, but it actually allows for a sweet optimization, which means that we don't actually have to have unnecessary re-renders if we don't need it. We're going to pass the webcam reference inside of it. So this means basically what use callback means, firstly, let's go ahead and import that. So import it at the top over there. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and say, okay, so a use callback is really cool because what it does is it basically says this function, so this could be an expensive function, right? So what could happen here is if it will do the function once when it runs, right? And then it would actually save the output of the function. So that way, if it ever gets called again, it knows what to do without the sort of heavy weight of doing the calculation again. So it just uses the previous answer from the result of the function. Now, that's really powerful. And how does it determine when to rerun the expensive function again? It's if the dependency changes. Webcam ref changes, then all it will simply do is then it's like a flag to React to say, oh, by the way, you need to run the expensive calculation again. Once it does it, it caches it, and until the webcam ref changes again. This means that when capture gets executed, it's actually going to be faster the second, third, fourth, fifth time than the first time. Okay, so that's actually going to be something really, really good. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go ahead and say const image source, right? So this is going to be the image source, and here I'm going to say the webcam ref. Go ahead and get the webcam reference. We're going to say get the current thing it's pointing to. Remember, I described it as a pointer, and then get screenshot like this. Okay, so that will help us out a little bit. And basically what this is saying is the webcam element has a function on it called get screenshot. So it's actually going to take a screenshot of it. Okay, now at this point, what it will do is this will actually give us an image. So to this image, it's very simple. We can literally just go ahead and right now I'm just going to console log it to prove that it's actually capturing something. So I'm going to say image source. Okay, so that's what I'd recommend you do, image source. Now what we can do is test it. So what we can do now is what I'm actually going to do is go ahead and keep some of this music going instead, and then hopefully that doesn't break it. So now what I can do is let's go ahead and hit that capture button, and we see does it actually do anything? So we haven't actually set up a capture, right? So we need to go down here, and the onClick was hooked up to this. And then what we need to do is go ahead, I'm going to make it a font size large. Font size large, okay? Now here, what I'm going to do is save it. And I'm going to open up my terminal, so F12, right? Guys, don't freak out when it happens. I've said it a few times. It's just literally a case of, again, the input just dies for some reason. We don't know why, but it's going to be fine. So I'm going to click this little button over here. Click it. And you can see that's actually, believe it or not, that's how images get encoded. All right, so that's known as a base 64 image. Okay, so this is actually a base 64 image. So at this point, what I'm going to do to play a little cool trick is I'm actually going to state called image. So I'm going to say const image equals use state. And I'm going to show you guys a little example that this does in fact work, right? So I'm going to say use state, and then here I'm going to make a blank sort of, we'll just say no for now. And then when we get this image source, I'll say set the image. Oops, sorry, this should be set image. I slacked there a bit. I'm going to say set the image to the image source that comes back from the webcam. Now what we can do is if I go underneath here and say there's an image, right? And the source of that image is going to be our image inside of our state. Click save. Now what we should see, if I go back here, and now what we do is we go to the top and we need to import the use state hook. Okay, so I'm going to go here and say import use state, save, and we're good. Now I'm going to hit Command R, and you guys can see that. So it's loaded up. So now watch this, guys. So now if I hit a pose and I hit this button, boom, it takes a picture of it, right? And if I go ahead and change the picture, so let's just do a song, See, that is storing the image in state, right? So this is actually really cool. And it's just a demonstration of how it's actually doing it, because this image, this text right here is actually the image being base 64 encoded, and it's in a JPEG format. So again, just to prove, everything works when I click it, okay? So everything works when I click that button. Simple as that, everything works, okay? So if you don't have Redux experience, it's completely fine to follow along with the stream, dude. All good, right? So this is already getting pretty fun. We're nearly at 800 likes. Let's go ahead and keep going, guys. I'm gonna delete this image tag because that was demonstrational. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this, and I'm gonna delete the console log, right? I'm gonna delete this set image. So we actually have the image source right here. Now, what do I wanna do next, right? Firstly, I wanna go ahead and redirect the user to the next screen. So that's one thing we need to solve. So we're gonna use React Router to do that. The second thing is I need to take this image source and push it into the store, okay? So what I'm gonna do is quickly draw something out on the screen, okay? So imagine we have our app, right? So imagine our app is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? This is our app, right? Now our app is surrounded by React, okay? So our app is surrounded by React. This allows us to have a lot of power behind the app, right? We all know that, we all see this sort of stuff happening, okay? Thank you so much from Brazil. Thank you so much from Sri Lanka. What's up, guys? So what we want to do is, whenever we have a React app, we want data to be passed around that React app. So between components, all that sort of stuff. What we want to do at different times, for example, when we take a picture, is imagine we wrap our React app, right? Imagine we wrap it. So we wrap it in like a data layer of some kind, right? And we call this data layer Redux, right? And Redux is basically where we say, imagine I take a picture with a webcam, I say pop it into the data layer. And then at any point inside my app, I can grab that value and just pull it into the app. So it doesn't matter where I try and access the value or where I push information into the data layer, it will work. And this is using Redux, okay? So what I want to do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and set up our Redux store so that we can keep some information about the camera stuff that happens, okay? So here inside of app slice, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to create a new one called camera slice. Oops, camera slice.js, okay? Now this one is going to be responsible for keeping all the sort of state inside the app, but the camera related state, right? Here is about the general app state. So this could be anything, it could be the user that's logged in, could be all that sort of information. But in the camera slice, we keep everything that's revolved around the camera. This way, we keep the app separated based on sort of logic and concern. So it becomes a little bit more, all right? Now I will explain Redux a little bit more along the way. Don't worry about that. Right. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and copy all of this, right? I'm then gonna go ahead, thank you so much, Abdel Kadir, for the $1 donation, dude. Appreciate that. I'm gonna go to camera slice and then I'm gonna go ahead and paste. Okay, so here I'm gonna go ahead and paste, and then here I'm gonna change this now again, just like we did previously. All of the places where it says app, I will change simply to camera. Right, so the name is camera here and so forth. Everything is now camera. Okay, so that's fine just for the beginning. And what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna have two functions that we're gonna have inside of Redux. Okay, now again, we do explain a lot of this stuff inside of different builds and inside of the course. So Redux sort of content, don't worry if you get a bit lost, it's fine. Watch one of the other builds or join the 0 to Full Stack here on. We're gonna basically go ahead and get things moving. All right, so here what I'm gonna do is say set camera image, and I'm gonna export that. Next thing we'll say is reset camera image, and down here reset camera image. Now I need to create reset camera image. This takes a state. And what the reset in the camera image does is it goes ahead, and firstly we're going to change this piece of the slice to say, so Rizwan says, are all the modules available inside the actual course? Are these builds available with explanation to beginners? All the explanations for these clones are actually while we're live and while we're doing it. And also all the modules inside of the course, they're slowly getting released week on week, right? So we have React Basics, which is up and running right now. And then you've got me working overtime 24/7 to go ahead and deliver content every single week alongside with weekly coaching calls. So when we set the camera image, right, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and change the state. So it changes the camera image inside of our state to whatever we pass in the action payload. Okay, so this will make a lot of sense when we do this stuff. The next one, reset camera image. Whenever we call this action, we're going to go ahead and say state.camera image equals no. Okay, so this one, when we call it, it's actually going to replace reset camera image to no. So that's going to help us out. Now, we're going to have a selector. This allows us to pull information from that store. Remember, we talked about pulling information from the store. So here we say select camera image, and this will go into the camera slice and it will get the camera image. Okay, so that's what it's going to help us out. Now we've created this right here, but we need to connect it inside of our store so that everything works the way we expect it to. So inside of store.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another slice to the store. So here I'm going to say camera, okay, and this one is going to be responsible for connecting the camera reducer, right? So camera reducer. And here what I do is I simply copy that line and I just change it up for how I need it. So instead of the camera slice, so let's undo that, and Command D is multi-cursor, and it allows us to do this. So now we're importing from the camera, we're importing camera reducer from the camera slice component, okay? Say, I'm going to go back to the camera slice. Everything is pretty good. We've got camera image and reset camera image, right? So now what we do is we go back to our webcam capture, and here where we took the image, right? What I'm going to go ahead and do is say, I'm going to go to my webcam capture and I'm going to go and do the following. I'm going to say to get the dispatcher, so the dispatch allows us to shoot one of those actions that we talked about before. So remember in the camera slice, we had actions like camera image, reset the camera image, which allow us to modify the state inside of our Redux store. So what we can do is here we can get a dispatch object. So we can say dispatch equals use dispatch. This is a handy little hook provided by React Redux Toolkit. Use dispatch, and it imports it from React Redux. Then what we can do is I can go ahead and say dispatch. Now at this point, I can go ahead and I can say set camera image. Now I need to import this from features camera slice. So you see we've got the selector as well, but we want to set the camera image at this point. And I'm going to pass in as the payload. So you see it actually takes a payload. You can see that right there. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and say set payload image source. So image source. I love how Alexandrios always comes in clutch with the plus use dispatch hook. Honestly, it's so cool. All right, so now what I'm going to do is hit save. And if you're getting shut down by Nightbot, I apologize, guys. It's just to help control spam. So the next thing we're going to do is actually just check that this actually works. Okay, so let's go ahead and see that this works. So hit refresh, and then what I'm going to do is open up. So you're going to have to download the Redux dev tools for this. I really recommend you do it because it really helps you out in terms of understanding a React app. You can use apps, things like TypeScript, that's fine. But here you go, app. You can see here's our app store, which was empty. App slice. We've got the camera slice over here. And it's pretty cool how you can see me chatting over here in two different parts of the screen. Now you can see camera image, no. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, we've got that. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and click this button. So you see when I click it, it updated the camera image, right, with the actual picture that we saw earlier. So the way it did that is if you click on, you see it dispatch an action inside of our camera slice with, so inside the camera slice, it dispatched an action called set camera image. If I click it and then I go ahead and see what it dispatched, the type of action was set camera image, and the payload was the image itself. So remember I showed you before that this image can get rendered onto the page. At this point, what we're going to do is so we've got that set, right? So that allows us to the next thing. We want to redirect. Okay, this is cool. We'll do this one. Yeah, we want to redirect. So what we're going to use is React Router in this case. So we're going to go over to reactrouter.com, and I will figure out the input issue. I don't know why my mic keeps cutting, but we'll figure it out. But nothing's going to stop us. It's as simple as that, guys. So here, npm install React Router DOM. So I'm going to highlight React Router DOM. Go over to my app, go ahead and Command J to pull up my terminal and say yarn add React, oh God, not all of that stuff, but React, okay, yarn add paste, and I don't want all that. Okay, yarn add React Router DOM, hit enter, and then it will go ahead and add all of the dependencies for React Router. So we can trust that that's going to happen. And then at this point I can go down here, and what I like to do is I literally just go ahead and grab the entire sort of router section, right? And I show you how I do it every time, right? So this actually allows me to never get it wrong. I basically go ahead and pop it inside here. So inside of our app. So at this point, we don't really care about the webcam capture just for a sec. So I'm gonna go and just leave it underneath. So we don't need to say, let's build Snapchat. We know we're gonna build Snapchat, and we're gonna hit Command V to paste in that code, right? So at this point, we need to have a look at this. We don't need any of this stuff at the top. So we don't need the nav bar stuff, so we can delete it, right? Very simple. Now, at this point, we've got the router, and what we want to do is actually go ahead and give this class a class name of app_body. So very simple. We're going to just do app_body. And then we've got the switch. Now, the switch basically says that depending on which route that we land on, it's going to render the component inside. So we don't need any of this stuff over here for now. We don't even need the comment for now, right? And then what we're going to do instead is say on the home path. So we're going to say on the exact home path to make it a bit more robust. We're going to grab the webcam capture and chuck it there. So if you're on the / so the home page, okay, it will go ahead and take you here. Now, what I can show you to prove that this works is I can say, let's just say test / test. And then here I can just say H1, yo, what's up? And I'll show you how this works, right? Go ahead and hit save, go back to our application, and now it says root is not defined. A bunch of dependencies aren't defined. So what we can do at this point is very simple. We can go to the docs, we can grab the imports. We're not going to use the link here, but we need the rest of it. So you see, you don't need to remember this stuff, right? Will it be recorded? Yes, this video is going straight back up on YouTube after it's done. All of the live streams do. Nice. So at this point, I can go ahead and hit refresh. I'm sorry, wrong bit. I can go down here and hit refresh. So now remember, on the home page, it will load the web capture component. So if I go to / test, it says, yo, what's up? Nice. Right. So after we take a picture, right? So let's look at how the original app works. This is the beautiful Snapchat app that we've built. Let's look at how it works, right? So if you go ahead and take a picture, so we're on this screen, and then I go ahead and click the take a picture button, we have a preview screen, right? We have a preview screen. So at this point, you can see at the top, it says / preview. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to create a / preview route. Okay, so I'm going to go here. Now this one doesn't have to be exact. It's fine. We can get rid of the exact, but I'm going to say / preview. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a preview component. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, Command B, open up my docs. I'm going to type in preview because this is going to be the preview screen. So I'm going to say preview.js, hit enter, RFCE for our nice little snippets. And then here I'm going to create a div with a class name of preview because we're following the BEM naming convention. And I'm going to import the appropriate preview.css. So that way we can style that screen. Command B, create the preview.css file. Boom, done, right? Everything's working really, really good, right? Now exact, what do I mean by exact? It means it has to exactly match this path, not / blah, 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 right? It has to exactly match that path. So that's what I mean here. So now at this point with the preview, what we can do is I'm going to go ahead and import the preview. So sometimes my auto import doesn't work. So I have to say import preview from preview. There we go, save. And now what we can do is inside of WebcamCapture, when we took that picture, I can actually redirect. I can force a redirect, right? So this is going to be really, really, what's the naming convention? Papa mentions, I'm not familiar with it. It's called the BEM naming convention. So if you don't know, I'm a huge fan of the BEM naming convention, and it's a class-based naming convention, which allows you to sort of, it's a naming convention for naming your classes, sorry. We go through this inside of our course, Zero to Full Stack Hero. If you want to be part of the Papa fam, you already are. But if you want to be a real cool part of the Papa fam, then go ahead, hit the first link in the description. We teach all this stuff, okay? So feel free to check that out. Now, at this point, we're going to do a redirect programmatically. So at this point, what I would do is I will import something called const history. And here I say use history, right? Use history. And what this does is it gives me the history of the web pages. For example, imagine like when we're on the web page, it's going to give us the history of the web page. And what we can do is we can push a page on. So it's essentially a redirect. So we can say history.push, right? History.push, and I'm going to say / preview. So all we're doing is essentially redirecting the user to the appropriate page on the webcam capture. Okay, so I'm going to hit save on that. Go back to our app over here. Now what we can see is if I hit enter, it took me to / preview. So that's a really good sign. That's a really good sign that it's working. And this is this is working really nice at the moment. Okay, so at this point, guys, what we're going to do is we're now going to go ahead and make life a little bit more simple and just start creating the preview page. Okay, so the preview page, firstly, let's style the webcam capture, right? So webcam capture, we want it to look a certain way, but before we do that, I'm going to actually first modify our app.css, because our app.css will determine how everything look and feels, right? So let's go to app.css, and the first thing I'm going to do is we have an empty app. So I'm going to go ahead and style the app, and I'm going to say, okay, so the app body, right? So actually we can do this one afterwards. Let's do that afterwards. Firstly, let's style the webcam capture, because that'll be a little bit easier to do. Let's go to our webcam capture. So we created the file, but we didn't create the CSS file. So I'm going to create a webcam capture.css file. And then here at the top of the webcam capture file, I need to say import webcam capture.css. There we go, save. Right, so that's pretty cool. Now we've got access to our webcam capture CSS. So at this point, because we're using BEM, I can be confident that I named the outer div webcam capture. So here I can say webcam capture. Don't know why that's such a tongue twister, but here I'm going to say position relative, because I want the children to be relative to this when we do absolute positioning. Now at this point, the button, I gave a class name of webcam capture, right? So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to say webcam capture button, position absolute, right? Now what I'm going to do to make this a little bit easier for you guys is I'm going to go ahead and drop this on the same screen so you guys can see what's happening as we do it, okay? So, oh, this is the actual, this is the finished app. Let's go to 3002, I think it is on. There we go. Okay, so now you guys can see, I hope this actually makes it a little bit easier for you. I think it will, because you'll see as I apply the styles. So absolute positioning suddenly drops it over there. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to say bottom 0. So you see it returns to the bottom of the screen. 50%, go ahead, and you see it chucks it over that way, right? But that's because it's 50% of the overall thing. Now what we need to do is say transform, right? Translate. And this was an amazing little trick by Ben. So appreciate you, Ben. He actually helped out on Twitch with this one. Go ahead and do -50, and we say cursor pointer, and I'll show you what happens. So we say color white and save it. Now at this point, it's actually, I think it's behind it, but what we can do is, we can do color red. This should change it to red for now. So right now this is obviously not correct, so we have to figure out why it's not happening. But let's go to our webcam capture, and we see this is webcam capture, perfect. Let's see over here. Right, so we've got the sizing which is slightly off, right? So at this point, let's go to our app.css. And what I like to do is have the app at the top, and then let's have the CSS underneath. So let's have app at the top, and then let's have our CSS underneath, right? So this will help us out a little bit. So here you can see we've got the app outside. So I'm going to target the app. Now for the app, I'm going to say display flex, and this will be used for later on as well. I'm going to say flex direction. So display flex direction, 888 likes. Holy crap, dude. Column, there we go. Align item center, right? So hit save, and you see, boom, suddenly throws it right into the center of that bullseye. You see that, guys? That's nice, right? At this point, we're going to go ahead and say we have align item center, justify content center. Nobody can mess with the Papa Fam, guys. We are too strong, right? And now here I'm going to get the Snapchat yellow. So I actually had the fun of finding this color before. So I'm going to say background color of yellow, and we can change that to yellow. So this is already the sort of Snapchat color. And then I'm going to say height 100 view height. So that way it fills the entire height of the page, right? There we go. So there you go, right? We have kind of, this is the finished product, where it'll be in the middle of the page, and this is where we are currently. Okay, so this is really awesome. So at this point, you see we've got a little red icon here now, so we could see it very nicely before. We don't need to worry about that just yet for now. So what I'm gonna do instead at this point is go back to our webcam capture, and I'm gonna change that color. I think it was white, right? It was white. So you see, it redirects us to preview when that works. Amazing. At this point, what we're gonna do, we're going strong right now. So let's go over to our preview page, right? So preview page is over here. Now for the preview page, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a few things present inside of here. So the first thing obviously is the image, right? We want the image to be there in front of us first thing, so the image. Now where do I get the image source from, right? Remember, we pushed a value into the, I love how Ben is dropping the current tunes, amazing stuff, dude. Right. So at this point, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull that image from the data layer, from Redux. We're gonna go ahead and grab it, right? So at this point, I'm gonna say const camera image, right? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say use selector. So the selector at this point allows us to go ahead and pull a value from the data store, right? So at this point, what I can do is I'm just gonna go ahead and make this a bit smaller. There we go. And then I'll say use selector, right? Now over here for the selector, what I can do is, remember guys, inside of the camera slice, we created a select camera image. So for the select camera image, what I'm going to do now is go ahead and say use selector select camera image. This will go ahead and pull the camera image from the data layer, right? So from Redux. At this point, I can go ahead and say, so the source will be the camera image, right? So what we can do, and just to prove to you, I can say H2, this is your preview, right? Save. Now let's have some fun. Let's check this out and see if it works. Right, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit play. Oh, so there we go. This is your preview. That's pretty cool. This is why I was so excited for this build. It's so much fun, right? Like, so now what we're gonna do is, you see it says this is your preview, right? So I'm gonna hit refresh, and you see it disappears because remember that the state is non-persistent, okay? So we can go ahead, and if we refresh at this point and go back, it's not going to be there. So at this point, what I actually want to do is I want to include a little clause which says that if there is no camera image, it will throw us back to the home page, because that's actually an important user functionality standpoint, right? So we're going to go ahead and use a use effect. Now a use effect is something handy in the fact that it allows us to do certain lifecycle like functionalities. We add lifecycle like functionalities to our functional components inside of React. So at this point, I'm going to say when the preview component mounts, so that's what we do by the empty brackets. I'm going to say if there is no camera image, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that neat little history object that allows us to do the redirects. And we'll say use history. So it's a nice little hook provided by, let's check it, React Router DOM, import it. And then what I'm going to say is if there is no camera image, then let's make sure to go ahead and say history.replace. And I'm going to go ahead and chuck you to the / which is the home root. Now notice I said replace, which means that you can't then go back to the previous page, right? So it's going to go ahead and replace the history at that point, which is going to be a lot easier for us to handle. Okay, so we now need to add in the dependency. So what is this dependent on inside of the use effect, right? It's dependent on the camera image. So you have to add that in. It's also dependent on the history variable. Okay, so here we have to say the history. Save. And let's go back here and say import, like so. Right, we've imported it. And now watch what happens. It says the use effect. Now notice how if I go to / preview without anything inside the store, it just redirected me. Right, so / preview, let's do it once again. Redirect. And you see it said this is your preview, right? So it gets there, quickly figures out, oh shit, there's no image, goes ahead and throws us back, right? So that's actually very, very handy. I think we can hit 1,000 likes today. I really do think we can hit 1,000 likes in this stream. This is incredible, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. And then what we're going to do instead at this point is go to our, we're going to add a icon. Click back the back button. Okay, so if I click the back button, you see that it doesn't take me back to, oh, it takes me back for that but it won't take me back. So let's go to do /preview. And now if I click the back button, it didn't take me back. So that's very good, right? So we're gonna get a close icon, right? So I'm gonna add a little X at the top left, okay? So this will go ahead and help you out with that. Now at this point, what I'm gonna do is, and then at this point, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and import the close icon. So can't pull it in, close icon, where is it? And we're gonna go ahead and import that at the top. And then I'm gonna go ahead and give it a class name. So we're gonna give it a class name of preview close. So here I'll say class name, preview, preview close, like that, right? And then on click of this, so when we click this, I'm going to trigger a close preview function, right? Close preview function. So here I'm going to say const close preview. And the beautiful thing about all of this, guys, is it's recorded afterwards. So that way you can go as fast as you want, as slow as you want, anything you want to do, right? You can go as fast as you want, as slow as you want. Carl says, Sonny, just want to tell you, I did 4 React clones and I did 1 Stack clone. These builds are so good. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the love and support. Right, at this point, I'm going to go down and let's create that close. Oh, we created the close preview. So when we do the close preview, I'm going to do a very simple thing. I'm going to go ahead and say, dispatch, and I'm going to reset the camera image. So remember the dispatch, we need to go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to say const dispatch, and then we'll say use dispatch. Right, so use dispatch, and this will give us the dispatch object, which allows us to dispatch actions into the Redux store. Okay. So at this point, let's just check. So Sunny, you are the best. Keep making these videos. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. Appreciate you all. So at this point, I'm going to say dispatch, and we're almost at 1,000 likes. Wow. So here I'm going to say dispatch, and I'm going to go ahead and say reset camera image. Reset camera image, features camera slice. There we go. And it should have imported from camera slice. Yep. And then what this will do is you actually need to invoke that as well. Let's not get that twisted. Boom. Invoked. And then what we do is we're going to say history, because we're going to do a redirect. We're going to say history dot replace, and then we can do a /, right? But in fact, it should actually replace us because it will trigger the use effect hook, and then we can do it. So actually, let's try that out. Let's see, without that, we may be able to do this in a nice way. So let's go ahead and refresh. And it says reset camera image is not defined. So let's go ahead and pull this in. There we go. And refresh. And now if I go to my, there you go. So I've got a little X in the corner. So if I hit that, nice. And you see why that worked, guys, because it would go ahead and reset the camera image back to null with the Redux action, which then triggers the use effect because this is now dependent on the use effect. And it said, if there's no image, which we just set it to, history.replace // forward. So which goes back to the home screen. So you can see it works really, really nice, right? And that's pretty cool. Papa Fam going strong. What's up, Azam Khan? Can anybody tell why Sunny used Papa? Because it's, you guys gave me the Papa React title, guys, so I ran with it. And you know me, I don't do things small, I do things big, and bigger than anyone, guys. We're gonna keep on going with this. All right, so with the styling for that, now what I'm gonna do is we've got the little X over here, right? So let's go ahead and open up our preview.css. Right, so let's go ahead and start styling this up a little bit. So for preview, I'm gonna say the preview container is gonna be position relative. Okay, position relative. And then what we're going to do here is go ahead and target the position, and I'm going to say position close. Oh no, sorry, preview close. So preview close. Okay. And now at this point, I'm going to say position absolute, because remember, we're going to be absolute with this cross in respect to the parent component, which is the preview div. And then what we're going to say is top of zero. And then I'm going to say margin of 5 pixels. This way it won't stand so close to the corner. There we go. And then I'm going to say a font size of 18 pixels, right? So a font size of 18 pixels. So a font size of 18 pixels. Font size of 18 pixels. And then what we do is we go ahead and we want to override this because we need to make sure that it works. Otherwise it won't actually call it. At this point, I mean, that actually looks pretty small. Maybe we could leave that out. We could say cursor pointer and color white. And then that should go ahead and say. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now at this point, you see, works. And now when I hover over it as well, we get a little plus icon. So a little cursor pointer, which is nice. Okay, signal clone. I actually want to do that. I actually was reading the paper today. I was reading an app, the news app today, and then it actually came out with Signal and Elon Musk saying that we should use Signal now because WhatsApp updated its privacy terms. So I think it's not a bad clone. I might actually work on that. Okay, so at this point, if I click that little cross, boom, there we go. We go back. Okay, so. See, everything works really nice, and then I can go ahead and boom. It's really cringe when it pauses on your face. Right. So at this point, 13.8k subs, guys. Amazing stuff. We just grew 200 in this one stream. The next thing we're gonna do is, and let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes in one video. It's crazy. So inside of preview.js, now we're gonna have a toolbar section on the right. Okay, so we want a toolbar section on the right now. What I'm going to do down here is I'm going to say div dot, we don't even need the dot, we can just say dot preview underscore toolbar right. Hit save, and you see we messed that one up. Don't do that. Say preview. And I'm using Emmet for those shortcuts in case you're wondering. Now I've got a bunch of icons, so I'm gonna, rather than doing one by one, I'm just gonna go ahead and pop them all in over here. So these are all the toolbar icons that I came up with. So again, I found them on Material UI. Alex says, I've been struggling with Redux for a while, but I finally had figured it out in the LinkedIn and Gmail clone. Thank you, Sunny. Amazing. Anyone else who wants a more, you know, detailed breakdown of Redux, check out those clones because we really do go into nice detail with a lot of drawings and stuff, and hopefully, just like Alex, it can help you figure it out as well. So thank you so much for the kind words, dude. So at this point, go to the top of the file, go ahead and say import, boom, like that, save. Right? You can see here we dropped in the toolbar icons. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and style this up, make it look a bit neater. Go over here, do preview. And then over here, what I'm going to do is say on toolbar right, I'm going to say color white, hit save, and you guys can see this will take effect immediately. Position absolute, right 0. There we go. It pushes it over to the right. And then display flex, and you guys will see a nice little thing that happens right here. Goes ahead and it stays in a row. But if I say flex direction column, Jonathan says, damn, I missed this from the beginning, but I'll definitely rewatch this later. Yeah, he goes, I built 3 of your clones and they're so hopeful. Dude, amazing. I want your energy inside the community. So I appreciate you being here, dude. And yeah, feel free to watch it when you want. Margin 5 pixels, and you can see, boom, we get a nice little, let's get a little position absolute means it's going to be absolutely positioned. So I recommend you check out absolute positioning on W3 Schools or something like that, and it will go ahead and help you out. I'm going to cover that inside the course in the Web Dev Essentials pack and CSS Mastery as well. So loads of good stuff coming your way, guys. Now, what I want to do next is each of these icons, I want to give them some styling. So here, what I'm going to say is target the toolbar right and Material UI SVG icon dash root, which means that's the class that Material UI gives those icons, right? So we target that, and I'm going to go ahead and say font size of 20 pixels, margin to bottom of 8 pixels, and a cursor pointer. I have to give it important to override the font size. So we can go ahead and save it. We've got the toolbar done, which is really clean, right? That looks really, really good, guys. And I'm really happy with that at the moment. The next thing we want to do is target the, we're going to target the footer, I guess. So let's have a look at our preview and see what else we need. So inside of the Snapchat clone, notice how we had your clones are having more knowledge in my college, man. Trust me, dude. That's why I worked so hard for that. I'm gonna hit, and then let's do a sort of smile. Okay, that's not a nice one. Let's do another one. There we go. And then you see here, we're at the bottom of the preview, we have a send now. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and style that up. So here, I'm gonna go ahead and say inside of the bottom, we've got the image tag. I'm gonna add a div. And this is going to be the footer of the preview, right? So I'm going to say preview footer, footer, like that. Save it, drop it. H2 with send now inside of it, send now. And then I'm going to have a send icon. So this is another icon that we're going to import from Material UI. This one is going to have a class name of, where is it gone? Oh my God, where's it gone? There we go. Yeah, it's class name of preview send icon. We still have 330 people watching. Amazing support from you guys. I honestly can't believe it with the retention that we have. Incredible. Just comment Papa Fam. If you are part of the Papa Fam, all I want to hear it right now is just comment Papa Fam, and that's it. I know you're here. I know you're watching. I know you're proud. I know you're here with this movement. We're a community. We're the strongest community there is, and that's it. That's it, guys. Nice. Open up preview. Now what I want to do is target the footer, right? So at this point, here we'll say preview. I started typing in Papa. There we go. Preview footer. There we go. And at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say the background color should be yellow. So let's do background color of I'm going to do a basic yellow at this point. All right, color, we're going to say color of black. Oh, let me go ahead and pull my one up. There we go. So it says send icon is not defined. So let's actually go ahead and fix that with an import. So the import for this one is actually going to be send icon, boom, 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 boom. There we go. And then inside of our preview, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to say color, and you see there it is. It says send icon is not defined. So it's just, there we go. And then I'm going to say send icon. You have to smile a little bit. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. There we go. And then we say color, white, black, sorry. We'll do black. And then what we'll do is we'll say display flex. And then we'll say justify content, space evenly, because I like space evenly. Cool, nice. Align item center. There we go, cool. And then here we're going to say border radius of 30 pixels. Border radius of 30 pixels, nice. And then we're going to say a padding of 7 pixels. Oops, padding of 7 pixels. There we go. Cursor pointer. Hit send. There we go. So you see it's right there, okay? So that's pretty cool. But what we want to do next is actually sort the positioning of this one out. So what I can do now is I can go ahead and say position absolute, and then I can go ahead and say bottom 0, and then I can say right, and I'm gonna do minus 25 pixels, right? And there you go. It kind of goes a bit way off on the right? So at this point I can say transform translate. I'm gonna do my little neat trick. Let's go ahead and pop this in, boom, and there you go. It says send now in the bottom right. Okay, now this doesn't look fully finished yet. It doesn't look fully right. So we need to tweak a few different things here. So let's have a look. We've got this in motion. There we go, the padding, everything done pretty good. So what we actually need to do right now is we've got preview footer. Let me have a quick look. So we've got the font size, that's it. So let's go ahead and target the H2 inside. And we're going to say font size of 8 pixel, margin right of 3 pixels. And I'm going to target the send icon next. Okay, so I'm going to go into preview to go down here, send icon. So we're going to go ahead and target that one. And I'm going to go ahead and say that this one is a font size of, this one is not 16, but 10 pixels. And we're going to say important to override their styles. And boom, there you go. You get that nice little send now icon. Perfect. Right, so everything is looking pretty good at this point. We're actually doing very damn good for time. 981 likes. We're almost at 1,000 likes. We're about to break the tutorial space. Whenever I hit 1,000 likes, it's incredible. The energy, that's what we go for every time. And yeah, let's keep on going strong, guys. So at this point, when we hit the send now button, let's have a look at what it does. So inside of where we have the div preview footer, I want it so that when we click that preview footer, it's going to trigger a function. What function? Let's go ahead and maybe trigger the send post function. Okay, send post. Now, if I go down here, I need to make that function const send post and do the following. All right, nice. So at this point with send post, what we can do is we're going to have some pretty bit of cool logic over here to actually send this post over to Firebase. And we'll explain that in just a sec. But basically what we want to do is when I click this button, I want to send the post, and then I want to do a redirect to /chats, right? Plus, look at that. Boom. There you go. Happy days. Right, so with this in mind now, what we can do is we can go ahead and start the send post procedure. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and install up a library called UUID. Okay, so UUID we need to firstly go ahead and install. So I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add UUID, and that's just because we're going to need a unique ID to go ahead and get this working. So we need a unique ID when we upload our image into the database, and we're going to do that with UUID, the library. Once that's installed, what I'm going to trust that that's going to install. There we go. I'm going to say import version 4 as UUID. So version 4 is the latest version of UUID, and we're going to install it as UUID, or use the variable as UUID. So at this point, when we send the post, I'm going to say const ID, right, equals UUID. So this will generate a random string. It's a safe random string. It prevents collisions with multiple sort of IDs and stuff like that. Right. So here, what I'm going to do is I need to install, we're going to have an upload task. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is now we're going to upload the image to Firestore. Okay. Not Firestore, Firebase storage. Sorry. So here I'm going to say const upload task. Right. We have to get this as a variable. So it's going to be the upload task. And I'm going to say storage. So again, storage, where do we get it from? Source Firebase. So I need to pull that in from our local Firebase file. Now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say, so we're almost at 1,000 likes, by the way, crazy stuff, right? So now I'm going to say storage.ref. Okay, so we're getting a reference point for when we push this into our storage database. So here I'll say posts, right? And then we'll say /, and I'm doing backticks. This is interpolation, string interpolation. And here I'll say ID, right? So this will go ahead and say post /ID, and this will go ahead and upload the task into that place, right? But what we're going to do here is, because we've got a base 64 image, right? So remember that base 64, that massive, long, messy string that we saw, right? We need to go ahead and say dot put string, put string, right? And then what we're doing is we're saying camera image, and then we say comma, and then for the second thing, for the format, we say data _ URL. Okay, save. Now what this does is it makes an upload task, right? But what we want to do is actually have it so that when it's doing the upload task, it's gonna, like, when it completes, I want to trigger off some code, right? So imagine it uploads the image, and then we want to basically go ahead and do something when it's completed. Okay, so the way we do that is we say upload task dot on. Right? And what this does, right? So you can have something called state change. So this is part of the Firebase storage API, and you can check out the docs if you want to find out more. But what we can say is state change. So whenever the state changed of our upload, so when it's uploading and doing its thing, it's going to go ahead and trigger this off. So at this point, we're going to say on state changed, right? So it works a little bit weird with this one, right? So you actually get every single parameter is a different thing. So the first bit here, you can actually have this, the next parameter would be for something like a progress function, but we don't care about that, so we're going to hit no. The next one is an error function. So here what you can say is error, do a little inline function, and here we can say just console log if there's any error when an error occurs, right? So go ahead and do that. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say comma, right? And then I do the complete function. So I'll explain this in just a sec, right? So this will make a lot of sense. So here we have the error function. So if anything ever happens when it's uploading, it'll go ahead and ping off here. Here we have the onComplete function. So imagine when the upload finishes, that's when it goes ahead and triggers off, right? So this is going to be, by the way, everyone, this is going to be inside of the inside of YouTube afterwards. Straight afterwards, it's going to be inside of YouTube. Okay, so at this point now, what I'm going to do is this isn't anything to do. This is Papa Fam, guys. Just going to make that very clear. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say on the complete function, storage, right? So when it completes, I'm going to say storage. So bear with me. This bit will make sense. Storage dot ref. So we're going to go to the reference. We're going to say posts, right? And then I'm going to go to the child, which is, we're going to use the ID. So remember that ID that we used to upload to the database, right? So the storage database, we're going to use that to go here as well, right? You can do ref/ID, I think, as well, but it's fine. And then we're going to say get the download URL. So think about what's happening here, right? Here, it would go ahead and upload it to the Firebase storage. Here, it basically, after when it's completed, it gets the download URL. Right now, this returns a promise, and when it's satisfied, it will return a URL. Okay, so once we have the URL, we can then do the following, right? So we're going to say, go into the DB, right? So at this point, we're going to import the DB from our local Firebase file, and we're going to say db.collection. And then here, what I'm going to say is the collection. I'm going to say posts, right? So posts, and then here I'll say .add. Right, so I'm going to add something into the database at this point, right? So I'm going to add an object, right? Now here what I can say is I'm going to add a few things inside, right? I'm going to say the image URL is going to be the URL that we get back, the download URL. Next thing I'm going to say is the username. So these are going to be the posts that you see inside of Snapchat. So imagine if I send this one, these are going to be these posts that you see here, right? So the username in this case, we're going to hard code it to be Sunny just for now, right? Or let's just hard code it to be Papa React. There we go. And then we're going to have red. So red is going to be by default false. So this means when you submit it into the database, this is going to be red or false. And when you open it, it's going to change to true. You see that? That's how that works, right? So by default, red is going to be false. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say the profile pic. Right, so the profile pic we'll go ahead and adapt afterwards, but I'm going to add this in, and this will be the profile pic that you see, but we need to implement the login functionality afterwards to get that working. And then the final thing I'm going to say is the timestamp, right? So for the timestamp, I need access to Firebase, so I'm going to say import Firebase from Firebase. Go back down here, and I'll say Firebase dot Firestore dot field value. And this gives you the server timestamp, which is a function which needs to be invoked. But this gives you a consistent timestamp regardless or irrelevant of where you are in the world. Think about why that's important. It doesn't matter if you're in India, it doesn't matter if you're in Nigeria, it doesn't matter if you're in London, it doesn't matter if you're in the States. You're all going to be using the same server's timestamp, okay? So it doesn't really matter what you're doing, right? So at this point, what we can do is after that, I can go ahead and say history.replace, and we're going to take you to the chat screen. All right, so we're going to take you to the chat screen. So remember history, what we talked about before, we've got it over here. That's going to go ahead and do a redirect now. And then what we're going to say, yeah, so that's fine. History.replace chats. And then, so at this point, here, actually, I went and did it, and it pushed us over to /chats. So this means that two things just happened in the background there, right? So if we go over to our database right now, I should have just uploaded a post, right? So post, new post, and we've got an image URL and everything's uploaded. But let's even check something else. Let's go into hosting, which we've never done before. No, sorry, storage, which we've never done before. And then you see it uploaded a post and they uploaded it here. So we actually have the image being uploaded in Firebase posts, in Firebase hosting, sorry. Firebase storage, sorry. It uploaded the image in Firebase storage, and then it gave us that download URL. And then what we did is we used that download URL to store a reference to it inside of our database. Right? You see how we use two technologies or two different services that it offers to basically go ahead and have a storage mechanism alongside a Firestore. So at this point, let's go back to the app and let's continue strong, because we're going so goddamn strong right now. And we want to keep this energy high, right? So now we're at the /chat. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to app, and we're going to make sure that this all works. So I'm going to create a root for /chats, and I'm going to create a component called chats, right? So let's go ahead and create that component. So chats.js, and I'm going to say RFCE, and then here I'm going to have our, our standard procedure. We say chats.css. Oops. Chats.css, and I go down here to divs when I say class name of chats. There we go, chats. And then I'll go ahead, save the file, go ahead and create one called chats.css. Boom, there we go. Everything's good, right? So go here to app.js and you can see this, and you got chats is not defined. So anyone who's inside of our community already, you guys are going to get access to all of this beautiful code afterwards. So it's going to be a lot of fun for you guys. So at this point, we've got the chats. So what I mean by the chats is this right here. So we're going to go ahead and build this out right now. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and refresh, and we've got this. So perfect. So at this point, I'm going to have a chat header section first. Okay. Now the header section for our build is going to be this one over here. So this where it says friends at the top. So that's the one I'm going to be bothered with first to say. So I'm going to say div.chats header. And remember, I don't need to actually put div there, but it's fine. So I'm going to have an avatar on the left. So I'm going to import that from Material UI. So the avatar on the left, and then we're going to have a class name. So let's go ahead and give that class name to style it. I'm going to say chats underscore avatar. And then here, what I'm going to say is we've got three sections. We've got the left, which is going to be the avatar. We've got the middle, which is going to be the search section. And then we have the right, which is going to be the chat icon, right? So it's going to be the chat bubble icon. Okay, so at this point, and you guys know that I'm multitasking, I'm banning users who are spamming, so that's crazy. Anyone who noticed that, that's pretty cool. So here I'll say chats underscore search. That's what you call multitasking, blocking spam while you're coding on a live stream on YouTube. Right, so here, and now what I'll do is I'll say, I'm going to have a search icon. So I'm going to pull this in from Material UI, right? And then let's go ahead and do this. Anyone's asking me about how do you take yarn add UUID, that's it. Search what am I looking for? Search icon, yeah. So I need to go ahead and import the search icon. Boom, we got the search icon. Go here, and then we should have the search icon at the top of the page. So let's check it out. Boom. Now this won't look very good in the beginning. Trust, I know that. It's fine. We'll make this look a lot cleaner once we get it looking right. So there you go. So that's what's here in the beginning, but we'll get it there, right? It's a work in progress, right? So at this point, I'm going to say input. So inside of the middle bit, we're going to have an input. There we go. That's fine. The placeholder for this one is going to be friends, because that's what you see in the final build, right? Here we've got chat bubble icon, class name of chats icon, chat underscore chat icon. Cool. So at this point, I'm going to import this. It doesn't pop up sometimes. So annoying when it happens. But let's go ahead and import that into our code. So over here, boom, chat bubble icon. And then I'm going to go ahead and refresh. So we should have the chat icon up and running here. Perfect. So with that done, let's go ahead and style this header so it looks pretty decent, because right now it looks ugly, right? So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and style let's go ahead and pop this down under here. I like doing it this way because you get to see as I do it, it works, right? How many days it took you to become a developer? I'm not going to answer that one, but guys, if you expect to be a developer overnight, then you're not being realistic with the amount of work that it needs to go ahead and get in, right? I read a book once and it said you need to have 10,000 hours to even consider yourself as an expert or something. And truth be told, I don't even consider myself an expert yet. Right, so height of 400 pixels, width of 250 pixels, hit save. There we go. Now we've kind of set the sort of constraints. The position I'm going to do relative at the top. And now for the header, so chats underscore header. Emma says, Sunny, what's up? Right? Ben says, don't style it. It looks perfect like this. I think it looks beautiful, guys. Don't know about you. I think you should smash the thumbs up button for this design right here. Right. Nice. All right, so I'm going to say display, flex. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Flex, justify content. Your iPad could be good for web dev. Honestly, you don't need anything special. Space, between, use what you have. Otherwise, this is an excuse, right? Align items, center. And then we'll say padding left, padding right. I know there's a shorthand for it, but I'm not interested today. I'm just going to do this one. When there's that, padding left, padding right. Oops. Oh God. Oops. Padding right. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is, you see everything looks a bit chaotic right now. But I'm going to give this a background color of the blue that Snapchat have. So I went ahead and found that. Yes, I have a life. I do this stuff too. I can say height 50 pixels. and then boom, right, we get this top bit. So at this point we've got the header sorted, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do the search field next. So I'm going to say chats search, and then here I'll say display flex, and then I'm going to do align items center, right? And then I'm going to say flex 1 because I want that middle field to take up the majority of the space. And I'm going to say padding to the left of this, padding to the left of 8 pixels. Okay, so that should look pretty good, right? So something's messed up here, but we'll fix that. Now I'm going to target that avatar in just a sec. I'm going to change the dimensions of the avatar to 25 by 25, and I'm going to do an important tag which would shrink it down. So this looks pretty good at this point, right? So the input field inside of the chat search, we want to target that one, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show, I like to mix it up with the selectors to show you the capabilities. So here we're going to go inside the chat search div, and we're going to target the inside input. Now when we're inside here, I'm going to say outline none, and this gets rid of the little blue highlighting thing that you see whenever we click into it. So that makes it look good. Please don't spam the chat, dude. Otherwise, boom, banned. Right. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say background color transparent, and then I'm going to go ahead and say border none. I'm actually shocked that I can communicate with you guys while I'm coding. It's a skill that I've built up over time, I'd say. Like, you can just kind of code and talk to you guys as well. It's crazy. Like, it's crazy how it happens, but it works. You know. Now that looks pretty ugly, I'm not gonna lie. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say chat search, right? So I'm gonna say chat search, so chats __ search, and then I'm gonna go ahead and target the input field, but I'm gonna target the placeholder, right? So I'm gonna say the placeholder should have a color of white, and then I'm gonna say opacity of 1, right? Opacity of 1, and I'm gonna hit save. Now you can see that changes the actual placeholder text to white, which is actually pretty nice, right? It looks pretty good, right? Suddenly got super code in here, right? So now once we've done that, we're gonna go ahead and do the next section. Now the next section here is gonna go back to my chats, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. So we've done the header bit, and at the bottom I'm gonna have the posts underneath this, right? So I'm gonna say chat posts, so chat _ posts, like this, and then inside of here I need to loop through the posts and do some cool stuff. Now how do we figure that one out, right? I'm gonna have to figure that out in a sec, but firstly let's just style out the chat posts so that way we get like a rough idea of what the design will look like. So let's go into chat, and then let's check out chat posts, and let's see here. So chat post is going to have a height, and this height will be 359 pixels, and believe me, it has a purpose. It has a purpose, right? 359 pixels. And then the background color of this is going to be white, so the background color here is white. I'm going to hit save, and chat posts is actually needs to be saved. And then we're going to go ahead, and there you go. We've got a little nice background. And now what I want to do is I want this to kind of come into the top, right? So notice how in this build, it's got a nice little kind of 3D effect where it kind of comes up into the top. We want the same thing to happen here, right? So what we're going to do, Nitesh, thank you so much, dude. He says, you are awesome, man. You are awesome, dude, for watching. Thank you. So we've got the chat post. And now here, what I'm going to say is a box shadow. So I've already figured out the box shadow for this one. So I'll show you how we do it. So I've used this box shadow generator. Oops, I don't want to open that out. I'm going to say box shadow, and there you go. We've got the nice little 3D box shadow happening there. And then I'm going to say a margin top of -9. So it will pull it upward, if anything. So margin -9. That counteracts the 9 over here. So it's 350. And then we've got a set sort of height for our app. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say border top left and border top right of 10 pixels. Okay, so this will give it a nice little rounded corner effect. So boom, it looks like a little bit of a 3D effect now. And then the final finishing touches, I'm going to say an overflow of scroll, right? So that would look awesome. So now you can see this little drop down over here this is an overflow, right? We don't want the overflow scroll bar. So at this point, to get rid of the overflow scroll bar, what we do is there's 2 things we can add. So one gets rid of that sort of scroll bar on the major browsers, and then the rest you have to sometimes account for: Internet Explorer, Edge, and Firefox. So we do that, and that will go ahead and get rid of that for us. So if we go ahead and hit refresh, we shouldn't see the overflow. Oh, let's see why we see our overflow. So chat posts, we've got WebKit scroll bar none, overflow scroll, Interesting. Okay, so we'll fix that in a sec. Okay, so I'm sure I've saved it. Chat post none. Cool. I mean, we'll fix that in a sec. That's fine. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and continue on with the chat posts, right? So I'm just going to test something. I'm going to say H2 hello, and let's see what happens here. Okay, interesting. So we'll come to that in a sec and we'll finish that one. That's fine. Chat posts. Oh, sorry. There we go. Chats. Chats. There we go. I messed that up. That's my bad. So don't mess your BEM naming convention. Otherwise it will break. Chats. There we go. So I save both of these and we fix our error. There we go. So now we get rid of the scroll bar. Perfect. All right. So debugging 101. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say chat posts. So for the chats at the top, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So we need to pull in the chats, right? So what we need to first do is let's get rid of the CSS file. At the top of the file, we need to have a piece of state to keep track of what's what for the posts. So here I'm going to say const posts, right? Let's mix it up. So we're going to say const posts, set posts, and then here I'll say use state. It's so weird how my mic works, right? I don't know why it does it when it feels like it's doing, I don't know. But here I'll say use effect. So when the chats component loads, I want to fire off some code. Now, how many times do I want to fire it off? I only want to fire it off on mount. So I'm only going to add in the single dependency. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say DB. So we're going to import our DB from our local DB database file. I'm going to say collection of posts. Remember, we pushed into the posts collection earlier. And at this point, I'm going to say order by, right? Remember, I added that timestamp. Regardless of where you are in the world, it's going to use the same thing. I'm going to say order by the timestamp and do it in descending order. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on snapshot. So this will go ahead and say whenever something changes inside the DB, go ahead and give me the latest database snapshot. So if something gets added to the database, something gets removed inside this collection of posts, go ahead and give me the latest value. Okay. When that comes in, I'm going to say update the posts. So update the posts. And what do I want to update the post to? Okay. So I'm going to say get the snapshot. I'm going to say get the docs that get returned with the snapshot, get a map through it. And now for every single doc, I want to return a object. Now what's inside this object? This will make a lot of sense in a sec. We're going to have an ID, which is going to be the document ID. So let's look inside of our Firebase Firestore. So you can see here, we've got the document ID and then we've got the doc.data over here, right? So we've got doc ID, doc.data. So here I'll say the data is doc.data. Oops, that's not nice. I don't want that. Doc.data. And then hit save. And now what this is going to do is this sets up a listener. Right? It sets up a very nice listener. And what's going to happen is every single time the DB changes, it's going to go ahead and give us the most recent value and update our posts. Does that all in a very nice call. Okay. So that's very, very slick. Works really nice, right? So the next thing we can do is we've now got access to our posts. So inside of the state right now, we should see the posts, right? So what we can do is we can go over to the bottom and we can go to our posts and we should be able to map out our posts. So here, I'm going to go ahead and say posts.map. And then I'm going to say for every single post, go ahead and return the following. Now, what do we return? I'm going to actually go ahead and firstly destructure the post, right? So this is ES6 destructure. I'm going to say get the ID and data that we originally put the objects into. But I'm going to say also destructure the data because we got some more stuff I'm interested in. Get the profile pic, get the username. This is all the stuff that I pushed into the database. Username, get the timestamp, get the image URL, and get the red status. So all those things, right? And then in the return block here, I'm going to say, okay, render out a chat block. Now the chat block is going to have firstly a key, right? Key for rendering is important when you've got a long list of things, right? So what we're going to then say is we've got a bunch of different props. Now I'm going to keep the prop names the same. So then we're just going to pass them through as props. Everything looks pretty good, right? So with that said, we're going to build a chat component. I'm going to go ahead and say chat.js, RFCE. This is going to be the component responsible for each individual list item, right? So let's go ahead and say here, Mohammed says, what are you using for streaming right now? I'm using Streamlabs. So class name equals chat. And let's go ahead and create a CSS file. So let's say chat.css, save. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to firstly create a chat.css so it doesn't bug out, chat.css. Inside of the chats, plural, I'm going to go ahead and import that chat that I just created. Save, right? Now what we should see inside of chat.here, chat.js, the props come in here. We can go ahead and destructure it and pull out what we need as from the props. So at this point, what I can do is I can go ahead and grab the props that were passed in. So those were the following: ID, username, timestamp, red, image URL, profile pic. Doesn't matter about the order, just because they're keys to the object, okay? So that's pretty cool. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a avatar. First thing, we're gonna have an avatar. The source of the avatar is going to be the profile pic. Now it doesn't matter if it's null or if it's undefined, it will simply render out an empty avatar. The next thing we're going to do is the middle section, right? So the middle section is going to be the chat info. So the chat info bit, what is that about? We're going to have a H4 with the username. So for example, it will say Sunny in the top bit, right? So this will be the username. The next bit, we're going to have a P tag. This P tag will say the following. It will say tap to view dash. The profile pic is encoded in base 64. Yes. So base 64 images can obviously be passed in as, I say obviously, I'm sorry, I don't mean obviously, but you know what I mean. It can be passed in as a source object. So remember, we pull that information in from the DB and then it goes ahead and then we render it as a chat component, right? Puppy React's content is always fire. Thank you, Pooja. Now here what I'm going to say is I'm going to pull in quite a nice React time ago sort of component. So you see how we have 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, and so forth. What we can do is, firstly, if I just go ahead and do a little trick, right? So we've got the timestamp, but the timestamp's in this weird format, right? Now to render it out, you have to do the little trick. You have to say timestamp. It's not optional because it could be undefined in the beginning, but you have to say new date, pass it in to date, and then you have to render it to a UTC string, right? So that's a little trick that you can do when you're rendering this stuff out. So if we do that at that point, let's go ahead and check our app, right? So it's refresh and it's dying. It's saying avatar is not defined. So let's go ahead and refresh. Import. Thank you so much to Code Cruise. It said, why did you leave CP? To pursue my own journey, dude. That's it. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and style some of this out. So the avatar here, I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals chat underscore avatar. There we go. And then we're going to style this up a bit, right? So obviously this doesn't look ideal at this point. And obviously if it's a new message, I want it to obviously be something like this. So imagine if I smile and I say send now. The new messages have a red status. Okay, so how do we get the red status? We just say if it's not red, so if it's unread, then we're going to go ahead and render the stop rounded icon. So stop rounded icon from Material UI, and I'm going to give this one the class name chat red icon. So class name chat red icon. So this one here, and I'm going to go ahead and hit control, and I can't import it because the gods are against us. So let's go ahead and say import at the top. There we go. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it, go back here, and then we're going to go ahead and refresh. And now we should see a little dot. Okay, so now I'm going to style this up, make it look really pretty, and everything should work as we expect it to. So chat.css, let's go ahead and style this out. And I'm going to go ahead and pull this down because you guys like to see the code as I do it. So the first thing we're going to do is the chat itself. Okay, the chat itself. How do we get this thing sorted out? So we're going to say chat, and then here I'm going to say display flex. Right, display flex. I think we can hit 1.1K soon, guys. Let's keep going. Item center, justify content space between. The retention on this channel is actually incredible. Honestly, it's incredible. Padding of 8 pixels. 8 pixels. And then here I'm going to say border bottom of 1 pixel solid white smoke. If you know about the white smoke, then you've been a true loyal fan. Cursor pointer. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and there you go. It's already looking kind of better. we're going to style that chat avatar with a height and width of 35 pixels. We need to override in order to beat the styles. I'm going to give the red icon a color of red, right? So red, the color, not red. Yeah. Chat info is going to be flex 1 with a padding left of 5 pixels because that middle section, I want it to take all the space. Now at this point, it looks super crammed in there. So we need to go ahead and get in there and fix it up. So firstly, chat info, we're going to target the H4 and we're going to add the following to it. We're going to say, thank you, Bharat Joshi, for a nice little donation there. Appreciate you, dude. Go ahead and hit save. We've got Papa React drops in a bit smaller, and the P tag, we're going to give a font size of 9 pixels. Save it. Boom. Looks automatically a lot cleaner. Now this doesn't look great. Tap to view with a timestamp. We don't really want that. We want something to be a lot cleaner for that, right? So how do we do that? Let's go ahead and install a nice little package called React Time Ago. Okay, so React Time Ago, nice little package. I'm gonna go ahead and say yarn add React Time Ago. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop the terminal, and now you can see we've got this up and running. So where we have the old timestamp, I'm actually gonna go ahead and use a component called React Time Ago. React Time Ago, okay? And this one just takes a date, and all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pass that date in. Pretty easy, right? Pass that date in. And then I'm just going to close it off, and here I'll go ahead and make it a self-closing tag. And now for the React Time Ago to pull it in, I need to go ahead and import at the top. So I just go ahead and say, there you go. And now check this out, guys. So this will actually do a time ago. Boom, look how nice that is. And that's actually a very nice real-time sort of one as well. So as soon as we do it, it's actually going to go ahead and show you like 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds ago, and so forth. So now with that said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and for the chat, I'm going to firstly go ahead and hide this for a second because we don't need to show that. But you can see we're actually getting pretty close, right? We're getting pretty close to what we were getting to. So here on the div, on click, actually what I also want to do is let's go ahead and go back into my chat. I'm actually going to have it so that when I hover over the chat, it has an opacity of 0.8. Thank you, Junaid Raza, for that nice little donation. Appreciate you, dude. So this will allow it to have a nice little hover effect. And I like a little opacity trick because it looks like you have some level of interaction when you do that trick. So it's a nice little kind of nifty trick that you can have, right? So that's pretty dope. So at this point, we've got all this up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and have an on click on the div. So when I click on this div, what I want to do is trigger an open function. Now let's go ahead and create that function over here. So I'm going to say const open equals, and then I'm going to render out a function, not render, but you know what I mean. And we're going to say if it's not red, right? So only if it's not red, right? So if it's red, then you can't open these messages, obviously. So we'll say dispatch. And obviously this is not exactly how it works inside of Snapchat. They probably actually delete the message, but this is a functional way it will work. Select image. So we're going to go ahead and say select image. Now at this point, we have the camera slice. Remember guys, we had inside of the camera slice, select image, so which we don't have at this point, right? So we need to update our camera slice to have the support and functionality that we need. So the first thing we're going to do is, oh, we do have it. Sorry, I'm getting confused. That's all good. Select image, right? So this one will say, this one we will then go ahead and say, select image URL. So I'm going to go ahead and say, so I need to update my app slice. That's it. So right now inside of app slice, we're going to have it so that we have a piece of state for the current selected image that is being rendered on the screen. We're also at some point going to have a user. So here I'll say user no. Okay. So at this point, oops, user is no. So I'm going to go ahead and create the implementation of what I need here to support the app afterwards. So here I'll say login. So I'm actually going to change this and do Command D to change it here. I'm say login is one of them. And when we do a login, it's going to change the user to the action.payload. Right. So that'll be an easy little thing. We're going to have a logout. Now this one just takes the state, and it's going to be pretty simple. What it does is it just takes the state.user and returns it to no. And then we're going to have a select image. Now this one is for when we tap on the image that we are sort of hovering over inside of the chat screen, it should go ahead and then say or show us a preview of this selected image. So we say selected image equals action.payload. It's looking perfect, bro. Exactly, dude. And then here we say reset image as well. So these are all things which are going to allow us to go ahead and have some control over the state when we do what we need to do. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this here, and I'll say state.selectedImage equals no. So remember, that's like a very simple state. Now we need to go ahead and export this stuff. So I'm going to say login, log out, select image, and we're also going to say reset image. There we go. Cool. Nice. So now this is available outside. Now we're also going to create two selectors, for the one for the user, one for the selected image. So I'll go ahead and pop this one out of the way. Create one for the select user, which will go into the app and grab the user. So this one here. And then we've got another one, selected image, which goes into the app and gets the selected image. So boom, there we go. So now at this point, we can go ahead and pull in the select image from our app slice. Done, right? That looks pretty good. And we're done. But yeah, I'm joking. We're not done yet. I just got like a wave of energy when I did that. So when we do that, we're going to dispatch the select image, but we're actually going to pass in the image URL. So what this will do is when I click on the image, right? So dispatch is not defined. So we need to pull in our dispatch. So when I click on the image inside of the chats list, it will go ahead and push the image that I kind of clicked into the store, because remember, we're going to need that to render on the screen at some point. Go ahead and hit save on that. Oops, save on that. I just said and then go back. All right, so this will dispatch the image into the store. So if we go ahead and inspect at this point, so if I go ahead and inspect, so when I go ahead and click, so let's go ahead and open up my Redux. So you guys see, if I click it, select image. And what this did at the first point is it changed it from no to the image itself. Right, so this is the image download URL. So this one here, you see that, right? So when we click it, it selects the image and pushes it into the store. So that's very clean, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is go over here to if unread, then go into db.collection, and then we're going to say, okay, go into the posts. And then we're going to say, go into the document with the ID that we passed in as a prop. And then we're going to say set. Now set, you have to be careful with, right? Because we're using this to update the red property to true. So when you click on that field, it will change the red property to true, which means that that little red dot of an unread message will then disappear, right? So it will go away after you do that for the first time. But what we're going to do here is we're going to say merge true. Now, if you don't put merge true, it'll just override everything or delete everything inside the document and just put red true. But merge means it just goes inside and changes. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and do, after we update it, I'm going to redirect the user. So whenever we do a redirect, we're going to need access to the history object, right? So const history, and then we're going to say use history. Boom. We're going to go ahead and pull this from React root DOM like so, right? And then what I'm going to do is, Dimitri says, why not just use update then? Oh, I think you could use update. I mean, I'm used to using set though, because it gives me a bit more flexibility. But if there is update, you can definitely use update. But here, history. There was a reason why I didn't do it though. I can't remember the exact reason now, but there was a reason why I've previously used it. But it's fine. If you find another way, it's all good, dude. History.push. So we're going to go ahead and push them into /chat/view. So we're going to create a view for this, as you guessed it. History.push, and then at this point, it will redirect them to chats.view. So if we go into app.js, you guessed it, we're going to create another view, right? So here, chats/view, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another component called ChatView. Okay, so this one's going to be called ChatView, right? So ChatView over here, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a ChatView $5 donation, ChatView.js. So here I'm going to say RFCE, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and do, so Aisha said, is set same as update? No, if you use set without using merge true, it overrides the entire document with what you put in the object. Update, I'm guessing, just goes in and flips whatever object, like key you passed in with the value, that it will go ahead and update that. So that's just something to be careful of, okay? So here I'm going to say class name equals ChatView like this. And I'm going to say import, and then just go ahead and grab a CSS file. So chatview.css. And then I'm going to go ahead and say chatview.css, boom. And then I'm going to go save it. and we're inside the chat view. At this point, when we're at the chat view, we want to have a few things happening in here. So I'm going to have the image itself, which is going to be the selected image. Now remember, we pushed it into the state, right? So here I'm going to say, I'm going to grab it from the state. So selected image equals use selector, import from Redux, and then we'll say select selected image, right? Selected image. And then there you go, right? And then what we're going to do is I'm going to say const history, because I'm going to do a redirect at some point. I'm going to say use history. And then I'm going to go ahead and import that. Boom, save. And then we go back down here. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, we're going to have the image itself, right? So the image tag, boom. And then what we're going to have is the source. Now the source here is going to be corresponding to the selected image. What I'm going to do here is say on click, and we're going to trigger a function called exit. And then I'm going to have a const function called exit. So this is going to be a simple function that gets triggered off on exit. We'll implement it in just a sec. But what I want to do again, remember, if you might land on this screen and you might not have anything in the state, right? So I'm going to create a use effect, and we're going to protect ourselves against that. So we're going to say use effect, right? And then what I'm going to say is boom, the use effect. At this point, what it will do is it's going to be dependent on nothing at this point, but I'm going to say if there is no selected image. Yeah, so if you just kind of try to come here through the browser and be a bit sneaky about it, then what it's going to do is it's going to say exit. Okay, so it's going to exit. Because we're using a variable here called selected image, we have to include it in the dependency array. So here I say selected image like so. And then when we trigger the exit function, what do we want to do? We want to say history.replace, and then we're going to go back to the chat screen. Okay, so we're going to go back to the chat screen like so. Okay, now I'm going to start pumping up the music to get energy up and running, right? So let's go ahead and say save. And now ChatView. So if I go into app.js, I need to import ChatView like so. Go ahead and hit save, refresh. I love watching the growth on this channel. It's absolutely crazy. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, wow, we just got another few hundreds or thousands of subscribers. And that it makes everything worth it. So now if we click it, right? So if I click it, oh, it said, okay, DB is not defined. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So if we go into chat.source, it said db.collection of posts. So let's go ahead and say source Firebase and do the following. So refresh. And now here, if I click it, see that it took us to /chats/view now. So here we've got the chat, it pushed the image into the selected image, and then we're rendering it on the screen, right? Go back, basically we'll just go ahead and pop something off the stack. Replace means you actually replace whatever image you're currently on with the image that you put in, or with the address that you just put in, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the bottom. We're going to actually implement, oh, I've got a fun one for this, but basically when I have it, so when I click this image, look, so I've got it on click of this entire image, it will exit. So it will push us back to, so if I click it now, boom, and you see how it changed the red status, right? So if we go back to our image, which we can't do at this point, which we'll make possible in a sec. Let's go back to our home screen. Let's take a picture. So say, and then we say send now. And then I go ahead and click it. So I can't click the one that's red, but if I click, I'll get rid of the tap to view in a sec as well. And then if I do this one, hey, all right. So if I click this one and boom, it works, dude. There we go. And then here, click. All right. So now I'm going to do something really cool here, right? Now we found something yesterday on the Twitch stream, which was so dope, right? It was so cool. And we're going to do that today. And then let's go ahead and hit send. So if I go ahead and view this now obviously Snapchat has like a timer function on it, right? So firstly, let's go ahead and style this up so it looks a bit better. And then we're going to go ahead and do things differently. So first thing we're going to do is style up the chat view, right? So chat view right now, if we go into chat view, oops, what have I done? Chat view.css, there we go. Sunny Manuel says, Sunny, you're just amazing. Thank you so much, dude. You guys are amazing for watching, right? Now here I'll say position relative. Position. It's like I freeze when that happens. Position relative. And then I'll say chat view. And then here I'll say image, right? Now for the image, I'm going to change it to a cursor pointer so that way you know that you have something to click, right? Then here I'll say chat view underscore timer. And then here I'll say position absolute, right? Top of 0. And then I'll say right of 0 and margin of 10 pixels. Now you're wondering, what the heck is the timer? What is he talking about? What is that thing? Right? And I'm going to show you this stuff afterwards. So keep that in mind for later. But right now, let's go back into ChatView. Now we want to have a sort of spinning, you know, kind of countdown of some sort, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to import, install something called React Countdown Circle Timer, right? React Countdown Circle Timer. Now to do that, I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add React Countdown Circle Timer, and then that will go ahead and start the installation of that. So that'll be done in just a second. Now at this point, we're going to go ahead and drop this down so you guys can see it's installed already. So I'm going to go ahead and import something called the Countdown Circle Timer from the dependency that we just installed. So underneath the image, I'm going to go ahead and pop that in. Right now, this is it's not a self-enclosing tag, so we're going to leave it as this for now. But what we're going to do is we're going to say here. So it takes a few different attributes. So the first one is playing, right? So we need to say is playing is true. That's fine. And then the duration is going to be 10 seconds, right? So duration is 10 seconds, right? Then we're going to say the stroke width. And this is for you're going to see something come into the screen, and this is going to be the width of it, right? So we're going to set this to a value of 6. They have some predefined values on there. We're going to say a size of 50 on here because this is like I went through their documentation. This is what they allow us. And then you can provide 3 different colors and the sort of the ratio for which you want it to use. So if you put 0.3, it'll be like every 3 seconds it will change to that color, right? So, and these are 3 different colors. Now what this does is it gives you something called render props. So what we're going to do is we're going to say the render props are pretty cool actually. What they say is here you have the render props, and you can destructure it to say give us the remaining time, right? And then what you can do is you can return some stuff with it, right? So here what we're actually going to do is just say return the remaining time. Okay, so this is what we're going to start off with first. Now you guys can see, check that out guys, right? So if I go ahead and do refresh, firstly our use effect should kick in. So we might actually need to take a new picture at this point in time. So let's go ahead and take a new picture. Let's go ahead and hit send. And then what we're going to do is we're going to view it. And now check this out guys, 10, 9, 8, look at that. That's cool, right? And then the colors are changing. That's amazing, right? But now what we want to do, right? I want to do something cool. I want to say if the remaining time hits 0, but check this out. So what I can do is I can say if the remaining time is equal to 0. So if it hits 0, then I want to trigger that exit function that I had up here. So now let's check this out, right? Let's go back to the initial. Let's go ahead and save, right? Send now. And if I click it, watch this. So it's counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, suspense. Will we hit 1.2K in this time? And watch this. Boom. It went ahead and redirected us. That's so cool, man. That's so cool that it worked. And we're going to style it up now so it looks pretty cool, right? So to style that countdown timer, to get it in the right position, I'm going to add a div. Right now this div is going to have a class name. This class name. Oh, so why have I done this? I could just do the Emmet way. I can say div of ChatView timer. And remember that timer I was talking about before, right? I'm going to grab this entire timer, copy, and then Mansurbek says, can I join 0 to full stack hero later? Will it be available? Yes, it's going to be available. At any point, you can just come and join it whenever you want. Join us in the party. You see it also, look at that, it worked, right, that thing. So now what we can do is let's go ahead and check it out. Remember in ChatView.css, I styled it with the parent being relative, the child being absolute. So it's absolute to the sort of parent container with a top 0, right 0, margin 10 pixels. So we should see it over here, right? So let's go ahead and have a look. Send now. And then I'm gonna hit click, and then boom, look at that, it's in the top corner. That's so cool, man. I find that so goddamn cool. All right, I still can't get over it to this day, right? Like that. Wow. and it's unread. That's it. That's right. So I also want to change something while we're here. I'm going to go into chat, and I didn't do this in yesterday's build, but I'm actually going to change it now. I'm going to say red. If it's red, I'm not going to say tap to view, right? So here I'll say red. If it's not red, then I'll render tap to view, right? Then I'll render the tap to view. Otherwise, don't render it, right? Simple. Look at that. Yeah. So now we should see the tap to view if it's unread. So if I say send now, see that tap to view on the unreads, boom, and then it's gone. Really nice, right? So that's always cool. At this point, what we're going to do is we have that up and running and up and set. So that's cool. And then what we're going to do now is actually sort of upgrade this a little bit more. So we have a login portal, like a login portion of this, right? So what we want to do is have it so that when you're not logged in, it will show you a login screen, okay? So let's go to app.js, and we saw the journey starts in app.js, okay? So firstly, inside of the app slice, right, we had the user. We had the select user to be able to go ahead and grab the user who's currently logged in. We have a login to be able to allow us to change the user state and a log out, which refreshes the user state. So if we go back to here, and I say const user equals use selector, right? And then here I say select the user. And then I go ahead and say, wait for it, boom. And I go ahead and say, use selector, there we go. Save it, right? Now over here, what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna get the dispatch object because I want to dispatch inside of the store afterwards. Use dispatch. And here I'll say use, oh no, we don't need anything here. We just go ahead and import, boom, save. Now, after that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have we're gonna say, okay, if the user doesn't exist, so inside the router, here, if we don't have a user, then I'm gonna render a login screen. Okay, so it's very simple. I'm just gonna log in the login screen. I'm gonna pass the login screen. Otherwise, we'll render the rest of the app. So I go ahead, click this div to show my corresponding ending div. I go ahead, cut this out, and I just paste it in here. Cool. So at this point, it should go ahead and freak out because it's trying to load the login screen, okay? So at this point, what we do is we create a login component. So I'm gonna go ahead and say login.js, RFC, do our typical login setup. So Shubham just says, I am an Angular guy, but I started to learn React after watching Sunny's clones. That's what we're talking about. Now for the login screen, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have, firstly, we need the dispatch because at some point we're gonna have to push into the store. I'm also gonna create the login.css file. So login.css, boom. Now over here, I'm gonna go ahead and say return. Oh, we've already got the return. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a div with a login container. So login. Nazim says, saying I got many job invites just from your clones. That's incredible, man. Thank you. Image here. So the image for this one is actually just going to be the Snapchat image. So I've already got it over here. I've got a big Snapchat image over here. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to pop a button in here. So I'm going to import that from Material UI. And this button will just say sign in. Okay. Very simple. And the variant for the button is going to be outlined. So Material UI provides us a bunch of props that you can pass to their button components. One of them is outlined, okay? We're gonna have an on-click for that. So when we click that button, it will say sign in. Now what I'm gonna do when it signs in, I'm gonna go const trigger this function sign in. Okay, now over here, give it a sec. Big man Ding from London, pretty boy, thank you. We're representing London, yeah. And now here I go to login and I go ahead and import source login. So we can go ahead and do that. Boom, save it, refresh. Everything at this point should be pretty good, except that that logo is huge. Okay. And then we can't see the button anywhere. So that's not very great, right? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and obviously style this out so it doesn't look so crazy, right? So login.css, let's go ahead and pull this underneath so you guys can see it nicely. And then here, what I'm going to say is .login. So target our login. We're going to say background color. I've already got the background color prepared beforehand. So this is actually the Snapchat background color. So the yellow you're seeing over here. But firstly, so that we can actually work on this, I'm going to target the login container image, which is the image inside of the login container. Give it a height of 300 pixels with object fit contain. Okay. Ruda says, you inspire me, sir. Hats off, man. Love from India. Thank you so much, dude. Login image. There we go. It's all dependent on you. So for the container, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give it display flex direction column, which will pop it in line. That looks good. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say display grid. So it's going to go ahead and make it in line. So display grid flex, place items in the center. Nice little trick. And then here I'll say height of 100 view height. And I'll say width of 100%. So this one means that it doesn't matter what it scales to, it would go ahead and fit perfectly. Okay, so there we go. We got the sign in button there. When I click the sign in button, you get a nice little ripple effect, which is always cool, right? Oh, outlined. Oops, there we go. I was wondering, that looks a bit different. So let's go ahead and refresh. So you see the outlined is actually a lot clearer to see. So when we hit the sign in button, right, so here, over here, when I hit the sign in button, so I've already done an on-click sign in. So, right, so now we're gonna go ahead and code the login. So I'm gonna get the dispatch object here. So I'm gonna say const dispatch equals use dispatch. And then here, I'm gonna go ahead and import my stuff over here. Perfect. So auth. And then I'm going to pull in my auth from our local Firebase file. So let me just do it manually. I'm going to pull in auth and I'm going to pull in a provider. So remember the Google provider that we set up. Thank you, Ben, for dropping the soundtrack inside the chat. Love that, dude. So here we say auth, and then here we say sign in with pop-up. Okay, so this is the little pop-up that you're going to see. Sign in with pop-up. And then here we just pass in the provider, which we already set up to be the Google provider. And then we say .then, and then we say the result of this sign up. So if it was successful, whatever the outcome was, here I can console log the user, right? So we can actually go ahead and console log the user if you want to sort of check what's inside that result, which I recommend you do to see how it works. But then we're going to dispatch a login action. Okay, so I need to go ahead and pull login from features.appSlice, right? And then the payload for the login action is actually going to be an object. Now the object here is going to be, we're going to have three things. We're going to have the username, which is going to actually correlate to the result that comes back from our login .user. So at this point we can go ahead and say .displayname. And then here I can say profile pic, and we can go ahead and do result.user.photo URL, and then ID, and then we can say result.user.uid because it stands for unique ID, right? So this is pretty good at this point. Go ahead and hit save, and then what we can do is go to the end of our block, which is if the then block is here, then we can say catch, and we can say, okay, catch any errors that occur. And I'm going to say alert on the screen, the error.message. Oh God, error.message. At this point, we're actually pretty good, right? So what's going to happen here is we're going to dispatch a user into the app. So if I go ahead and now refresh, make sure everything's good, and then I go sign in, okay? Now we should go ahead and see this pops up. And if you get an error at this point and it freaks out, then you need to enable it inside of Firebase. But here I'm going to get sunny.sangre@gmail.com. Oh, God damn it. I'm going to close that one. So ignore that for now. Let's go and refresh. Let's go ahead and do the other email. So I'm already logged into this one. At what age did you start coding? Oh, look at that, guys. I was 17, I think, when I coded first. So you guys can see it popped up, right? So that's because it logged us in, which means that the user is no longer no. Oh God, sorry, no. So that's because drinking water to create app login. So you see that it triggered the user and it pushed in the payload, which was the username and the ID, right? Now the photo URL is actually not being pushed in, so we need to double check it's you gotta make sure you don't mess that up, right? So I'd recommend you do check this out before to make sure everything's smooth. But you can see if we sign in, but you see right now it's not persisting. I'll show you why and how we fix this in just a sec. All right, so you see now, if I go ahead and F12 and I go to the Redux and then it go to the action payload, and now we've got the profile picture. Perfect, that's what we wanted, right? So at this point, what I want to do is I want to make it persistent. So I go into app.js, I go here and I go and type in a use effect. So we want to go ahead and when a use effect happens, so you know, I think it's a use effect for the, no, it is a use effect. Yes, it's a use effect. So here, what I do is I go ahead and say on the first mount, I want to go ahead and trigger the following code. So here I say auth. So let me go ahead and get my auth object from our local Firebase file. And then I say on auth state changed. Okay, so on auth state changed. And here what I say is I say get the auth user. And then I say go ahead. And what this is meaning is that if for any point the authentication state, right? At any point, if the authentication state changes, or even if you're persisted, so if you've logged in before, they have a way of tracking it, okay? They have a way of tracking it, and that's how we can do it, okay? So they have a way of tracking it. So here what we can say is we can say if auth user, right? So if auth user, then I can say dispatch, right? So dispatch, and then here I can say login. And then just like we did before, except this time it's just going to be from the auth user. It's not like result.user. We're grabbing the same fields as previously before. And if they're not logged in, then what I want to do is I'll listen to that and I'll dispatch a logout action. Okay. So I'll dispatch a logout action. Now I'm going to pull that in from our file. So app slice, there we go. I'm also going to pull in the login from our app slice. There we go. Cool, I can go ahead and hit save now. So if I refresh the app now, notice how it will go ahead and check the persisted state. So obviously we need to go ahead and import the use effect first for it to work. So there we go. So now it will go ahead, if we refresh, it loads and then it logs us in. Same thing, if I go ahead and do it again, loads, it logs us in. So everything works. So there you go. Everything's pretty sick on that front. So what we want to do now is actually increase the sort of look and feel of this app. So when you're logged in, it shows you a bit more information. So let's go into chats. Let's go to our avatar and let's go ahead and say we need to pull our user from the chats section. Okay, so here I'll say const user equals use selector, import this, and then I'm going to say select the user. Okay, so select the user, import that from, oh, what happened there? Select user, yeah. And then I'm going to import this from app slice. There we go. See, sometimes it takes a little while for that to kick in and work properly, but it's fine if that happens for you. We can fix it, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go into the avatar down here, and I'm going to make it so that the source is actually going to be user.profile pic. Okay, so it's going to be the user's profile picture. And then also what I want to do here is I'm going to make it pretty cool. I'm going to say on click. If you click the user's profile picture, it's actually going to go ahead and trigger an anonymous inline function. So an ES6 arrow function. And then I'm going to go ahead and say auth. So I need to import my authentication module from our local Firebase file. And I'm going to say auth.signout. And now obviously because it signs us out, it will go ahead and remove all of our authentication, which triggers that use effect inside of our app.js, which will actually go ahead and kick you back out. So at this point, when we're inside of the chat screen, I'm going to have that little sort of button. So notice in our Snapchat clone, we have this little button over here, right? And then we also want to finish the rest of the UI. So if I click this button, it takes me back to the chat screen, right? So we need that in order for the app to work functionally correct, okay? And we also want to go ahead and do this one over here. So let's go ahead and firstly into chat over here and see where right now we do have a profile. Okay, perfect. So that's all good. So we need to go ahead and do that little button inside chat. So underneath everything here, what we want to have is underneath our final div over here, I need the radio button checked icon. So this one. And then I'm going to add a class name. And this one is going to be chats underscore take pick icon. That's what I'm going to call it. And I'm going to do on click, and the on click for this one is going to trigger a function called take snap. And the font size for this is just going to be large, right? So I'm going to do a large font size because this is something which will simplify the design aspect of this. Now I need to do two things. I need to import this and I need to create a function called take snap. So here I can say const take snap. There we go. And then I can go ahead and import this as well at the top. So let me go ahead and pull this into our app. Now I'm going to do chats.js. There we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to style that little buttons, right? So here what I can do is in chats.css, I'm going to go ahead and say take, where's it gone? Take pick icon. Yeah. So here what we do is we target it. So we say take chats underscore take pick icon. And then we go ahead and we say, position absolute. And then I'm going to save it every time I do this so you guys can see it. Yeah, there we go. Start take pick icon. And I'm going to say background color of white, right? Background color of white. There you go. Oops, white. Let's do white. Yeah, and you can see it's starting to change. So it's starting to change down here. Cool. And then what we're going to do is do a border radius of 200 pixels. This will give it a nice rounded curvature to it. And then we'll do a color of gray. And then I'm going to give it a font size of 40 pixels. Font size of 40 pixels. And we're going to override material UI. So we're going to give it important. So it's a little bit bigger. There you go. Cursor or pointer so that we have a kind of a UI aspect to it. So you know that you can actually press the thing. And then we're going to do bottom 0. And I'm going to do left of 50%. And you see it goes there. But now we're going to translate to get it perfectly in the center. So we're going to go here, translate -50. There you go. And we get perfectly in the center, guys. So that already looks pretty damn sleek. Now when I hover over it, I'm going to do something. I'm going to change the opacity to 0.8. Okay. Now here you can see that when we hover over it, you get a nice little bit of feedback. You see how the color slightly changes? There's a very subtle feedback, but it shows you that it's actually a button. Okay. So now if I click it, nothing happens. Why doesn't it happen? Because we need to create this take snap functions. We created it, but it does nothing at the moment. So at this point, what we want to do is we're going to go down and we want to do two things. We need our dispatch, right? So I need to go ahead and say const dispatch equals use dispatch over here like so. And I'm going to go ahead and use auto import save. And then I'm going to go ahead and say at the bottom over here, I'm going to say history.push, right? And I'm going to do /. And this is wrong. This should be history. There we go. Now here, what I'm going to say is we have an error and it says unexpected routes to history. Oh yeah, because we need to pull in our history. History like this equals use history like so. And I'm going to go ahead and auto import. There we go. Refresh. Nice. Everything's working pretty damn good. Cool. And now what we can do is we have this looking pretty nice. I also noticed how the top icon, that chat icon, is white. So I need to change that. And this icon is white in the other one. So I need to change those few things. But if I click it now, boom, look at that. It takes me there, right? So that looks pretty good. And then I can go here and take another picture, send now. And you see now we've already got like an app flow sort of happening, right? So this is really nice and really slick. But here, let's go ahead and fix those few things. So the search icon, I'm going to give it a class name of chats underscore search icon underscore search icon. And I'm also going to give the, I'm going to style that right now. So I'm going to go to my chats.css and then we're going to go, Santosh says, Sunny, what's up Santosh? So here we're going to go ahead and do chat icon firstly. The search icon, I'm going to say color white, font size 13. So let's go to our chats. And then here, best hours of my life. Amazing stuff, dude. And here I'll say search icon white. So there you go. It's very smaller, much smaller now. So it's actually matching perfectly with that one now. And then the icon on the right, the chat icon, right? So I'm going to do the same thing for that. I'm going to say color white, font size of 18. There you go. Look at that. It's all pulling together. Pretty nice, guys. This is pretty sick. Look at that. Everything's pretty good, right? So we have loads of stuff happening. And if I click this, I log out, which is awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and log in. everything works pretty good, right? So everything's pretty nice. You see, if you go back, it works like that. Oh, God damn it, I signed out again. Oops. All right, let's go ahead and do sign in one more time. Right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish styling the app. So let's go to our app. Here we go. And then here, what I'm going to do is firstly, you see it's not actually passing in the profile picture, which we need to fix. So let's go to chats. And remember when we go ahead and push in that image. So firstly, the take snap. So we didn't actually finish there, sorry. Let's go to chats. And when we did the take snap, we actually need to reset the camera image, right? Let's go ahead and reset the camera image. So if we don't reset the camera image, let's see what happens actually. So if we do this, yeah, you see that? So I actually want to reset every time. So I want to say dispatch reset camera image. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and so there you go. Everything's pretty good. It works. Cool. So what we're going to do now is have it so that, so at this point, what we're going to do is, we've already done that. So I'm going to go ahead and style it. Oh no, we're going to pass in the chat. So let's go to chat. Yeah. So when we actually go ahead and post the snap, which is in WebcamCapture. No, it's not in WebcamCapture. When do we actually post the thing? It's in, we post it here, set camera, get screenshot. So I need to go ahead and say in chats. Let's go ahead and check it out. All right, so yeah, when I actually go ahead and post it, it would be inside of the preview screen. There we go, preview. All right, so here, profile picture. Remember, I left this as a blank. So over here, what we want to do is go ahead and go to our preview, and we want to make sure we do the following. We just need to simply have it so that the profile pic here becomes the user's profile pic. Now look what happens, guys. It says user is not defined, right? So the user, we need to go ahead and pull in from the top, right? So not here, but inside of the preview itself. So we need to say const user equals use selector. And I'm going to import that from, we already done that. I think, yeah, we have select user. Boom, import. There you go. Cool. Now if we go ahead and refresh. Now if I go ahead and take a snap and we go ahead and send now. Now look at that. We've got the actual user, their picture, who it sends in, and boom. Nice. That's awesome, right? So everything's pretty damn good. If we go to app.js, sorry. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to app.js, and here what I'm going to say is regardless of what we render, right? So inside of outside of app, so app body, I want to have an image tag. Now this is going to be the Snapchat logo. Pop that in. Now it's freaking out because you can't have two adjacent elements, so we have to wrap it in a React fragment. So there you go. And now you'll notice that this will actually make a huge Snapchat pop on top, right? So that doesn't look that great. So we need to fix that. So let's go to app.css. And here we go, app.css. Now over here, what I want to do is I'm going to have firstly style that image. So I'm going to say this is the app logo. So let's go ahead and pop this underneath. So this is going to have a class name. This is going to be a class name of app __ logo. Right now here, what I'm going to do __ logo. And then here I'll say app __ logo is going to be object fit contain height of 100 pixels. Right, so 100 pixels like this, save it. So what we're going to do next is a nice little trick that actually Ben mentioned, right? So here what I'm going to do is underneath here, we've got, because the Papa fam is more than just me, right? It's going to be everyone coming together to build a crazy, insane app. So here, we're going to create a body background, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take everything inside the switch, right? Everything inside this switch. Oops, everything inside the switch. Go ahead, pop it like that. Cool. Go ahead into my app.css and let's go ahead and put this underneath. And you see everything looks pretty similar, pretty same. Everything looks pretty good at this point. But I'm going to target the app body background. Right now here, what I'm going to do is firstly, I'm going to set the body background with a background color of white. Now the reason why I'm going to do that is because whenever we have any sort of loading or anything, it will want a white background. I'm going to say a height of 400 pixels. And now this means that whenever we have anything where it's like, you see it went white in the background when it's loading, right? So whenever we have any kind of transition, I want it to be white in the background first before anything else happens, okay? So that's pretty cool. And then what we do here is for the app body, I'm going to set a background. Now I'll show you what we do here, but for app body, I'm going to go ahead and say background. Now the URL is going to be this URL right here. Now this is a URL of a phone. So if you notice that this is the final build, right? So we've got a phone surrounding the background. So here we go ahead and say, show me the phone, no repeat, and center it. So if you see, if I add this in, I don't think you can actually see it right now because nothing's showing, right? So everything looks pretty boring at this point. If I say background size contain, height of 400 pixels, right? So let's go ahead and pop that in. Background size contain, height of 400 pixels. And then I go into width and I give 250 and a padding of 74 pixels. Then boom, look at that, guys. If I go ahead and get rid of the width, right? So if I get rid of the width, it actually looks pretty damn good as well. If I get rid of the padding, you see it goes away. So this is the perfect dimensions to get it snug and fitting on the phone. So that's how you actually get that sort of functionality done. So that's a really nice little add-on to that. So now, boom, you see how it goes ahead and does it, right? If you go ahead and take a picture, and then you see that, the white background. So now it doesn't go ahead and look all weird, right? We have a white background, and Ben had a lot of input in that, so I can't even take credit. That was actually an awesome little catch by Ben. So yeah, look how cool that looks, guys. Amazing, right? Incredible stuff. Go ahead and get everything deployed to Firebase. You need to do a few things. So let's go ahead and zone in on this for a sec, right? So we're going to say Firebase init, right? Now what we're doing here is we're initializing Firebase with everything that we need in order to get everything up and running on the internet. We go to hosting, hit spacebar, enter, right? Now here we say use an existing project. And in fact, I'm actually in the wrong Firebase file. So I'm actually going to say Firebase log out because I'm in my other account. So wait for this, Firebase log out. So you guys are going to have to do Firebase login firstly, right? And at this point, you can click yes, no, whatever. I'm going to click no for that. And then it's going to pop up, and then I'm going to log into my email account, click allow, and then there you go, it's logged me in, right? So now I can do Firebase init again, hosting space, remote config. Yes, they added it finally. That's amazing. Right, so we hit space on hosting. Sorry, I was getting carried away. Go ahead and click use an existing project, right? And then you can see the two ones. My one was the YouTube one, so I'm going to hit that. And then what you want to use as a public directory. So here, it's extremely important what you put in here, right? So what I recommend you do here is you go ahead and say build, right? So this is build. You have to put build in there. Configure as a single page app, yes. So put Y in there, right? And then set up automatic builds. No, we're not going to do that stuff yet. So this is N, and there you go. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is npm run build. Right now, what this does is it basically gets the entire app, strips out all the developer dependencies, all the sort of heavy shit that gives it like the hot reloading and all that stuff. And then it basically makes an optimized production build, and it puts it inside of the build folder. So inside of here, as we speak, it's populating a optimized production build. Now, please bear in mind and be careful about this, that when you change any file after you go ahead and make your run npm run build and get that build file, if you change any file, you have to run npm run build again. Okay, so don't forget that you have to then do it again, right? Npm run build after that. So it's very, very important that you do that. With that said, we're going to go ahead and hit Firebase deploy. Firebase deploy, right? Now, what we're going to do now is go ahead, hit Firebase deploy. Hopefully this goes smooth without any sort of bugs or anything. So it says deploying, hosting, found the build. It's uploading the files, uploading, finalized. There we go. It's right there, guys. Go ahead and check it out. Let's see if this works together, guys. And we can celebrate this app together as a team. Hey. Oh, the usernames. Okay, we'll fix that in a sec, but the usernames are slightly off. Look, everyone sent in snaps. There we go. We got some people coming in. Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is dope. If you saw your picture there, that's awesome, man. That's so cool. Look at that. We actually had people sending in snaps. This is dope. I'm going to be careful about opening anymore. But let's fix a bug right now, right? There's this tiny bug where it says Papa React. Right? I want to quickly fix that live for you right now. Right? So the reason why that's happening is actually pretty simple. Here we go to user.username, save it. And then I run that same command, npm run build, Firebase deploy. And you guys are seeing it, right? So we're going to do this. We're going to fix this for us. It says for me, Papa React, but I need to refresh. Maybe it's not working the way I need it to right now. Oh my God, there we go. It's all working. Everyone's coming in with their names. I was scared for a sec. I was like, holy crap. I didn't think it would work. So some people who are still sending it in as Papa React, you just need to refresh your app. That's all it is. But Jimmy, let's see. What's up, Jimmy? Hey. Let's go ahead and see Assad. Hey, what's up, dude? This is it, guys. This is a Papa fam in action. Ben, let's see. What's up, Ben? How cool is this, guys? Vipasha, there she is. It's amazing stuff, right? Everything is good. There we go. Nice, dude. If it still says Papa React, you just have to go ahead and refresh. We got Johnson. Let's go ahead. Hey, look at that. Hussein. Assad. Nice. This is awesome, guys. I think that's pretty cool. Honestly, everything works as we expect it. That was so fun. Wow, wow, wow. 4 apps in less than 12 hours. That's incredible. Smash the thumbs up button if you learned anything new and drop a comment right now to let me know which was your favorite build and what was your favorite bit around React or around web development in general that you thought was pretty cool. Or maybe if you've done web development before, let me know if you learned something new. This was so much fun, and I want to go ahead and build a lot more tutorials like this so you guys can get that dream job as a React developer. If you want to go ahead and learn more and you want to get out of tutorial hell, if you still feel like you're in tutorial hell, then make sure you join Zero to Full Stack Hero, our ultimate flagship Papa Fam community. It is by far the strongest developer community that I have ever experienced because I created it, and we have hundreds of students right now all helping each other out. We have weekly coaching calls run by yours truly, and we have success coaches inside the community. So guys, not only are you going to get access to me, you get access to these incredible success coaches and also open the doors to an entire community for life. So join Zero to Full Stack Hero, first link in the description. As always, guys, let me know what you want to see next, and if you haven't already, we have so many builds that we're dropping week by week. Guys, it's your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next video. Drop a clover emoji, the little green leaf, if you made it to the end of this video. I want to see who made it to the end of this video. And as always, guys, I'm grateful, I'm blessed, and I want to say a massive thank you and well done to getting this far in the video. 4 apps in less than 12 hours. I will see you in the next video. Peace.